Finds Pajemski. He's open. It's a 3-ball, and it's good! Doubles the Warrior advantage. He's got 14 points.
The great Simroy on the call for the Golden State Warriors. Evan Giddings sitting in for Joe Spadoni here on the Morning Roast alongside Joe Shasky. Honestly, a really important win for the Golden State Warriors last night. A bounce-back win for the Golden State Warriors last night. And I don't know if it necessarily wipes away all the taste that we were left with 24 hours ago, Shasky, but what I know is that a lot changes in one day.
A lot changes in one day?
Yeah, a lot can change in one day.
That loss against Denver is still going to sting. But how about my boy? Jimmy. Let's go. Ev, look, I was very angry at the Denver game. Obviously, the turnovers were horrific. But to me, part of why you got Jimmy Butler was to take some of the load off of Steph Curry in these methodical closeout games. And you saw it yesterday on full display. And I don't even know if it was vintage playoff Jimmy. It was a version of what you expect from Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy freaking Butler!
But to me, the whole game swung. It was 76-70. And I want to give some credit to two players that we might be, crushing over the last couple of months. 76-70. And Buddy Hield steps in front of a pass, intercepts it, goes down. It's a transition 3. Bang. He hits it in. And I'm like, okay, after 8,000 turnovers in the third quarter, where Coach Shasky, myself, is pulling my eyeballs out at how horrific the possessions were. We all were. We're like, are you really going to blow this game? You're really going to do this? And then credit Jonathan Kuminga, gets into the lane, gets fouled, hits 2 free throws, closes out on a 3-point shooter on the next possession. They come down, foul Jimmy Butler. It gets reviewed. It's a forever review. He hits the 3 free throws right there and then. To me, that was the salvaging of the game. And then I thought they methodically just bled them out in the fourth quarter. It was a great win.
For Jimmy Butler to, just settle, and we're talking about this during the game because, gosh, they had 10 turnovers in the third quarter. It felt like the game was slipping out of their hands. And I don't know about you, but a lot of people in the building, and especially a couple of friends I was sitting next to, they did not feel good about their chances.
No.
They were thinking that, especially the fact that Giannis had been quiet for most of the game. Lillard hadn't really done much. The Bucks as a whole were not hitting a ton of shots. It felt like everyone in the building was expecting them to just let that game slip away. And to your point, Jimmy Butler, Cool Hand Luke, over the last tail end's part of the third quarter, really that 3-point foul, and then the beginning of the fourth quarter, to me, he grabbed the steering wheel and turned the car back into the HOV line where they can then cruise right down the 101. Like, the Golden State Warriors, that was a game they had to get. And I understand they didn't have Steph Curry. And I understand they were undermanned. They were on the tail end of a back-to-back. But after losing the way that they did, getting embarrassed against the Denver Nuggets, I felt like they had to win that game. And Milwaukee's not a bad team.
No.
They're an interesting team. They're a team that I don't think I would consider a contender.
They're a matchup-dependent team for me.
But they're a solid squad. And they have one of the game's best players.
Absolutely.
And so for the Warriors to do that, undermanned, and again, on the tail end of a back-to-back, I thought it was impressive.
The third quarter, they got a huge lead, and we're all thinking the same thing. Like, all right, just come out in the third quarter and let's just find a way to not do what you did the night before, which was turn it over. I just wrote this down. At one point, you had a Quentin Post travel, which he argued. Then you had a Brook Lopez three-pointer that we saw coming a mile away, where Quentin Post is still frustrated because of the travel that he had. Then on the very next play, a careless Pajemski turnover, who was brilliant in this game. I want to make sure I'm clear. Brilliant in this game. Then, bang, another Bucks 3. Then another turnover where they throw it into the abyss. And then an offensive foul. At one point, they had 6 consecutive hollow possessions. And you look up, and the Bucks are in full control of the game. And it's just like, are you kidding me? And then the Kuminga travel, right before the sequence that I referenced with the Buddy Hield play, where he moved his pivot. That was the 10th turnover in that quarter. There was a sequence when you had the 5-6 turnovers in a row. I'm saying, Steve Kerr, call a timeout. Call a timeout, stop the bleeding, put the ball in the hands of Jimmy Butler, right? And so, there's a lot of frustration. I'm happy they won this game without Steph Curry. I'm happy that Quentin Post looked really good in this one. But more than ever, Podziemski coming back, being a force. I thought he was excellent down the stretch, but he was great early in this game as well, hitting shots. And it felt like the team played galvanized, connected basketball, even though there was about a 9-minute stretch in the third quarter where I was going to pull all the little bit of hair I have left in my head out.
Well, that's the thing that sucks, Shasky, is it felt like that one stretch could have completely derailed the game when I would say for about 40 minutes, they outplayed Milwaukee.
Agreed.
But those 8 minutes nearly lost them the basketball game. And so that was what was so painstakingly ridiculous about this game. It's like, you guys just undid all the work that you did to get the 17-point lead, to go into the half up 14, and then it unravels. And like the 6 turnovers that you're talking about are from 6 different players. It wasn't like it was one guy. Again, Steph had 7 turnovers against Denver. Draymond Green was throwing passes errantly. You could look at a couple of different guys and say, you're the reasons why we're not taking care of the basketball. It was like the team just got sick, and they were passing it all around.
And then Draymond had one as well, where Buddy Hield is on the wing, and there's nobody at the block, and so, hey, he's going to V-cut and go to the hoop, and Dre just throws it away, and I'm thinking to myself, Dre, you've got to understand when you've turned it over a gazillion times in a row, we've got to protect the ball here. And I know you want to throw that backdoor pass, but risk-reward, situational basketball. So I thought Jimmy Butler and obviously Buddy Hield had a really good game. It frightens me beyond belief, Evan, that I do believe at some point this season is going to come down to, does Buddy hit a couple shots? Because that's how thin and razor thin the margins are. But Jimmy Butler, I thought, was methodical and excellent. And the way they played offense in the final 8 minutes, to me, needs to be examined. You can blend the frenetic pacing of Steph once he returns with the methodical, let's take our time, let's get a good shot, we can hit the mid-range, let's pass the ball around. The way Jimmy was methodical in that fourth quarter, I thought was that, to me, that's the big takeaway from this game. I want to see more of that combined with the frenetic play of Steph Curry. That's how we're going to beat teams.
Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. And I think it's a great place to start. Like, does that game or does that play from Jimmy Butler, does it nullify the Nuggets game? How does it calm your concerns? 888-957-9570. We got a lot to unpack from this game. We're going to catch up with Anthony Slater of The Athletic at 8:30, of course, on the River Islands guest line. Shout out to everybody following in on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. To me, the win itself does wipe the taste away from Monday. That loss is concerning for maybe bigger reasons as far as a potential postseason matchup in the playoffs. But when it comes down to where the Warriors are at in the standings, you had to win that game. And you couldn't foresee the Clippers losing to Cleveland. But if they lost that game last night, which again, based on the stretch of basketball we're talking about, easily could have slipped away. No Curry, you're turning the basketball over. It's a pandemic of turnovers. You can't get this thing back on track. They would have been in 8th. You and I would be talking about a Golden State Warriors basketball team that after winning 14 of 16 games would be in 8th place if they had lost last night.
And I think we would be fielding calls all day about how clunky the Kuminga thing has looked.
Yeah.
Right? And look, I'm probably one of the bigger Kuminga fans, and I see the value he brings to the table, but it hasn't looked pretty the last couple of games, but I do think that the guy is trying. He did a great job on multiple closeouts. He had a couple of really nice box outs. But what people are going to hyper-focus on are the turnovers, kind of the clunky back-to-the-basket game, which he continues to go back to, which the team goes back to, which I don't think is a refined part of his game. Him in the block, back to the basket. He just settles for these, odd fadeaway middies that just aren't high-percentage shots. He needs to work in that area, and he's got that flat three-pointer that nobody loves, and I think that he's got to take it at times for defenses to honor him out on the perimeter. If they lose that game, I think we're getting a lot of calls on, Jonathan Kuminga, he wants $30 million. And it's just, everyone, pump the brakes. He's coming back from missing 2 months. Let him assimilate a little.
Yeah, that game was set up for him to be the scapegoat.
Right?
There's no doubt about that. And I think people were already talking about that in the third quarter, right? Because I think by the end of the quarter, he was 2 for 10.
Yes.
Hadn't played very well so far, was forcing a lot of things. The Bucks obviously made a run when he was on the floor. It was set up for him to be the scapegoat. But to your point, he hit 2 important free throws at a point where they stabilized the game. He went 6 of 6 at the free throw line. And I just don't think it's fair right now to make an overwhelming evaluation of his game because, like you said, he's still getting his legs back. He hasn't played that much basketball since he went down on January 4th. And while he may end up continuing to play like this, and then our criticism can come, to me, like jumping on him for a game last night, to me, I would label that premature.
I totally agree, but they're going to need him. Like, the reality is that what does this team lack? They lack elite wings that can defend. I'm talking about defensively, who are long. And I don't know if he's elite necessarily, but on this team, he's one of their premium, wing defenders. It's GP2. Quietly, Buddy is a better wing defender than we give him credit for. I don't think he's a turnstile, but I also don't think he's, Kawhi Leonard in his prime. He's somewhere in the middle. And then Jimmy Butler. You're going to need Kuminga. Do you see who the West has? We didn't get a chance to see Jamal Murray the other night, but you're going to have to defend him at some point. We know what OKC brings to the table. We know, obviously, what the Lakers present in terms of size and physicality from those two wings in LeBron and Luka. They're going to need Jonathan Kuminga. For me, it's the refinement in the half court and him trying to get his mojo. I don't think it's via throwing him the ball in the post. And they've kept doing that the last couple of games. I want to see them run a little more high pick and roll for him. He needs to be going downhill. He needs to be attacking opponents where they're backing up, trying to defend the rim. That's where he's best utilized. Not at the block, saying, everybody clear out, nobody move, we're just going to stay stagnant, JK, you cooked. He's not Kevin McHale.
No, I mean, you have to sugarcoat it. Like, he wasn't very good last night. Yeah, I didn't think I shouldn't say no one. Kuminga was not able to stay in front of Giannis. The guy who was and really flipped this game with his defense was Draymond Green. And I thought it started from the very first possession.
Yes.
He guards him well, doesn't foul, gets the block underneath. And from that point on, it was like, I don't know if Giannis lost his mojo, but you do not see very many 5 for 16s from Giannis Antetokounmpo. He shoots 60% from the field and averages 30 points. And Draymond Green, I thought, was sensational last night. And as equal of a reason on the other end of the floor defensively why they won the game as much as Jimmy did.
You know what I love about what I've seen from the Warriors last month and a half? They've been doubling guys at the right time. They're like, oh, you put the ball on the ground, and now you're starting to back up your opponent. We're going to send that late double to you as the shot clock's winding down. And we're going to make you either take a very difficult shot with two people around you, or we're going to force the ball out of your hands. I thought they did a really good job blitzing the ball handler at the top of the key. They did that over and over again. They're basically saying, hey, Brook Lopez, we dare you to have a monster night. And he was quiet early, and he started hitting shots in the third quarter. Their defense was really good. Dre, specifically, Evan, I like what he does before Giannis catches the ball. He's out in front on him, kind of forcing him to work so hard before he even gets the ball that he's exerting energy. You see this a lot with Steph Curry. And I thought that was kind of the template for how they slowed down Giannis yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Draymond Green basically made his life hell. And good players are going to make tough shots. Last night, Giannis didn't make the tough shots. Draymond Green is a primary defender on Giannis. Giannis was 0 for 6. He did not score a single field goal. Now, he got to the free throw line. That's what he does.
And he takes 15 seconds to shoot a free throw line. Let me ask you this. In terms of flattest shots in the history of the NBA, flattest shots, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Giannis are in a room. Who's got the flattest of the shots?
Yes.
It's crazy, right?
Yes. I mean,
they're all great players. They're all probably going to the Hall of Fame. They all shoot the flattest shot I've ever seen in my life.
Well, the first quarter took 30 minutes, and I felt like 10 minutes of which I was just watching Giannis at the free throw line. The 10-second violation.
It's ridiculous.
It's worse than the travels that are not called. Like, if you are at the free throw line for 10 seconds, that's a turnover.
I completely agree.
And it should be the easiest thing to officiate. Just like we have the pitch clock in baseball now. Just put a 10-second timer up on the board, and when it strikes midnight, send the guy to the other side of the floor, please.
We just saw an 8-second violation. How many games ago was that for Steph Curry? Like 5, 6,
yeah.
Right? I hadn't seen that in years, an 8-second violation, where he's just bringing the ball up the court. If you're going to call that on Steph Curry, you better call the 10 seconds on Giannis. I was counting down. I was hoping that the crowd, because I seen it in the playoffs, 1, 2, 3, like they start counting out the clock, or maybe they go backwards, 10, 9, 8, 7. But it's ridiculous how long he takes. I mean, it really is. And his form is... it's bad.
I mean, I guess you're watching the game at home. You could do some chores. You could fold laundry, or I don't know if you're, if you're with little AJ, you can try and do some with him in between free throws. It's like you get a 5-minute break every time he steps to the free throw line.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
And look, it slowed the game down. I thought the game itself was a little bit of a slog, especially in the third quarter. But overall, I will say this: those are the kinds of games that the Warriors are winning with more consistency now. The rock fights, the defensive battles. Again, they held Milwaukee to 93 points in this game, and I thought overall, the Warriors they had to go get this one.
They absolutely did. And what I love from Steve Kerr, because I thought he made a couple of adjustments defensively. We kind of already spoke about blitzing some of the guys at the top of the key, basically making Dame Lillard relocate, which he doesn't want to do. He kind of wants to stand at the top of the three-point line and just kind of hover. He doesn't want to run around like Steph Curry does. He went back to Quentin Post. Thank you. Go back to the man. He had, 24, 25 minutes? How many did he end up with last night? Almost 23 minutes, okay? You have to use Quentin Post. To me, the Rook is going to make mistakes. He's going to get picked on defensively. He's going to be slow on a rotation here and there. I mean, you saw a couple of, I would say, cheapo, depot, I'm not paying attention, not moving my feet fouls, which get guys to the free throw line. That's going to happen. But what he does for you offensively, where he bangs a couple threes, it just opens the floor up, and he's a guy that has to be honored. And on a team where you're going to play Kevon Looney or TJD big minutes, where you're going to play GP2 big minutes, and Draymond Green's obviously going to play heavy minutes, you have to have people that can space the floor. And another guy we haven't talked. I thought Guy Santos had a couple of big rebounds in this one.
Yeah, it was a team win last night. I thought spearheaded, obviously, by Jimmy Butler's first. I don't know if we call it a Jimmy game, but definitely his first game without Steph that we've seen him. They won that game against a quality opponent. Draymond Green's defense on Giannis was absolutely necessary. Those were the two players to me that really spearheaded that victory. But overall, how are fans feeling about that ball game? Does it nullify the Nuggets' loss? Does it calm some concerns? Or does it still feel like we haven't learned much about this team? I think we did last night, and I'll tell you why on the other side when we come back. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni along with Joe Shasky. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BarryOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome.
Draymond guarding Porter Jr. Ball goes out to Kuzma. He's been hot tonight. Takes the three. It's an air ball. Moody's got it with 5 seconds to go to Draymond. Draymond to Butler. Butler catches, takes a dribble, takes a three. It's up. He got fouled. He got fouled with .2 to go in the quarter.
Jimmy freaking Butler!
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Jimmy freaking Butler he's like a mastermind on the floor. To be able to get the contact, like that 3-point foul that he forced at the end of the third quarter, the 4-point play that he got in the second half, I haven't seen a player be able to do that. Like he grifts, and I know it's going to sound like a homer take, but he's like a pure grifter. Like he doesn't just search for contact because he knows that he can't do anything else. He only tries to get contact when he's got the angle. And there's just something a little more pure about it than, I guess I'll say, the SGA.
I actually think he's more, I get what you're saying in terms of trying to foul hunt and all that. To me, he just plays through people's shoulders, especially around the rim. And so when you play that way in an era where no one else plays that way anymore, it feels like you're going to get a lot of calls. Like when I think of Jimmy Butler, he goes up strong. He had a finish with the left hand underneath the hoop. I don't even know how he got that shot up yesterday. He is excellent around the rim. I said to you before the show, and I've said this for about a month, and you're like, well, they really don't have anybody. I'm like, yeah, that's why he's the guy. Jimmy Butler is their best back-to-the-basket player, which is a crazy thing to say, but it's factually accurate. He's also their best post player.
I don't think it's close.
But you know what I mean? Like he lives at the block.
When you said that, I was like, I don't even know who's second on this basketball team.
Maybe Kevon Looney, maybe.
Perhaps. I mean, maybe.
But he's a distant second.
Exactly. It probably used to be Wiggins, but now he's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, but Wiggins, they don't play in the post. And I don't know if it's because they have nobody who can, or this is not what they do. They have a lot of players that will catch the ball in the post and then pass out of it.
Well, this is where Kuminga, and there's other conversations, but this is where, to me, he should have been working, and he should be working on all of his back-to-the-basket game. And if they're going to use him that way, he's got to refine that aspect of his game. He can't be relegated to being a guy, I take a couple dribbles, I back my guy down, I don't spin left ever, I don't spin on anyone when I have leverage the way Jimmy would or other elite players, where LeBron would, for example. I just take, weak, contested fadeaways as I'm, going away from the lane. But you brought up the Jimmy thing and the 3-point foul at the end of the quarter. Look, I'm just a consumer of sports, all right? And the majority of people aren't in the arena, but it also affects those that are in the arena. When I'm on my couch and I'm watching, and it takes minutes to do these stupid reviews, what are we doing? I don't need to see the officials huddle up. We get, the two-man shot of Fitz and Buki, and they're talking about the play, and we see the replay from 17 different angles, and they're still talking about it, and they're still talking about it, and then we show the replays again, and then they're coming back, and then we talk to the coach. I'm talking about the officials, and then the other official talks to the coach, and then they come to the center court, and then whoever is the official, they look into the camera like they're delivering the OJ verdict, and they start reading off what just happened. Can we just get this thing going? Let's go.
Why do they have to be on their side? They're kind of looking at you like I don't know, they're staring into the camera of a pageant or something.
It's ridiculous.
And the way that they deliver their the verdicts, to me it's just, well, even plays like the Kuminga one where they upgraded to a flagrant.
Yes.
Just make a call.
That's what I'm saying.
Just make the call, all right? You felt like he did enough to get a flagrant foul, make the call, and let's move on.
100%. But I think as a consumer of the product, the games, similar to the way I was critiquing baseball for pace of play and everything, and just the way the game was stylistically looked at. Look, I understand why we have replay. You know what I don't want? Honestly, I don't want to look at the same replay 7,000 times and let it take 2.5, 3.5 minutes. It takes away from the momentum and the flow of the game. The NBA is at its best when we're having free-flowing action back and forth, and there's a barrage of things happening, whether it's live ball turnovers leading to transition, whether it's three balls back and forth, whether it's answering, whether it's intense defense. That's when it's at its best. And you're slowing down the momentum of the action, and you're giving people an opportunity to rest, and it just breaks the whole thing up. We've got enough baked-in commercials, which I get. You got to pay off the corporate sponsors. I understand all that. We've got to get back to, like, make a call. If within 10 to 30 seconds you can't figure it out, we go with the call that stands. We don't need to be looking at everything with a fine-tooth comb. And the last thing, I don't need to hear about the 2-minute report 3 days later about all the things that were wrong. If you didn't get it wrong or right in real time, we move on. I don't need to see the report. It does nothing. It accomplishes absolutely nothing. As a watcher of the game, the NFL and the NBA, stop with the over-the-top replays. 30 seconds, in and out, let's go. Because they're not getting it right anyway.
No, and on TV, at the very least, you have something to look at. It doesn't help the pace of play, but when you're in the arena, it makes it an even worse experience because you're sitting there wondering what is going on.
Did they show the replay last night?
Yeah, a couple times, but they're never going to, like, it doesn't matter to me because no one's glued to that. They're glued to their phones or they're glued to, I don't know, maybe they're in line to get a refreshment. They're trying to go get to the bathroom. Like, people aren't in the arena to watch the big screen. They're there to watch the game. And it's the biggest reason why I had an issue with, like, the All-Star game. The All-Star game, even if the format you liked, there was just too many stoppages.
Yes.
There's not enough play. Everyone's there to watch the game. Yeah, no, so I'm 100% with you on that.
But, like, I think the biggest problem, and I'm talking about regular season product, the playoffs kind of like, I get slowing it down and grinding it down. Like, I believe me, I understand all that. There's a time and a place for everything. Just in general, we shouldn't have 42-minute quarters. Like, what are we doing? Like, what? Well, that first quarter was ridiculous.
It was.
And then I watched them. There was one, Giannis got fouled. Okay? Guys, line up, let's go. Line up, shoot the free throw. Let's go. What are we doing? They're farting around and the ref's walking around. Guys are, pleading their case on why it wasn't a foul. Line up, let's shoot the free throws. And then after 35 seconds of just puttering around, they finally line up. Then another 10 seconds. Okay, I'll pass Giannis the ball. Then 10 seconds for Giannis to shoot the free throw. My God, let's go. Let's go. I mean, Jesus, I know, Evan, I sound like an old man, but, like, pace of the game is really important. And when I watched the game yesterday, and I know Jimmy does this too, because Jimmy gets fouled a lot, and so we are now a part of this aspect of the game. But the reality is, speed it up. It's a television product.
Well, let's get Chris involved from San Jose. Help us speed this thing up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Chris, what's going on? How you doing, my man? Good morning.
Hey, what's happening, Grandy? Morning, Mr. Shafsky.
What's up, bro?
Before I get into it, Grandy, really appreciate your post-game analysis. I feel like ever since you've been...
It's Evan, not Grandy.
Evan Giddings. Okay, my bad. Well, whatever. I apologize. I really pass this along.
Don't worry, you're not the only one that's made that mistake,
post-game
Chris.
Analysis.
Appreciate it, man.
You guys sound similar. I apologize. But, hey, with the Warriors, personally, I'm not a believer in the Bucks in terms of being like a true title contender. I think you got two teams out east, Cleveland, Boston. You got a few in the West. So, you play who you play. I think at the end of the day, we can beat anybody. We got to see, finish the season strong, get in one of those playoff spots. And then, I think over the course of a 7-game series, I think we can stack up with anybody. With that said, I still think our ultimate downfall could potentially be size. And Steve Kerr, he's really going to have to orchestrate this thing and put on a masterclass because it's like Shafsky said the other night. He goes last night or 2 nights ago. He goes away from post. We don't really see him again. Last night goes away from post. He reintegrates him. So I look at this team and similar to how we were at the start of the year, 12-man. I look at this team and I see 10 to 12 guys who could and should contribute to this team on any given night. So at the end of the day, players got to play. They got to play, above their means at times. But I do think it kind of falls on Kerr to put on a masterclass and pull the right strings. But again, I believe we can beat anybody on any given night. We still haven't really stacked up against a true title contender in my estimation. But yeah, got to believe. Love the direction. Love how they bounce back on a back-to-back without Curry. And we keep it moving. Y'all have a wonderful Wednesday, and I'm here to listen to your comments off air. Have a good one.
Appreciate it, Chris. Yeah, no Curry. I mean, that's the overarching part of this, is they did this all without their best player. And that's why, again, in a game you had to have, I know that people might have been going and wondering, well, how are they going to get this done? But for the team to dig deep like that, like they played with desperation last night. And you don't often see that in the regular season. But I think because they got their ass kicked and they got embarrassed the night before, it extracted that level of, you know what? Yeah, let's not get punked tonight. Let's go out and be the guys that do it to the other team.
I thought that Pods was really good early in the game and kind of set the tone for, hey, we're going to be out here scrapping. And, him hitting a couple shots early is really a big thing for him. I've noticed that. Like, his floor game changes when he hits the first couple shots from deep. And, they had at one point a 20-10 lead. And I'm thinking, oh, my God, this is one of the better first quarters in quite some time. And obviously, they slowly started to lose that lead, and they fought back. But I think the number one thing for me is that when they're playing at their most optimal, they are all over the place defensively in terms of help, right? Someone gets blown by, here comes the rotation, here comes the help. And then they're frenetic in the loose ball stuff, which they did a much better job of yesterday. And then they're ball hopping on offense. And I thought that they balanced it just right with let's attack certain matchups and be methodical, and let's kick it to the open guys. And you got open looks. And I got to give credit to Buddy Hield. I thought Buddy Hield played a great game yesterday. Him and Pods were really good.
All right, here's what we got going on today. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. At 7:30, we got a segment we're unveiling. Well, not unveiling. You guys have done this before, right? Do you believe?
We do this every day after a Warrior game.
After a Warriors game. Okay. Do you believe?
Since the Jimmy acquisition.
I got you.
Do you believe?
Makes it a lot easier now. It's a game where we ask Dub Nation how much they believe in the Warriors' title chances. And I think it kind of bleeds into the question, does it make you forget about the loss yesterday? If not, how so? And if it does, why? Tell us why. The Warriors won a game without Steph. We saw the Jimmy game. Draymond was awesome defensively. A lot of big players stepped up down the stretch that we can dig into. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, Anthony Slater of The Athletic coming up at 8:30, all on the River Islands guest line. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. Again, Giddings in for Spadoni. Shasky back out to this in the Morning Roast.
Antetokounmpo picks up the dribble. Gets it now up top. Porter Jr. blocked by Draymond. Ball batted down by Antetokounmpo to Lillard. He's trapped. Tries to dribble it through Podziemski's leg. Takes him down. Ball stolen by Golden State. Buddy Hield up the floor. 3-ball! Chase Center is rocking. 16-1.
Dub Nation is Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Giddings in for Spadoni. Shasky here holding it down. Yeah, I mean, that was the stretch in the basketball game where the Warriors were able to reclaim control, and Draymond Green was at the center of it. Jimmy Butler was awesome. But when Draymond Green is playing, I'll go ahead and say it, Defensive Player of the Year level basketball, Shasky, the Warriors are a very different team. And we did not see it against the Denver Nuggets. Thank you, sir. We did not see it against the Nuggets, but I think because they got embarrassed, it made sure that we were going to see it against the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, they. I just think that they played very galvanized, inspired basketball yesterday, knowing what was at stake. And there's just not a lot of margin of error right now, Evan. Like, there just isn't. Like, they can't throttle down at all. You know, the Nuggets can throttle down a little. They've got a little bit of a cushion. And they went out there and they were like, all right, we got nothing to lose. And then all the others stepped up. And I think the very next night, you sit Steph Curry, and the Warriors were like, all right, now the others have to step up. And I thought they did. I thought GP2 stepped up. Podziemski stepped up. I thought Draymond stepped up. Quite frankly, you know, Draymond, let's call it what it is. When Steph don't play, he has a tendency to get tossed out of games. I thought he was on his P's and Q's yesterday, even though it wasn't his greatest offensive game. And then Jimmy Butler clearly stepped up. Quentin Post stepped up. Like, everyone had their moments. Podziemski, I don't know if I referenced him yet. So it was nice to see a good, solid team win led by Jimmy and Dre.
Yeah, again, 104-93 last night. The Warriors beat the Bucks. By the way, we're brought to you by Golden Gate. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You just got me thinking. You know why I think that we saw the best Draymond last night? And why, to your point, he didn't, I don't know, get ejected or just not show up?
There was a checkout of Dre when, you know.
No, you're right.
What it is.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I think it's because for once, or for the first time in a long time, when Steph is out, there's still a superstar on the floor. There's still another player that he respects at that same level, not in the same way, but of Steph. And so, yes, for the last couple of seasons when Steph didn't play, yeah, he's running with Wiggins. A couple of years ago, perhaps it was Poole, Klay Thompson, or a different version, a post-injury version of Klay Thompson. Draymond's like, dude, we're probably going to lose this game. Or this is not going to be what. This is one that I got to work damn hard just to be in the game. And this ain't going to be fun. This is going to take a lot out of me. I think that any other year on the tail end of a back-to-back, especially after getting worn out against Aaron Gordon and a bunch of bigs in Denver, Draymond Green, I don't know if he would have got ejected, but he would have thrown in the towel last night. But because they're playing meaningful basketball, and I think more importantly, Jimmy Butler's there, yeah, I do think we see a different Draymond.
The one aspect of Dre that I did not foresee coming when they made the Jimmy Butler acquisition, number one, the like bromance that him and Jimmy have. Clearly, like you call it respect. It's deeper than that. Like they're very few players in the league for Draymond are on his level in terms of how he views them. Clearly, Jimmy is someone who he sees as a peer. I don't know how many guys in the league you could say that about. And I'm dead serious about this. There might be more talented players, but like, case in point, I'm throwing out some names. LaMelo Ball. You bring LaMelo Ball to this team. Draymond doesn't think he's on his level. Now, LaMelo might think that. So they're not going to have that cohesion and that respect that goes in both directions. I don't even know if Book, like someone like Devin Booker, he would look at that way. But because Jimmy's a similar age and has accomplished certain things and has that equity league-wide, I really do believe that Draymond views him on the same level as him as a peer.
Well, here's what Jimmy Butler said about Draymond Green and his defense.
He just knows. He knows everybody that he's going up against, whether they're the star player, the third option, or the first guy off the bench. It doesn't matter. He's locked in, and he's never wanting you to help, which is You know, sometimes he does get beaten. He'll still get mad if you help, but he's just locked in. Like,
he also made a joke that's like Draymond doesn't want to lose on defense against a 5-year-old. You know, that's the kind of competitor that he is. I would, with an asterisk, say when he wants to be. When Draymond Green is feeling that kind of way, when he, I think, takes it personal, which is how I actually think the entire team felt that way. They felt embarrassed after the Denver game.
They should.
Steve Kerr was still terse at the podium during the pregame press conference yesterday. Like, I think they took that game to heart. And so, yeah, it's one of the reasons why I felt like they were going to beat Milwaukee. In addition to the Bucks have not been playing great basketball. I don't think they're a great team. I don't know if the Warriors are a great team. But last night proved to me again that I believe that they're a good team. Good teams win that kind of game even without their best player because they just got punked 24 hours prior.
Everyone's going to say that Giannis is like, athletically he's a freak. But he does do similar things to what OG, Cat, and Aaron Gordon did to them.
He's physically dominant.
But I don't know. Do you consider him as rugged as those other guys around the rim?
I mean, he's a lot more raw.
Yeah.
But he's just pure power.
Yes.
He's going to put his head down, and most teams are not going to be able to stop that freight train.
No, but I think that obviously Draymond did a great job on him, but I thought that collectively they sent doubles, and like Moody came over multiple times late in possessions. Just get another hand up in his face and just send someone their way to kick the ball out of his hands. The fact that he only had 6 attempts, I know he had free throws and whatnot, against Draymond, to me yes, Draymond deserves a ton of credit, but I also think stylistically the way that they were sending their timing, their double teams, they just didn't play buttoned-up smart basketball like that prior to the acquisition of Jimmy. They're just a smarter half-court defensive team.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, look, their defense has been better, you know, and they're able to now beat teams like the Bucks even at full strength. They handled them in Milwaukee without Giannis. And everyone was like, oh, well, you beat a team without Giannis. That's a nice win. Lillard had, I think, 38 and 10 turnovers, that was. And in this game, it's like, all right, we'll do it now. Like, do it when the team is at their full strength. And you threw this question out earlier. I think it's a good one. With everything that the Warriors were up against, without Steph, end of a back-to-back, third game in 4 nights, fourth game in 6 nights, Milwaukee at full strength, like, is that the most impressive win to you so far since they've gotten Jimmy Butler?
I think it is for me, just as of right now. No, I don't know how much that's saying. I think a lot of people dismiss the Bucks as a championship team. Giannis, one of the greatest players ever. I mean, he's on a short list of one of the greatest international players of all time. All right, and say what you want about Brook Lopez, the guy could still go off. He did last night. Dame Lillard's clearly. I have a running gag where I like to rip Dame Lillard because he plays zero defense, and I don't think that he elevates others. But he's still a great all-time player, top 75 player. And yeah, they cut their faucet off. The one thing, though, is Jimmy has had an unbelievable amount of success against Milwaukee going back to the Miami days. And now I kind of know why. When Middleton hurt the knee, he became a completely different player. They don't have anyone to physically match up with him out on the perimeter. It's a great matchup for Jimmy Butler. And then he not only can go out on the perimeter and kind of, play a nice court game in terms of facilitating and getting to his spots, but he can also back you down on the block. They don't really have, if you're trying to guard him with Kevin Porter Jr., good luck.
No, I mean, you just can't, and that's where, Butler isn't the athlete that he used to be, certainly at age 35, but he's still just as smart as ever. And he understands how to get his at whatever time he wants. Yeah. And I think that's where the Denver game, I think you saw it a little bit, when he realized that they were on the verge of losing that game, he tried to turn it on, but the rest of the team was just playing so sloppy, they weren't going to be able to get it done. Also, you got to credit the Nuggets. They made a lot of incredible shots down the stretch.
I thought the contested shot making from them was out of this world.
The Russell Westbrook 3 when he was 1 for 8 and still took it and was all net.
After airballing?
Yeah, I was like, all right, well, if he's going to hit that, you just got to tip your cap.
Michael Porter Jr. hit a shot, and Buddy Hield was all over him. I thought it was great defense. You cannot play any better. And Michael Porter Jr. just rose up, bang. I mean, with a guy all up in his grill. It was an unbelievable shot. They did a really good job hitting big shots. Yesterday, though, Gary Trent Jr., who was known as a shooter, streaky one, I thought that they did a really good job contesting him. I think that their contested shots have been significantly better in the last month and a half. And I can't believe I'm saying this. I think Buddy Hield is playing good defense. The shot drives me nuts, okay? The whole experience of Buddy is a roller coaster. But defensively, he's way more consistent than I thought. He tries hard.
Yeah, he's not as... I feel like he was advertised this summer as a traffic cone.
Jordan Poole. That's what I thought that he was going to basically be. Like, meaning I don't care to pay attention off ball.
Well, I think that Buddy Hield is someone that, like, as a one-on-one guy, I don't feel good. But he's surprisingly kind of good off the ball. Like, I feel like he'll stick his hand when a guy's driving in, rip it. At the very least, and he uses, I mean, he's like 6'5". Like, he's at least big enough to kind of body a guy if you charge into him. And the only place that I cannot get over Buddy Hield is when he's bringing the ball up or they start a transition fast break and the ball ends up in his hands and he's got to make a decision that does not include shooting the ball. That's the only time where I'm still just like, give it up. I don't care if it's to Quentin Post. Have him bring it up and let Buddy Hield float to the corner.
I need to have a one-on-one, the goofball game, Kuzma versus Buddy. Like, just an empty gym, get the YouTube cameras out, let's see it.
Dude, I can't stand... There's
Kyle
some
Kuzma.
players that I just cannot stand. Kyle Kuzma's one of them.
He drives me insane.
And he was actually a big part of why they ended up taking the lead because he just got hot in that third quarter and started knocking down threes.
He's way bigger than you think. He's got multiple inches on Kuminga.
He is, and I know they didn't have anything for Middleton, and they basically got a guy who could play. But
Middleton's knees shredded.
But Kuzma is also a reason that, like, if you're looking at the Bucks, you just look at their five-man starting lineup. Giannis is still, even at, he's in like year 12 or something. Yeah. He's still awesome. Damian Lillard, whatever you think about him, he's still a good player. Everyone else beyond that, like Brook Lopez, is ancient.
100%. Statue.
Torian Prince is...
I think he's weak.
Fine. No, and Kyle Kuzma is just a chucker.
He's a clown.
Like, their team makes no sense. And that's why, I guess, if people want to call in, and again, 888-957-9570, if you want to say that last night didn't, I don't know, push you back into the vibes that we were feeling, again, over the weekend coming off the win against the Knicks, I'll hear that. But it doesn't take away from the fact that the Warriors got a win when they were underdogs last night.
No Steph.
No Steph Curry, and they got it done.
And not only that, I think the Bucks being at full strength is important. Well, I guess no Bobby Portis, but being that close to full strength is a big deal. Like when they played the Knicks multiple times, you missed Jalen on one of them, and you missed Cat on the other one, right? And so that's going to kind of poo-poo that one for some people. I feel like this is one of their best wins, especially given how bad 22 hours earlier was in terms of the turnovers. And that third quarter, it wasn't like the Bucks gave up. I thought the Bucks were valiant. In that third quarter, the Warriors were throwing the ball around. They didn't have the tempo. The Bucks were hitting shots. And for them to stabilize, right the ship, and then close it out the way they did going away, that was extremely impressive. That was an impressive win for me.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live in the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. Here's where the game turned from Steve Kerr's perspective in the win against the Bucks.
I thought Jimmy's three-point play at the end of the quarter was a big one, getting fouled and knocking down the 3 free throws. And then, we felt good about that lineup that we put out there to start the fourth. It's been a great lineup for us. They really made a nice push. QP hit the big three from the corner. There's a good flow with that group and good two-way lineup. So they made a great run, and that we were able to hold them off.
During that stabilizing stretch, Jimmy either scored or assisted on 15 of 18 points. And I know that, all right, take a look at the end of the fourth quarter. He wasn't the one that scored all the points. It was actually, it was Pods had a couple of big threes and Gary Payton the second. But that's the point in the game, the third quarter that Kerr's talking about, where you could have lost the game. Now, they had to go win it. They had to close it. But that's where the game's in the balance. And to me, that's where Jimmy Butler gives this team a different dynamic. Like, Curry is incendiary, and he's someone that can put a team away early. But when the game is hanging, Jimmy Butler gives me as much confidence as anybody that I've seen, probably going back to, maybe like Kevin Durant, of just being able to grab a game by its scruff and say, come here. Like, Jimmy Butler's just that dude.
The end of the third quarter, they're down 76-70. Every Warrior fan's thinking the same thing. 20-point swing? Are you kidding me? We were up 14, 15, 16, and now we're down 6. And we had, 9, 10 turnovers. Kuminga travels. We're losing our minds. And Buddy Hield came through with the big-time 3. JK with the free throws. Obviously, they got a couple of stops, and then the Jimmy Butler situation. But I really thought they were going to lose that game going away. That felt like the Toronto loss in Toronto earlier this year.
Ooh.
That's what it felt like to me. And I was shocked that they found a way to win it.
Well, they got them again on Thursday. I thought that they were going to figure out a way to win that game. But again, it was like, I didn't know how. But Jimmy Butler's the how. Like, he's the how. I don't know if he's the why or the what, but he's just the how because, and I don't know, that's what's been so much fun about watching this team. It's just watching them figure it out in real time because Jimmy seems to make the correct decisions. But it could be a pass. It could be a grifting foul. It could be that 3-point play at the end of the quarter. But you just kind of trust him. Like, that's the difference to me about the Warriors pre and post Butler. And it's not an indictment of any of the rest of the players. Obviously, the rest of the players have to be good. Mm-hmm. Moody's been playing well since Jimmy's got here, and he'd been good before. Podziemski stepped right back in and played really well last night. Gary Payton II, I think, has been kind of an unsung hero.
It's been a month of great ball.
He's closing now.
With a broken beak.
Your boy Quentin Post has been shooting the lights out. Buddy Hield has had his ups and downs, but when he's on, they generally win games. But they just feel like a team that, with Curry and Butler, I realize Steph wasn't there last night, but it was highlighted because Curry was absent, that they have more know-how and less panic. Like, to your point, against Toronto, that game is, they just panicked. They panicked, they lost against the Jazz down the stretch, right on deadline day. They panicked and they lost. Last night, they panicked in that third quarter, but they didn't lose the game. And that's a different sign of growth.
Didn't you think the shot selection was significantly better? And this isn't a knock on Curry, but I just feel like there are times where they become so Curry reliant because that's the way they've had to win the last couple of years, where let's just call it, they take a lot of bad shots early in the shot clock. You know, you get to stop. I'm a big believer in momentum within a moment, right, of a game, situational basketball. You get a stop. You haven't gotten a lot of stops. You come down and you jack up a 38-footer. What isn't a good look? No one else touched the ball. You don't even have a person underneath the hoop to rebound. That's not a good possession. Maybe 6 years ago it was for Steph, but not anymore. So I guess the key for me is, how do we blend the two? How do we find a way to utilize the frenetic pacing and the spacing that Steph Curry brings to the table while also blending in the methodical half-court play of Jimmy Butler? If they can find a way to do that over the next 3 or 4 weeks, that to me is the recipe for how they're going to be able to detonate versus teams and explode on them in the fourth quarter in a 7-game series.
Well, yeah, and to your point, like, I wonder if last night is what a Jimmy game looks like, and he had 24, 10 assists, 8 rebounds, was 11-11 at the free throw line. How do we find a way to extract a Jimmy game when Steph is there?
Exactly.
And there was a little bit of that against Detroit, but why I also believe that last night they had a good chance to win was because Jimmy doesn't have to be deferential. And I think at his core, he's a little more of a passive player. He can get his, but he's willing to try and get everyone else involved before he starts doing his own. And last night, he didn't have to do that.
How many times do you think he's taken shots at the end of the shot clock, not because he's the one with the ball, dribble, because he's waiting for something to materialize? All right, nothing's there. All right, I will be the one to take this end of the shot clock shot. I would say...
One steps on the floor a lot.
It happens a lot. How many times prior to Jimmy Butler was it hot potato, and then, oh my God, the shot clock's winding down? Here comes a horrific shot. Before it happened a lot, actually. I've seen more 24-second violations with the Warriors this year than in, a decade? 15 years?
Or I think you also see a lot of early shot clock shots because those are the best ones they're going to get.
100%.
You got to take it as early as possible because you're not going to get a better look.
I didn't think shot selection was a huge problem last night, and that's why I'm saying I'm crediting the Warriors and Jimmy. They've done a really good job being methodical and getting good looks. GP2 has had wide open looks in the corner for how many games in a row now? And he's hitting them. You know, credit him. He's decisive. He's swinging. He's hitting. And so I do think that the balance on the floor has been really nice. And we get to me to Quentin Post. They have to stay committed to playing Quentin Post. You need to play him through the ups and through the downs. There's going to be matchups. He gets torched. But what he brings to the table allows you to play certain combinations of players that are defensive weapons alongside of him that you just can't. You just can't play certain combinations when you're playing TJD or Looney. They just can't shoot. And if Draymond's going to be out there a lot, Quentin Post is a vital piece for them unlocking the other players in the offense because of the spacing. And if he hits a couple of shots, boom, you're good to go.
Well, I think that Quentin Post, like a lot of their role players, are kind of matchup based. Like last night was a good matchup for Quentin Post because he's guarding Brooke Lopez, who kind of sits at the 3-point line, is a little bit of a statue.
He'll set the high pick.
Yeah, exactly. And he's also not someone that is, like Post isn't going to play down in the paint against him, where Lopez's length is probably his best advantage. So Post he's going to be able to play against him. I thought that last night he got exposed against Aaron Gordon. Against faster forwards, Post is going to have trouble. But to your point, there might be points in specific games or maybe postseason series where you're able to figure out, okay, center's in the game, a true five's in the game. Now we got to deploy Post and kind of get him going because they don't have a ton of shooting. Like the fact that Post and Buddy at full strength, they might come off the bench. But last night they were 8 for 15 from 3-point range. They combined for 29 points. If those guys are your swing players, I'm with you. You got to play it.
There was a point early in the game where Jimmy had already hit a 3, which was great. It opens up the floor. And then they blitz him at the top of the key. He just swung it to Quinn Post in the lane. Quinn's looked around oh, I'm just going to dunk this. And I'm thinking, how hard, and it's not a knock on these guys, but how hard does TJD have to work to get a dunk around the rim?
Well, and it's got to be a dunk because he can't finish anywhere outside of the restricted area.
The poor guy has got butterfingers. It drives me nuts. And then Looney, we know, he's vertically challenged in terms of, getting up off the ground. So, Q, I think catching the ball in traffic is going to be something he's got to develop, right? He's got to develop the little jump hook in the lane when people are there because he's so big, no one will be able to defend it. And then defensively, he's going to have to, but he's going to make mistakes. You're going to have to put him back into games where he struggles early and give him the opportunity to learn from something and play through the mistakes. They did it with Podziemski, and they're reaping some of those rewards. You've done it now for about 2 months with Moody, and they're reaping those rewards. You have to stay committed to Quentin Post. You have to. I'm not saying 40 minutes a night, but the 20 to 28 minutes is the sweet spot for him.
Yeah, when he's on, they generally win. When Buddy Hield is on, they generally win. How can we get that more often?
Exactly.
Is the question. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. If you're going to sum up the last 2 nights, I think that this is interesting. This was a back-to-back that we had all circled. The Warriors, they're going to get tested by the Nuggets. Granted, we thought that Jokic and Murray and Brown were going to play. And then the Bucks. How would you sum up the last 2 nights? Do you feel like it's a little bit of a letdown? Do you feel like it's what you expected going 1-1? Does it make you feel better? Are you concerned? What did you learn over the last 2 nights, the back-to-back, the last 48 hours for the Golden State Warriors? And again, does that win last night nullify the Nuggets' loss? 888-957-9570 is the number. Anthony Slater coming up in a little over an hour at 8:30 at The Athletic on the River Islands guest line. And then at 7:30, 20 minutes away.
Mashed potatoes guy.
At 7:30, 20 minutes away. Do you believe the game where we asked Dub Nation how much they believe in the Warriors' title chances?
Do you believe?
That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring in action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BarryOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome. We're back after this on The Roast.
Porter Jr., he'll spin away from trouble. High steps it to the front court. Crossover dribble through a screen by Antetokounmpo. Lob knocked away by Draymond. Picked up by Moody. Moody with a break to Spencer. Spencer goes in over Green and backed him up underneath the hoop and scored low left.
Nice finish. Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Spadona's going to be back tomorrow. Evan Giddings sitting in for him alongside Joe Shasky. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Warriors, a nice win last night against Milwaukee. And again, we're just trying to ask the question. Sum up the last two nights. You know, the kind of a deflating loss against Denver, a necessary victory against the Milwaukee Bucks. Before we open up the phone line, Shasky at 888-957-9570. How would you sum up the last 48 hours?
I'm about to bounce back. Bounce back. You ever heard of Juvenile? That's what it felt like. As low as I felt yesterday, which it was more maddening the way it went down for me. You can lose to a team that's undermanned. You can't lose to a team in that fashion the way that they did, with my main cogs playing atrocious IQ basketball. When you have unforced errors, you know, you're Jimmy jacking shots up all over the place that are unnecessary, and you don't got it. Like, and you also have Jimmy Butler on the floor. Like, dude, read the room a little. Not everything has to be a grand slam. I say this to like young broadcasters all the time. They're like, you know, Joe, give me some examples. Hey, look, man, not every segment needs to be me screaming and yelling. I've learned that. It takes a long, long time. Couple singles, and then pick and choose your spots to put both buck cheeks into it and try to hit a home run. But if the bases aren't loaded, there's no need for a grand slam. And sometimes even when the bases are loaded, a ground ball to second base that's not a double play can still drive in a run, you know? And so the same thing with the Warriors. There are times where I feel like Steph goes into hero mode, and I thought that in that Denver game, and it's like, yo, dog, this is why we got Jimmy. Take some of the load off you. Let's get a little methodical here. Hey, we worked really hard to cut this to 5, 6, 7. We don't need some crazy Pistol Pete pass, you know, the full length of the distance here. And I thought yesterday they took the cue from the night before and they said, we're going to flip the script. And we are going to be methodical and patient. And yes, the third quarter drove me crazy. But the fact that they righted the ship, stabilized things, and found a way to pull all the levers, I thought it was a great win. Not just a good win, a great win against a good team.
A great win against a good team. This is from the 8:05. The game against Denver was obviously a team that said to themselves, we got this, and they let down. There's no question. We've all played the game that was that way and lost. We've also been to the other end and won, but I think this team has great potential. From the 925, sometimes you learn more about your team in a loss than a win.
I agree. You're more self-reflective when you lose. It's a fact.
The Nuggets' loss was a good reality check that everybody not named Steph Curry needed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know, Kerr said something before the game that I thought was interesting. Like the fact that he gave Steph the night off, not because he was physically tired, but because he was emotionally drained.
I get that.
And he was also kind of revealing. He's like, when Steph is emotionally drained, he starts making poor decisions. And I thought you clearly saw it. He turned the ball over 7 times.
Isn't that relatable?
Oh, yeah. I mean, but look, you wake up on the wrong side of the bed. Maybe you don't get a good night's sleep. Like, it happens in the workplace all the time. You come in, you don't have your best stuff. We're not energetic on the air. Like, you have off nights. Steph Curry needed an off night. Mm-hmm. I don't know if the Warriors, based on the way that he was playing and the amount that his body was clearly taxed, or his mind, whatever you want to make of it, you know, I'm not saying they're better without Steph, but I don't know if they win that game last night because they couldn't afford a 6 for 21 performance from Curry if they were going to beat Milwaukee.
Well, I'm 100% with you, but I think that's the thing that I'm going to be monitoring. Like, they got the Raptors on Thursday, right? And I'm not trying to gloss over the game we just saw. I guess my question is, how quickly can we assimilate both ways of playing ball? The Jimmy methodical, where he does touch it from time to time, and then the crazy frenetic, oh my God, you have to, find Steph, get him the rock right now, set some off-ball screens, let's go. Like the best version of this Warrior team, if they want to go far, would be some blending of the two. And then I guess the question is, how can you do it? When can we see it? And against what opponents? And is that sustainable against the great ones? Because I think winning in a variety of ways is extremely important. We talked about this when KD was here. Well, he could just get you a bucket when you need a bucket. Well, this is a team that I think they need to treat Jimmy Butler similar to KD in that when the team needs a bucket and a slowdown, Yeah, run the offense through him. And if it happens to be you run the offense through him and Steph's wide open for a three off of some split action, Jimmy will find him. We're not saying we don't need Steph. We need all 5 parts humming down the stretch.
Exactly. We're about 10 minutes away from Do You Believe? Again, the game where we're going to ask Dub Nation how much they believe in the Warriors title chances. About an hour away from Anthony Slater of The Athletic, joining us every single week here on The Roast. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni. Let's open up the phone lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. Get out to Steven in Oakland.
What's up, Steve?
Steven, good morning. What's going on?
Hey, guys, I just wanted to say, after the 2 games, we are what our record says we are. It's very important to always stay grounded. There is a chance that we could still not make the playoffs. I don't want to be a downer, but one thing that Shasky said that is important, and I called in and said this a lot the last time, is, Jimmy is our Durant. He plays the Harrison Barnes position of when we need a bucket, he can get a bucket. It's like a track race with a relay race. Not everyone is your closeout runner.
Yep.
Jimmy is our closeout runner. Steph can run the first 3 legs fine, but Jimmy, he's smarter with the ball, less turnovers, and he can get that foul that is so important to get us into the bonus that really helps put away a game. But we got to stay grounded. We're still probably one piece away. I would like to see us get a more dynamic center.
I completely agree.
It's someone who can finish at the rim a little bit more to really contend for a title. But we got to remember, we are what we say our record is, and I won't feel good until we're literally in the playoffs.
I hear you.
I don't feel good.
Well, the margin of error is so slim. I mean, you lose last night, and boom, you're in the box.
Yeah.
You win last night. It's like, deep breath. That's why the Denver game was so frustrating, because you felt like you had the opportunity to get a little bit of breathing room, just a little bit. He made 2 points I want to get into. Number one, that Jimmy Butler can be your closer. Yeah, he can. Look at the Bucks. When they won their title, Middleton was their essential closer. Yes, Giannis was spectacular. Giannis is their best player. No one's going to doubt that. But when they needed buckets in the half court down the stretch, yeah, Giannis got him some of those buckets, but Middleton was the guy that was facilitating offense for them. I know we've forgotten, it was a long time ago, but that's how they ran their team. When I look at the Warriors, Curry's going to be our driving force. There's no doubt about it. But we could still pick and choose our spots to identify, all right, we got a stop. We're chasing 4 here. We need to get a good bucket. We've taken some erratic threes early in the shot clock. Let's slow things down. Let's get a good look. All right? That's where Jimmy comes into play. And it doesn't mean Jimmy's the one taking the shot. It's just we're going to run it through Jimmy, and I trust him to either get to the free throw line, get a good look, whether it's a shot late in the shot clock or not, or find the open guy.
If you got to win 4 times in 7 games, it can't just be all on 30. Jimmy Butler's going to have to win you a game, or maybe 2, or help someone else that can win you a game. Again, if Butler sees that Quentin Post is on fire, he's going to give him the ball.
He's going to feed him. If
Buddy Hield is making shots, he's going to get him the ball. If Jonathan Kuminga, who did not play well last night, has it going, because I think the Warriors are going to realize their potential, they're going to need every single player to play at their best. If you're trying to win a championship, you're going to have moments where guys that aren't expected step up.
Agreed.
That's why Jimmy Butler doesn't mind not taking an open layup and throwing it to the corner for Gary Payton II. GP2 hit an unbelievably clutch 3 as the shot clock was expiring in the 4th quarter. Did I think it was going in based on his percentage? Maybe not.
No.
But in the playoffs, you're going to need guys like that to hit that kind of shot. And Butler has the faith in his teammates to do it, even if it's not he himself who's scoring. He can create that for others. So I just love the way that he's instilled a lot of confidence in these guys.
The other thing that the caller called in, I think it's Steven in Oakland, you said, and I completely agree with him. I do think they're really one piece away, and that piece to me, if I were just identifying what that piece is for the offseason, it's a bouncy big. I'm talking about someone athletic who can defend at the rim, who's going to rim run and just catch lobs and dunk. Like, think the kid from New Orleans that was supposed to, from Charlotte that was supposed to get traded to the Lakers. Think either Gafford or Lively, who might be available because Dallas feels like they're in a free fall, garage sale. And think like even someone as bad, not as bad, but even someone as mediocre as a Jackson Hayes would be a vital piece to what the Warriors have. You got the grounded big in Looney. Maybe it's TJD, but for right now, I'm going to say it's Looney. You've got Quentin Post, the stretch big. I think you need the bouncy big.
Bouncy big.
That's the way I would describe it. Yeah, like a guy that's going to get up off the ground. You know what I mean? That's going to give them some length. A true, legit 7-foot athlete.
Like in a perfect world, what Trace Jackson Davis could be.
If he was a little bigger and a little taller and actually had hands. I could finish around the rim, right?
Yeah, I mean, that might be the one thing that could combat the rest of these super athletic big teams. But they're going to have to figure out how to work through that regardless.
It would give them another funneler, too, at the rim for some of their deficiencies on the perimeter. Well, especially when you have like someone like Steph out there playing, to have someone that can be like, because Kyrie's benefits from this, having someone that you could funnel that guy to the rim and know that you've got backup there at the rim waiting for someone.
Chris is in Sonoma, wants to talk about the last 48 hours. Chris, how would you sum up the last 2 games for the Golden State Warriors? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I would sum it up as this is the NBA, and a few things about that. Look at the guys that don't play much are very hungry, fighting to keep a roster spot. Every year, most teams turn over, you say maybe 40% of their roster. 8 guys stay, 6 or 7 go to another team. So when people get their opportunity, they're going to play really hard. And, in the NBA, when teams are undermanned, the opponent psychologically is going to let down. That's what the Warriors did the other night. I think against Denver, the only guy who brought it start to finish was Peyton, because he always does. So I would explain it as that's the NBA. Hungry players want to stay in the league. Someone's coming for their job. Last night's game, Warriors sit down their best player, and other guys become monsters and play crazy focused basketball. So that's how I would explain it.
Appreciate the call, Chris.
It was nice to see Podziemski in his first return to action look really good. They needed that jolt. I thought they missed his energy, his rebounding. Like when the guards are rebounding, they're a really good team. It's simple to me because that means they're active and that means they're contesting long shots and there's long rebounds. And Podziemski's a guy that gets a lot of 50-50 balls. Does he drive me crazy when he picks up his dribble in the lane and pivots to no man's land? Yeah. But what I will give him credit for is he's adjusted. I thought he had a couple of finishes with the right hand yesterday in traffic. He had a couple of nice 3 balls. He's much more decisive with the ball in his hands since returning from the other injury, the abdominal one, than he was for the first handful of months of the season. He's really adjusted in season.
Yeah, that first 3 he took and buried was with confidence. And
absolutely.
It was like he hadn't missed 5 games, to be honest. He looked really good. All right, let's squeeze D and San Ramon in before we get to Do You Believe? D, good morning. What's going on?
Oh, thanks for having me on. I want to talk Warriors. I want to talk. My expectation the last few days was they would lose one of the games this homestand. That came true. What people don't realize is the Warriors this year, they may not have it all, but they are going to make some noise. How are they going to do that? Let's look at defense. What happened last night? Draymond. Nobody's been talking this morning about the job that he did on Giannis. He did an excellent job on Giannis. And also the Warriors, Giannis and Leonard, 2 of the best scorers for the 2-man in basketball this year. The Warriors held them way under their average. The Warriors are going to shock the NBA this season and make some noise on their defensive end of the ball. Let's talk about that.
We have.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call. Look, Draymond said something last night about defense, and I've been saving it. We're going to do it a little bit later on, but I will get to my case that I have for Draymond Green because he brought up something. I just want to piggyback on it. But Sam, is now our time where we want to do believe.
Do you believe?
That's the short open.
Okay, I was going to say, so Evan Giddings filling in for Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky, Sam Lemon here. You guys are going to have to help me. I've never played this game before. We're going to do it live.
I'll do
whatever they say.
All
Okay,
right.
all right.
How you doing? It's Joe Shasky here, and I'm running the game show. We're playing America's favorite game. Do you believe that the Warriors can win a championship? We're in a full studio here at the Laughing Monk Studios in downtown San Francisco. Evan Giddings, step on up. You are contestant number 1. For those that are playing along in their cars right now or at home, the number is 888-957-9570. Get in here. Dial it again. One more time. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings, I'll ask you, contestant number 1, step on up. The kid from San Francisco wearing the All-Star cap. Do you believe the Warriors could win a championship?
Okay, first and foremost, that was incredible. I see why you guys love to play this game. And that was awesome. Do I believe they can win a championship? Yes. Yeah, I think they could win the championship. Absolutely. If they don't play the Denver Nuggets.
Please explain.
That's what I believe. What we saw last night is that is a team that is the Warriors' kryptonite. Now, the Warriors may not have to play Denver because I believe the Timberwolves are the Nuggets' kryptonite. And I think if there is a path that plays out that does not include that basketball team, the Warriors absolutely could run the West and win the championship.
That's a great answer. I like it. Well, now we've got a redhead from Concord, California, and he's coming through the door. Sam Lubman. Sam, step right up. Tell everyone, you like long walks on the beach, oatmeal and sausage in the morning. What else?
Oh, Luscious and I like believing in these Warriors. That's what I like to do.
All right, let me do the asking and you do the telling. Okay. Do you believe the Golden State Warriors can win the championship this year?
You know, guys, I said yesterday there are 4 teams that I believe have a legitimate claim to win the championship this year. The Celtics in the East, the Thunder, the Nuggets, and the Warriors in the West. I still stand by that. And the reason why I still stand by this Warriors team, we saw last night. It's Jimmy Butler. Jimmy freaking Butler. We all know that there's another level to his game that he could, flip that switch, as we used to say, once the playoffs come around. And all this talk about, I just want, of Steph saying, I just want meaningful basketball games. Please just give me meaningful basketball games. If we see this man with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green in the playoffs this year, yeah, I think that's another switch that'll be flipped. And if Jimmy and Steph are flipping their switches, Draymond Green's flipping his switch, and you see one switch after another, kind of domino effects. You got a team that is very much ready to elevate its game in the playoffs against a bunch of teams that I don't know if they have that same elevation in them, unless, of course, it's the Denver Nuggets.
Way to take the steering wheel and drive us right off the road, Sam Lubman.
How many switches are at Chase Center?
Well, it's the Drake song. I just flipped the switch.
Okay, I might need a different reference then. No switches there. But yeah, no.
Lots of switches.
There is another level to this team that I expect. And we saw last night, the way that Jimmy Butler could take over games when he needs to. Woo! We've seen it happen in the playoffs a lot. He dragged the Miami Heat to 2 NBA Finals playing like that. When I see him doing that for the Warriors this summer or this spring going into the playoffs, yeah, no, I very much believe.
888-957-9570. We're firing on all cylinders this morning. I'm Joe Shasky in the Laughing Monk Studios, and we're playing America's favorite game. Do you believe that the Warriors can win a championship? Let's go out to a man who lives in Marin County. I think he's a Little League coach. Look is his nickname. Matt Nahigan, step right up. No asking. What's up, buddy?
No one cares about my opinion. I'm going to hit the 925 on the text board.
Oh, yeah.
888-957-9570.
Is that the text line?
For the text board and the call-in. 925 says Buddy Hield's the key. If he's hitting threes, the Warriors can win it all.
Well, there we go. It's unanimous.
From the 415. From what I've seen over the last 48 hours, OKC and Denver are just better teams right now. So I don't think that they can win a championship. Look, those are the two matchups I would not want to see if I'm the Warriors. But could they win a championship? Yes. And I do think that Sam is correct in the sense that the difference now, the different ingredient in the drink, the different little bit of zest in the gumbo pot, it is Jimmy Butler. It is Jimmy.
The zest is cayenne pepper, my friend. And that is a wrap for America's favorite game. Evan, you just won yourself a nice boat.
It was a nice boat. Well, I'll take any kind of boat at this point. Dude, it is
not
cold
the mystery
out there
box
on the water.
boat.
The mystery box is a boat.
Well, the problem is when you win the car, the boat, whatever.
We're just past crabbing season.
You get crushed on the taxes. Crushed.
I'm getting crushed on taxes no matter what.
Trust me, dog. Trust me. I have a big beef right now with the federal government in the state of California.
Oh, it's always about
Especially when I'm driving around and Caltrains is literally ripping up every inch of every road all across the state. It's a nightmare. There's potholes everywhere. It's ridiculous.
I got some streets in my neighborhood if they want to rip up, but that's fine. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Money time!
Do you believe?
Did you like my game show voice?
I did. No, honestly, that was great. And I appreciate you kind of, just hugging me, bringing me into this segment. When did you guys come up with that? Right when Jimmy Butler got here?
Well, me, the boss, Sam, when you got three Mensches just cutting it up.
Spadoni, too.
There's a lot of, Spadoni as well, a lot of brainstorming that goes along. And, it was a cumulus cloud, even though we're Odyssey.
That's a 4. That's a 4. The thing about the Do You Believe game that to me it's, all right, like last night, to me that's a necessary building block towards me believing that they can win a championship. What I mean is this. In the postseason, you're going to have duds. You're going to have games where you're let down. For example, when the Warriors won the championship in 2022, you remember the beatdown on Beale Street against Memphis?
Of course.
You remember they lost by 50 points.
Yeah.
That was a game that is no longer remembered, will never be uttered about again, because it was a part of winning that series. And it was a part about getting to the next in the Western Conference Finals. That was the longest series they had to play. 6-game series, beat Memphis. I know that Ja was hurt, but the point is, you're going to take your lumps in the postseason. You're going to have games where we're going to come in here and overreact and say they can't beat this team, and they stink, and there's no way this team can win a title, and 48 hours later, the team's got to get back up off the campus and go kick the other team's ass.
I view it as simple as this. It's all about adjustments and matchups and coaching strategy. Yes, does having the better players? Yes, players matter. Part of what makes the playoffs and why the Warriors have been so great, they have a list of high IQ players who can adjust to whatever the game strategy is. Hey, we've seen 2 games. Now we see what they like to do, and now we know what they want to do. We know who we can let off the hook on the three-point line, who we have to double, and when we have to double them. See, that's why, to me, look, I get it. Oklahoma City is a great regular season team. I hear everybody on that. But this is also a very young team that has failed to show anyone, because they've only been to the playoffs in one big run, that they can make the necessary adjustments and have the high IQ to be able to perform 7 games after 7 games after 7 games and then get to the finals. That's how it works.
No, I think you're on it. The Warriors Wednesday this is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Let me take it a step further. I look at the Houston Rockets for a long time. Not necessarily the CP3 Rockets, but the Harden Rockets overall.
Yeah.
Great regular season team. When you play them on a one-off, the way that they play, that high pick and roll, they had Capella with the lobs, they had Gordon, they were shooting threes. When they come into your town and you don't really practice for them, you're not really studying, you got a kind of like a scouting report, and you just play them one time. It's tough to adjust to the way Harden wants to play ball, right? And it's tough to adjust to their lobs and their rolls and things like that. When you hunker down against them in a 7-game series and you study them, it's actually a really easy basketball to defend against, because one guy with the ball, dribble. Here comes the high pick, and we've got to figure out how we're going to rotate, whether we're going to hedge, whatever. However we're going to play these pick and rolls. There's 6, 7, 8 different ways that you can play them. It's a lot easier than the read and react system. With the way the Warriors play, though frenetic and it drives me nuts and creates a lot of turnovers, there's not a template to stopping it, because it's kind of, I'm seeing what you're doing, and we're just going to freelance based off that. It's like backyard basketball to a degree. So I view Oklahoma City as your turn, my turn. I've watched them a lot this year. They're a great team. And I think what they do in the regular season presents crazy problems. And I really like the Hartenstein, acquisition for them, because he gives them a ruggedness. But what does he look like in a playoff series when you try to run him off and you're trying to, get him in the action, or get Chet Holmgren in that high pick and roll action? It's the same problem that Jokic has been in the last couple of playoff series. Teams are going to attack him in that high pick and roll, and they're going to wear him down. That's what's kind of, obviously, injuries and things like that for Denver. That's worn them down, and they're perpetually in help defense, Denver. So there's things that teams present during the regular season that when you carry over into a 7-game series, you just can't do all the stuff that really worked and was the key recipe ingredients for regular season success. They're 16-game players. Then there's 82 game players. And sometimes they blend, but I think that there's a lot of teams that, like the Knicks, I don't really trust them in a playoff series. I like them in the regular season. I don't trust Cat.
No, and that's why I said earlier, I think the Warriors are a good team. I don't know yet if they're a great team because the good teams win the game last night. The Knicks have not been able to beat good teams all year.
The Celtics have blown them out, it feels like, in every game.
But the next step is, can the Warriors be a great team? That's what you have to be to win a I would say even to win multiple playoffs.
Yes.
To get to the Final Four, the Western Conference Finals, you have to be a great team. You know, Oklahoma City, to me, they scare me because of how well they defend.
Sure.
Their bucket getters are what they are, but they put clamps on people.
And they've got a lot of guys that can come in and get hot.
Denver is just the fact that based on their size and the amount of physicality that they play with, I think it's a tough matchup for Golden State.
I would agree.
But to Golden State's credit, we've seen them now win by scoring 130. We saw them last night win by preventing Milwaukee from breaking 100. We've seen them win multiple ways. And I do think our caller was asking about Draymond Green. But defensively, down the stretch, Gary Payton II was able to make Damian Lillard's life very difficult. Someone like Draymond Green over the course of the game was able to make Giannis Antetokounmpo's life very difficult. So defensively, they are a different team now with Jimmy Butler. I think they played like a better group because they're a little more heady.
They were, I believe the last game that they won, that they held an opponent under 100, I want to say they were 15-4 at that time. And I think now they're 16-4 when they hold an opponent under 100.
Yeah.
They only have 2 wins when they don't score 100. So it's interesting. But like, OKC, I like the matchup. Acknowledging how great they are, I like the matchup for whatever reason. The Warriors and the pace and the way that those games have played out. Now, granted, 2 of them were without Chet this year. I like the matchup for the Warriors. It's a good matchup. Denver, I can't run away fast enough from that matchup. Aaron Gordon brings the thing that I fear the most, that rugged, I eat offensive glass left and right. I referenced Tristan Thompson the other day. Tristan Thompson destroyed the Warriors. Was not a good player, but he was a constant nuisance, and he would get second possessions, third possessions, fourth possessions. He would end possessions, and I think Aaron Gordon similarly presents the same problem to what the Warriors would face if they go up against them in Denver, and they've got shooters too.
Yeah, I mean, they have struggled to stop the Nuggets, even if the Nuggets aren't hitting threes.
Yes.
But also the Warriors are a team that, they didn't shoot it particularly great last night from three-point. They haven't been a great, I don't think that they're a great three-point shooting team. I don't even know if they're a good three-point shooting team.
Who's a good three-point shooter on the team?
Steph, Buddy, and QP. I mean, Moses has been a better three-point shooter.
Agree.
But he still has games like last night where he'll go 1 for 5.
And I think he hit 1-3 late in the Denver game, which the game was already decided. So no, you're right. Kuminga's not a good three-point shooter. Butler's not.
I should say Moody is a solid three-point shooter, but Buddy's the streaky one.
100%. And he drives us all crazy. I think the guy with the second best form on the team is Quentin Post. That doesn't mean he's the second best shooter, but I think
he is.
His form is beautiful. I love his form. And I think you need to stay committed to playing him. I just view the regular season and the playoffs very, very different. There are some things that translate over, but there are certain teams, like great example, Rudy Gobert is great in the regular season, but when you can key on them and you can wear him down, you can play him off the floor in a playoff series.
But I think that's also, he's a matchup-based player.
Yes.
He perform. I think outside of Wembanyama, and this might sound crazy, I think he defends Jokic better than anyone I've seen.
Gobert?
Yes.
aside from Wembanyama.
I think Gobert is actually, we've criminally underrated how good he is because we hate on him so much.
And as much as, yeah, like you put him in action, you bring him out the perimeter, he's going to tap dance.
Yes.
But the fact that he can make life hell for the best player in the world means that he does something that's valuable. Like the Warriors, they don't have a Gobert to throw at a Jokic. Now, Gobert's going to get you hurt against other teams, and that's why I wouldn't want to pay him $40 million. But that's why the Warriors, what they've been able to do defensively for so long, has the linchpin of that has been Draymond Green.
Sure.
That's what we saw last night. And that's why I think that defensively, they still, alongside with Butler now, though Butler isn't laterally as quick as he used to be, as good of an on-ball defender, they now have two center fielders. And if Moody continues to play at this high level, Gary Payton II's been closing now, I think more so because of what he does on defense than on offense. that's a pretty good defensive lineup. And they've proved to me that they can get enough stops. Like, if they can get into a 2-minute game against a team, it's a one-possession game. For the last couple of years, I would say, oh, God, well, I hope that they can pull this one out.
That's exactly the way I would feel.
Now it feels like, all right, they're going to figure out a way to get this game.
Yeah.
They're going to figure out a way to close this game.
Well, and I think that's where the offensive philosophy of being a little more methodical has to take count. Like, I think the best sequence of a closing stretch was those 2 games where they ran a bunch of 3-man action between Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy Butler. Wouldn't you agree that the kind of like running plays for Draymond out of the mid block with those 2 as the split action, or Jimmy on the block and Draymond and Steph as the split action? That's when they're at their best in the closing lineups.
I'm with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky here on The Roast. Interesting question from Hefe. If you remove Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, the Warriors are at their best when blank. Which player is playing their best basketball? So you remove the big 3. They're at their best when blank player is playing their best basketball.
Are we talking about this stretch or?
Yeah, like the team is currently constructed.
Feels like Podziemski. Because like when he plays well, or maybe Buddy, I just feel like Podziemski does a little more all around for others, not just himself. But when he's playing, like when Podziemski scores 16 or more, it feels like they're unbeatable. But I can say the same argument for like 18 or more for Buddy. So it's one of those 2 for me.
I'm going to cheat a little bit because there's a stat that kind of backs me up.
What's that?
Moses Moody.
Okay, what is it?
They're 19-2 when he starts.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean he's playing well.
No, but when he's playing at his best, I think he kind of is the identity that I think Steve Kerr is going for, which is two-way basketball.
Yes.
Podziemski's a part of that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But to me, Moody, since he has usually the primary assignment of the best perimeter player on the other team, if he's able to keep that guy in check, I think it just makes it so much easier on everyone else. And he's now, even though, like last night he didn't shoot it very well.
No, but he's moving without the ball really well.
He knows himself at such a young age better than a lot of other players, to the point where if he's not making threes, he won't continue to jack it up unless he has to shoot. And he's been more of a 2 for 5 type of 3-point shooter, a 3 for 6 or 3 for 7, as opposed to Buddy Hield, who's 1 for 9 or 6 for 9. And those 6 for 9s, you're going to win. But I need a guy that I can rely on to hit the shots when they're there. And I just feel like Moses Moody, when he's played at his best, outside of the big three, that's when the Warriors are playing the best basketball.
The last 5 or 6 games, I've really noticed it. He is cutting underneath the hoop and getting easy little layups or fouls and going to the free throw line with Jimmy Butler. Every time Jimmy's ISO'd, I call it the Patrick Ewing Hakeem area, where he's out beyond the block, but he's not in the corner 3 area. He'll have it, the shot clock's winding down, and Jimmy's kind of doing his triple threat thing. Boom, Moody will cut underneath the basket, and Jimmy will find him every single time. I really love the way he's cutting to the basket.
This is from the 408. Shout out to the GP2, or as Goose says, GP3. That's true. Although he's been knocking down threes.
He's played phenomenal for a month.
He has. And most importantly, he's stayed healthy.
Yeah.
He's been able to stay on the floor, which has always been a problem for him. But Gary's improved his 3-point shot so much. There was a stat put out there that he's 46% from 3 his last 10 games. He won't be one of our top 3 points guys, but man, him knocking out threes is incredible, and other teams will need to respect his shot. I don't know if any team will ever respect his shot, but he's a swing guy. Same with Draymond Green. If Draymond and Gary are hitting threes, now this becomes a team that's very difficult to beat.
The name we haven't brought up, and I feel like he's going to come around. I know everybody's waiting to crush him. Kuminga. Trust me, I know he just got back from the injury. He was out 2 months. But if Kuminga can just continue to play good defense, I think he's rebounding better. I'm noticing him rebounding better. He's making a concerted effort. I've seen him box out. He's coming over to help out. Offensively, it's a little clunky. It's undeniable. I think we have to be patient with Kuminga. It's going to come around. He's going to get his opportunity. I don't know if he'll be needed or required to score 20+, but I think the offensive fluidity is going to come with time. And Kuminga's a guy that, if he could just continue to kind of chip away and get a little better, a little more comfortable, a little more healthy, get his legs underneath him, I just think we all have to be patient with Kuminga. I know he's a lightning rod.
888-957-9570 is the number. Outside of the big three, Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, the Warriors are at the best when who is playing their best basketball? A lot of people are chiming in with Buddy Hield just because he's been such a firecracker. Like,
yes.
If he scores more than 15 points, they're winning in like a 90% clip. I think the point is they have so many of those swing guys that are playing more consistently well that it makes it easier to envision, okay, so Buddy's off tonight. That's fine. Doesn't have to play as much. Moody's shooting it well tonight. Last night, Moody didn't shoot it well, but Buddy was awesome and helped them get back and stabilize that game in the third and fourth quarter. Okay, Kuminga's not playing well. That's fine. Gary Payton II can play big minutes in the fourth quarter. They have a lot of different answers where it felt like before the trade deadline, we're just asking questions about the guys 1 through 15.
I'm telling you, man, living on the razor's edge with Buddy Hield is terrifying. It's he's one of the scariest players in sports. It's got like a Jimmy O no feel to it.
God, I do.
Am I wrong?
I got a soft spot for him, though, man.
No, he tries really hard. I want him to be good, and clearly Steph likes him. But
they all love him.
He's erratic. How else can you describe him?
Ever since he was in college, I don't know. Like I got a soft spot for the shooters, man. It's just because when they get hot, it's so pretty, and when it's not going in, actually, like against, I think it might have been Denver, he hit the side of the backboard,
bro.
And I don't think anybody caught it because it ended up being an offensive rebound and putback. But as much as you're going to get the transition triple where he gets nothing but net, you might find one where he hits the side of the backboard.
Was it Dame or Gary Trent? Somebody hit foam last night. It goes right to Pods. He goes to lead the break, and he just crashes into Quentin Post. And then Giannis gets the ball, and then a dunk and one. And it's like some of those horrific misses are just, they're negated because you're seeing a play happen. But I thought that Jimmy lost his mind on Buddy at the end of the third quarter in the Nugget game. He's like, you got to shoot that ball, dude. Like, you got to be decisive and shoot it. I love the way Butler he's blunt. He's to the point. He gets right to someone.
Yeah, and it's not anything personal. Like, he also kind of lost it on Kuminga last night.
Rightfully.
He went right at him. And I think it was more so about, it's like you can live with the physical mistakes. This is across sports. You can live with the physical mistakes. The mental mistake of committing the flagrant foul when you have, like, that's something that costs you literally 4 points because they got 2 free throws and the basket after. So you can live with the physical mistakes, but the mental ones, that's where I think someone like Butler just gets absolutely infuriated.
No doubt. And I keep coming back to, like, I'm patient on Kuminga. I know he's a lightning rod. The area I want to see him improve on, if they're gonna keep doing this, which is throw him the ball in the block, his back to the basket game has got to be more refined. Otherwise, they need to scrap that and run more high pick and roll for him, because it's him settling for in the lane contested fadeaway jumpers it's not cracking right now for him. That's not in his bag.
I do want to explore that, and again, coming up in about a half hour, we have Anthony Slater of The Athletic. We can talk with him about Kuminga, along with everything else that's going well for the Golden State Warriors, but I do want to take some time to explore that. Right now, it's time for our injury report.
Ow! Ow!
All right, good news all around. This one from the Diamond. An MRI revealed no structural damage in Jung-Hoo Lee's back after experiencing spasms earlier in the week. The hope is that Lee can be back on the field for the Giants as soon as Friday. He has not suited up for a spring training game since March 13th. So, Jung-Hoo Lee, good news.
I mean, good news in the sense that it's not horrific news.
Yeah.
But it's still not great.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's still a back injury. And then we're not even into the...
What did he play, 43 games last year? 43, I think it was?
37.
37, there you go. Thank you.
It was a shoulder or a labrum or what?
No, it was the 17 walls he crashed into.
Well, maybe we need to put him in left. I don't know.
There's still walls in left.
That's a good point, Sam. The Injury Report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you, WC in San Leandro. I see you, Fernando in Sacramento. We're taking your calls on the other side. Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, throw them out. The Warriors are at the best when who is playing their best basketball for the Golden State Warriors? That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. We're back after this on the Morning Roast. And we're having a lot of fun. Halfway home, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. We got Anthony Slater of The Athletic coming up in a half an hour. We've already done a couple of game shows. We got people calling in. I just think people are excited about the Warriors getting back up off the canvas and kind of washing the taste of Denver out of their mouth. Shasky.
They needed that win in the worst way. It's not even up for debate. And the fact that they won without Curry, the way that they did, Jimmy showing out the way that he did, Podziemski in his first game back playing that way, it was a big team win. Forget the standings for just a second, because we know how important every win is for the standings and how big every loss is. You can go from the 3 seed, 4 seed, 5 seed, down to like the 7 or 8 seed. Anyone. I'm not just talking about the Warriors. Anyone can. And we know the Clippers are right on their heels. We know the Timberwolves are right on their heels. For the morale and the spirit of the team, you just got to keep the positivity going. And I think that they washed away that win. And I'm actually glad they played the very next night. Yeah. Sometimes when you let that thing fester, the longer it goes, it can become a thing. And I'm glad that they got that out of their mouth. And then boom, now we can get ready for the Raptors.
Yeah, they're actually like 7-5 in tail end of back-to-back games this season.
That is surprising.
And Steph hasn't played in a couple of them. Did not play last night. I mean, to me, the biggest takeaways from that game is that Jimmy Butler is as advertised. You traded as much for him to help you in the postseason as you did for a game like last night where you're missing your number one.
Yeah.
Because you have a co-star. That's the whole point. They've talked about this guy being a superstar. Someone that can elevate others when Steph is on the floor, and someone, clearly, when Steph is not playing, that can do it as well. Secondly, I think Draymond Green, we've talked about how Steph, his numbers over the last, 16, 17 games have been awesome with Jimmy, right? I think it's, to me, because he feels the energy of meaningful basketball. There's a potential for this team to do something special, whatever you want to quantify it as. I also think when Draymond Green senses that, that's when he can bring a defensive level to the field of play that even at age 35, I didn't think he was still able to do that. What he did last night was completely neutralize one of the most dominant forces in the game. And that also gives me hope that they can make a run in the postseason. And then I would say, finally, everyone else around them, the younger players, some were up, some were down, but they figured it out, and they basically just took the leadership, I thought, from Jimmy Butler in that game. So, they had to win it. They would be in 8th place right now if they didn't. But to me, those two guys, Jimmy and Draymond, are the reason why they won last night.
Front runner is going to be a strong, it's too strong for this particular conversation. But people used to get mad at Barry Bonds because he wouldn't run out a grounder. They'd lose their minds. And he's like, look, man, I pick and choose my spots. Right? If you want to play every day, you have to pick and choose your spots. Don Nelson, and I was talking with Steiny about this guy. In a lost season, he would kind of mail it in. He'd pick and choose his spots, right? Not everyone is try-hard guy. Not everyone's Peyton Pritchard.
Well, I mean, Draymond, I don't think he tried hard against Denver because the big boys weren't in. He tried hard last night.
Draymond's told us, I don't get up for March when my team is a championship contender team. But I do believe that he senses how real this is right now, and you could see it. I'll take it a step further. And I know you have some defensive thoughts on Draymond. I think this is the best two-way Draymond we've seen since 2016. The last month and a half, 2 months of basketball offensively for him have been on par with what we saw going back to 2016, if not better than anything since, I guess. Because 2016, he was so confident, and he just felt like a totally different player pre-shoulder injuries. Offensively, him taking the midi, him taking those three-point shots, the floor opens up for him as a passer. And I do think it fuels him as a defensive player. How many shots has he blocked from the three-point land in the last 2 weeks? He's active. It's not just around the rim.
And it's crazy. He's in year 13 and he is age 35. And you're saying he might be playing his best defense in the year that they won 73 games.
No, defense and offense.
A two-way player.
I think as a two-way player. He might have had better individual stretches for multiple months defensively. I think offensively and defensively, this is the best we've seen him in terms of both ends of the floor since 2016. His assist-to-turnover ratio is good. His scoring is good. And to me, it's where he's scoring. At the rim. The midi floaters, which he was refusing to square up to the hoop, shooting the corner three, shooting the top of the key three. He knows he needs to take those. And I think in years past, he's passed a lot of those up.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni. He'll be back tomorrow, under the weather today. Joe Shasky holding it down as always. Let's get out to San Leandro. Talk to WC. WC, good morning. What's going on?
What's up? What's up? So you want to know who I'd put in if you got everybody else, the starters out?
Yeah, talk to me.
I put Paz in because you always go to the bench for momentum. And he's going to push the ball. He's going to make the offense go. You know, the Warriors move quick without the ball. So once that starts happening, it creates space even for himself. You got that little floater he be doing. So I think he's the key, you know. And of course, I'm liking Post coming in and can, you know, a 7-footer shooting a J. But imagine if he went inside a little bit. We've seen a little of that. So I think you know, the Warriors are there because they're not going to show you their hand. It's like playing poker. Why show the big 3s and 4s what's going on like Denver? I mean, why play that? You know, let's wait until the dance because I don't want you to see my chess pieces, you know?
I got you, WC.
I know, like, there's that strategy but they're pretty sophisticated. They've got film of you versus other teams.
You can't hide who you are.
Exactly. Now, here's one thing that I don't think as a station, as a fan base, we've talked enough about. Like, if you look at Mike Dunleavy's acquisition, Butler's going to be at the top of the list, right? Everyone's going to point to Butler. Dude, Quentin Post is a great draft pick. Even if this is the high water mark for Quentin Post, it's still better than the Alan Smailagic pick. I'm just using that as an example.
No, I'm smiling. Yeah.
Better than the Jordan Bell pick.
Yeah.
You know, Jordan Bell was all over the place, okay? We wanted it to work. He was all over the place. Podziemski has bounced back in year 2. He had some sophomore struggles. It was not looking good. He had the abdominal injury. He sat for 11, 12 games. And since coming back, he's finished around the rim like what we saw last year with a lot of different lefty, righty, you know, off foot, whatever. He's shooting the 3 a little better. And to me, it looks better. He's way more decisive. He's not just picking up his dribble. He's playing tenacious defense, even though I think he's limited defensively. He's not arguing for calls as much because things are going his way, but it does bug me that a second-year player puts his arms out and complains as much as he does.
A lot of the young guys do that.
A lot of young guys.
I don't know if they're just taking the, you know.
It's a culture. It's not him. It's a culture of people complaining, and I'm over it. But Quentin Post looks good. Pods looks good. The Moody extension, quietly, is great bang for the buck.
Oh, he's starting.
Look at some of the contracts that get handed out to some of these players. Like, who's the guy I always joke around? Emmanuel Quickley. Emmanuel Quickley can walk in here, shake all of our hands, and tell us he's Emmanuel Quickley, and no one would know who he is. He's making like $50 million a year.
Yeah.
It's crazy money. Moody's on a bargain deal, and he's been awesome, playing the best ball of his career. So I think, like, all the pieces Dunleavy's put together are now really fitting. And then you get the wild card in Buddy Hield. Like, and I'm not trying to. This is gonna sound like I'm being sacrilegious. I'm not trying to backhand compliment anyone. I'm trying to elevate Buddy. When Buddy is hitting shots, he's like a bargain bin Walmart version of whatever Klay Thompson was in 2022.
Depends on what you think of Walmart.
I'm not dogging at all. I'm not saying he's a border Hall. I'm not disrespecting a Hall of Famer. I'm saying he's giving me the spacing and the quick release and the hustle on defense that I was getting some version, again, a Walmart version of what Klay was giving me. So they've got a nice little squad here. The pieces are fitting.
Well, do you remember when Kerr said this?
Steph told me he's one of his favorite teammates of all time. Buddy is that just the joy that he brings, the laughter, the upbeat nature, regardless of how things are going, whether he's making shots or missing shots, he's always in a good mood, and that stuff is crucial in a long season in the locker room. You need guys like that, and so everybody loves Buddy. He's just a wonderful, wonderful person.
Somebody said in our YouTube chat earlier, Buddy Hield is like the Jameis Winston of the NBA.
That's an interesting comp. I think Winston's pretty well liked by his teammates, right?
Beloved.
Then yeah, I think that's fair because that's Buddy Hield. Like Buddy Hield is maddening to watch as a fan, but I think he's the perfect teammate because he's the same guy that you can chew his head off, like we saw Butler just rip into him against the Denver game. But he's the kind of guy that goes in the locker room as the same happy-go-lucky, just like aloof kind of character that keeps everything light. In a way, I mean, this might be a little bit of a stretch, but I think that you can make a case that Buddy Hield during the Warriors' 2 months of just, disgusting basketball might have been the glue of that locker room, because while he was struggling and was stinky for the most part, he's also the guy that is so carefree that he's the reminder that, hey, look, even Buddy, who's been this bad for 2 months, is still having fun playing basketball. I think that's the reason why they talked about the vibes being as immaculate as they were, even though they couldn't win a game.
Look, every time they go to a commercial break and Steph's on the bench already, him and Buddy are smiling and they're chopping it up and they're doing this. And look, for the fan base, he drives us crazy. He does. He just drives us crazy. And clearly Steph loves him. And I think Draymond is driven crazy by him at times. I think Jimmy's been driven crazy by him at times. But it's not for a lack of trying or effort or care. He's just erratic. He's all over the place. Kind of like Jameis Winston.
Yeah, he's throwing the ball to his team. He's also throwing the ball to his other team.
Somebody's calling him bootleg Buddy. And now that kind of brings me to my Clay analogy that I was trying to so eloquently put. One of my favorite movies of all time is Goodfellas. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
It's a classic, right?
Of course.
Back in the day, and you're too young for this, but back in the day, you take the streetcar down to, Union Square, and you'd get off at Montgomery Street Station or Powell Street Station, and you'd walk up, and there used to be people selling bootleg DVDs and VHSs. And when I mean bootleg, I don't mean knockoff. It's nowadays you could, you can get a burned, streamed site or something like that. And the quality of the product still in 4K or whatever. No. Back in the day, they used to have people in the movie theater filming the movie in the movie theater. And if people were getting up, you'd see them walking around. Do you ever seen one of those videos?
I don't think so.
You've never seen that?
I saw Shutter Island that way.
Exactly.
Oh.
And so literally they would bring a camera in and you would be filming the video inside the movie theater. And if people were getting up, go to the bathroom, get popcorn, they'd be
bootleg guys.
That's called film pirating. Is the
film pirating?
Yes.
That's the Buddy Hield to the Klay Thompson. If Klay is Goodfellas, an all-time legendary movie, Buddy's the bootleg version of that. Sometimes people are getting up. Sometimes it's out of focus. Sometimes it's so dark on the screen, you can't even really make out what's happening. But there's a version of the movie that you like that's on there. It's just nowhere near as good as the original.
Klay Thompson's Blu-ray and Buddy's VHS.
I don't even think he's VHS. He's VHS dubbed off VHS, dubbed off VHS.
I like that. Shout out, by the way, to those watching on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. It's also a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Now I got it. You never bought one of those CDs, one of those DVDs, one of those VHSs?
On the corner?
Yeah, getting peddled by somebody.
No, but I got lucky that it never turned into one that was literally someone with a handheld.
Dude, we've all accidentally bought one of those.
Gun-looking camera that was picking up the first 30 minutes of Goodfellas and then staring at some chick in the second row.
Dude, $5, $10, those were the rack. These guys, I'm telling you, they used to sell their CDs. They try to sell you some, bunk weed, and then they try to sell you the bootleg DVDs. There'd be crates of them, dude. We're going back to the OOs.
No, Blockbuster is probably the closest thing that I could find. People just outside selling the re-releases of everything inside.
Well, we had a family problem where we didn't return our Blockbuster video games, movies, whatever on time. And then they leave a message on my mom's answering machine. It's now yours and you owe us $50.
Wait, that's a thing?
Oh, yeah.
If you just didn't return, they would just give it to you
they'd call it. Well, no, they would charge you the full amount or whatever it was, plus all the late fees. And they say, yeah, it's yours.
Yeah, depending on the game, that might not be a bad deal.
Well, it's the same thing. The library, if you take a book, you don't return it for a year. They just charge you for the book. You don't actually have to bring it back. Same thing. All right. Let's go to Fernando in Sacramento. Fernando's been hanging on
patiently. What's up, Fernando?
What up, Nando?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? Good morning. Hey, so you said who's the third best player on the floor without the big three? You answered Moody. No, I actually think Moody's the fourth best player on the team. He does everything right. His energy is high. He plays both ways.
I like it.
And I actually think Pods is the best player when the big three are out. I'm not sure if you guys really remember, but he sent out that tweet on IG, I think his rookie year, on how he became a starter on the Warriors. he has that confidence in, and especially when Steph is not on the floor, he knows this is time to shine. He elevates his game almost every single time. You just see it in his eyes. You know, I can't remember which championship run it was, but there was a bunch of games when it was 2 minutes left, maybe 5 points within range, but they always find a way to pull it away every single time. I'm seeing it again.
Are you calling us from the floor of the ocean?
I'm sorry?
Are you calling us from the ocean? You sound like you're hanging out with Nemo.
I'm sorry. No, I'm in Sacramento. But
You got to go.
Oh, my God. Yeah, sorry.
You got to go.
No, please call in next time. Use a Bluetooth.
I'm with him on Pods. I think because Pods does so many little things for this team, and I think that his energy level is a very consistent thing, whether he's shooting well or not, and his ability to pass it forward. And we know that Steph, on ball, it drains him. So to have a secondary playmaker alongside of him is really, really important. And I think that Pods does a lot of really good things. Is he frustrating? Sure. You know, I think a lot of the role players are frustrating. That's why they're role players and not stars. Star players are infinitely more consistent.
I mean, but that's what you need, though. You need players that are going to step in, and I would say for the most part, know what you're going to expect. Players are going to have bad games. Like, for example, part of this question, and we're asking, if you remove Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, the Warriors are at their best when so-and-so, which player plays their best basketball? We've heard Pods. My answer would be Moody. You were Podziemski, right?
I went Podziemski.
Yeah, Podziemski. To me, someone like Kuminga, it's too hard to answer the question right now because we're talking about this team. I've only seen him for 3 games on this team. His best that he's played was against Sacramento.
Is he the biggest wild card, though?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. He's the biggest swing player because, like last night, I thought that would be a good matchup for him because Milwaukee's a team that doesn't have a lot of interior defense.
Yeah.
Is a team that plays a little bit frenetically, gets up and down, but JK just didn't have a good game.
Well, they were utilizing him again. They kept throwing it to him in the block with his back to the basket. It's just that's not what he's strong at right now.
No.
It's an area of weakness, and so I think stylistically, it is up to Kerr and the staff to find some adjustments and some places on the floor and plays for Kuminga that really accentuate what he brings to the table. Case in point, like in the NFL, I wouldn't have Jacob Cowing back in the middle of the 90s run across the middle with Ronnie Lott waiting to blast him. You know what I mean? Like, I know that's probably not where he excels. You know, like I'm going to use Deshaun Jackson on go routes. You know, I'm not going to use him, in between the tackles. And same thing with Jonathan Kuminga. Right now, throwing him the ball at the block is a net negative. There's not a lot of movement. There's not a lot of shooters in the different lineup combinations around him. He needs to be utilized in a way where he's got space to operate, shooters around him so that they pull those players out of the key so that he can attack the glass. Right now, they're just pounding the paint, okay? And they're forcing him to crash into people, and he's getting stripped. He's not getting calls. Like, they need to accentuate what he does well. And I think now it's not only on the player, it's on the staff to kind of figure it out.
No, I thought he was a little rushed last night, too. I mean, clearly he was frustrated. I mean, he was committed a flagrant foul and then had to turn over the next play. Like, those are the ones you'd like to avoid. But, overall, it's hard for me to judge where he's at because he missed 31 games. And I don't think that he's someone, like, his role is going to be drastically different on this version of the Warriors, I think, than the version that he was playing on before. One of the reasons I also thought that, last night would be a good matchup is because Kuminga also quietly kind of played better when Steph wasn't in the game.
That's a good point.
And when Steph had missed some games, I mean, he's a big reason why the Warriors before last night were 6-3 with Curry out. So I think Kuminga still has obviously a place on this team. I think he's going to help this group down the line, but clearly it's going to take somewhat of an adjustment period. And I hope that the Warriors can continue to win games in addition to getting him integrated. Because I think at some point they're going to need him.
There's no doubt they're going to need him. I'm pulling for the kid to have a stretch where he can endear himself, not just to the fan base, but to the locker room a little. This is why I'm needed on this team. They needs that sense of empowerment. Did Wiggins ever truly feel a part of the team until that run in the playoffs? Galvanized by the whole team.
Well, he had the benefit of playing during a lost season.
That's true.
So he kind of got to come in.
But Oubre was better than him that year. That's a sentence. But I was taking calls. We did polls.
Oh my gosh.
Oubre or Wiggins. We did poll. People hammered they were hitting the Oubre button. People, I know it's crazy to remember. Until the very end of that season, people wanted Oubre over Wiggins.
But I think that if they, for example, they had just traded for Kuminga and dropped him onto a team that was ready to win, or pardon me, traded for Wiggins and dropped him onto a team that was ready to win.
The scrutiny would have been through the roof.
I don't know if it would have gone as well.
That's a great point.
Immediately. It took him time. And that's why I think it's going to take Kuminga time. And so I'm not here to kill the kid. Like, he didn't play well last night.
Yeah, but it's also not. But Evan, I think where I get frustrated is every possession is not a referendum on can you play basketball. We did this with Jordan Poole. Like, oh, see this possession right here, he sucks. Well, wait a minute. Well, what about the closeout at the end of the third quarter to basically block a shot and get them, multiple stops in a row, and then he gets to the free throw line, hits 2 free throws. Let's not he didn't play great last night, but it's not like he's bringing things to the table. Like he's a complete net loss no matter what. He doesn't do anything well. He does provide things, and I think where I get frustrated is we won't even allow the body of work to settle in. We're making referendums on if a guy can play or not based off individual plays. And to me, that's not how you judge basketball players.
Well, that's why I'm glad that they won the game last night, because people would have been lined up to kill him today. And to me, that would have been unfair.
It's so crazy. Third game back. He missed 2 months.
Yeah, exactly. And Kerr said it. He's still trying to get his sea legs under him. And look, if he continues to play like this over an extended period of time, there's certainly a conversation to be had. But
it's clunky. We can acknowledge it. Both can be true.
No doubt.
Patience and clunky, but keep going.
I don't know. I was just going to say we're going to talk to Anthony Slater in about 5 minutes here, coming up at 8:30 from The Athletic, so we can get into a whole host of things. I do want to squeeze Bobby in Los Altos in before the break, though. Bobby, what's going on? Good morning.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Listen, I got a ton of, brilliant insights about last night's game, but I also want to talk about Jimmy Butler. But first of all, let me say this. I think the MVP of that game was Draymond. I think he won us the game with that defense, more so than any sort of offensive production that we saw from other players. Draymond was absolutely the MVP. If you recall, honestly, it was the most terrifying thing I think I've seen this NBA season. But when Giannis tried to commit homicide on Guy Santos, late in the third quarter, he did some spin. Honestly, I really give a lot of respect to Kuminga for even trying to put his body in there and foul him. But that was violent. And the fact that, that happened to Guy Santos, that didn't happen to Draymond. I feel like he really obviously checked Giannis and won us the game. If there's any player, honestly, when Pods made that second three-pointer at the end of the game, if there's any player on the team that I think would be brash enough or maybe disrespectful enough to do the night-night, I was like, after he made that shot, I was like, please don't do the night-night. So I'm glad he had a little bit of composure, because of any player, I feel like he would be the one that would try that. And then Jimmy Butler, look, I've called you guys and told you I don't like him. I don't like who he is and the trouble that he creates for every organization. But I got to tell you, man, not only, of course he's a great player, but his eloquence and his post-game interviews after the loss,
he's so cerebral,
so measured. And then last night it was so measured. And I don't know if you guys caught this, because you might have gone to bed because you wake up at 2 a.m. But he said, we love it when Buddy makes shots, because when Buddy makes shots, he plays defense. So he was just giving shade to Buddy on a post-game interview, and I just love that about him, that he's going to call people out. Obviously, his effort is there, and he's spot on, man. Buddy Hield, if he's not making shots, he is completely disengaged with playing any defense. So I'm glad he said that, and I hope it resonates, and I hope Buddy heard that. So, Jimmy, I still don't like you, but, man, how can I not respect you?
Good call, Bobby. Thanks, buddy. We're up against it. Anthony Slater coming on.
Yep.
I can't wait to talk to him.
No doubt.
Warrior Insider.
It's also a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live work and vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. You heard it. Anthony Slater coming up next on The Game. Brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Giddings in for Spadoni. Joe Shasky here. We're back after this on The Roast.
might be suggestible.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Spadoni is going to be back tomorrow. Feeling a little bit under the weather. Evan Giddings sitting in for him here on the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky. Just breaking down the Golden State Warriors, who bounced back last night after getting drubbed by Denver's backups. They get back in the win column against a full-fledged Milwaukee squad. Draymond Green puts his name in the DPOY hat. Jimmy Butler has his game with no Steph Curry. And in a moment, we're going to break it down with Anthony Slater of The Athletic. But, Shasky, it just kind of has me thinking, we're getting into before, which players need to play best. And, the Warriors right now, what I like about this team is it feels like it could be anyone's night. And the fact that they did it without Steph, it was the first time that we'd seen Jimmy on the floor without Curry. And he could summon that. It feeds into the idea that this could be a very scary team. I'm not sure how it's going to turn out, but man, they're cooking with something special.
They just got to get into the playoffs, and then everyone will take a deep breath. And then it's like, all right, matchup dependent, right? There's just so much woulda, coulda, shoulda. You lose last night, you could fall down to the 8-9 spot. Right. And then, or 7-8 spot, excuse me. And now we're looking up and now we're clawing and fighting. And then it's like, you got no breathing room. So they got to keep winning.
And who better to break it down with than Anthony Slater, who joins us right now, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Slater, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Oh, what's up, fellas?
Not much, just enjoying a very different looking Warriors team after last night. We've been asking a lot of people this, and I'm curious to get your thoughts. If you had to sum up the last 2 days, because I think a lot of people had these two games circled as a tough back-to-back, quality opponents, perhaps the biggest test they've faced so far in the Jimmy Butler era. How would you sum up the last 48 hours?
It's a reasonable result. It obviously feels a little flipped on what you might expect, but to me, it kept them in pole position for the 6th, but it probably, I don't want to say eliminated their ability to climb up, because I do think Memphis is still a target, but it certainly, in my opinion, it limited them from getting past Denver and probably, past a couple teams up there. So kind of limited their ceiling a little bit. They could be sitting here at 9 in a row if you just beat a Denver team without Jokic and Murray. And with an ability to climb past Denver. But you no longer have that, so I would say that's kind of a negative from them the last couple of days.
Well, winning without Steph Curry is great, but there's also the question of what's going on with Steph, right? And I understand that this was part mental as well. We all watched the other day, like, oh my God, he tweaked his back in pre-games, and then all of a sudden he's wearing like some sort of a back wrap thingy. What's going on physically with Steph Curry currently?
37. Back's bothering him a bit. He's obviously had knee tendonitis this year. He's tweaked an ankle. Remember that happened recently.
It's true.
It's just, he's accumulating bumps and bruises over the course of a season. It's weird. Remember the 22 title year? Mm-hmm. One of the most underrated aspects, I believe, of that run was he hurt his foot in March. Marcus Smart landed on him weird. He missed the last month. He comes off the bench, right?
No, Marcus Smart didn't land on it. He crashed into him and almost blew his leg off.
There you go. You can have that description regardless of what happened. He missed the last month. In retrospect, in Steve Kerr's telling, even like that month away was like really good, refreshing the body. You don't want him going, hectic to try to chase. It's why when they went 12-3 earlier this season, it was like, oh man, they're probably not going to have, play-in drama this year. That should help them late in the year to rest. Obviously, that's not the case. This has been kind of a winding season, but they found a chance to spot rest him last night. I think that'll help. But the reality is he has a marathon ahead of him if they're really going to make a deep run. And that's tough on not only his body. Jimmy Butler's 35, Draymond Green's 35. So that is what makes me the most skeptical of the idea that they're now, a true title contender is just the age and accumulation that is ahead for really, a 2-month sprint if you're really going to get into June.
Anthony Slater joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. A few days ago, Jimmy Butler told you, in fact, that you would know when it's his time to score, to kind of take over. And last night, he obviously had to do that with Steph Curry being out. I guess how impressed were you with, I don't know if you want to call it a Jimmy game, but certainly one that he had his fingerprints all over, one that was slipping, and it felt like he reeled it back in. What did you make of Jimmy's performance last night?
It's just he's a really interesting scorer to watch, especially right now, because I think we'd all agree he just doesn't really trust his jumper, right? I mean, I don't even know what he is from three with the Warriors, but it's not good.
Yeah.
The mid-ranger hasn't been there like you've seen, at past points of his career. You can tell he's really kind of, in many ways, trying to find his offensive game. But within him finding his offensive game, he's just able to just will himself to 24 points last night. Very creative foul drawer. And I think that's those type of players have ticked Warriors fans off in the past because, the Warriors don't necessarily have them. But I'm sure they're enjoying the way Jimmy's been doing it last night. He flips the game last night by kind of, baiting 2 3-point foul calls for a guy who's not hitting threes at all. He just, the way he crashes into guys on the baseline and his physicality almost forces the whistle. And it's just he is the leading scorer of the game last night, even though I think if you talk to him post game, it's not like he's feeling good about his scoring right now. It feels like he's out of rhythm, but still he just knows how to figure it out really.
Well, I think it's really difficult too for him. You just got put on this team with an all-time great player, and you don't want to let me take the reins. But I do believe if you look at the last 2 games, they were way too frenetic and careless in the Denver game, closing things out. And I love the methodical way they brought the ball up the floor and were just more deliberate in the half court, not having Steph last night. How do they blend the 2 styles so that we can accentuate what both do really, really well?
You kind of got to lean into, what's working at the moment. If you're facing a Kings team that is just springing leaks everywhere, then use the chaos, use Steph. If Steph's really hot like he was in Orlando, and remember Butler was really cold that night, do your thing, Steph. But, if it's a close game, if it's a tight game, if they're throwing the ball around the gym like they were against Denver, they need to throttle it back. If there's possession, certainly during the minutes when Curry's on the bench, it does need to be more methodical. I think they need to obviously, and you'll probably ask me about it, but they need to find a smoother way to integrate Jonathan Kuminga into the situation. He's clearly their third best scorer. He's got to, go ahead.
Well, let's talk about that. I'm as high on JK as anybody, but I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish right now. His back to the basket game is not his bread and butter. In fact, I think it's one of the weaknesses of his game, and I feel like he's been relegated since returning back to, hey, we're going to throw you the ball at the block, and we're going to have no movement. We're not going to have a lot of spacing and shooters around you, and then he's settling for a fadeaway. How do they open up and accentuate the things that he does well here, and what lineup combinations are going to really help him be a better scorer for them, because they do need him?
Yeah, I mean, look, him being out there on the floor with Steph's always better, and that's better for anybody. I mean, that's not a revelation, but, he got, 6 dunks or whatever it was against the Kings because he just kept being able to kind of cut into space. And that's where this team needs to, it's not just him, right? That's what Jimmy Butler was talking about in New York after he got a few slips to the rim. So lineups with Steph Curry will also help Jonathan Kuminga more. He probably needs to help himself and sharpen up his shot diet. This is something that really turned his season around briefly in late December, early January, where Steve Kerr really got on him about some of the mid-range shot selection, and then he kind of pared it down, and it was a lot more slashing at the rim. But I think part of it, you mentioned it, it's the lineup combinations he was in last night. It was just the floor was crunched around him. It was against a big Bucks team that was walling off the paint. Right, they have Brook Lopez, they have Giannis. That's a difficult team for him to go against and score against. And also, I just think this is part of him coming back from 2 months away. I don't see him turning the corner with that burst that he has on his ankle. I thought last night some of the finishes were a little bit, softer at the rim than you usually see from him. And I think once he missed a few early, it kind of snowballed, and you usually see him go up with more force. And I think part of that is he's still this was a very difficult ankle sprain that he came back from that kind of sapped some of his burst, and he's trying to get that back. So, I think that's all in the mix right now, but also, the contract situation is looming over his head. The fact that the Warriors have completely changed who they are with Butler, and he's trying to fit into that. To me, the flagrant foul last night was a sign of, it was almost like a frustration boiling flagrant foul. So, we'll see, though. It's not like it's gone horrendously. Last night was probably his worst game of the season, but I thought, yeah, for sure. But, it's obviously not just him. But, the lineup combinations he's in, the lack of spacing and the way defenses play him, like that's something they need to solve. But they also very much need his skill set. I think anybody knows that.
Anthony Slater with us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Well, along those lines, something that I've just kind of noticed at the beginning of games more so than towards the end, but Kuminga comes in for Butler, and Butler subs out for Kuminga. Have you been surprised that they haven't seen much time on the floor together because Butler's been able to elevate the play of everyone else around him, and just Kuminga hasn't shared as many minutes on the floor with him as I was expecting? I don't know how you see it.
Yeah, it's early, and, Kuminga, they're still kind of, 20 minutes, 20, then like 27, 24, so I think that kind of limits it, but, they should put that combo more. There's spacing concerns, but to me, sometimes I think they're a little bit afraid of it, like they were afraid of Wiggins and Kuminga, and to me, you don't have the similar problem as you had with like kind of the Wiggins-Kuminga pairing because of Butler's playmaking and his ability to lift others up, but I kind of think it's more been about who's in and out of the lineup and Kuminga's minutes restriction than them not wanting those two together. And I think you will see them together in lineup combinations plenty in the next few weeks.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. Pods played really well in his return. It was great to see him back. Much needed. Quentin Post, though, to me is the interesting aspect of this team right now because, he only played 9 minutes. He got attacked right off the floor defensively. But I never saw Kerr go back to him. And I understand that he is going to be a defensive liability at times. He's also a rookie. And you've allowed, I'm talking about Steve Kerr has, certain rookies to bounce back from maybe a disappointing early stretch in a game. And he goes back out there with them and they bring things to the table and they have to learn from their mistakes. Are they going to stay committed to Quentin Post? Because when he's hitting threes, and we know that he can kind of light it up at any point at any time, it does change and tilt how a defense defends you. So is he a guy that's just going to be matchup dependent, or do you think they're going to be more committed to playing him more consistently in both halves going forward?
I mean, yes to all of your question. I mean, they're committed to trying to get that spacing on the floor, and Kerr mentioned it last night, but the lineup that opened the fourth has been really good for them, which includes Quentin Post, who they started last night, and that kind of changed the game for them at the start of the fourth, which included him hitting that huge corner three. He provides an element that helps everybody. He's going to help Kuminga to have that floor space. It certainly helps Steph, Butler, everybody. But he's wearing a massive target on his jersey. Doc Rivers relentlessly was going after him last night with Lillard, with all the screen action, and that is going to be a regular thing in the playoffs when he's on the floor. I've mentioned it plenty, but remember when Oklahoma City came in here and he started? The Thunder just put Jalen Williams on him and had Jalen Williams dog him on the offensive end. And I think Williams got a couple steals, and then Shai Gilgeous-Alexander dragged him into every single action, scored 21 points in the first quarter, and you didn't see Quentin Post again. And again, that's an egregious example. That is maybe the toughest challenge he'll face. But certainly if they're facing the Thunder in the second round, that's going to be one of the pivot points of the series that we're going to be talking about going into the series, and we will be talking about within the series, which is how much can they play him, because we understand the element he provides offensively, the future he has in the league, and I do think you want to get him the experiences you're talking about for the now and for the future, but also for sure, but also you don't want to just lose a series because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets to walk into 9 mid-range
There's a happy medium. Slates, there's a happy medium.
Sure.
Like, to me, it's like, hey, let's get him baptized a little now, by fire. And then hopefully 2 months from now, as we're committed to it, he's slightly better. And I don't have so quick of a yo-yo. I just know with young players in general, if you're allowed to learn from a mistake within the game and check back in, sometimes you see growth. And when he didn't check back into the game the other night, I get why they did it, but that's also why we're in year 4 with Moody and Kuminga, and we have certain questions. And I think they need to stay committed, because the other alternatives behind him aren't blowing me away either. Looney and TJD, et cetera, they're not blowing me away either. So there's some give and take. I just think they need to stay committed to him.
There is, but I think you are downplaying the real alternatives behind them, which is no center, which is a Draymond at center, which is more Kuminga. 24 minutes of Quentin Post means probably, very little Guy Santos and maybe minimize Kuminga and, maybe you take other, small ball options off the floor. It's not like I know you saw Trace Jackson Davis briefly in a cameo last night, but he's not going to overplay Trace Jackson Davis and Looney together. It's more, to me, it's just more small ball or post, and that's what it'll probably come down to.
Okay.
Anthony Slater with us here on the River Islands guest line on the Morning Roast. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about Draymond Green and just talking about defense. He was incredible last night on Giannis Antetokounmpo. And, after the game, Draymond says a lot of things, but he mentioned the Defensive Player of the Year race. And he's in it. I was checking today, and I think his odds are second. But, is that realistic, or is it more just, something where we're at the end of the year and Draymond Green's back in, defense, all defense kind of consideration?
Yeah, I think right now he's very likely to get first team all D because, the narrative around this team has shifted with Butler and the fact that, if they were sitting at the 9-10 seed, which is they were prior to Butler, like he would have a tough time getting on second team all defense. But, they're second in defense in what we believe is kind of their team now. If they can climb up to 5 or 4, I think he'll have a lot of momentum. Right now, considering the Cavaliers' record and Evan Mobley's contributions to that, he seems to be the favorite. But Draymond mentioned it last night. This was Victor Wembanyama's award. As a voter, I had pretty much already ticketed him into that award by midseason. And when he was announced out, in which not only he might not have won it because, lack of playing, but now with the, games played rule, he's literally disqualified for it. So I got to pick somebody, and it does feel wide open. And if Draymond has a loud push to end the season on the court, we know it's going to be loud off the court. He's going to campaign for himself plenty. Sure, he's in the mix. I think they're going to have to go something like 10-3, climb up to the 4 or 5, do it a bunch on the defensive end, and maybe he has 1 or 2 more signature nights like last night. But like last night is very important in, award season. He did it against Giannis. He had, highlight plays against Giannis, blocked him a few times, and then he came out post game and made it a story, right? There's probably 25 headlines online tonight and segments all over the country about, hey, is this guy actually in the DPOY conversation? And I think when that conversation happens, people realize how mediocre the field is, right? This is not some strong candidates all over the league. So it might open up for him to maybe try to sneak it in.
Do you guys know who the oldest player to ever get on defensive all first team is? I do.
The oldest?
Yeah.
Bill Russell? I don't know.
Bruce Bowen.
Wow.
Okay, what age?
36 years, 307 days.
Yeah, Draymond's almost there.
He's 35. He just turned 35 in March. So Draymond's right behind him. And that would be an accomplishment. At his age, I think that's pretty special.
I think at this point, he's probably on it. Evan mentioned it. He was up to second in the odds for Defensive Player of the Year. To me, all you got to be is a top 5 defensive player in the league, and I think at this point he's probably has the case for having that type of season.
No doubt. Yeah, I think it just kind of speaks to the kind of ride that the Warriors are on right now, and so we appreciate your time, Slater, coming on and helping us break down the past couple of games, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, fellas.
That's Anthony Slater, River Islands guest line.
So the oldest DPOY is Dikembe Mutombo, 34 years old.
Is that 01?
Uh-huh. So Draymond, if he were to win it, would be the oldest at DPOY.
So I actually do think that there is a path to him getting there. And it is going to require the Cavaliers to slide a little bit more. And they're on it. Like I saw a headline today that they're on a losing streak in 2 games. They've lost 2 games in a row. By the way, what is it in Major League? Manager Lou Brown, when he's like, we won today, we win tomorrow. The day after that, let's call the winning streak. So a losing streak's got to be 3 games. But
2 is a set.
Exactly. If they continue to slide, if Evan Mobley, I don't know, maybe gets hurt and misses some games and Draymond continues to play awesome, then perhaps. But I think what it told me is that, again, it just speaks to how motivated Draymond Green is right now. Like, You talked about it, and I think you're spot on. If Steph doesn't play, usually Draymond Green doesn't play either. Whether he's present or not, he doesn't play. I think because Jimmy Butler's there, there's something on the line, and maybe he even now is thinking about DPOY. You're getting the best of Draymond Green. And obviously the Warriors are better for him when that's the case.
It's just, as one podcaster is having a season come to an end, Paul George, Draymond's is ascending. It's just, he's had a phenomenal bounce back couple of months here and the whole season in general. But for me, it's the rejuvenation on offense. We've been screaming like, Dre, we don't need you to score 20. 10, 12, literally changes the game for you offensively and opens up passing lanes. Square up to the hoop. Like it's something like I teach a bunch of youth players. I'm like, hey, look, if you catch the ball 35 feet away from the hoop and your back is to the basket, you're not a threat. And I think no one viewed Draymond Green as a threat for the last 4 or 5 years offensively. They're like, we will give you the elbow shot till you're blue in the face. We dare you, in fact, to take that shot. And the last month, he's like, oh, you're giving this to me? He's turned around, he squares up, he takes a hard dribble. How many floaters has he taken? Or those little running one-handed push shots? A lot, and I love it. And all he has to do is hit him at like a 50% clip, and it just opens the passing lanes up for him. And so I'm really excited, and I'm talking about offense. I'm really excited about his offense. But defensively, we talk so much point of attack defense. The Warriors, if you give up Wiggins, he's a point of attack defender. Collectively, their team defense and their rotations have been so much more instinctual and so much more communicative, and guys are thinking 2 passes ahead as a unit. As they're in, I call it in the mix, right? When you're just rotating like crazy, they've been closing out so much better. You don't see them jumping on pump fakes. You see guys thinking 2 passes ahead. You talked about 2 center fielders. How many times has Jimmy Butler gotten his hand on a deflection?
I mean, it feels like once every couple of possessions.
But deflections are how you, like, to me, quantify effort defensively.
Yeah, and look, Butler's the guy. Like if you're thinking about the spine of the defense, in baseball they talk about it all the time, right? Catcher, shortstop, center fielder. Jimmy Butler would be, there's only 2 positions, but your shortstop or your catcher, and Draymond, it plays center field. He has to cover the most ground. He's the linchpin to this all. If he's healthy, I think defensively they're at their best. Without him, I'm not sure Jimmy has the same kind of impact, but together they're awesome. He's got to stay healthy, though. I mean, Draymond, and this is kind of what Slater was talking about. The age of these guys and the amount of stamina that it's going to take for them to get through the postseason, just to get to the postseason and then through the postseason, it can't be overstated. And that's why also a game like last night is important, because now, like you've harped on it all day, and you're totally correct. There is no margin for error in between you falling from 6 to 8 or just having to be in the play-in as in general. You won a game last night without your best player.
It's such a big win.
Because he had to rest. I'm assuming, because there's more back-to-backs that are coming up, there's more condensed schedules they're going to have to play. All right, well, maybe Draymond Green has to rest. Maybe Jimmy Butler has to rest. Steph Curry's probably going to have to rest. You have now shown that you can win this kind of game against a good opponent.
I think I would probably try to rest Draymond in the Toronto game. Like, to me, you have to be very strategic with how you're plotting this out with these old guys. Like, I'm not saying that the Toronto game's a layup. That's not. There are no layups.
Well, based on who the Raptors are starting late, like I swear to
what?
Only because I have him on fantasy team. RJ Barrett gets a DNP or is injured with some random ailment
Team
every
Canada.
single game. And what pisses me off, because I need him for the next 2 weeks. But my point is that team has no interest in winning games.
Yeah, but I would try to. I don't think you can rest all 3 simultaneously. I think you can thread the needle here and try to pick and choose strategically specific matchups. And the Toronto matchup for Draymond, they're really long and young and athletic. Again, depending on who's playing, give him the night off. Like, give him the night off. I would try to. And then, hey, maybe we start Kuminga at the 4 and get Kuminga going, right? And then get him starting to feel good about himself. I think there's a way to kind of finagle the next couple of games where you can accomplish 2 things at once.
No, and to your point, Toronto might be that kind of game. Obviously, you never want to look at an opponent.
I'm not sleeping on them.
No.
Boucher destroyed them the last time they played.
After Denver. Well, that's a good point. Pardon me. They literally beat them. But especially after Denver, you can't overlook any sort of backups on any team. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live in the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it's also a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come in and see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Greg is in Canada. I'm just talking about the Barretts. Greg, what part of Canada are you from? That's a pretty big country, my man.
Man, I'm so happy you just asked. I'm from Nova Scotia with Crosby and McKinnon and them.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm 4 hours ahead of y'all, so our home game start at 11:30 p.m. I'm real dedicated.
Oh, my God. Yeah, God bless you, Greg. What do you got?
But I just want to talk about, like, the difference between when you got somebody like Draymond and Jimmy, who they bring out the dog, and other people who might not even know they got it in them. We know how great we're playing, especially defensively, since we got Jimmy, but Pods looks like he's just on another level on the perimeter defense. Moody definitely looks like he's on another level. And let's be real, even like Quentin Post has started holding down the post a little bit better. Shasky keeps talking about Buddy Hield, looks like he's more active. I think Jimmy kind of like a Iguodala or even like a David West. He just brings out the dog and the other players and it makes them not only try harder, but realize that 80% of defense in basketball is just effort and mindset.
And paying attention.
Yeah, exactly. And watching more film and just honestly believing in your athletic ability. These are all beast athletes. So just keep your hands up, hand down, man down, as Mark used to say, and just honestly try 110%, and you're going to get deflections like we keep talking about, and those loose balls. I think we must be first in the league in loose balls since we got Jimmy. It just looks more like a mindset that everybody believes. We got another alpha dog in the room, so why don't we bring it out more of everybody else?
When you're playing some of the glue guys, right? A lot more. Like GP2 has been playing outstanding. He's going to be hustling for loose balls. He's a deflections guy. He's an on-ball, tenacious defender. Pods, that's like baked into his game. Guy Santos is a guy. He'll throw one away, but he'll also get you a couple of extra possessions per game. Like he's just active. He's much more active. And so, yeah, I think he's right. The whole like, well, my dog, this guy's a dog. It just makes me think of DMX every time I hear dog, because I use the doggy thing all the time. And then I start wanting to go, where my dog's at? What's up? It's DMX. You a big DMX guy? I love DMX.
Oh, Rough Riders Anthem. Dude, there are songs that I feel like across 80% of workout playlists, DMX is in one. Like you have one DMX song.
So what? Okay, yours is Rough Rider Anthem?
Rough Riders Anthem, yeah.
It's a great song. I don't even think it cracks his top 5. I'm slipping. I'm falling. I can't get up.
I mean, his run in the early 2000s and late 90s.
All time.
Well, it's just like, people associate New York with Jay, with Biggie, maybe even 50 Cent, but like DMX had a run of, I think, of #1 albums where he might have been even bigger than 50. Him and like, he was bigger than Ja.
He did Woodstock 97 and was one of the headlining acts. It was amazing.
And he is still in my workout playlist.
God,
as a result
he died
of that.
way too young.
He's incredible. So
love DMX.
Greg also had me thinking about some. Oh, by the way, shout out to him from Nova Scotia. 4 hours, that is no joke. I used to watch games when I lived in the East Coast. It is they start at 10 o'clock. It is damn hard when games begin that late and you got to stay up through the night. So thanks to
I know nothing about staying up late through the night to watch games and waking up at the crack of dawn. I know nothing about that.
Well, we have the best time zone, I think.
Well, there's no doubt, but I'm still up
for
real
watching
late.
sports.
Yeah. I mean, that's why baseball, greatest transition they ever did was the pitch clock. Dude, I'd be watching Giants games that are meaningless till 11:15 at night. It was ridiculous.
Oh my gosh. It was right on the tip of my tongue. I had something incredible to say, and now
that my DMX impression is incredible.
Well, that was pretty good.
Where the hood at?
X gonna give it to you.
Oh, X gonna give it to you.
I think that was a theme song of was it Deadpool? The Deadpool movies? X gonna give it to you.
Deadpool, Wolverine. I just recently watched again. What was that? It's so good.
I'm gonna break somebody.
Oh, let's Xavier McDaniel.
The X-Man.
Yeah. The X-Man. Come
oh
on.
my God.
Classic.
Yeah, they don't make them like that anymore. Dude, like for example, over the weekend, there was a big deal made about this. So, Draymond and Kat had their back and forth and things were said. Whatever side of the fence you're following,
Draymond made an insinuation. For those that don't know, Draymond made an insinuation that he ducked them in the New York game, and come to find out, someone in Kat's family or whatever, passed away.
But some people were mad that other Knicks players were going up and dapping up Draymond Green after the game over the weekend. And it's like, sure, I'll hear that, but that's just the way the league is now. Everybody is friends. There's too much money made now in the NBA for you not to feel good about other people. Like, there's too much to lose. Like, you having a bad relationship and it manifesting itself in, I don't know whether it's pushing or shoving. Like, did you see the other night in the Wolves Pacers game, Andrew Nembhard got ejected. I don't know if it was Gobert that also got ejected too. All he did was run into him and then throw the ball at his chest. And they both got ejected. And they're both going to get fined $50,000 or $100,000. And it's like, that's just way too much money for nothing. I would rather be best friends with you and not have to worry about shelling out $100K because maybe you pushed me and maybe you shoved me. And like the league, the way that it's officiated, but also how much money the league is going to ask you to donate, I think just encourages it to be softer than people are accustomed to.
Look, there's an element of we are all gazillionaires and it's all good. And after your team loses a bitter game that the fans feel like they feel like they care more than the players and then they're dapping them up. I get it. I do. I get where fans feel that way. We miss the rivalries. We do. No one's saying it's got to be as deliberate as, what's my guy who played for the Heat and the Hornets, Matt Geiger versus Shaq. I don't know if you remember this. You can Google it. Matt Geiger and Shaq went at it. Geiger threw the ball at him. Shaq took a swing, was going to take his head off. All right. And Geiger was a goon, straight up. Matt Geiger, just straight up goon. But like, that's kind of why a lot of people love Draymond Green, because he gives you the elements of the old school. And so him versus Cap the other day, whether Draymond was right, wrong, or whatever about him saying that they ducked him in New York.
I mean, he was wrong. It's okay.
But I like seeing him bring the best out of Cat. And it also brings up like, damn, Cat, why can't you play like that all the time? This is why people call you the kitten, because you don't play this possessed often enough.
Yeah, that's true. Also, yeah, shout out to 415. Don't sleep on DMX and his movies. Romeo Must Die is one of my favorite Jet Li movies. Incredible. As far as the Warriors, like one thing
his best role was Belly, but continue.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not going to dismiss that. The Warriors, okay, let me ask you this. Game is within a couple possessions, because we've seen it now enough times. I got a stat that's going to, I don't know, maybe wow some people, but the Warriors in clutch time, whatever you think of how it's defined, 5 points, 5 minutes, whatever. Do you feel like the Warriors are going to win a game that's in the balance now against whoever? Because they're 6-2 in clutch games since Jimmy Butler got here.
So the Denver loss, and then the other one was the
Mavericks.
The Mavericks. Oh, God, the Mavericks.
A game that is the difference. I mean, the difference between win and loss is the block and the charge.
I felt like they
at the very end
lost
of that game.
I thought they lost that game in the third quarter when Kyrie hit like 7 threes in a row or whatever the hell it was. It wasn't that many, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they still found a way to come.
I know. I still need to see more evidence. As on fire as they are right now, like there are seminal moments where the two prime players on this team have brain farts and throw the ball all over the place, and that's Draymond Green and Steph Curry. I want to see them win a game. Again, the template for me is when Steph and Jimmy are getting touches late in the game, not just one or the other.
See, that's so interesting because last night was awesome because you got to win without your best player. But in a way, in order to evaluate this team at full strength, and that's what I know they lost the game. They didn't deserve to win the game against Denver. But what kind of sucked about that game is Elite's you don't even have a real barometer of where you fall against the Nuggets. Like, I think that they are the toughest matchup for the Warriors of any
Hands
team
down.
in the West. And part of it is because we didn't see him with Jamal or Jokic. But it's like you don't even know how far or potentially close you are. And that's where the clutch time matters to me. It's like you kind of have to see these guys at full strength. And because of the way the NBA goes, it's really hard to do.
But like the Nugget matchup, the loss the other night. So if you watch the Nuggets and why they've at times struggled, every single team wants to run PNR at the top of the key with Jokic.
Yep.
They're like, we want to get Jokic into the action, and they have not been a great rotational help defense. But the other night, when you don't have Jokic out there, yeah, you lose everything offensively. But defensively, you're allowed to play a little more straight up, right? And so I think that it's not a barometer at all because Jokic wasn't on the floor, and we know that takes away from the offense. But also, like, you're going to attack them completely different when Jokic is on the floor. And I think that with Gordon, they get flexibility as a 3-4-5. He can guard any of those guys out on the perimeter or in the paint, 3-4-5. But it's Jokic, the guy that kind of sets up the rest of their defense for being in rotation. And so I have zero idea what it would look like in a offensive flow for the Warriors in a clutch game against that team. I know defensively, they present a lot of problems for me and their ruggedness. But offensively, that's the part that I think it looks totally different. Plus, I don't think the Warriors are going to be a heavy pick and roll team until a playoff series and until they desperately need to within a playoff series. You know, they don't bust out that 1-3 or the 1-4 or now with Jimmy a 1-2 pick and roll until like emergency time. That has been the hallmark of Kerr. He will wait until a game 4, game 5, game 6 when they desperately need to pull out that high pick and roll.
I think they're able to do that more now than even maybe in the 22 season because Butler is someone that can create out of the pick and roll. Not that Steph can't, but Butler's just taller, a little more physical, and is someone that is also, I think, he's more of a pass-first player than Steph is. Not to say Steph can't create for others, but Steph is more of a scorer to me than Jimmy Butler is. Even though Jimmy can go get you 40 in a playoff game.
He's a playmaker.
He makes plays for everyone.
Yeah, I view him as a floor
Especially in the first half of games, it feels like he's like, you know what, I could get 40 tonight, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try and get everyone else going so that at the end, when I need to take over, including Steph also, I think he recognized it very, like when they're on the court together, Jimmy's the guy to say, all right, I got to get Steph going first and foremost because he gives us the best chance to win.
And I guess my counter to him would be I want him with 5-6 minutes to go when we're chasing and every big shot that we've hit, they've matched and we're down 5 and we finally get a couple stops. We don't need to go frenetic here, guys. Slow it down, give it to Jimmy. Let's run something straight. You know, and I think that's where he needs to be a little selfish. And not selfish to look to get his own bucket, selfish to take control and put the ball in his hands.
Well, that's what I'm looking. The first time that Jimmy Butler gets selfish with Steph on the floor is the moment I think the Warriors can take a leap. Now, again, that's not to say that Steph is not the best player or someone that can help the Warriors win. But if they can be, again, like co-stars, and that's a delicate balance, but the game that they lost against the Mavericks, I thought it was awesome that Jimmy took control down the stretch. And again, difference between a block and a charge, win and a loss. But he can do some things when Steph is doubled that other players just can't.
How old are you for Shaq and Kobe?
6 and 7 years old.
Okay, so Shaq would dominate the entirety of the game. And then the final 4 or 5 minutes, because teams would do hack-a-Shaq and whatnot, sometimes he would get played off the floor, and you'd need Kobe to kind of close the game. And this is pre-Kobe being the Kobe that he is now. This is Shaq was the bigger star originally. Not that Kobe didn't have a bright star. There are times and points for teams in a game where things shift a little. Magic's one of the greatest players of all time. There were times where he would slow it up, dump it on down to Kareem. You know, even though Magic, you know, like that now in retrospect. But you pick and choose your spots. And I brought up the Giannis Middleton thing earlier. And I truly believe that Middleton was their closer for certain spots in games, 4 or 5 minutes to go at the top of the key initiating offense. It doesn't mean Giannis isn't your best player. And I view it the same way here. Like, Steph will be a closer, but I think methodically you need to run things through Jimmy. And the byproduct of that is Steph's going to get better looks.
I'm with you. And Anthony Slater said something similar to that. I want to revisit another piece of sound also because it's interesting in relation to Butler, but also Kuminga. He also had something that you talked about with Post that I want to dig into as well. And then we have one more segment coming up here on 95.7 The Game before Steiny and Greer would take over at 10 o'clock. Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni. He'll be back tomorrow, just a little under the weather. So sitting in for him today. Joe Shasky holding it down along with Sam Lubman as always. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. We'll be back after this on the Morning Roast.
Hi, how are you?
Dub Nation is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Spadoni's going to be back tomorrow. Evan Getting sitting in alongside Joe Shasky. Sam Lemon holding it down for us. And, just trying to get to the bottom of this, Shasky. The Warriors are playing, well, since Jimmy Butler got here, awesome. Kind of split things the last couple of days. I do agree with Slater that it makes catching everyone outside of Memphis for the 5 virtually impossible. And they still got to stare at the teams behind them because they're half game up on Minnesota, who plays, a meaningless game with New Orleans tonight. And last night, the Clippers upset the Cavaliers. So that would have dropped you to 8th if you had lost the game. Like, all teams around them in their little realm, no one seems to lose unless they play backups.
Cleveland has been outstanding. They literally, 15-game, 14-game win streak, whatever it was.
16.
16, thank you. And then you lose that game after you just lost one. And I literally said the day before,
Clippers ain't bad, man.
I'm glad that they snapped the streak.
Clippers ain't bad.
Well, I'm not saying the Clippers are bad, but Cleveland's been that good.
Yeah. No, they have. It's also a lot of those games left for the Warriors. Like, they have, they play Toronto on Thursday. You'd imagine they'd be able to handle that game, but they still have Memphis, Lakers, Denver, Houston at the beginning of April. That to me is their toughest 4-game stretch left in the season. So now time is again like Toronto, Atlanta, Miami, New Orleans, San Antonio. You got to stack those wins. And as much as the Warriors have played awesome basketball, and to me, the clunker in a way against Denver was it sucked because you would like to be up and continue to win,
and they showcased their 2 fatal flaws.
Yes, which actually showed up a little bit in the third quarter last night.
Turnovers,
not even
and
a
then
little
size.
bit, a lot. My God, the crazy part for me watching that was it wasn't just one guy; it was all of them. They had a stretch of 6 turnovers from 6 different players. It was Post, Draymond, Podziemski, Kuminga, Butler, and I don't know somebody.
How
else.
about the Draymond foul on the jump ball?
Oh, boy.
I mean, a loose ball foul in that situation where he fouled Taurean Prince. But, what can go wrong will go wrong. The Kuminga, switching his pivot feet or at least moving his pivot feet. I thought it was a little ticky-tacky, but, Kuminga gets one of the worst whistles in the league. I'm convinced.
Well, he would tell you that. He throws his hands up after everything, though.
Well, he needs to play through the whistle. That's the problem. He does. Him and certain other guys in the league, Pods is one of them, who they complain on everything. It's like, dude, you got to keep playing. You got to keep playing. You can't stop.
Pods, I think, though, at least from what I've seen, and again, it's Kuminga coming back. He's obviously trying to get himself right, I think, physically. But from what I've seen, Pods is someone that he complains about calls like as much as Andre Iguodala did, and he's not someone I think that is destined to have his number in the rafters. But he doesn't let it affect him. Like, I don't think Pods hangs his head as much as, for example, last night, Kuminga got frustrated, committed a flagrant foul, turned the ball over the next possession. Those are points that are being given to the other team that in a regular season game against Milwaukee, when you got Butler and you got other ways to combat that, it's not going to kill you. But in a postseason game, those are moments you cannot have. You cannot allow the frustration of a bad call or maybe another player doing something to get under your skin to impact the way that you play. And that's, to me, the biggest difference between Pods and Kuminga in terms of the fouls right now.
Yeah.
Or the whistle.
Pods maybe doesn't hang his head, but he certainly stops in the middle of the play as everyone's retreating back, and he's giving it to the official. And it's like, you got to get back on defense. Now, the Kuminga thing, I just feel like Kuminga's just walking on pins and needles for everyone. He's trying to not mess things up. He's trying to find his own footing. He's trying to come back from injury. I have more empathy than the common person does for him. It feels like every single possession is just being scrutinized. Is he worth $31 million? Is he worth $22 million? Is he good? Is he bad? And it's like, man, poor guy just can't win with a certain segment of the fan base. And I feel for him. And you could feel the weight on him. I think there's a lot of pressure.
Was that you?
Probably.
There's a drop, people. But I'm just curious if that was you. Yeah, look, there's obviously a lot of pressure.
When did I do that?
Like 3 minutes ago.
Really? Oh, I missed it. I don't have my third eye open. But
what?
What? We all right?
The third eye open? Are we going JFK files today? Is that what we're doing?
You decided to go JFK files during one of our commercial breaks.
That's what I always do.
Well, Sam had to be enlightened. Well, I don't know if enlightened is the word I want to use. Educated. And a lot of people are still sifting. Look, this is not Pandora's box I want to open.
We have a whole game called Pandora's Box.
We don't play that one anymore.
Yeah, it's okay.
It sounds like for good
reason. The third eye open, I start thinking about, the clampers and all that stuff. So, yeah, it's all right.
No, I just, got to read between the lines. The lines that I've been trying to read between actually have to do, and I asked Slater about this, it is why we haven't seen Kuminga with Butler as much as other players. I'm trying to get off this.
No, but I've seen some of the nicknames for Kuminga. People are they're just so quick to crush the kid. They're going to need him. No one's saying he's Kobe, but we also don't think that he's Alan Smileygeach, who I referenced earlier today.
No.
He's going to be utilized at some point, and we're going to need him. We're going to need his physicality, we're going to need his athleticism, his defense. I just think that, give him some time. Just give him some time.
No, but this is what Slater had to say, and I want you to pay out there, our listeners, careful attention to kind of a comp he made.
Yeah, it's early, and, Kuminga, they're still kind of, 20 minutes, 20, then 27, 24, so I think that kind of limits it, but they should put that combo more. There's spacing concerns, but to me, sometimes I think they're a little bit afraid of it, like they were afraid of Wiggins and Kuminga, and to me, you don't have the similar problem as you had with kind of the Wiggins-Kuminga pairing because of Butler's playmaking and his ability to lift others up. But I kind of think it's more been about who's in and out of the lineup and Kuminga's minutes restriction than them not wanting those two together. And I think you will see them together in lineup combinations plenty in the next few weeks.
That's something I'm monitoring because if he's right, and once Kuminga is back to playing, 25 to 30 minutes, if not more per game, then he'll probably play more with Butler. But the first thing that I noticed, and actually Lucas Alexander pointed this out to me, director of sports, when we were at the Kings game. Kuminga comes in. First guy that comes off the floor is Jimmy Butler. And they go back and forth. Why, if Jimmy Butler is supposed to be someone that helps everyone else out when he's on the floor, is he not playing with Kuminga?
Because they didn't have Podziemski at the time. They needed another ball handler, and they don't really have a backup point guard. Pat Spencer's a third guard, that third point guard. That's the way they view him. I think that they were utilizing Draymond and Butler as your de facto backup point guard while Podziemski was out. I'm just surmising.
The comp that he made to Wiggins and Kuminga, I don't know, it shouldn't scare people, but to me it's noteworthy because Steve Kerr consistently said for the last couple of seasons that those two were redundant. And I think because of necessity, early this year, they had to play together, Kuminga and Wiggins. They didn't always play great, but they figured out how to make it work. I wonder if this is going to be one of those things because I assume that at full strength, postseason series, your best five includes both of those two players, right? If Kuminga's playing his best, if Butler's playing his best, they're on the floor together. I'm not so sure now. And so, again, it's to me, there's two spots. And if they're playing their best, the three players that are vying for them are Podziemski, Moody, and Kuminga.
Not GP2.
I think it's Curry, Pods, Butler, and then Moody, Kuminga, or GP2. I think and Draymond at the 5.
Yeah, and I would also throw Looney in there. You got to remember, dude, the coach has his favorites, which I get, and the coach has trusted veterans that he thinks can guard certain perimeter players. And GP2 is a guy that they're going to always play more than we anticipate. No, I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying I think you're underrating how much the coach loves GP2.
Well, and to be fair, the last month it's earned him a lot of wins.
Absolutely. He's been
really
awesome.
Helped him. He's been great.
He's been awesome. But I do think that when we have these conversations about closing lineups, we're kind of surprised how often and how much GP2 finishes games.
Yeah, and how much the closing lineup changes, to be honest.
It's true.
I don't think they've still identified who their closing 5 is.
Well, they're going with hot hand. They're going with form. They're going with reputation. They're going with defensive strategy, matching up. I think there's 7 or 8 elements that are baked into the decision-making process.
I think until Kuminga changes Kerr's mind, which I believe Kerr will allow him the luxury to do, to me it's Curry, Podziemski, Butler, Moody or Gary Payton II, and Draymond Green. Like last night, Moody wasn't playing that well on the offensive end, and Gary Payton II's a better on-ball defender when you're trying to get up into the space of, say, a Damian Lillard. So he was going to close that game. Podziemski closed. Well, actually, I think he might have brought in Buddy Hield for a little bit.
He did.
But Podziemski hit some big shots, so he's got to stay in the game.
Well, he's done this thing, Kurt, where like around the time Steph checks in, 8-minute mark, they'll play a couple of minutes, Jimmy and Steph, and then either Jimmy comes out quickly and Draymond comes out quickly, or Jimmy or Dre comes out quickly and the other one subs back in like that. He's kind of, because he's trying to have Jimmy play some of those non-Steph minutes before Steph checks in and then have some overlapping minutes, get him a quick blow, and then he comes back because you have the television timeout and you've got all these baked in organic stoppages of time where he can catch his breath. So I don't know, man. It's
just something I'm monitoring because, again, if you can't play with the best players, or if that lineup doesn't maximize your team, well, then you're going to have to pick one. And the obvious choice is Jimmy Butler. And so, to me, again, this is going to take some time, but that pairing, to me, is going to be the key to getting Kuminga big minutes and in a potential postseason series. It's as much about, yes, playing with Steph. You got to be able to play alongside him. But now that you have a second superstar, and more importantly, a second creator, someone that can do different things from Curry that are great for your team, Kuminga's got to figure out how to fit into that. And so far, it's been a bit of a work in progress, should we say.
There's no doubt it has been. I think this is also on him to have the temperament willing to accept whatever role that he's given and make the most of it. You know, like he can't, to your point about body language or pouting, not that he's done any of those things, but you got to kind of make the most of it. Like, part of what makes GP2 such a reliable guy is that there's nights he'll go 9 minutes and there's nights he'll go 29 minutes. And his demeanor doesn't change, you know, and I think that the coach really likes that. The other night, I thought that they went with GP2 a little too long. I know why. They wanted a ball pressure at Russell Westbrook. I thought they needed the spacing.
Against Denver, yeah.
I thought they needed the spacing of Moody because I thought GP2 passed up a couple of corner threes. But, you know, philosophically, we disagree, me and Steve Kerr, and that's okay. And he's a 4-time champion, and I'm just a guy talking on the radio.
Yeah, I mean, look, he mentioned something pregame I thought was interesting. Like, I asked him about, like, how do you space the floor without Steph? And his answer was, spacing is independent of skill set. It's about, do you have enough space to pass the basketball? And it's not just shooting makes it easier because it creates more space. But it sounds like he's hoping that these players, because again, he's played now Kuminga with GP2, Draymond, and Butler. We've seen that force them on the floor together. There's not a lot of shooting in there.
No.
But you should still have spacing.
The other thing you're talking about spacing, I think we underrate, is moving without the ball to the open space. GP2 does a great job cutting to the hoop. Moody has done a much better job in the last couple of weeks cutting to the hoop without the ball and becoming someone who is now an option as they go 5 out, 4 out, whatever it is. You know, moving without the ball is another big element of spacing. And then where you move on the floor in relation to where Steph wants to move. Kelly Oubre is a great example. Kelly, get out of the corner. I'm coming. Like, you got to keep moving. Anticipating where they want to operate and where they're trying to go is part of the spacing equation, even if you're not a great shooter. I think one of the things that Looney brings to the table really well is that though he can't shoot at all, he moves well without the ball to screen for others and doesn't occupy the lane and clog it up to enable Draymond to be able to finish in the lane on those fake handoffs, for example.
Yeah, and Draymond Green is also, I mean, Oscar Robertson made a joke that all he does is pass it to Steph, but I think he
kind of does.
Yeah, a little bit. Not as much anymore.
The shovel pass and screen.
He's got a second superstar.
The shovel pass and screen. Like it's literally me and LJ going up against 2 14-year-olds. Like, I'm trying, come on, LJ, shoot. And I come up and I got to body screen 2 guys. That's what it looks like. If you've ever played a basketball game where you're playing with a younger kid and you're trying to get that kid a shot and you have to screen 5 other people to get him that shot, that's what it looks like when Draymond's force-feeding shovel passes to Steph, trying to set ball screens.
But to his credit, he also has to understand the spacing required to do that.
Yes.
And there's not as much because people are closing out on Steph, but that's where Draymond, that's how he fits on the offensive side. Like last night, what he did against Giannis was, I think, one of the more impressive defensive performances. Like you talk about one-on-ones on offense, that was a one-on-one on defense that I have not seen a player play in quite some time. And affirm for me, along with the fact that I looked at those odds this morning, Draymond is second right now behind Evan Mobley in Defensive Player of the Year odds. Like he's a shoo-in first team all defense this year.
But what was the difference against Giannis versus Cat the other night? Why did it look so different?
Cat's more skilled. Cat's more skilled than Giannis. Giannis is a purely powerful specimen that I think Draymond relishes the challenge against. Now, Giannis, for example, also missed, it felt like, every single jump shot he took.
All of them.
But Draymond was willing to give him anything he wanted out there. Cat gave it to him with his left hand, stepped down and hit threes. Yeah. He's just a more skilled scorer. Giannis uses brute force. And I think Draymond relishes that kind of challenge because he can use both his brain and his brawn to beat a player like that, or at least make it difficult for him. Giannis also had an off night, but the fact that Draymond could neutralize him literally from the first play on, like that to me is first team all defense. And to do that at age 35, that's what you're going to need to try and win a championship.
Yeah, but you have to thread the needle on that back. That back is just hanging by thread. Calf, back, it's all connected for him. Last 3 years, and
yeah.
I'm telling you, he's the guy that I would try to rest against Toronto. I think it's a perfect matchup for them to try to win a game without Draymond, squeeze the lemon, get past Toronto, get him a full 4 or 5 days of rest. He needs it.
Yeah, I mean, it could
He's
be
been
a game
banging against some big boys.
Whether he plays or not, I mean, Pirtle is on Toronto. I actually haven't looked if he's still playing or if he's active, but they have bigger players. That might be a Trace Jackson Davis game. Even if Draymond's active, again, trying to figure out how to build in rest for these guys, to me, it is important. Then they got a 6-game road trip coming up after that. And you gotta, you're gonna have to wear it on the road. Actually, one thing that they were talking about yesterday, I don't know how you feel about this. Do you think that long homestands, can actually be more taxing than road trips? Just because, I don't know, there's different things you got to do at home. The family's here. You got to deal with tickets. There's different scheduling. When you're on the road, you can kind of just clear your head and get out.
Is this an older team?
The Warriors, yeah.
Yeah, pretty top heavy and older.
I'd say so.
As a married man with a family, the most two peaceful times of the day? When I'm driving my car and everyone else is doing something else, like working. I'm talking about my wife or whatever. Someone's, babysitting the little guy, and I'm by myself and I'm able to just take a deep breath. The other time is when I'm able to use the restroom and no one's in the house. Because when I'm using the restroom, usually the dogs are opening the door, the kids opening the door. What's going on in there? Hey, what's going on in there? Where I just want 3 seconds to myself. So yeah, being on the road for some of the older guys is a little more relaxing. Being at home is stressful. So I'm answering your question there. I'm saying, yeah, I get why being at home would be a little more stressful for these guys. Am I alone in that? Am I the only busy older man who enjoys just being in the car alone listening to music?
Well, compared to some guys at the station, you're not that old.
Well, I mean,
you're asking a bunch of people who were born in the 90s and later, so I mean.
Yeah, I also
don't
don't
know
have
for the best audience.
Is the big boss man in the seat over there? Is he over there? No?
Yeah,
yes?
No, it's Steven Risotto, who's even
You guys
younger.
are all too young. You guys are all too young. Get Steiny. I bet Steiny, well, he also takes Bart, so who knows with that. I'm telling you, dude, being on a long drive is therapeutic. Just play the music. Don't have to worry about anything.
But
home is stressful.
One of the best parts.
Want me to actually get Steiny?
Laundry,
in my young
dishes.
Life. No, don't annoy Steiny. He's
dogs got to go to the bathroom.
Doesn't want to talk to anybody.
Come on.
You ever done a really long road trip, like a cross-country road trip?
Not cross-country, but I've done the LA thing many times.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of same thing. By the end, you have to just deal with anything you got going on. Like, if you're in a bad mood, maybe something's going on in your life that's a little tough, or maybe you're just feeling yourself. Like, by the end of the road trip, you will have been forced to mentally flush it all out. And I think that's why some of the road trips for these athletes, the older guys specifically, it can be good for them. And the tail end of a long homestand, I don't think is necessarily easy. I think it might be also a reason why they kind of got caught against Denver. They were looking towards the end of that back-to-back, the fourth game in 6 nights, third and 4 nights, and then, all right, we can get through this. We get through Milwaukee, get to Toronto. We can just get on the road and get out of here. And they got caught against a team that just embarrassed them, honestly.
Again, I'm getting texts from Dan Dibley right now. He thinks I'm 100% right, and thank you, Dan, for listening. I appreciate that. Look, when you get a little older,
experiences.
When your life gets more complicated, I'm telling you, there are only a handful of places in this world where you can get peace. The other place, and this is just more for me, like this is why I love the steam room at the club after I work out. No cell phones. It's kind of a taboo thing to not talk in there, so no one's peppering me with questions. I'm just sitting there for 5 minutes quietly with no one bothering me. And I can just breathe in and breathe out. And there's something therapeutic about driving in the car, listening to music. Sometimes a song will come on. I'll think about a family member, my dad or something. I'll start crying. Another song will come on. I'll start screaming and yelling the song and thinking about the good old days, as we like to say, or my family or whatever it is. The car is therapeutic. A road trip is therapeutic. I truly believe that. You know what's stressful? Flying as a family at the airport. It's a nightmare. It's a complete nightmare.
Yeah, I'm still not to the point there. Flying is honestly one of the easiest endeavors in my life.
Evan, you're going to get to a point.
Asleep in 5 minutes.
Evan, you're going to get to a point where you're going to come home, okay, every single day. And there's a never-ending load of laundry that needs to be washed, folded, dried, cleaned, picked up. There's dogs that need to go out to the bathroom. There's a kid that needs his diaper cleaned. You're going to have to go to baseball practice, basketball practice. There's bills that are due. It's stressful. The car ride is the only thing that'll get you some solace. So I'm not surprised that the 3 old guys with families, Jimmy, Dre, and Steph, actually like being on the road.
I think they like this group of young guys, though. If they're taking care of the pups, they don't mind letting these guys into their worlds. And there was the report from Sham Charania that they all went over to Steph Curry's house for his 37th birthday.
Yeah.
The old dogs were the one that were shutting the party down, but the young players are there. They enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, but
picked
they
up a little game from the OGs.
Did they go to Steph's house?
Well, I can't remember if that was in the report, but the point is they were all together in the same place.
Somebody's got to clean up the house prior, and then someone's got to clean up the house after. See,
I guess making $60 million. He's fine.
That's what a maid service is for.
I don't know about that.
Aisha's not cleaning up that house by herself.
He's probably got some machine that doesn't even
None
exist
of you live with
for the
a
rest
woman.
of us.
The audit police come and they want to make sure that the house has hit the audit threshold of cleanliness. You guys don't understand this. There's this whole just for the cleaner to show up. My wife loses her mind about how clean the house has to be before the cleaner even shows up.
My stepmom used to.
There's like levels to this. You guys don't understand.
No, yeah, my stepmom used to make us clean the house before the cleaners would come over, and it was always weird.
It drives me nuts.
But the cleaners were still there. I feel like Aisha's got a top-notch cleaning crew coming over before and
I think you're underrating. I think Steph folds some laundry from time to time.
I also imagine if it was at the house, which I'm not sure, if it's big enough, there's probably a space that the boys can just go in and wreck shop, and then the rest of the house doesn't have to be touched. And
Video
so
game
whenever
room downstairs?
Yeah.
The rumpus room?
Yeah, Steph's man cave where he has a Steiny's F&M jersey. Just kidding. And then all the house cleaners can come in.
That's one of those dirty. That's one of those dirty rags that you have in like the basement. Like
it's actually for the house cleaner.
The car rag for when you check like the oil in your car.
That's what the house cleaner starts with. No, I'm just kidding, Steiny. That was a nice gift. I just don't know where it goes. I do wonder where all the athletes keep their collectibles. Like they probably get so much stuff that is sent to them or to the office, and they got to take home.
It goes in a box.
Yeah, but where do you put the box?
Well,
where the box is?
I'll tell you where the box is. It's right next to all the Christmas stuff. That's where it is on my wall. Like I've got it in the basement. I got a box of my stuff, which I've hidden from the wife, and then I've got tons and tons of old clothes for the kid. I've got Christmas decorations. We've got Halloween costumes. You'll figure it out one day.
Yeah, people are calling me naive. That's okay. Yeah, airport is a nightmare with a family for the 925.
Thank you.
For the 510, try flying with a wife and kid, Evan. You might change your tune. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll let you know. We'll see.
Look at this. The amount of people that are saying, Shasky's so right. My drive to and from work is the most peaceful time of the day. The other one, as a late 40s dad, a quiet drive is therapeutic.
Well, the BART ride in the morning, I throw the headphones in and grab a cup of tea. Just lay back and hang out and then walk. Actually, walking is one of my favorite activities in the morning. You just center yourself.
Well, that's what I do every day after I park. I have like a 6-7 minute walk. I actually look forward to it.
Like Kevin Durant talked about this, active meditation. just because you're not sitting cross-legged with your eyes closed doesn't mean you can't actively meditate all the time. Like, actually, he talked about basketball as being active meditation.
I think that's Katie being stoned out of his mind, but continue.
Well, but if I told you that someone else said it, you wouldn't be talking about him like that, because it is true. If you can actively meditate in anything you do, like right now, well, I'm not meditating, I have to think, but this is therapeutic for me. Being able to get sports takes off, have a conversation with you, this is fun.
When you have the mind of someone like I do, where things are scrambling all over your brain at all times with
that's you problem.
ADHD, there is no such thing as meditation. The steam room is my meditation. The drive home is my meditation.
That's active meditation. I think we're just speaking the same language in different dialects.
Probably.
Yeah. I don't know. Just me.
But I do think what we're talking about is why Jimmy and Dre and Steph get along so well. There's a lot of commonality, right? Obviously, there's their age, there's their basketball success, but it's the dynamics of family and where you're at in your life. It's relatable, right? And I think there is something cohesive about this. We know in every work setting, you've got what you would call your work wife or your work husband or your work friend or whatever, however you describe it. And 9 times out of 10, there's commonalities that you can complain about and that you can relate to. And I think that there's a lot of commonalities between the three of them. And I underrated how much Jimmy and Draymond are alike in so many ways.
That was the one thing that I actually had no quarrels about whatsoever. Like, Draymond Green has never had, and to his credit too, Jimmy Butler has never had an issue with an NBA player that he respects. Same for Draymond Green, I could argue.
That's a hell of a sentence.
No, I'm just...
As long as I respect you, I have no problems.
Well, it's true. The players that they have had issues with in their past, they clearly have not respected.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Draymond just completely dismisses Gobert.
He dismisses Gobert. He dismisses some of his teammates.
Nurkic.
At times, Durant.
Yeah.
Poole.
Was it him and Enes Kanter also going at it at one point?
Yeah, probably. He has an issue with all the Europeans. He just thinks they're soft. Jimmy Butler, meanwhile... It was Karl Anthony Towns. Like, that was the guy that he thought was soft when he was in Minnesota. So, look, they are now a little bit symbiotic, but like they are, I think they're in a great space. And also the combination that I have been more impressed with is Curry and Butler, because they seem like very different people, but again, they speak the same language.
Well, I had Jimmy pegged different. I thought he was a more malcontent individual. I thought his tolerance for others wasn't as high as it is. I had him a little different. I had him, and maybe I was just viewing it through the suspensions and how much respect I have for Spoelstra and Riley and how ugly things got and how toxic. And I listened to the Le Batard show a lot, and so every day they're talking about Jimmy Butler and how big of a headache he is. And I was wrong. I mean, the guy is a much better teammate. And now look, getting paid keeps you happy. So I'm sure a lot of this baked in was financial. And I think we can all relate to that too. When you feel like you're getting underpaid or you're getting screwed, or maybe you didn't qualify for bonuses because the corporation didn't hit certain benchmarks, but you felt like you did your job. And I get being jaded.
Well, and this is why I would say enjoy it, because that eventually fades. I mean, at one point, everyone has been what they feel like is, well, I would hope, properly paid. But then after a while, you feel like you're worth more and you want some more money. And then the relationships can become friction. Like, that to me is why this season is, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but...
Kuminga Domino.
Well, I think, I'm not even talking about him. I just think it's really, everything is aligned right now. And I think that this year has the potential to be something special. I don't want to think about next season. There's only 6 guys that are paid right now on the roster. Next year, to me, has a completely clean slate.
See, I would argue that everything that I'm seeing now factors into who stays and who goes for next year. That's the way I'm doing my math, because it's a 2-year run. There's this year, which is kind of like the test drive, and then the 2-year run of what we're going to do as we go flying into the luxury tax next year. That's the way I'm viewing it.
But also, because of how mercurial of a person Jimmy Butler is, I'm not assuming he's going to be the same person for another 6 months next year.
So you're saying he's walking around with a bunch of dynamite?
No, what I'm saying is that he's in a great headspace right now. But he's also someone that can flip a switch. Sam was talking about switches earlier. That's for down the line. But it's why, to me, this run right here towards the end of the regular season, the postseason is so important. It's a little bit like Draymond Green's DPOY candidacy because it's a lane. It's a lane. Right now, they have a crease. Draymond Green is not going to win a DPOY in the future. Wouldn't have won it this year if Victor Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren hadn't gotten hurt. Now, Draymond needs to play 10 in the final, I think, 13 or 14 games to qualify for that, which I think he will. But my point is, he has an opportunity to get this award. The Warriors have an opportunity here to make a deep run to the postseason. That's the way that I kind of read things.
How many games for Draymond currently? Do we know?
55.
55. So he just is playing 10 of the next how many?
They got 13 games
13?
left?
13 games.
10 of the next 13. And Bonte wins the bet. I bet him that he wouldn't, at the beginning of the year, he wouldn't play in 65 games.
Yeah, I think now that first team all defense is on the line, I think Bonte's got that one. All right, it's time for Fast Five.
Let's throw Guy Sanchez in there.
Jonathan Kuminga.
All right, it's time for Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Sam, would you like to start?
Sure. I'll get things started here. YouTube's having issues. Sorry, everyone. We'll fix that in a minute.
Oh, you're all good.
That's not my final thought, though. My final thought is, remember when baseball was a sport of integrity? We held teams and players accountable? Because I remember. So, as you guys know, the Dodgers and the Cubs, they played a baseball game in Japan this morning, which was afternoon for them. And Shohei Ohtani hit a quote-unquote home run. Why am I putting quotes? Because a kid in right field reached his arm so far over the edge, Jeffrey Mayer thought it was too far over the edge to snag this ball from the field and into the stands. They review it, but because it's Rob Manfred's favorite team, oh, no, it's okay. It's a home run. Just give it to him.
Are you going to cry?
No, I'm just really upset that Rob Manfred just clearly rigging baseball for Los Angeles Dodgers. I'm fed up with it.
Did you just wake up? Have you not seen their payroll?
True. I mean, you could bet on baseball games, but it's okay. We'll just brush that under the rug and just blame it on your interpreter.
Let me let you know something. I knew the entire government was with the Dodgers, let alone MLB, when they wrapped up the Shohei thing in 24 hours. Because I've seen people that I know very deeply get investigated for years on end, have assets frozen, go through hell and high water just to prove a point. When the feds want to, they do their homework. There's no case in the history of the federal government investigating anyone that they've wrapped up in a quicker amount of time than the Shohei had nothing to do with the gambling story. But it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
But hey, if Rob Manfred's your fan, then I guess it's all good. There's no rules anymore.
I actually like what Manfred's done to the game, though. I'm very conflicted with him.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. He's the worst. Pasta, what do you got?
It's very tense in here after that. I did see the video though, and that does make Jeffrey Mayer look like he wasn't even reaching over. My final thought is that you guys were talking about what kind of relaxes you at the end of each day, driving, walking, all of those relax me. But one thing that is super underrated, and I'm sure there's people out there that agree, sitting in your car after you pull up home for like 10 minutes and scrolling through Twitter or Instagram is the single most relaxing thing. I don't want to walk in. Even though I want to go home, I don't want to walk in. I just want to sit in my car for an extra 10 minutes.
No one pulling at his strings.
I have zero responsibilities at the moment. I'm responsible for nobody except myself and probably this job and maybe a few others. But
when my friends reach out to me nowadays, it's like, do you have 1 minute 66 days from now to go do this thing for 32 seconds? And I'm like, I don't know. I maybe we'll see. Like that's called responsibility. We got too many things we're balancing here. On that note, I think one of the most cathartic things you can do, just for me, and it literally gives me like a high, playing catch. I do it every day, pretty much. I love fielding ground balls and playing catch. There's something about playing catch to this day, shooting buckets, whatever it is, it's therapeutic. So it's equivalent to me hitting a bucket of golf balls. There's something about it. I love doing it.
I like that. Yeah, I haven't played catch in a long time, but I need to get back out there. I always keep the leather right next to the bedside. My final thought is, she's back, boys. Lady Madness. She rises every March. She claims brackets left and right. And last night, damn it, I thought San Diego State had a chance. UNC was a team that everyone was telling me didn't deserve to be in the tournament. was telling me was the team that it's an absolute disgrace to the committee that UNC is in the field of 64. And they beat San Diego State by 30 points.
I got them going all the way to the Sweet 16.
You know what? I might take them to win it all because Lady Madness is that cruel.
I got Duke.
All right.
Dukey.
No, Duke's going to be awesome. I also like Auburn. Go St. Mary's. They play 12-15 Friday. Vanderbilt. They
got a bad draw.
Not if Grant Nelson is out for Alabama. I think they got a chance.
I know,
in the
but
second round.
let's go. That second matchup,
it's
not good.
No,
Gonzaga, I thought, got a better draw than them, which was unfair.
Yeah, they usually do. And they're a lower seed. That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at Home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Evan Giddings filling in for Joe Spadoni. He'll be back tomorrow. Big thank you to Joe Shasky. Big thank you to Sam Lubman. Thank you to Anthony Slater who joined us to the River Islands guest line. Time for Signing Guru. Coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Warriors are back.
What a difference a day makes.
Nice win over the Bucks. 104-93. You were there.
Yeah, I was there. So was Steph Curry. Not in uniform.
No.
But the Warriors held it down, Steiny, and the Chase Center was lit. And I got to tell you, I got nervous when they let a 14-point lead go down to, they were down 6. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. And then Jimmy Butler happened. Pods happened. Draymond Green happened, Steiny, and this is what we do. I didn't overreact, and I was proud of myself. You didn't know this yesterday about overreacting to the loss to Denver, which JV team. But you're right, Steiny, 104-93, and Jimmy Butler is everything. And I think we're in for a fun spring and summer, Steiny, because I don't know where this thing is going, but I know you do not want to play this Warrior team, whoever gets matched up with them. That was my big takeaway.
My big takeaway was...
Talk to me.
That may have been one of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green.
No, talk, man.
To my way of looking at that game, I'm pretty sure, and I was locked in.
Okay.
I don't think Giannis Antetokounmpo scored 1 point while he was guarded by Draymond Green.
He was 0-6. 0 for 6 with Dre on him.
He could absolutely do nothing.
Nothing.
And
Dre, kudos, tip of the cap, man.
Now, we had a caller yesterday, Kate. Who her theme was jumping the gun. So I watched Draymond Green play that game last night, and I was thinking, oh my God. I mean, he just absolutely dismantled Giannis. And then I'm seeing she's defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about last night, because he was terrific last night.
Incredible last night is what he was. And before, go ahead, Scotty, because I was there. Before the ball was tipped, he already was leaning on Giannis like, I'm letting you know you're in for it. And I was like, oh, Giannis is going to, do some Aaron Gordon. Not.
The reason Giannis isn't Aaron Gordon is because he's not as skilled as Aaron Gordon.
And there you go there.
And over the course of Draymond Green's career, he just eats up bigger players who don't have the skill to compete with his length, his competitiveness, his quickness, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And you look at that last night, and Giannis was not very good, and Lillard might have been worse. So the Warriors just absolutely, to my way of thinking, took apart the Milwaukee Bucks, and they did it without Steph Curry. So that was a nice win for the Warriors. And I thought Draymond was just absolutely spectacular last night. Giannis was just an ordinary player at best.
Yeah, and it's again, I'm being positive, Stoney, because I'm happy they got up off the mat. And you talk about timing. Mentally, I feel like the Warriors, they would have paid money to have a game so they could get rid of the stench that was what we saw against the Nuggets. But the bottom line to me is, as great as they played and that start they got off to, Milwaukee came out of nowhere and outscored them by 12 in the third and went up 6 points. So, I can't erase that, but the Warriors did. And they got back on the horse, and Jimmy Butler is a godsend, Steiny. He's a merchant at getting to the free throw line, getting fouled. And he told us he was going to step it up a notch in regard to being more offensive, but he had 24 points, played the whole fourth quarter, and Pods, my goodness, Donnie, 2 huge shots, and Jimmy Butler is going to find you wherever you are. You, me, Risotto, if we're on the court in a Warrior uniform, Jimmy Butler's going to find you, and like you said, that was a big win.
Yeah, nice win for the Warriors, especially on the heels of the loss to the Denver Nuggets the night before. Kerr goes with a closing lineup of Podziemski, Heald, Payton, Butler, and Green.
Yeah.
So
no Kuminga.
He didn't use Moody or Kuminga in crunch time last night, and Podziemski was terrific. I don't know that they win that game without Podziemski last night. And he's taken some big shots, and he made all the ones he needed to make. Buddy Hield made some shots last night, so he helped, and Gary Payton's playing extremely well right now. You know, if you look down the road, obviously when they get Curry back, he's going to be in that closing lineup for somebody, but it looks to me like right now, Steve Kerr really loves Podziemski and what he does, and all the stuff that he brings, whether it's the rebounding, whether it's connecting, if you want to call it that, whether it's his hustle. He definitely likes Podziemski in a lot of his lineups. And as it relates to Payton, I feel like if the Warriors don't have a scoring problem, then he's going to play Payton in
that
crunch
night,
time too.
Yeah, that night.
And if Payton can keep making timely threes, I think Steve likes to use him too down the stretch. So we'll see what it means for Kuminga and Moody. Neither of those guys was great last night, but by the same token, then you play Pods, Hield, and Payton, and they make up for it.
Yeah, I was at the game, went home, Steiny. You know how I like to do, nerd out, but I turned on the post-game show with our guy Bonte and Mully and Fetsis, and, you know, you just talk about, I told you before the game, I just didn't like what I'm watching from Milwaukee. I don't know what it is, but I feel like they're missing something. But the bottom line is they're one of the top scoring duos, 55 combined points between Giannis and Dame. And Stoney, that was regular. I mean, the Warriors' defense was so suffocating. They got what? I'm looking at it 36 points, so 19 under what they normally average. But the Warriors are a scrappy bunch. I was just feeling the vibes of the Chase Center and Steph doing his stuff on the cheering his team on. So what was the young lady's name that said we're jumping the gun?
Kate.
But Stoney, if you allow me, I'm going to do it anyway. I look at the Warriors schedule, and I know you just lost to Denver, JV's team, but I'm looking at the Warriors schedule, and it's kind of, you would think they got some, what verbiage am I looking for? Some layups, per se, with the Torontos of the world and Atlanta. So they could get fat here quick and in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean.
I know that's looking ahead, but damn.
Well,
I'm going to do it.
And also, if you take a look at their schedule, they do have one more tricky
road trip.
Yeah, tricky stretch of games. They have they play the Raptors Thursday, and then they go on the road for 6 straight games. And at the end of the trip, they have at Memphis, at the Lakers. Then they come home and play the Nuggets and Rockets.
Okay.
So those are 4 pretty tough games they're going to play a little bit down the road.
So Houston comes back to the Bay, huh?
They come back to the Bay one more time.
Yeah,
they play the Rockets 5 times this year because of the NBA Cup. But the Golden State Warriors, they get back the loss to Denver, and they move back to a half game above the Minnesota Timberwolves. Timberwolves play tonight at home against the Pelicans. And we're on a full. This is like the equivalent of a baseball pennant race right now, where the Warriors.
You put that on the chat the other day. I like that.
I mean, it's not too early anymore to look for the standings and look who's winning, look who's losing.
Let me throw this right back at you real quick, Steiny. I'm looking around the league, and I love Draymond for keeping it real. He said your boy Wemby had Defensive Player of the Year locked up. Obviously, we saw what unfortunately happened to him. He's gone. But Vegas has Evan Mobley in the lead and Draymond second. I'm just telling you, had I not mentioned Evan Mobley, would you be like, okay, Goo, that's who? How far is Dre from really getting this award? And I know we could talk about it more, but Steiny, dude is on-ball defender, help ball defender. That's what makes him so great is he does it all.
I mean, he was great last night.
Damn. I hear you.
How was he the night before?
And the night before, Saturday, Cat walked out of here with almost 40.
I mean,
that's not all on him, but I guess I want to tell you that counts, right?
Yeah, I mean, to me, Draymond Green had an unbelievable game last night.
Damn.
Do I think he's the Defensive Player of the Year? I mean, I can't say that I've seen other guys 20, 25 times.
Okay.
I didn't, I think he's been great in stretches. I don't necessarily think he's been great all season long consistently, but it's an individual award. So at the end of the day,
I got you.
Who cares?
Yeah. 3 points, but he gave you
not.
50 on the defensive end, Stoddy.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about this game last night. Draymond Green, absolutely terrific defensively. Pajemski making a lot of big plays. Jimmy Butler getting to the foul line. And they put the Denver loss behind him. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into it. Warriors keep the positive vibes going. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And that segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Post again, pressured by Lopez. Gets it to Draymond. Draymond holds the ball, waiting, looking for something. Now dribbles it over to Butler, top of the key. Butler turns low with the ball. Porter Jr. takes a dribble. Pump fake, goes up, got fouled. Hit the shot at the three. Count it and put him on the line.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Tim Roy on the call last night. Warriors beat the Milwaukee Bucks 104-93, and I'm Matt Steinmetz, and I'm with Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
You know, I'm so creative, Steiny. I just had an idea. I'll run it by the boss. I'm so creative, and then, you know, I don't tap into it a lot.
No, I know.
But when you say that, or any other host says the Laughing Monk Studios, we should have a laugh. A built-in laugh. You know what I mean? Somebody's laugh.
I'd prefer we take a sip.
Risotto, you see your boy thinking. Get it?
I wouldn't mind
Laughing Monk Studios, and then you have a laughing thing going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You
mean like a laugh track?
Talk to me. Thank you. A laugh track.
You know, don't be afraid to bring that creativity to the pre-show meeting. You know what I'm saying?
You're the best.
I'm one of the best. I'm among the best. Hey, you want to have a little fun later on in the show?
I want to have fun all show.
I know you
I'm
do.
that guy. But yes.
I got a story up. So there's 64 teams in the NCAA tournament.
Okay.
How many nicknames do you think you know of those schools? I want to go through every single one.
Right.
And just see how many you know.
All right. I love it.
We'll do that at some point. All right. Let's start us out with Paul in Oakland. Paul's going to get us started on the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Paul? How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys this morning?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. So, Steiny, I got to give you your props, brother. I was paying attention yesterday, listening a little bit. You nailed that thing against Denver right dead square in the bullseye with their failure to execute when that game got to 97-94.
Yeah.
As bad as they played, as bad as they shot, with all the turnovers and all the minutia that went into that thing, that was a winnable game. The Warriors, to me, are a clutch game team. 40 times in that NBA metric of 5 ahead, 5 behind with 5 to go. They're 22-18.
Right.
At one time, I believe they were 4 or 5 games under 500. I think their future is going to be determined by how well they execute in those games. I called into the show after you, Willard and Dibbs, a few weeks ago, right when the trade was made. And I brought up that point that they've got to do better executing in that clutch time. And whoever they brought in at the deadline was going to have to impact them positively in that realm. And Willard's kind of brush off comment was, well, one of the ways to not play, one of the ways to deal with that is not playing clutch games. Well, that's not this group.
Right.
They're going to continue to play in clutch games. And the disappointing thing about the Denver game was just how horribly they executed in that last 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah. And that's why when you nailed it yesterday, you were right. You were dead square on.
Appreciate it, Paul. Yeah, they turned it over too much against Denver.
Thanks, Paul.
It's really that simple.
Yeah.
They turned it over too much against Denver. And last night, the part where I thought was important was the Bucks. They did take a lead, but then the Bucks fell behind by 9 again, and then they cut it to 96-93 with 4 minutes to go, and they couldn't score. The Warriors just held them scoreless pretty much from that point on. And Giannis had a little miss in the lane where Draymond Green contested. Gary Trent missed the 3, and then the next thing you know, Pods hits a couple threes, and it's ball game.
It's huge. And Steiny, and I keep talking about it. I guess I'm fixated on when Milwaukee kind of took control of the game, or so what I thought. But the Warriors had 18 turnovers on the night. Obviously, it didn't get them beat, Steiny, but 10 in that third quarter where Milwaukee came back and took the lead. So, You know, that's not ideal, but I know what he's talking about. Well, who was that, Paul? Like Jimmy Butler has shown us, Donnie, and the numbers they are what they are. It's like you don't even need proof now. It's just everywhere you look, you know, the metrics are they're almost broken in regard to the positive that Jimmy Butler has brought with him. But the bottom line is now you got a guy, a savant at getting to the free throw lines, Donnie, 11 last night, made all 11. I mean, a guy that what did you call him, a point guard or point forward that just sees things before they're happening, man. And he knows how to, you know, dish the ball and define pods for that three. I mean, that's why I'm excited again, as low as I was with the Denver loss. Like, okay, there's 13 left. But, Stoney, something good. I feel like we're about to have a fun spring, man.
Filmo Mike. Mike. What's going on, Filmo? How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I like how you do the, Stoney, you always do the, how you doing, bud? You do the same voice every time. How you doing, man? What's up, bro?
Big Mike. It's a crutch.
Yeah. It's a crutch.
Nah, but I just want to say, man, shout out to Tim Roy. Tim Roy is really a GOAT. If you go to other stations, they be trash on the mic. Tim Roy could do the whole game by himself. He could do the whole game with Jim Barnett. He was beefing with Jim Barnett that last year, too. I heard it. But he loved him some Big T, Tommy Tober. I forgot his name. Anyway, my point is this. Guru, you got to stop that, bro. You be jinxing this. I know you a lightweight Warrior fan, and you're very professional because you're a Laker fan and a Dallas Cowboys fan.
Hey, Mike, hold on. What the hell you mean I'm a Laker fan? What you mean I'm a Laker fan? I'm born and raised in the Bay. Free will. Don't call and talk about I'm a Laker fan. If you want to smoke, you go get the smoke. I'm a Warrior fan. Don't come with that Shasky stuff. I'm a Laker fan. What are you talking about this morning? If you miss me, tell me you miss me.
Hey, brother, I always miss you. I always wanted to be.
Yeah, but what is that Laker stuff? People believe that stuff, Mike. No Laker fan.
Laker fan from Showtime Lakers. I'm a Magic Johnson Laker fan.
What are you talking about? What? I grew up in the Coliseum. What are you talking about right now? I grew up in the Coliseum. Purvis Short. World be free.
It was Lloyd back then.
Floyd. What are you talking about?
You was going to see Larry Smith when he played with the Lakers.
Stop. No.
Lakers. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Go ahead.
All I'm saying is this, Guru.
Yeah.
This is all I'm saying, man. You jinxing it. If you're a Warrior fan, stop jinxing it.
How am I jinxing it? I'm not God. I don't got that power, Mike. What are you doing this morning?
Guru.
I'm jinxing it.
Guru, listen to me. You always go in there and say, oh, yeah, man, we got this game. We should have this game. Stop. We don't have no games. We're in the 6th seed. We're trying to get higher up.
Okay, and what am I doing? What am I doing? I said, Mike, they could get to the Western Conference Finals. What have I done to you? Why are you coming for me? Check yourself, Mike. Check yourself at the door.
Games on the schedule. Guru, when you said we have easy games on the schedule, that's jinxing us, bro.
Okay.
A real
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna give you that. Mike. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna give you that.
You gotta let the games play out. Right. You just seen that teams that don't have their best players. Guess what happens? They sometimes lose. It can happen. We have to stay focused game by game. Don't look ahead and say, well, we got Toronto's and this and that. Right. No, we
have the other 5 hosts, Mike? What about the other 5 hosts and what they do? Do you call and knock on their door and come for them like you done me?
No, because you're the GOAT.
Oh.
You're the greatest.
All right, Mike, I'm loving you now.
You're the greatest of all time.
You're my guy. Mike, Steiny, help me.
I can't.
He was coming for me this morning. I'm late. Wow, that was heavy, Mike.
I get what Mike. Thanks a lot. So,
good Lord, risotto. Come on, man. I'm going to have a heart attack.
And I told him he was going to piss you off if he did that.
Come on, Steiny, help me.
Okay.
Wow.
Let's
put 10-28.
Let's put the rat on the table, sponsored by ACTO.
Give it to me.
The Bucks stink.
Well,
they stink.
Okay,
so I think Mike's feeling like they won last night without Curry, and now we've forgotten about Denver. They're going back to the NBA Finals, and they've got an easy schedule where they can make some hay. And he's saying,
I hear you.
Look, they're still in 6th.
But I haven't said that.
No, you did. That's why he called.
Now that hurts.
But what do you want me to say?
I didn't say that this morning.
No,
I said you got rid of the stench that was the Denver game.
And you said,
and I was proud of my.
You said,
I'm back what?
Well, you said, I'm really proud of myself for not altogether giving up after the Denver game. And right now I'm back. And the bottom line is that I say this team can get to the Western Conference
propaganda
Finals.
Everywhere early. I said, no, I'm proud of myself for not overreacting yesterday. But you are right, Steiny. I have not liked what I saw from Milwaukee. That's neither here nor there. The bottom line is they were up 6. The Warriors couldn't score that third quarter, and they got back, and they got a win that they needed. So, Michael, I'm calling you Michael. Steiny, we got to watch out for those Raptors. How about that? Appropriate fear.
But you don't mean it. That's what we all know now, unfortunately. This from... the Comcast, the YouTube chat. Goo, you're really a Warrior Laker fan?
The joke is, and Shasky started it, during the Warriors Sacramento run where we got no playoffs risotto, when the playoffs would come, my friends, Warrior fans, we'd adopt a team. So the Warriors were never in the playoffs. So that was the joke. I'm no Laker. I'm Golden State on mine. 9 years old. My friend Ronald Tillman's Auntie, you met Ron.
Sure.
She worked as security at the Coliseum. We would catch Bart and watch games year in, year out. 9 years old. I was at the Chris Washburn game when a young George Karl told him to get in the game, and he had a sweater but no jersey underneath. I saw that with my own eyes.
You went to a lot of Warrior Laker games when you were young. Whenever the Lakers were in town.
I know what he's doing. Lucas, I know. Lucas, I got you. I ain't biting. I'm done biting. I'm not a striped bass. I'm not taking the bait.
I'm impartial. I don't like to get in the middle of these things, and I certainly don't like to stir it up.
Mike called me the GOAT, though. I felt like he meant it, so I'm on cloud 9. Come on, Steiny, I come in here try to be professional, and I said that was a great professional win yesterday.
Yeah, now.
And Mike comes for me. I know what it is.
What is it?
I think I took Shaka to the game, and maybe that was what that was for.
Well, you want to talk about
Is that what that was about, Steiny? I think so.
I mean.
Mike, I got you next time.
How about them Cowboys?
I'm fighting for my life in here. Where's DeMar Jackson?
I mean, it's just, if I were getting tortured and they said, Steiny, what are Guru's favorite teams? I'd be like the Pirates, the Cowboys, and the Lakers.
Now that hurts. Take that back. Come on, Steiny. Spreewell, my favorite Warrior before Steph of all time. Billy Owens.
Yeah.
Mr. Jennings.
Sure.
Mully.
Sure.
Teagle.
Yeah. I didn't say a word.
Brian Cardinal, Tolbert.
You and Mike go way back.
I got
so
you.
he obviously was, as they say, feeling a certain kind of way. And
can I get serious for a second? And I'm going to throw it back to you.
Why?
Because we went out and had a great time with the listeners at the Public House Market in Emeryville.
Yeah.
And I got some tickets right before I walked in.
By the way, who'd you get them from?
I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell you. So I said to myself, I want to share. I don't want to take anybody that's been, but I said this, and my son's my witness. I said, the next listener I see at the at the event, I'm going to ask them to be my date to the Warrior game, which was yesterday. And the first listener, and nobody knew, was Shaka. And I asked him politely if he wanted to go. So he was my date yesterday, Steiny. We had a good time. But do I have to reveal my sources?
You don't have to. I was just doing it for
my guy Rich and Billy at ACO. They hooked me up.
Yeah, that's awesome. They're clients of ours, and you do a lot of. You came up with Rat on the Table, and you deserve to get tickets, and that's a very nice gesture. Taking Shaka.
Yeah, had a good time. Man.
It just is. Yeah. Unfortunately, Kate wasn't the first one you saw after you made that promise to yourself, or Robin, but. Good for Shaka. How was it?
I'm going to say this about Robin.
Where were the seats?
Section. We were in Portal 3, good seats. Section 102.
That sounds good.
Row 7. So we were right there.
7 rows up from the court.
Yeah.
So Shaka.
We had a good time. His first time at Chase so happened.
I mean, look. Let's get serious here for a sec. that was a nice gesture. A really nice
and
gesture.
I didn't do it for you to say that. It's just that's what type of heart I have. And that's why when people like Mike come for me and then you back them up, it hurts. You did.
I didn't back him up. I was taken by surprise.
You smiling like,
taken aback. And I didn't.
Back to the Wiggins.
I didn't really understand the full, fully what was going on. But no, Goo likes the Warriors. Yeah. The Lakers aren't winning. All right.
Oh, boy.
Jimmy Butler.
Man.
He was pretty good last night. Steve Kerr was talking about this game. I don't want to harp on the Bucks, but I think I'm going to have to say it about 7. They stink.
Yeah, dude, I told you they stink. Let me stop.
All right, here's Steve Kerr. What flipped for the Warriors in their favor?
I thought Jimmy's three-point play at the end of the quarter was a big one, getting fouled and knocking down the 3 free throws. And then, we felt good about that lineup that we put out there to start the fourth. It's been a great lineup for us. They really made a nice push. QP hit the big 3 from the corner. There's a good flow with that group and good two-way lineup. So they made a great run, and that we were able to hold them off.
All right, so that was Steve Kerr talking about the lineup at the beginning of the fourth quarter, which involved Post. See, I told you Post was going to play against the Bucks.
Did. When he hit his first 3, I thought about you. You finally got one right. But I'll say this. Kuminga obviously didn't shoot it well. Either did Moody. But there's other facets, Stoney, to basketball than just scoring points. Yeah. So I think what the exercise we did, and I enjoyed it yesterday, it'll be fluid in regard to Steve Kerr outside of Dre, Steph, and a Butler, who will be that finishing lineup. And I kind of walked out of here like, you know what, Stoney, I don't know if that's ideal, but maybe that might end up being a benefit. It is obviously a sign of strength in numbers that you have multiple applicants in regard to filling that out. So let's just say Buddy Hield last night, if he has it going, obviously you want to go with the hot hand. So, I was happy for him. 4 or 6 from deep, Stoney, hitting shots, and everybody was rooting for him. So just from that vantage point, that might be a strength come playoff time here.
We'll see. We'll see. I do think it's going to be interesting to see what that finishing lineup is. Last night, Kuminga really struggled. He got to the line, but other than that,
what are you seeing? You
really
think he's just
struggled.
trying too hard? Or I don't think he's trying too hard. It's just what you think. I know it's early.
What do I think?
Yeah.
I think that Jonathan Kuminga's kind of had a tough year, and he missed a big chunk of the season, and now he's coming back, and this team is rolling. And I think he's trying to do the right thing, but I just think that, and it's not me. When Steve Kerr looks at the players on this team, I think he trusts other players than Kuminga, and I think that's going to be something that presents itself at various times last night. He didn't play down the stretch last night. Does he play? My question would be, if he were playing better over the course of the game, would he have finished that game last night?
My answer,
I don't know.
My answer is I believe yes.
No, I don't know.
And that's for everybody. And I'll say this about Kuminga's night from the field, Stoney, in 24 minutes. Obviously, you don't want 2 for 10, but man, he got to the free throw line 6 times, and Stoney made all 6.
Yeah, and he didn't rebound again, but
2.
And he was the only player with a minus, plus minus.
Yeah, wow.
Again,
I hear you.
I'm trying to spin this more towards Steve Kerr than my feeling. I've been observing Steve Kerr and the way he coaches for a while, and I just think he loves, if he thinks that Butler, Steph, Draymond Green, and let's say Podziemski, if he thinks that unit can score enough, he will not play Kuminga. He will play somebody else, either Gary Payton II or Moody.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing a lot of the listeners and have been talking about is they talk about you guys don't like Kuminga. It's not me. I'm just relaying what I've seen and how Steve Kerr coaches this team and what I know that he likes at the end of games. And so Kuminga's going to have to figure it out, and we'll see how it all plays out.
Would you give me a nickel for this? So nothing can be said in regard to Buddy Hield, and I don't want to call it loyalty, but the chances that he's received, and rightfully so, because of the spacing, the lack of shooting. And Chris Brown had a song called Loyal, Steiny, and that's what Steve Kerr has been to Buddy Hield. The reason I bring that up is I do believe Kuminga will be afforded that same loyalty in regard to he's obviously rusty. It's not just about points and it's other things. But, Steiny, I think we're in the second round of a 15-round bout. How many games left? To where he will get afforded that opportunity to be in the finishing lineup. So I think that's a good thing.
Well, he's going to have to earn it.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I'm saying.
And he hasn't so far since he's been back. And, the other thing is the games are going to get more and more important for the Warriors, and Steve Kerr's going to start coaching that kind of way where he's coaching the games like they're really important. And so we'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Couple texts here. These are not from me. This is from the 415.
Read it, Steiny.
I'm sorry, but Kuminga doesn't fit our team. His place and his style is not what the Warriors need. His IQ is not very high. He needs to be on a team where they're running and gunning. This kind of system is killing him, and it looks bad. But 925, JK, we're getting into his basketball IQ again.
I don't like that.
Like I said, I think it's more inexperience than IQ.
But it's easy to kick him when I don't think he's down, Steiny, but he's obviously rusty. Well,
he wasn't rusty in the first game. I mean, his ankle looked pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a question to be asked about Kuminga and what his role is on this team and how he's going to be able to carve out minutes for himself. But I think that's one of the things that Steve Kerr's got to figure out, especially when Steph gets back, because they are on the verge of being completely whole at this point. And once they get completely whole, then I really think Steve Kerr's going to start coaching in, let's say, postseason mindset.
Right, but I know we're up against it. I just don't see that plug being pulled on him. I know you're not saying that, but he's part of them being whole.
888-957-9570 is the number. We can also get into Draymond Green. He was absolutely, positively spectacular defensively. Does he have a case for DPOY? I don't know if I'm there yet, but he was certainly great last night. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Seremani Ford.
I am not Michael Strahan. I'm not God.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors get back on track with a win last night over the Milwaukee Bucks, 104-93. Defensively, they looked real good, particularly Draymond Green. He was terrific. And let's hear Steve Kerr talk about the effort and the energy of Draymond Green on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Either one is worth the headline. I mean, Draymond, that defense tonight on Giannis was incredible to hold him to 5 field goals. Draymond showed why he's still one of the great defenders in the world and why he's so important to winning night after night. I thought it wasn't just the defense, it was the leadership, it was the energy. It was such a professional effort by our guys, coming off of last night's loss, to respond the way they did, to put together a victory against a great team in a game we really needed. But Jimmy, played the whole fourth and just took over the game. We ran every play through him down the stretch. Big-time weapon to have.
Yeah, big-time weapon.
And it started on the first possession, Stoney. I'm looking at Giannis go to the rack and Dre just snuff him. And then he falls to the ground crying for a foul. But the other thing I noticed, Stoney, I don't know what the hell, this is random, #random. What is Giannis doing at the free throw line? I mean, good God, a couple air balls and it taking 20 seconds. He didn't get any violations, but man.
No, that's one thing I was actually thinking about last night, and you just heard Steve Kerr talk about, we ran our offense through Butler. Well, you can run your offense through Butler because if he gets fouled, he goes to the line and he makes his free throws.
11 of 11.
You try to run the offense through Giannis and he gets fouled, and now you're hoping he can make a couple free throws. But, it's funny because this is where I think basketball is, it's not the same for every team and every player. And I'm just looking, when Jimmy Butler goes to the foul line and you're a Golden State Warrior fan,
come on now.
You feel like it's all good because Butler's probably going to make 2. The game slows up. They're able to get set up in their half-court defense, which they're much better at. Giannis gets fouled, and it's just like, oh, God.
It's a bad thing.
It almost takes the air out of the Bucks when he gets to the foul line. And I don't know. I mean, I don't. Giannis takes 15 free throws, makes 10. Okay.
Well, I got
What's it really get you other than some numbers? But he's not going to make enough free throws that you ever have to stop putting him on the line.
Yeah.
And he couldn't make a shot last night because of Draymond Green.
I think of 2 players, Donnie, you're right about, because Giannis is a great player and he's headed to the Hall of Fame, but 2 players that couldn't make free throws but still, dominated. And I'm going to say Giannis because they've won a title already, and Shaq O'Neal.
Yeah. It's funny. You want to talk about prisoner of the moment? I don't want Giannis.
But
I don't want Giannis.
Yeah, but
I don't want him.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm out.
But
I'm out.
Stoddy, I'm with you. I tell you, I watch these Buck games. I'm just like, what changed? But I will say this:
he was a better player 3 years ago,
and he was one of. Since I've known you, we're going on 8 years, man. Seriously, Stoddy, I don't think you've been in love with a player or enamored with a player like early Giannis. It was his league, Stoddy. I think he's left a lot to be desired. Like, he just runs through you now, and he got to the free throw line 15 times that you talked about, but I don't know if he's getting better.
Well, I think the year they won it, he had help. I mean, he had 2 great players alongside him, and you can say what you want. A lot of people out there probably think Damian Lillard's better than Drew Holiday. I'd much rather have Drew Holiday, and at that point, Chris Middleton was playing terrific basketball too. And look, you can't take away his closeout game in Game 6 when he had 50 points.
Yes, you're right.
And I'm not saying he's not a great player, but man, if he's on your team, it just absolutely
with you, man.
Positively must go through him, and he's got some Kuminga in him. He's still not, and he'll never be a polished player. He just won't. And as great as he is, and he is great.
They ain't beating Boston.
Not really.
I know. I don't know who's winning it, but I know who's not. And I'll tell you if I'm wrong, I'll come in here admitted, partner. But Giannis is just he's kind of just stayed where he's at. He hadn't took it to the next level, man.
I mean, maybe there wasn't another level to go to after he was a champion 3 years ago. I mean, he was incredible. I just saw what Draymond Green did to him, and I know enough about Giannis's game to know that he can be turned into a less dominant player. But yeah, I thought obviously Draymond, put him in a box yesterday. Giannis just didn't have any answers, and it's amazing. Giannis is big, he's strong, he's tall, but Draymond has a way of meeting him at the rim and not fouling him and making Giannis either go to the line or finish in traffic.
Draymond had 4 blocks again. Like, you know what I mean? He's not like he's doing his thing.
Yeah, he had 5 blocks against Denver, 4 against the Bucks.
We got Monty Poole coming on at 1.
All right, Monty Poole, NBC Sports 8 Bay Area, joining us at 1 o'clock. The number here is 888-957-9570 is the number. You put Giannis on the Warriors, they win the next 3 titles. Well,
but then and I'm not hating on Giannis, Donnie.
I don't know.
Well, that'll be because he has help and other superheroes around him.
What's that?
Oh, I was just telling you, I got that sound that I told you I was getting for you.
All right, hit it. Which sound?
Oh, we were talking about, Draymond's DPOY case, and Slater was talking about this morning on the Morning Roast.
Yeah, hit that one. That's
right now. He's very likely to get first team All-D because the narrative around this team has shifted with Butler. And the fact that, if they were sitting at the 9-10 seed, which is they were prior to Butler, like he would have a tough time getting on second team all defense, but they're second in defense in what we believe is kind of their team now. If they can climb up to 5 or 4, I think he'll have a lot of momentum right now, considering the Cavaliers record and, Evan Mobley's, contributions to that. He seems to be the favorite, but Draymond mentioned it last night. This was Victor Wembanyama's award. As a voter, I had pretty much already ticketed him into that award by midseason. And when he was announced out, in which, not only he might not have won it because, lack of playing, but now with, games played rule, he's literally disqualified for it. I got to pick somebody, and it does feel wide open. And if Draymond has a loud push to end the season on the court, we know it's going to be loud off the court. He's going to campaign for himself plenty. Sure, he's in the mix.
Wow. That was Anthony Slater on with the Morning Roast.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Tony, to Slater's point, and I saw him last night, the fact that I don't know how many times you mentioned, nor have we talked about Defensive Player of the Year, but after Wemby got hurt, how many conversations have you had? I'm asking, Stoney, that you said Evan Mobley. Like, I just know when I hear his name, I think of defense and boards and rim protection, but I think Dre's got a shot at it, and I know there's only, 13 games left, but hell.
Yeah, I've heard Evan Mobley's name all year long. They have the best record in the NBA, so I think it'll be tough for Draymond to win it.
But making that all-team, first-team defense, that'll be – come on, that's great too, if he gets that.
Yeah. That's great.
Well, he brought it up.
Of course he did.
Wow.
Of course he did. Of course he brought it up.
You're awesome.
Of course he brought it up.
Day.
On in another situation, I might say something like, I wish we'd be worrying a little less about individual awards than keeping this push going. But he was great last night. 415, you put Giannis on the Warriors, they win the next 3 titles. Well, yeah, if you put Giannis on 9 teams, they might win the next 3 titles. But you're not going to be able to get him for nothing. I'm just saying, he's all right. He's pretty good.
He was great last night, man.
I'm talking about Giannis.
Oh boy.
So let's go to, he was in the house last night, ladies and gentlemen, and he was with my partner, and his name is Shaka from Berkeley. What's up, Shaka? How you doing, man?
Greetings, my brothers. How y'all doing, man? Thank you, Guru. Thank you, man.
No problem.
I had a ball, man. That was sensational, man.
Back at you.
Hey, man, my thing is this with Kuminga, man. He has a good game. Nobody says nothing. Soon as he has a bad game, Kuminga this, Kuminga this, Kuminga this. Didn't Steph Curry just have 9 turnovers yesterday?
7.
It's like, I know one thing. We ain't winning nothing without him getting 20 in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't winning nothing without Kuminga. So I know the boss want to know if he can play so he can pay him or not pay him. So the coach ain't doing nobody a disservice by taking him off the court. Because, we won the game, and I was very happy we won the game. Pajinski made 2 3-pointers. We was down 6, and Buddy Hill made it 3 to make it 76-73.
Yep.
We got a great team, but we need him. And it makes no sense to take him off the court when he has one bad game. That's all I'm saying. Curry needs to. He took both athletes off the court, but we won, and I'm happy. But Moody. Only thing holding Moody down is Curry.
Thanks, Shaka.
Hey, I had a good time.
Appreciate it. Oh, shoot. I forgot to ask him about, was he late?
No.
Shaka? Or just trouble getting around the arena?
Trouble getting around the arena.
Okay.
We'll do that. But, Stoney, to that point, I hope I don't sound like I'm out on Kuminga. I stand on.
No, you're not at all. In fact, you're for jamming him in there even if he's not playing well.
No, he's rusty, and he's a part of your team. Now, Pods came back and had a great effing game yesterday, Stoney. So, that's different. He wasn't gone or on the shelf as long as Kuminga, but I'm not hearing a lot of people. Well, I guess there are a few people texting in, but you're going to need him to get to where you want to go.
Yeah, you're
listen, different on that.
I'm just going to be honest with you. That's to me, and it's not you, but they need Kuminga to get. I don't believe that. I just don't. I think Kuminga's role going forward is not going to be a consistent role. He will not. I do not believe he's going to have a consistent role on this team for the rest of the year.
Would that be disappointing to you?
No,
from a Kuminga standpoint.
What I need from Kuminga is a few games like Pajemski had last night from this point on.
Great.
In other words, you don't win that game without Pajemski last night. You just don't.
All right.
And I want Kuminga to have some games like that where the Warriors win, and then we look and say, they don't win that game tonight without Kuminga. And that to me, when you're a role player or you're coming off the bench, you don't have to carry the load night in and night out. Can you help the Warriors win some big games from this point on? But I don't think he's going to have a consistent role. It's going to be Steve Kerr going on feel, and Kuminga, the only chance he's going to have playing late is if he's playing well up to crunch time, I think.
And that's what it's about. And I think he's going to get that opportunity. So I hear what you're saying, but Stoney, I feel like I disagree a bit, and I'm living in the past in regard to, I feel like we saw that from Kuminga, but it's a different time. It's a different team now that he's coming back to. But at the end of the day, just like I want to continue to see what I saw yesterday, and it wasn't dropping form or falling form. But that Pods example is something that if he puts a few together, it's going to be like 1 + 1. But then you'll be out there.
The one thing about Kuminga is it feels like when we talk about Kuminga, if Kuminga plays well, we're just talking about one aspect of the game, and it's scoring. It really is. And that's the thing. The Warriors now have a couple players in terms of Moody and in terms of Pajemski who, if they're not making shots, they can still find a way to help you. You're listening, and that's what Jonathan Kuminga's got to do. He's got to help this team win, even if he's not scoring. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. 888-957-9570 is the number. Kuminga didn't play well last night. He's just getting back. He's going to obviously get playing time each and every game, and hopefully he'll be rolling. But yeah, I think the last 5 minutes of a game, all bets are off with the two players. It's going to be Curry, Green, and Butler, and then it's up to Steve Kerr to decide what the pecking order is for the lineup that he's going to surround those three guys with.
I got you.
Let's go to Kevin in Cupertino. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well.
Speaking of the role players, Santos and Moody and Kuminga, just the last two games, which against elevated playoff level teams, really been disappointed. Either not taking initiative, tentative at the rim. They always get the ball slapped away when going to the rim, or they're afraid to go to the rim and they'll drive and just kick it out into nothing. So the importance of these role players, or one of these role players stepping up, is huge going forward into the high level competition. Santos was horrible, I thought, against the Nuggets. Moody last night, Kuminga complaining about everything, not getting calls. One of these guys has to step up. Or you're right, Kerr's going to move him out of the rotation. But one of them has to be a little bit more dependable, because this would be your seventh or eighth player coming off the bench. So thoughts on that? I was disappointed in all three of them in the last two games, honestly. They need someone they can rely on a little bit off the bench. So thoughts on that? Thanks.
Appreciate it. And I think that's where Podziemski comes in. If Podziemski, the one thing he's got to do is just become a little more consistent, to me. He's got some real nice games, and then he's got some games where he doesn't play well. I just feel like Kerr's going to give him the first crack at it too. I mean, Steve Kerr basically said that before Podziemski even came back, that he thinks Podziemski will likely be in that closing lineup. So that then leaves one spot for Moody, for Kuminga, for Peyton II, or maybe even for Quentin Post.
Now, I'll say this, because Moses Moody has had a hell of a stretch of basketball. It's not 15 games. It's not 20. I mean, up until, Denver game, Stoney, 23 of the last 27, he had been in double figures. I'm not going Dr. Phil on you, but I'm starting to wonder, obviously you're playing better talent, and he's afforded a bad game in regard to shooting 2 of 9 last night and didn't finish the game in 25 minutes, but do you think I'm off the ranch, or is it fair to think maybe he's thinking that now that Kuminga's come back? I'm talking about Moody, and I could be totally wrong and nothing will change. And now Pods, for that matter, has come back. So, we're all just human. And to that caller's point, I have seen that. And I'm just wondering, moving forward, Stoney, a young player like Moody that everybody has loved what he's done, if now there's a number crunch. And now it's about, you know what I'm saying? If I'm not on my A game.
Yes, that's the way it should be.
I'm not saying it shouldn't, but I mean, we're all human, and I got to be real with that. Like, the last couple of games have not been what we saw from him, the last 20, Moses Moody for that matter.
Let me throw this at Warrior fans as it relates to Kuminga and Moses Moody. Before Kuminga got hurt, we all were saying he's playing great basketball, right?
And he was.
Okay. And during this hot stretch with Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody's been starting, right?
Ball.
And he's been playing great.
Yes.
Which of those players during their best stretch has impacted winning more? Kuminga or Moody when they've both been at their best?
Well, I would say it's kind of unfair to Kuminga because he didn't get to play with Butler. So I don't want to rob Moody, but Moody's been balling his ass off. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's easier to ball for Moody with Jimmy Butler on the court. And my guy, unfortunately, Kuminga hadn't been afforded that luxury.
Well, that's because Moody knows how to play off guys, and Kuminga has to, if Jonathan Kuminga is on the floor, he's got to be one of your top 2 scoring options. Because that's the thing he does best. But Moody's a better all-around player. And sometimes it's about fit. I'm not writing Jonathan Kuminga off.
Oh, no.
But I'm also...
That would be foolish, Donnie.
But I'm also not going to say, he just pencil him in the crunch time. No chance. No, these are high-stakes games. Yeah. And if Steve Kerr believes that Peyton, Moody, and Pods understand the situation of a game, maybe more than Jonathan Kuminga, he's going to go with those other 3 guys.
Gary Payton.
That's not me. That's what Steve Kerr has kind of proven over the years.
Gary Payton's down. He's 17 minutes. I mean, he can do no wrong. I know he's 3 of 7 for the field, but it's just everything else that he does, man. It's just the intangibles.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Man, this is from the 415. It's tough to listen to my favorite radio station while also being a Kuminga fan. You can be a Kuminga fan.
We're giving them love, but we're having a conversation about them.
Yeah.
And last night, 2 of 10. What do you want us to say? I'm talking to the guy that texted that he was 10 of 10.
No, but that it's more about where does he fit?
Oh, I got it.
Where does Jonathan Kuminga fit on this team?
Well, I told you where I think.
And in a perfect world, yes, you would have Jonathan Kuminga as a 6th man in a Vinnie Johnson, Lou Williams type role.
Let's go.
Well, you know, he's got to be efficient to do that.
Steiny / possible starter.
Who?
Kuminga. I don't think that's off the table.
What do you mean?
He could possibly be a starter.
Why? Like, why, though? They're 15-2 with what they're doing now.
But, see, it's like...
so you're going to change the starting lineup even though the Warriors are playing the best ball they've played all season.
That, but
no, it's not. That is the biggest thing.
Listen, I get that, but you're being sometimey with that, Steiny, because you're the same guy, and I'm not mad at you. You're the same guy that'll play the game of, well, they haven't really played anybody. So which one... there's more than just you doing that, but which one is it? So,
I'm not giving Kuminga playing time if we're trying to win a championship and he's not up to the standard of the other players.
I think
we continue to make this more about Kuminga than the Warriors, and I'm out on that.
No, there's just a bit of an enigma, Steiny, and I think Steve Kerr thinks differently than you, and you may end up being right. I think for you to say, and I get it, it's about us, and it's about the guys and our 7 or 8 best players. He's one of those. He might be your 3rd best option in regard to putting the ball in the hole.
Okay.
And again, in a bad night from the field, he got to the line 6 times and made all 6. Okay, but my point is, Steiny, they know he can take them somewhere that they can't get to without him.
To me, that's a
watch
phrase.
That play out.
That's a phrase, but I don't necessarily believe it. Like they can only go as far as Jonathan Kuminga. No, he's a 7th man right now, and they've got stuff rolling. They're talking about how the team finally fits together. The problem is I have a lot of room for Kuminga in the middle ground. In the middle ground, like every game, show me that you're worth playing 25 or 30 minutes. If you do, you play. If you don't, you don't. That's the way I look at it. And
wow, I'm getting Josh Ram. Don't agree with Goo. Chris A. Steiny, Epic Rivals on the YouTube chat. Guru's my dude, but this take is off. I guess I'll just throw it back to you. What does it sound like I'm saying? I'm not saying they're going to win a championship solely because of Jonathan Kuminga. He can take them somewhere I think they can get to that they can't get to without him.
Yeah, see, and I don't see that.
Through 17 games.
I don't see it. I see Kuminga helping once in a while win you a game.
Wow.
But I do not see Jonathan Kuminga as somebody that Steve Kerr is going to play the last 5 minutes of every single game just because he's Jonathan Kuminga. What do you guys think at 888-957-9570 is the number?
Wow.
You know, comes back to Kuminga. He struggled last night. He'll get another crack at it against the Raptors.
And we'll watch it play out because we're going to find out, you know.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I like this. Who is it?
It's Bob Dylan.
Man. I needed this.
I just got some bad news.
For you or us?
Oh, me. Yeah, you're not in this one.
Yeah, it feels like it could be good news, but go ahead.
My golf clubs have not yet been shipped back here to the Bay Area.
Oh, man.
And they're still in South Carolina. For some reason, these idiots have not shipped them yet. I actually just saw your bag and double-checked the address, so hopefully they'll be shipping tomorrow morning.
Maybe they're getting a couple rounds in with them. Like in Ferris Bueller, they take the car joyriding. They're doing that with their golf clubs.
Thank you, Sam.
Well, hopefully the plane didn't crash.
Well, then I get a new set.
Wow, man. It's golf in season, right? When's opening day for you?
Well, I golf during the weekends, but not this weekend, apparently. And I hate it. You ever play on a basket with no net?
I don't play.
Yeah. And that's the way I am.
I do not play.
I don't play with somebody else's golf clubs. It's just not as fun.
Wow.
This is a big problem. Okay.
Look at my man.
You're worthless. All right, let's parse this down. What's that?
You want to shout out the airline?
Well, I don't know what airline it is. It's Ship Sticks. I think they put them on any airline. Anyway, let's first of all, let me exonerate myself. I saw a text that said, "Man, the Warriors just won a nice game over the Bucks, and now we're finding a way to criticize Kuminga." No. Not at all.
And I'm not criticizing.
I came out today and spent the first segment of the show talking about Draymond Green and how he wrapped up Antetokounmpo, and Jimmy Butler, how he gets to the line and he took over in the fourth quarter. Jonathan Kuminga wasn't very good last night. We move on. He'll get another chance to play against Toronto, and hopefully he'll have a better game.
In Atlanta.
But here's where I think the difference is. I don't believe that. I believe Jonathan Kuminga, just because he's Jonathan Kuminga, is going to sub in at least once a half. Okay, he's going to come in with 7 minutes gone in the first quarter, and he's going to come in with 7 minutes gone in the third quarter. And what he does after that will determine whether he plays or not in the more important time of the game. I think what people think you're saying is, well, he's got to be in there even if he's not going good because we can't go to where we need without him. And I'm just not committed to saying that Jonathan Kuminga is a lock for the late game lineup or that we absolutely have to have him playing at his highest level for us to be, yes, to get to be your best, everybody's got to play at their highest level. And then you see how far you can go. But, Kuminga is a rotation player right now and not among the most important 3 or 4 rotation players right now.
Right. And hearing you say it puts a different spin on it, Stoney. But again, it's about the name on the front of the jersey, not the back. But I'm a big Kuminga fan, and I think the biggest Kuminga fan is the owner. I could be wrong, but I feel that. And just from a basketball standpoint, and my basketball acumen, you guys can laugh, but I believe what I've seen from Jonathan Kuminga when he's ready and whole, he can take this team. He's a luxury. He is like almost a secret weapon. And I know right now he's rusty, but he's getting the time to work it out. So obviously today is a bad day for me to be pro Kuminga after going 2 of 10, but still he got to the free throw line 6 times, made all 6. So that's a positive. But Steiner, you're right. I believe he's good enough to be in the starting lineup. And if he's not, by the time this rest of the season is over, it's come and gone, and they're hopefully in a 7-game series, I believe Jonathan Kuminga will be in the starting lineup or at least the first man off the bench. And it will be up to him, to play fundamentally sound basketball. But when you talk about gifts and the things that comes with the Jonathan Kuminga experience, that's why before Jimmy Butler, Steph was serenading him, telling him to be more and do more. and Draymond saying we need him because he's different, and Steve Kerr doing the same things. All that has not gone down the drain, but I'll meet you halfway and say, whatever your name is, you got to be playing the best version of ball for you to be in there and be a net positive.
I mean, for the life of me, this is the one I don't understand.
Give it to me.
With Kuminga. Watching this team play the last 15, 20 games since Butler's arrived, why is it so important that Kuminga starts? I look at I mean, you said you want him to be in the starting lineup, and for the life of me, I feel like the five that they're using is a much more efficient, well-rounded five. And I truly look at this team. It's like, I'll give you, you want to be Kuminga, you want Kuminga to be, yeah, okay. Then have him come off the bench and be a spark plug. I don't think he fits with the starters.
Okay,
I just don't.
And I get more excited, Steiny, if he came and could cook in that role when he came off the bench, was out there maybe with Butler. I don't know who, but I'm okay. I hope I'm not selling you on starter or bust. Hell no. Maybe that'll be his role.
You want him to be a starter.
Jimmy's here. I come from a school of you start your best five.
Well, that's not what a lot of teams do.
Yeah, but that's assuming that the best five know how to play off of each other.
Right, and they don't. As well as Moody. And, I mean, look, Ginobili came off the bench. He was one of the top five players.
Right.
Why did Ginobili come off the bench? Because Popovich felt like it was impossible to get Ginobili, Parker, and Tim Duncan all going if they all start. I see the same thing with Kuminga. If Kuminga starts, how do you get Curry, Butler, and Kuminga all going at the start of a game? It's just a little bit harder.
And you know this, the most important part, and it didn't happen last night, Stoney, is finishing.
Yeah, and I also think, I've always said this, role players make better role players than stars make role players. Jonathan Kuminga's a scorer. That's what he does. So use that to your advantage. Bring him off the bench. Let him try to get some points to give you a boost. But when it comes to the other aspects of the game, I think Steve Kerr sees Moody and Podziemski and hell, maybe even Post and Santos as players who might at this point be a safer option than Kuminga. And again, I'm not saying this. I'm just trying to read into the way Steve Kerr has coached this kid for 4 years. Yeah. Let's go to Jeremy in North Oakland. Hey, Jeremy, what's up?
What's up, Steiny and Goo? Happy Wednesday. Big bounce back win last night. I'm not going to go. I'm not in the crowd where, we're going to the finals or anything like that. But we just need, or the team just at this point just needs to treat every game like a one-game playoff, man. And just go 1-0. Just go 1-0 as much as we can and hopefully stay out of this plan because they really need the rest. And lastly, in that fourth quarter, it just seemed like the Bucks just kind of they just couldn't get anything going. They were really good in the third, and then the fourth just kind of dropped off. I'd really like to know what Mock Rivers' opinion on what their closing game was like. That'd be great.
Oh, we might be able to get Mock. Yeah, but Phil Mike took a lot out of Mock.
You know what? We'll see if we can get Mock Rivers on here this afternoon.
Risotto's looking like, who is that? He may not be familiar with the bit, but I'll say this, Donnie, they got locked up. The second and fourth quarter, the Milwaukee Bucks scored 17 points. And I was there. You watched it. I felt like a lot of that is the Warriors were in their space, and they were making it hard and difficult. And Dame Lillard on line one, Steiny, they were blitzing him. It was just like, man, this ain't the Dame I know or I'm used to. But the bottom line is I know he doesn't play that well when he comes back home. But kudos to the Warriors, led by Draymond, Jimmy Butler, and whoever else is out there. These guys, Gary Payton, Steiny, they are playing nasty-ass defense, and nasty being good. Like, boy, they're scrapping. They are scrapping. That's all you can ask.
This is from the 925, and I agree with him.
Give it to him.
I think Kuminga raises the potential ceiling, and he can help them win a few games here and there. Hold on. Right. Is he a difference maker? Maybe not, but he can be a difference maker in games here and there. That's to me exactly what Kuminga what I would like for Kuminga.
I don't find that offensive. Like, and I'm not saying you're anti-Kuminga, but it's just interesting. And I'll tell you what, Stoney, what is there, 13 left? I think Jonathan Kuminga, if healthy, will play 25 minutes a night at least for the next 13, and that's how I would do it. Just like
no matter how he's playing.
But didn't we do the same thing with Buddy Hield because of what Buddy
Hield has a skill of three-point shooting that this team lacks. So it might not be fair to Kuminga, but they need Buddy Hield to shoot threes and to make threes. Here's the other thing about Kuminga that I was looking up. And this is what I mean by he's still got a long way to go.
All right.
So this year, he's averaging 1 minute less per game than last year. Kuminga.
All right.
Okay, so he averaged, let's just say 27 last year, 26 this year. Okay? But he's shooting more this year. He's taken almost 13 shots this year as opposed to 11 and a half. Okay,
right.
So he's playing a little less and he's shooting more.
Okay.
Last year he shot 53% from the floor. This year he's shooting 45.5. That tells me that he still has to make an adjustment of becoming a player that as his usage increases, he can continue to maintain his efficiency. And this year, he hasn't done that. He's shooting 8 percentage points less than last year, and his free throw shooting has dropped 10 percentage points.
Man.
I'm looking at the rebounds, they're the same. I'm looking at the assists, they're the same. Again, those are just numbers, but Kuminga this is his least efficient year in the NBA.
I'll say this to that. Now, I'm not arguing those numbers because those are facts, right? But the bottom line, Stoney, tell me what you give me for this. He was playing his best basketball. We both admitted that. And I feel like he was robbed of the opportunity to maybe clean up on the efficiency as the season went on when that injury came. But the numbers are the numbers. Shout out Will. But you get where I'm going. Like he was getting in a zone to where I believe that would have gotten some improvement. How much, I don't know, but I'd bet my right arm that was on its way, if you're into that, of maybe, coming back down to where you wouldn't be able to say it was that big of a discrepancy. Just a thought.
This is just facts, and Kuminga may be irrelevant to this. But when Kuminga was playing great, the team wasn't playing great. And now the team is playing great. And Kuminga's here.
Right.
So he just doesn't get to come back and do what he's been doing because they're doing it a different way. He's got to figure out how to make it work.
Yeah.
And as the games get more and more important, it's going to become more and more pivotal.
Yeah. And I'm not going to sit here, Stoney, 3 games back and say he's pressing. I just think this is natural. He's rusty as all outdoors. No excuses. But, Jimmy Butler is like 4 people being on your team that are new because he does a whole hell of a lot, and it's exciting. So I just think they're both working them back in, and we don't even got to have this conversation moving forward because, it all come out in the wash. And I think they are pro, and they're aware of what you recited to us, Stoney, the numbers or whatnot. But at this point, I don't think it means anything. They just want to get him up and running and him be a guy that they can trust. And to me, the end result is forget the starting. I'll let that go. But maybe finishing games. I would like to see Kuminga finish games, but not if he's not playing well, and others are.
This is Anthony Slater on why Jimmy Butler and Kuminga have not been playing together very often so far.
Yeah, it's early, and, Kuminga, they're still kind of, 20 minutes, then like 27, 24, so I think that kind of limits it, but they should put that combo more. There's spacing concerns, but to me, sometimes I think they're a little bit afraid of it, like they were afraid of Wiggins and Kuminga. And to me, you don't have the similar problem as you had with like kind of the Wiggins-Kuminga pairing because of Butler's playmaking and his ability to lift others up. But I kind of think it's more been about who's in and out of the lineup and Kuminga's minutes restriction than them not wanting those two together. And I think you will see them together in lineup combinations plenty in the next few weeks.
All right, so Slater saying Butler and Kuminga are going to start playing more together.
That was well said,
If
too.
you've been watching, Butler's been coming out of the game midway through the first, and then Kuminga comes in to spot him. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Hey. Doing well.
I agree with Steiny. I don't know why everyone's putting so much on the numbers in Kuminga when I guarantee the coaches are looking at his defense. That's what's going to get Kuminga in the game is his defense. That's his deficiency. Like back to the Laker game when he was guarding Hachimura out of bounds and his back was turned. So I don't think it has nothing to do. He scores. That's what Kuminga can do. He's not a good passer. He's not a good rebounder. He's a scorer. So they're not worried if he's going 2 for 11 right now. Kerr and everyone's looking at the defense and what he's doing, and he doesn't have to start. Moody's like Bruce Bowen. He's always in the right spot. Well, and everyone was talking about the last 2 games of his shooting, but he was just 40%, 66%, and 50% from 3, so he's going to shoot 25 and 30. That's 40%. So I think people got to stop looking at the numbers and stop worrying about Kuminga and have him look at his defense and not his scoring and not worry about how far he's going to go because they were doing fine without him.
Thanks, Christian. Appreciate the call.
And Steiny, just for the people listening to our show, the millions, I just want to say this. I get, and we're going to get back to the game. It was a great win and a bounce back. So, like this, if I'm listening to us, I hope we're not coming off because we both have different opinion on what JK can be and when and how or whatnot. But the bottom line is we are excited about the win. We're super juiced about the future, and hopefully that'll culminate in a 7-game series. But the bottom line is I won't call it an issue, but this is family. And we can't ignore the rat on the table that is Jonathan Kuminga.
I disagree.
We can't ignore. Like, this has to be talked about.
No, it doesn't. To me, I mean, what's to talk about?
The evolution.
Okay.
And the fact that he is a talent.
Sure.
And I think they want we all want that, forget what you think, but they all want Jonathan Kuminga running on all cylinders to be a big part of this team. And I think, and we got Monty coming up at 1, if they had, if you asked him, Steiny, they would want him to be one of the 5 that finish games going into the playoffs.
Right. But he's got too many deficiencies as it relates to Moody right now. And the last thing you want is, here's the thing. I mean, I get it how people think I can't stand Kuminga because, I feel like you love him.
But I'm real.
No, you're not. You want to give him a scholarship.
Oh, see, that hurts.
I mean, you want him.
We had a couple.
You think he should play all the time?
No, Steiny. If Moody, I don't think and Slate said it. Steiny, I'm not sitting here. I don't think this is Wiggins meets Kuminga. They can't play together. So I'm still dreaming of my 5 that we had a couple callers back me up that said maybe we'll see that and down the road. Dre, Kuminga, Moody, Butler, and Steph. It doesn't have to be A or B. But it's obviously going to be that when you talk about Gary Payton II. You talk about pods, and I'm starting to think that is going to be a strength. But the bottom line is Moody and Kuminga can be out there at the same time, Steiny. Now, then the other domino to that is, okay, what about pods and what about GP2? So I'm not dare telling you if Kuminga is not on his A game that he should be in there. Hell nah. Or I'm going to enjoy the win or loss less. No. I'm just telling you, Steiny, I'm foreshadowing what I think the NBA is about and its mismatches. And I think on a good day, if Jonathan Kuminga can finish or improve on those deficient areas that you see.
Okay, what are they? Rebounding? He hasn't rebounded for 4 years. So
I got nothing for you there.
This is where like I do get a little frustrated. It's like, boy, how can Kuminga can play 25 minutes by accident if he can get 7 rebounds a night.
That's what Pods
and get out on the break and defend like.
And I forgot
defend at the highest level he can defend at. Like that's the other thing. He can be a good defender, but he can't be. But he's not been a good defender for 25 minutes at a time. So, and again,
I hear you, man.
And again,
I'm not blind though. I think you think I'm blindly in love. I'm not. I'm just telling you, I've seen it. And like Sam Lubman said during the break, Steiny, the pro Kuminga crowd today is probably a bad day. You might want to just put that down and revisit it. But after last night,
I didn't even want to bring Kuminga up today because he's not in this one. He wasn't
wouldn't
good.
We be phonies though? Wouldn't we be phonies that we're talking about a guy that everybody talked about that's missed a big portion of the season, and because he didn't have the best game from a shooting standpoint, got to the free throw line 6 times, made all 6. I'll take that. That's growth for me. But the bottom.
It's not growth if he makes 6 free throws in a game. He's still shooting 65%.
But
this is like the thing about like you got to play well more often than you don't play well. That's all.
All right, we can move on.
But the other thing is like, how do I look at Kuminga? He's a 6th or 7th man.
But how do the Warriors look at him?
I don't know.
See, and that's where I think.
How do you think they look at him?
One, I think Joe in Austin San Jose disagrees. One, I think Joe Lacob is his biggest fan.
Okay,
I think that means a lot.
But he's not getting on, like, doesn't mean he's getting 35 minutes a night.
And he's got to earn that. But also, I think there's some physical stuff going on. Not making excuses.
What do you mean?
Like, he's been gone a minute. So he's got to work it out. Even if his name was Magic Johnson, he's been gone. He missed almost half the season. So I'm just... I don't want to say I'm going Guy or R&B group back in the day. Let's chill,
Well, that's what I wanted to do, but you can't.
But he played last night.
But they won, and he stunk, so let's not talk about him. Like, they won, he stunk. Let's talk about the other guys.
Well, Moody didn't have the greatest game.
Right. That's why I came out talking about Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see T.I., I see Tom, I see Scotty in Pleasanton. We'll get to you all on the other side. I also want to play this game with Guru, see how well he knows college basketball nicknames. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So I'm watching the Warriors last night.
This is Guy, Let's Chill.
Huh?
Let's chill. This is the song.
It's to you.
Let's chill.
Right, chill on. Oh, they're going to go to the Western Conference Finals. Oh, Kuminga's going to. Oh, Jimmy Butler. And the Warriors. They're going to win 20 of their next 21.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
I'm a firm believer in that. Okay, so I watched the game last night. You didn't hear Fitz and Kalena.
I went home, watched it again.
Okay, I'm a firm believer. I get it. Bob Fitzgerald doesn't coach. He's not in the front office.
He could.
But he's around this team day in and day out, and he talks to everybody. And I feel like sometimes on the broadcast, things will leak through, and you can actually glean something about the way the team feels. And there was a play last night.
Give it to me.
Where Kuminga got an offensive rebound and dunked it. Somebody missed, got the offense. He
he went up.
Yeah.
Portland was in cement shoes. Portland, Milwaukee, he went up and, yeah.
And Bob Fitzgerald said, that's the Jonathan Kuminga we all want to see. That's the guy. Go to the offensive glass. That's where you start. And I'm thinking, Fitz isn't saying this on his own. They want him to offensive rebound more. Like, that's one thing.
Yeah, we all
want him
do.
Okay, well, he's not. So why doesn't, what? That old book, Why Can't Johnny Read? Why can't Johnny rebound?
That's a 4, but it's like you said, Steiny, it's a want to and will.
Well, he's got to.
I keep bringing Lubman up because I love him, but Steiny, if Pods had Kuminga's body, he might be Moses Malone. Like, I don't know why he's not. But it doesn't take Fitz, and I love him to tell us we know.
Well, then don't ask why he's not playing. But he's not doing the things they want him to do more of.
No doubt. But Steiny, we're 4 years in, and I just want to let you know he's playing. He's been hurt, and last night wasn't exactly how you draw it up at the chalkboard. But moving forward, he's definitely I'm telling you, got to do those things. And I would be disappointed if he does.
What? Like, that's the thing, though,
well,
So should Steve Kerr play Jonathan Kuminga and hope he starts rebounding, which he's never done in his career? Like, you've got to start rebounding first, then you get to play more.
Well, I think attacking the rim, master that and keep showing us that to where.
Look, I got news for you. Here's the other thing.
Everybody's not perfect, Steiny. Let's keep that real.
Right. Guess what? His number one skill is attacking the rim.
Yeah.
They now have somebody that does that better than him. Better. Jimmy Butler.
No, that's a great factoid.
So in that way, there's a touch of redundancy there.
Wow. Where you say we're getting what you used to be the only one that could give us from somebody that can do that and more.
Who's more efficient driving to the basket?
Well, yeah. Come on now.
Okay.
But he's still young.
Are we trying to win a title? I know he's still young, but we're trying to win a title, aren't we? So Steve Kerr's going to be less patient with that. Let's go to T.I. in Oakland. What's up, T.I.? How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, guys.
Yes, sir.
I always love hearing you guys.
Thanks.
I don't know. In my humble opinion, you guys can agree or disagree, but I think you guys will see this once I say it. Steve Kerr likes fundamentally sound players. When BP got there, he was already fundamental. He just needed to step up the speed of the NBA game. Nobody can disagree that Jonathan Kuminga has ability that's out of this world. But in order for him to be able to play more, he needs to become more fundamentally sound. That's the only way that I see him really getting the chance that he deserves, as Guru would say, is that he becomes more fundamentally sound. That's the thing that Jimmy Butler brought to the team. If you look at the games closely, you'll see Jimmy Butler do jump stops, turns, and passes, things like that. He's not out of control.
Right.
So I just think Jonathan Kuminga needs to figure out what he does best. And I can't say what NBA players' schedules are in the offseason, but what I do know is the best of the best work out year-round. That's their priority. So I think he needs to, whatever he does in the offseason, one of the things should be figuring out what he does best, concentrate on that, and know that, man, this is your job. You know, it's like anything else. You work on your craft to become better. You can't live on just ability alone. And I think that if he does that and he makes those corrections next year, you're going to see a different Jonathan Kuminga. I think he can get out of the bed and dunk and you know, and all of that, but it takes thinking to become fundamentally sound. Watch the game, see the flow of the game, see what works, see what doesn't. So that's my take.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, T.I.
Well, good points. And we can't sit here and say that he's not working, Stoney, JK, in the summer. But again, I know I have friends and family that are listening thinking, you know, we're making this about JK and not focused on the win last night. And it's so not that. It's that I'm so excited. I just think Jonathan Kuminga needs to get 9 lives. I would give him 9 lives and hope that Kuminga would come out the bottle that would improve the rebounding. But, Stoney, when they start swallowing these whistles in the playoffs and you need strength, brute strength, Jonathan, really? I really believe it.
Well, he's been going like this a lot.
And he's
been going like this a lot.
I give you that. I have nothing. I don't like that. And it was happening last night. Dude, he got a technical he got a flagrant. And I thought that was out of frustration.
It was.
Like, Jay, you can't do that.
Sometimes listen,
I didn't like that.
I'll be honest with you. Kuminga he's in a, how do I want to put this? He's not been treated unfairly.
Okay.
But he's been the victim of a numbers game and a position game. Ask me if I think Podziemski's fundamentally sound.
Stoney, you think Pods is fundamentally sound?
Not really. Not really.
I'm shocked at that answer.
Yeah, I don't think he is unbelievably cerebral on the court. I think he makes some bad decisions, but he's got a part of his game that translates. He can rebound. He can make a play for somebody else, and that's right. And those are 3 things that Jonathan does not do. Now, here's the thing. The Warriors don't have any guards. So Podziemski gets to play through more than Kuminga. Wow. Kuminga's got to battle Draymond. He's got to battle Santos. Now he's got to battle Moody. So, yes, part of this has been, Kuminga has been in a spot where there's way more competition at his position. And with the stakes becoming higher, maybe Kerr likes other options.
One thing we have not mentioned, partner, this morning as it gets to midday, 12 o'clock here, is Post and his bounce back from an 8-minute game. Stoney, again, I don't know if you're surprised. I'm not when the ball goes in, but just watching him, come back a night after, I felt like he could have been afforded some few more minutes. But, I mean, Stoney, they got something in the guy, man. I'm going to just say that. And there's a lot of growing to do to where – you could be out there and relied on defensively, but I like what I saw yesterday. And again, you're not going to play Denver every night. Every team's not going to have an Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, and that's
Lopez hit a couple, but yeah.
And I don't want to, compare players, but it's kind of what I mean. I mean, Post saw a need for a stretch 5, and he happened to be a good 3-point shooter. And boom, he comes into this lineup, or he comes onto this team and gives them one little dimension that they never had. Yeah. And you know what? That, to me, is the way you impact a game as a young player. I need Kuminga to give me something that gives us an extra dimension, and it's not just, well, he can cook. Because that doesn't win you playoff games. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Scott in Pleasanton. What's up, Scott? How you doing, man?
Good, Steiny. Steiny Guru, thanks for taking my call. Yeah. Hey, Guru, I appreciate your excitement, but man, we're talking about a guy who was minus 11, not a plus minus. We're talking about him in a game where, despite him and his performance, Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green's defense is the reason we won that game.
No doubt.
And, if Kuminga's going to make it in this league, he is 6'7", 220, 225. You know who else is 6'7", 225? Jimmy Butler. If he's going to learn from anybody, he should be sitting on the bench, maybe less minutes, watching the game. He's one tone. He dribbles into the paint. He doesn't know where he's going. When Butler does it, He finds Post. He finds Tajemski. He finds Heel. And they hit the big shots last night. And, yeah, Moses didn't have a very good game. But if you'd roll the tape, he played defense. He didn't do the Olay like Kuminga did.
Wow.
He's got to stop the Olay defense. He's too big.
Yeah.
He's got to have a presence on defense. He's got to block shots. There's a time that Damian Lillard was driving down the court, got past half court, saw Moses in front of him, and said, nah. He gave up the ball. He wouldn't do that against Kuminga. So, we've really got to pump the brakes, and we got to talk about why these guys are winning.
Hey, no, that's a great call.
Was phenomenal.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to say this to you, caller, because you want it. You dropped the mic, but you got to be careful. And I hear what you're saying. We're talking about Jimmy Butler. He's in his 30s. He's a finished product. He knows who he is. And I'm not defending JK, but I will just state the facts. He's 22 years old, man. So I get what you're saying, but just remember that, man. He's young in this, even though we feel like he's 40, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't. I know he's young. In fact, that's what's...
But the game don't wait on you.
Well, playoff games wait on you if you ain't ready to play in playoff games. And, again,
Yeah, I got you.
He's not 26 yet. He's 22.
Wow.
I just feel like it's not time for him... It's not time for him to be a 1 or 2 option right now.
And I'm not lobbying for that. I'm just telling you, Steiny, I think he can help a team that's got 3, 4, the team built like this.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I don't see. Like, it's so easy to say, he can get you 25. Okay, but how does he fit on this team? And I think Steve Kerr believes that with certain lineups, Moody and Santos fit better.
Well, I'll get back to Draymond. I'm with you. That was spectacular, man.
Tom's in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. I got a few rats to put on the table.
Oh, there you brought to you by Atco.
Okay, here, man. JK needs to manage his expectations. When I played ball, I used to write down things that I wanted to do through a game so I could have it in front of me and I could look at it and have expectations before I even walk in the game. So for me, KJ needs to score from 18 to 25. He needs 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 6 to 8 free throws. Moody and JK, they have to play the 4 position because when they play the 3, both of them look out of sorts. So I really feel that it's important that they play the 4. To me, they don't play together as good. Now, 1 out of the 4 games that KJ played, the first game was the best, and he's degraded every game. He's been going lower and lower. Sometimes KJ, he looks lost on defense and offense, which bothers me. Like he's not sure where he's supposed to be. And that could be rust. I mean, it could happen. But last night, his 3-shot in his mid-post last night was horrible, 2 for 10. I just think expectations, man, it helps. It really does. I think he's young, and it will make his game get better. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Yeah, and, the other reason we're talking about Kuminga is because they do have a decision
and there we go.
to make. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now, broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. What happened to Damian Lillard? Feels like he got a little old in the last 3 days.
Yeah. Man, but again, they got the number 1 tandem in regard to, if you're into that, 55 points together, him and Giannis. I know it's the NBA, and last night, what did they get? 34? They didn't even come close to that, but I'm with you. He looked guardable last night. Had a couple and ones, but that third quarter run, I got to give Milwaukee credit, Sonny. I didn't see that at all. I was like, okay, this thing's over. Of course, I was wrong, but to go down 6 and then Jimmy Butler take over and then Pods I don't know. Give me an adjective to describe him, Sonny. Because he's
Tajemski?
Yes. His biggest hater has to be, his lips should be wired shut. The dude just is a jack of all trades, man. Master of none. But you need him. You feel him when he's out there. He's getting more rebounds than Kuminga. Do a 30 for 30 on how that happens. But the dude is, I'm telling you, Steiny has carved out a niche to be the starting point guard alongside now, not only Steph and Dre, but Jimmy freaking Butler.
How come Kuminga can't do more dirty work?
You would have to ask him.
Well, and I'm sure the Warriors have tried to get him to do more of that.
I would just tell you that question is not over. He's going to get ample opportunity to rectify that in these next 13s to be what I envision him to be up and running, hopefully in a 7-game series out to shoot.
From the 510, Uno in Fremont, what I'm trying to wrap my mind around is on the one hand, Steiny was adamant about not giving up Kuminga in any trades, but now you're going to tell me the guy can't sniff the starting lineup for our team. How valuable was he actually? Let me explain myself.
Yeah.
He's 22 years old. People look at Jonathan Kuminga as, well, he's been in the league for 4 years. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. He's also 22 years old with very little basketball foundation, and he is still learning the game of basketball. I don't want to trade him now because I want to see what he's like at 25 or 26, which is what the equivalent of him actually going to college and playing high school basketball would translate to. I don't know what Jonathan Kuminga is going to be. That's why I don't want to trade him. But I also don't feel like he's because he's some overwhelming talent that he just needs to play 25. Like that he just doesn't get to play 25 or 30 minutes because he's talented. He's got to bring more to the table.
And I'll say this, because you didn't ask, Donnie, but damn, I do care about JK at 26, but I'm worried about JK at 22. And I'm looking around. You got Coach Kerr. You got that Warrior coaching staff. You got the Summers. You've got Steph Curry, Draymond. I mean, we're talking about savants of basketball. So, like, I just feel like that egg should have had hatched already a little bit in regard to.
He was a project. He was a project coming into the league, just like Wiseman was a project. And if you draft a project and you think he's going to be a complete player at 22 after 4 years of playing, of having no foundation and then being thrown into playing at a high level.
Wow, Stoney, it sounds like you're walking into a room.
It's going to take more time.
Like a union hall telling all the Kuminga fans, and I'm in there, hey, if you want this 22-year-old right now to impact a playoff series as currently constructed, you guys need to get out of here. But I know you're not saying that.
Yes, I am.
Well, I'll tell you this. We're going to get to watch this movie, I believe.
Did you hear what you said? You said impact a playoff series.
Or have some.
I'd like to see him impact a playoff game first, let alone a series. Let's go to Chucky D in Oakland. What's up, Chucky D? How you doing, man?
The town.
Hey, pretty good, Stymie. What's going on, you guys?
Going well,
thank you. I really enjoy listening to you. I do that every day.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you know, I've been harping about Quentin Post for quite a while now. And it seemed like Steve Kerr just decided that, well, maybe he can use a big man. We both know he's never really into big man. And the way big men around the league show up, he never really wanted any of those guys. He wanted these small players. But the thing with Kuminga, I don't think he's really giving Kuminga a really fair shot of developing into a better player. He's kind of sporadic. He plays them sometime here. He complains. But Kuminga, to me, he seemed like the future. And we should be investing more with them. And my thing is a lineup of Post, Kuminga, Draymond Green, Curry, and Butler. That would be the lineup that I would start out with and stay with and work with that and fit the other pieces in. What do you think about that?
Well, go ahead, because I'm not ruling any combination out because I think they're deep.
I mean, if you're going to start Kuminga and Post, then defensively you're not putting. So now you got Curry, not a great defender. Post, not a great defender. Kuminga, not a great defender. He likes Peyton. He likes Peyton.
And he should.
His defensive ability.
It's incredible, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. I love how the Warriors have either developed or used post this year. I think it's been, I actually think it was part of the plan. So you draft a guy in the second round and you bring him in, and he's not ready to play.
All right.
He's not ready to play right off the bat. And you give him a lot of reps with the G League team. He practices as much as he can with the varsity, meaning the Golden State Warriors. And then you get to about halfway through the season when veteran guys are kind of in the dog days, and now you bring Post in. He's had a half a year to learn to play against pro competition. Not only that, he's fresh, so he's not tired from a long rookie season. And that's kind of the way I would, like, I really, and then he can do something that no other player can do from the center position, which is shoot the three. Now he comes in midway through the season. He's not playing 40 minutes a night. He gets 10, 15. Yeah. If things are going well, he'll get a little more. But Kerr's found a way to put Post on the floor and have Post impact the game at least a little bit when he's playing. Post has been very good. Defensively, I think we're starting to see some of his limitations. There's no doubt about that. But offensively, he stretches the floor, and that was the name of the game back in the dynasty.
Yeah, and he also had his contract converted. You know what I mean? And I do wonder if they even saw that on the Warrior chessboard this year. So I'm a Quentin Post fan, and you don't know what you know until you learn it, right? And I know he's working like hell, and he'll do it this offseason too, starting to be a defender to where, you know, you can't take advantage of him. But, I mean, I'm just wondering, and again, I said it to you guys yesterday, I thought 8 minutes in a game that the Warriors had nobody to answer Aaron Gordon, kind of give him 11 or 12, even if it's like that's how he's going to learn. If I feel like, and I don't know where I'm at, Steiny, if there's going to be a game or games this postseason, shout out Post, but that he's a factor. Like, you know what I mean?
He's got to make more threes than points he gives up. And one thing, you know, he's you can tell when he gets switched out, man. He's got a lot of learning to do in terms of angles, and he's not very quick. And look, the minute he stops making shots, he probably is not going to play very much. But right now, he's might be their second best three-point shooter next to Curry. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Clarissa. I see Pat. I see Steel Toe. We got Austin. We got a lot of calls we want to get into.
We got our game, too.
That's right. I got to remember to play the game. But the Golden State Warriors back on the winning track after a victory against the Milwaukee Bucks last night. And they play the Toronto Raptors now on Thursday here at Chase before going out on the road. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You ever think about coaching?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm serious, Donnie. But then it turns
Little
into
league or high school?
High school.
Yeah,
I'd
high
love
school.
to be the next men's varsity or freshman or JV basketball coach at Logan.
Huh.
I got the actual job to where we get off in time to where I could do it. But, Steiny, I turned coaching into play-by-play because I'm so loud. Foul! Call it! And that takes away. So I wouldn't.
Do you think you could run a practice?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
I coached I was under Will Biggs' tutelage. He was a high school coach at Logan.
Give me the first hour. How did you break up the first hour?
We stretch. We
Okay.
stretch, and then we do the drill where I'm dribbling the ball.
Yeah.
And the slides.
Defensive slides.
Yeah, no doubt. And
Okay.
I hated them. Yeah, but we do that.
Okay.
And then
scrimmage.
No,
That's just scrimmage.
No, stop it.
That's just scrimmage.
Then we do the 3-man weave. Yeah, up and down. Why would you say, oh, God?
You're funny. That's all.
God bless those kids.
Oh, wow. Pasta. Watch it. Wow.
Hey, no, what I'm getting at is your guy played last night.
Who? You?
Oh, the guy we're gonna need him. We're gonna need him if we hope to reach our goals. Trace Jackson Davis. Oh
man.
boy.
Victory lap.
Yeah,
I did
absolutely.
Get in.
Yep.
Trace.
Yeah.
What did you think? See, but he was
on the court and he didn't hurt him.
No.
And in fact, I think they probably gained points with him on the court. Actually, I know they did.
Okay.
Because they gained points with everyone on the court last night.
It's Donnie, minus 11.
Except,
yeah,
you know what? Let me go to, I got to take these two calls.
All right, take them.
Let's go to Pat in Foster City, and then I got to get to Steel Toe.
Right.
He's got a question for you,
Okay.
Goo. What's up, Pat? How you doing?
Hey, good, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Yeah, I was thinking about this Kuminga, pairing up with Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
And, I would say that, and I hope you guys would agree, that both those two players are relatively unique. They're not typical NBA players. They have different skill sets, their body size, what they do well, a little bit different than the typical player. So I think it makes sense that anybody that's a little bit different is going to, take a little while to get used to. And you got two guys that are a little bit different. Oh, it takes them even more getting used to. I know when people joined the Warriors and said they'd play with Steph, I said, I never played with a guy like that. I don't really know what to do. The game is totally different, and it gets really good after a while. But at first, people are like, I don't know how to play with this guy.
Right.
Never had someone like this before. So it just seems to me maybe that's part of the learning curve that these two guys have to kind of figure out. But, I was thinking about the lineup, and you would be deficient defensively. But against certain teams, I've always thought that Butler and Kuminga would pair well with Kuminga slashing to the basket. I always thought that, having Butler out by top of the key or just inside the top of the key with Kuminga, sliding to the basket, I thought that would be sort of a natural offense for the Warriors to go to. And if they put shooters out there like Curry and Buddy Hield and like Post, and then had Butler and Kuminga playing, then you got a guy that can slash and you got some outside shooting all around. Seems like that might, against certain teams, defensively, yeah, you're going to have some deficiencies, but against certain teams, that might, be an effective lineup. I don't know what you think about that, but I just thought Kuminga, his slashing skills and his athleticism and Butler's inside passing would be kind of a natural.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Kuminga does some things for the Warriors, obviously, that other guys on the team don't do. So how do you shoehorn that into a winning situation where when Kuminga comes into the game, you don't have to switch everything around. You don't have to. Sometimes I feel like when Kuminga comes into a game, everybody tries to spoon feed him and get him going. And to me, he's kind of the only player like that on the team. I don't think anybody tries to get Moody going or Pods going. They play within the framework. But listen, Kuminga, he's still got time this season to
no doubt
to fit in and and to make a contribution. I know people are gonna think this is a backhanded compliment, but it's not. Maybe the first step for Kuminga is helping you win against teams that you got to beat, like Thursday against Toronto. That's where I think Kuminga could fit in. Not that, he can't play against good teams, but can you beat Toronto with Steph and Butler kind of on cruise control, and
maybe no
Kuminga
Steph
can carry you, like a 1 or 2 on a given game, and then that's, to me, how he can, inch his way back into this rotation.
Yeah, and I love the verbiage, Donnie. He is a unique player, and the bottom line is, for Kuminga, this ain't preseason because the games, they need every one of them. And I know we got Monty Poole coming up in one, Steiny, from NBC Sports Bay Area, but the bottom line is, to me, and that's what we do daily, I share my opinions with you all. I just think he could take you to another level. I'm not saying I don't think that about anybody else, but I guess all I'm saying, Steiny, is I'm going to go through the bad just like I did with Buddy Hield, and I know why, and what Buddy provides. It's a different, skill set, but the bottom line is him attacking the rim and being able to play that on-ball defense and guard your 94 feet. And I go back to the Denver game. Russell was turning back into Russell turnover a few times, but the Warriors didn't take advantage of it because Kuminga was providing that on-ball defense. So I'm rooting for the kid. I'm rooting for them all. But for the people coming for me, there's not a lot, but they're out there like, let this go. I'm not hanging on to anything because the Warriors are telling you this dude is going to get 25 minutes or more for the rest of this season. And if he's not starting, Steiny, I love that. Be out there with Butler. Let's see you cook that way, whenever. But I do think he has the ability and a chance, a great chance, Steiny, to finish games in the playoffs. Now, I know that might not be every game, and it may not happen, but if we were to bet right now, I would bet on Jonathan Kuminga to be out there at the ending time.
I wouldn't, but that's just me.
Yeah. And you're not alone?
Because playoff basketball is also different. It's going to get a little bit harder.
And Moody, Pods, Post, they're all going to go through it. I know Moody has more experience, but still, you know what I mean? He never had this big of a role in the playoffs like he'll have this season.
Who's that?
Moody. I know he helped in the Western Conference Finals against Dallas, in 2022, but, I mean, he's a fixture. He's a part right now.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Steel Toe in San Mateo. I got a feeling he's chomping at the bit. What's up, Steel Toe? How you doing?
Yeah. Thank you, Steiny.
All right.
Thank you, Guru.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm way too confused here. Yeah, please help me out.
Sure.
Guru. So here's the thing. I saw Moses Moody this past 2 months go through a lot of strides, do well, and help us win. As soon as we got Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody got together, they connected like, wow, they're like lost twins. You know what I mean? Yeah. Same thing with Santos. And here's Gary Payton now. He worked his way up with, I don't know what he's getting from Jimmy Butler. Now Gary Payton's shooting 3-pointers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now you're telling me there's 13 games left and Jonathan Kuminga is going to beat all 3 of those guys out to take the starting job and get that $30 million extension with 13 games left?
Well, Steiner, you go.
No, you.
Well, no, I feel him and hear him, but I'm going CNN. And this is not a bad thing in this regard. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga was forgotten about because he got hurt. And we know how he got hurt. A serious injury and out of sight, out of mind, right? But the bottom line is, to the callers, I would tell him, Steiny, to the caller, the Warriors have an investment in every player, right? But Jonathan Kuminga is different because the bill's going to come due or not this offseason. So him coming back, I don't look at it as like, Steiner, you got a demotion. It's almost like, let's be real, before Jimmy came, they were trying to give this guy some version of the keys and do what you do, cook.
Why?
It's on. That's
Why?
just that. Those were the stakes. That's how the team was playing.
Yeah.
So
now they're
I
good.
would just say to the caller, it's not all the way turned around, but I do wonder, looking at the box score, Steiny, of Moody the last couple games. It's not bad, but it hasn't been Moody-like. Is he starting to think or look around? Like, I saw him come out of the game yesterday and not be in the finishing lineup, and I think I'm Dr. Phil, and I thought to myself, if I was Moody, knowing I didn't have the best game, I just wondered in my seat, Steiny, row section 120, row 7, if, man, he's saying to myself, man, things have changed a little bit that are impacted me. Not mad. Like Kuminga coming back, who obviously wasn't in the game, but just the realization of, like, there's a numbers crunch here. And it looked like for a whole 6 weeks, I didn't have to think about that.
Well, he's thought about that his whole career. He's been yanked in and out of the lineup.
But this great stretch that he had where he's double figures in 23 or 27 games and Kuminga being hurt, I thought for however
Moody
many
just
weeks,
thinks he's going to play 35 minutes a night?
Not like that, but just, the gravity or the realization of I could be playing good ball and I might not be in the finishing five. That's all.
That's basketball.
Yeah, it's called life.
For a 23-year-old kid, and Moody's only 23.
But he's balling.
That's right. And when Moody, if Kuminga isn't scoring, he doesn't help.
All right.
If Moody isn't scoring, he can help.
Yeah.
Kuminga
I'm not
has
fighting you on that.
to find a way to do more than just score.
I hope I don't sound like I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Especially with Steve Kerr as the coach and with the stakes of the season. Look, Kuminga, he left a 500 team, and he came back onto a team with championship aspirations. You know what?
That's a great point.
It's harder to play on a good team than an average team. And I also do think he's been back for 3 games?
Yeah.
Yeah, we still got some time here.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
But if he can't keep up, bus ain't stopping, Goo.
I used to catch the bus.
Golden State Warriors.
You're stealing my stuff. I said it's the name in the front, not the back.
Yeah, but
that's heavy. I love that.
This is what you do. You drop one of those in a show, and then you argue against it for the next 3 hours and 55 minutes.
Stop, man. I do got a question for you before you grab the next call.
No.
Be honest with me. We had lunch yesterday after the show, you and I.
I didn't eat.
We were together, and I know you hate I brought that up. Did you have anything to do with Fillmore Mike calling that early in the show with what he did?
I don't, how would I do that?
Because you smile when I'm fighting. I look over and you're like, yeah.
It was funny.
But dude, I have this dude's back. I look over and it seems like you enjoy me fighting and screaming.
Yeah,
and
you don't get a kick out of
this.
You don't get a kick out of Fillmore Mike coming down my road, which he's always done. Of course you do. Of course.
That's different.
He
called me a Laker fan. Come on, man.
I'm not God.
Then he said I'm jinxing the team.
I don't think you're a Laker fan, but I do think if the Lakers play the Warriors in the postseason, you'll flip a coin to determine who to root for.
And why would that be?
We had to get the calls.
Okay. Great timeout. We never made the playoffs, and Warrior fans that I know and grew up with adopted the team.
You know who would have been?
I adopted the West Coast, Shaq and Kobe.
You know who would have been a great Warrior during that 12-year playoff dry spell?
I don't like you doing this. It's just stop.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. Monte Ellis.
By the way, Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, coming up at 1 o'clock. And we'll try it. How about Draymond Green last night? That's how you impact a game when you're not scoring.
You've seen a lot of basketball before the calls. Where's he slotted on your list of Steiner? He may be at the top. I'm going Barnett because he doesn't have the 7-foot frame or Maurice Lucas and all that. Like, he's Joe Frazier. And he, from the outset, the first possession, swatted and knocked Giannis to the ground and set the tone. That's what he does, and that's why they put up with the other stuff.
He doesn't do it as much as he has in the past.
He could be DPOY.
That's a joke.
He's second, though. Vegas has him second behind Mobley.
You say so?
Now, why would you say that's a joke?
Because he just brings it up with 12 games left in the season. We haven't even been talking about it. And he has one great game. No, he's had but he has a great game, and now he's lobbying for himself.
No, I would just say to that, my version of that is, and I'm not putting this all on Trey. I'll just tell you this. Your boy Gordon left the Bay with 40.
Exactly.
And so did Cat, got on the plane back to the East Coast. Not all on Draymond's watch, but that wouldn't help a cause, is all I was saying. But I love that he said he wanted it.
Let's go to the Warrior in Montana.
Uh-oh, our man.
Hey, Warrior, what's going on?
And just a little bit closer to heaven here in Montana. But I want to ask you something real quick. Do you think that they may put Kuminga up in the rafters, or is he not a good enough role player to be up there?
He's never going to be in the rafters.
He's running material. That's pretty good, Warrior. I'm going to give you a 3.
Well, that's, I just think, and you put Iguodala up there. Why not put another good role player up there? Now, on to the Warriors and Jimmy Butler and the way that they have played since they've got him. It's absolutely unbelievable the way that he has played, the way the team has gelled off. That's obvious. And I like to look at other people's point of view, and I don't think you gave Guru enough time to explain himself why you think Kuminga is going to be worth that $35 million extension. How many role players make $35 million a year? And do you think he can play himself back into the starting lineup, or at least the top 7? And I appreciate the show. Love you guys. Listen every day. I used to be a big Guru fan. Now I understand the difference between a debate between an 8-man rotation player at Logan and a D3 college basketball player. Okay. And the Warrior appreciate your time.
Wow. All right. The Warrior coming at us from Big Sky Country.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know the nickname for Montana?
Big Sky.
No, their nickname.
Yeah. The Grizzlies.
Oh, dang. I thought I had you.
No.
You got a little nervous, and I was higher than the 8th man. Do your homework.
You might have been the 8th man. Unfortunately, your coach obviously played an Iron Man 5.
We had about...
He was like Tom Thibodeau.
Oh, boy.
I mean, the reason Thibodeau doesn't go to his bench is because his bench stinks.
Oh, God. No, he's dumb. He's dumb. You're running him in the ground. Real quick, Sonny, we have our gym seated 4,000, only gym in the Bay that had that big of a capacity.
What about American Valley? American Canyon.
Well, I'm not familiar. But anyway, it's called the Pavilion, and they used to go, Darryl.
Like they did for Jeremy Lin with
Darryl
18 seconds left?
Risotto, they liked your dude. Number 34. And then I'd come in and miss. But still.
You got highlights?
Not a lot.
Who's got the biggest high school gym in Northern California?
I think Logan's up there.
Okay, because I heard, seriously, American Canyon has a great gym.
Would Grandy or Risotto? I don't know if Grandy played in there.
I guarantee you we'll get some good answers.
Shasky or Bontel, no.
Biggest high school
they know
gym.
the city
High school gym in Northern California.
I think Logan's up there.
It probably is. If it seats 4,000, I would think. Let's go to...
Could be 2,000.
Well, that's very different.
We're going to find out, right?
I mean, then that's smaller than my college gym. Although my college gym was nice.
What was the name of it?
Mazer Center.
Yeah. I'm out.
You weren't invited.
What the hell is a Mazer?
It's a guy's name.
Oh, right. I said, hey.
We hosted a lot of regionals. Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma.
Our guy.
Hey, Murillo, how you doing?
Dynamite. How you guys doing?
Oh, doing well, Murillo.
Enjoying the show as usual. I have 2 subjects to touch on, if I may. The first is the one at hand, Kuminga. 3 words to start. He is fine. I don't think his development is hurting the team. I don't think the team is hurting his development. If you guys are listening I love watching Kalena, because Kalena gives you some nugs during the game that it makes you understand, at least to me, what guys could be doing better. Yesterday, there are 2 particular plays with Kuminga where he goes to close out, one in Lillard, one on Brook Lopez, and he just goes on the wrong side. and he gives the lane open to the guy. And this is what we're talking about, basketball IQ. And Steiny, I speak 3 languages. Thanks for the compliment last week. But we're not criticizing his intelligence. We're criticizing his basketball experience and IQ and his decision-making that in those big games, they might come out as tiny, but on the other end, the result is big. So I think he's okay. I don't think the expectations on him should, be so high. I think his development is doing fine. He's 22. Now, on the Warriors, there's this I've called this before, and I think at least last season I did. Size. We need base. We need height. Guys, please, can we stop that? Every time the Warriors gets out-rebounded, there's a close correlation with shooting. When they shoot poorly from the free throw line and the three-point line, they are out-rebounded. Just look at the game logs. I don't think the problem is size. I think they rebound pretty well, and they defend the rim well. So I think the problem is actually shooting, because when they're not shooting well, it seems like they're locked in the half-court set. So I think we could get better shooting from within, or maybe another shooter. It might be too late to do that in the season, but I don't think size is the problem. This team out-rebounds most of their opponents if you look at the logs. It's just a matter of the free throw line and the three-point line, because those rebounds are favoring the defense. Just look at the 2 last games. Yesterday, they did fine on the three-point line and the free throw line. They out-rebounded a much bigger team. Against Denver, they shot poorly. One of the worst shooting numbers in the history of the game. Of course, they're going to be out-rebounded. So that's my take, guys. Thank you for giving me a little here, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Appreciate it,
I know we're up
Murillo.
against this, Sonny, but I wanted to jump in so bad it was hard. Now, he didn't mention defense, and he didn't mention size. Is when I bring that up for the Warriors is defensively, and it's why Cat got on that 747 back to the NY, and why Gordon left out of here with almost 40. That when I talk about size in the Warriors, I'm talking about on the defensive end.
All right.
Yeah. And Zucci, man, makes a great point. I think by the time I left Logan, they had the biggest gym.
510 Zucci says American Canyon High School is younger. So okay. James Logan, Union City, Independence High School, San Jose, probably the 2 biggest gyms. Oh, James Logan in Union City and Independence. Says De La Salle has a big gym.
Yeah.
San Leandro just built a massive gym, according to Tony in Oakland. Rancho Cotati up in Santa Rosa area.
Wow. Look at you. Yeah, I'm proud of my gym. The Pavilions, Donnie. Dun, 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 dun. Who that say they gonna beat James Logan? Who that?
You knew all the cheers, huh?
Who that? We used to run out to it. Oh, my goodness. We had 3 uniforms, white, black, silky black, and red. Daryl. And then I'd come in and miss. Turn it over.
I lost. I'm out.
I mean,
I'm honest, though. That's what you got to love, man.
For the 10th, 11th, and 12th man on the bench, I mean, coming out to warm-ups is one of the highlights of the evening. There's no doubt.
Please.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Monty Poole coming up at 1 o'clock. So if you want to jump into the conversation, you can do so before we get to Monty Poole. NBC Sports Bay Area covers the Golden State Warriors. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment was also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, just because I love the Bay Area and I love Northern California, I have put together my Mount High School gym more.
I love this.
Northern California. I've been checking them all out, and I have my top 4 high school gyms in Northern California. Number 1, this is an upset, but this gym looks incredible. Newark Memorial.
Oh, it is. It's a nice one.
Newark Memorial.
I played in it.
Number 2.
And it's new, too.
Logan.
I'll accept it on behalf of the Logan.
Logan's a big boy gym. There's no doubt about it. And then I have American Canyon edging out Independence down in San Jose.
How does it look? Big, nice ones?
American Canyon's pretty big,
wow.
And it's new. But Newark Memorial.
Yeah.
Woo!
And they had a program not too long. They still do. But wow. Yeah, it's a nice gym.
It is. Looks great. All right, let's have a little fun, Goo.
All right.
64 some teams in the tournament. How many nicknames do you think you know? You give me the number, I'll say higher or lower.
I'm going to go 25.
About half.
Okay.
All right.
Less than that.
You ready?
Yeah.
Duke.
Blue Devils.
Alabama.
Crimson Tide.
Wisconsin.
Badgers.
Arizona.
Wildcats.
Oregon.
Ducks.
BYU.
Cougars.
St. Mary's.
Gales. That's 7.
That's 7 off the bat. Mississippi State.
Bulldogs.
Baylor.
Bears.
Vanderbilt.
Commodores.
VCU. Virginia Commonwealth.
Pirates.
Rams. That's your first miss.
Grandy.
It's going to get tougher because we're going.
Right.
Liberty.
Boy, here we go. Liberty.
The Flames.
Okay.
Akron. You should know that one. They have a fun nickname.
Okay. Akron Ducks.
Zips. Montana. You said it earlier. Grizzlies.
Okay,
you got that one right.
How many is that have I missed in a row?
You've got 11 of 14.
Right.
This is Robert Morris.
And I know this one. Rams.
Colonels. American University.
Eagles.
Correct. Mount St. Mary's. Don't think too hard.
Rockets.
Mountaineers. Houston.
Cougars.
Tennessee.
Volunteers.
Kentucky.
Wildcats.
You're going to shatter 25. Purdue.
Boilermakers.
Clemson.
Tide.
Tigers.
Yeah.
Illinois.
Fighting the line. Fighting the line.
UCLA.
Bruins.
Gonzaga.
Oh, my God.
Bulldogs.
They're licking bad.
Georgia.
Bulldogs.
Correct. Utah State.
Ooh, Rams.
Aggies. Texas.
Longhorns.
Xavier.
Oh, I know. Xavier.
The Three
Amigos.
Musketeers. McNeese.
Bullets.
Who's your favorite football team?
Cowboys.
Cowboys. High Point. They're the Panthers. Don't even worry.
Okay, boy, I'm like
Troy. Same as USC.
Trojans.
Wofford.
The Commodores.
Terriers. SIU.
Flames.
Cougars.
Boy.
Auburn.
Tigers.
Michigan State.
Spartans.
Iowa State.
The Cyclones.
Texas A&M.
Aggies.
Michigan.
Wolverines.
Ole Miss.
Mississippi.
You're doing great.
Mississippi. Come on.
Rebels.
Yeah, damn.
Marquette. Golden Eagles.
Oh, good Lord.
Louisville.
Cardinal.
Creighton. My high school nickname.
Commodores.
Blue Jays. New Mexico. Great nickname.
They are the Aztecs.
Lobos.
Oh,
San Diego
cool.
State are the Aztecs.
Yeah.
North Carolina.
Come on, Tar Heels.
This is a tough one. UC San Diego.
Those, and I just bet on them.
This is the one with a little strange nickname.
Oh, then I would miss
the
it.
The Tritons.
Oh, I would have never got
Yale.
That. Pirates.
Bulldogs. Lipscomb. Bisons. Bryant. Bulldogs. St. Francis.
Pirates. I just keep going Pirates.
They do not have a nickname.
No, Stoney, stop.
They have no nickname. It says St. Francis, Loretto, Pennsylvania.
There's no
the
way.
mascot is Frankie the Friar.
So
the fight song's Hail to the Red and White. I think their nickname's the Red and White. We'll check on that.
Okay.
Alabama State.
Oh, I know this one.
They played last night.
Cardinal.
Hornets. Florida.
Gators.
St. John's.
Orange. I was St. John's. Come on, Steiny.
It's a color.
The Molly.
Redmond.
Yeah. Come on.
Texas Tech.
Red Raiders.
Maryland.
Terrapins.
Memphis.
Tigers.
Missouri.
Come on.
Same one.
Tigers.
Kansas.
Jayhawks.
UConn. Oklahoma.
Sooners.
Arkansas.
Razorbacks.
Drake.
Kendrick Lamar.
Bulldogs. Colorado State.
Rams.
Nice. Grand Canyon.
I should know
Grand
this.
Canyon University.
Yeah, no doubt.
Former Dan Marley was a coach.
All right, the Pirates.
The Lopes. Short for Antelopes. Wilmington. UNC Wilmington. I actually know this one. The Seahawks.
Okay.
Omaha. The Mavericks. Norfolk State. Spartans. All right, there you go. I thought we did that pretty
Franklin
fast.
and Marshall.
Diplomats.
Yeah, there you go.
And listen,
Steph knows.
You know that I chirp about F&M. We got drubbed in the tournament.
Oh, did it? No. Wow.
Yeah. I'm withholding my, what do they call it?
Your
alumni donation.
You're bad.
Got beat by Catholic University.
Would you give me about C minus, D plus?
No, that was better than that. That was a B. That was pretty
you gave
good.
me some layups and then I missed some.
Well, I went through 1 to 16.
And I asked Risotto help me cheat, and I didn't even need him to help me.
It was going so fast.
Yeah,
I didn't know what to do.
You know what?
That's why
I had that annoying little voice of Nahigian in my head saying, what are you guys doing?
That was fun.
This is bad radio. Hey, let's go to Caleb in Livermore. We looked for his name.
Oh, yeah.
On the roster of the Oakland Soldiers. We couldn't find it. That's some listeners, not me. What's up, Caleb?
All right, Sonny, that was the most insane cap of 2025. Congratulations to you.
Hey, Caleb.
I'm excited to talk again with Guru, the number one Laker fan on 95.7 The Game.
Caleb coming strong.
Matt Simons, the number one Warriors hater.
Hey.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey. Careful.
Look, man.
Go ahead.
You guys talked about some high school gyms. You talked about Newark Memorial. That's where actually I went to high school. On the class of
okay.
And 2019. We played against Logan and Moreau. Those two teams were in our conference.
Yeah. Hey, Caleb, let me guess. You weren't on the roster of that team either.
Sonny, man, what? Like, do we have beef? What's the deal,
this is just who he is. Come on, Caleb. Don't let him get to you, man.
Guru, I already told him, man, Google me, man.
Okay, you did say that.
Hey, Caleb, we had some guys Google you, and I don't know. Some of your sites may be blocked.
Just go on YouTube, man. Go on YouTube. You'll see me. But look,
all right.
To the Warriors topic about Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
Look.
Talk to us.
Steve Kerr, when Kuminga was out, he told him to watch Jimmy Butler a lot and watch how he played. I think that's exactly what Kuminga should be focused on, just being a guy who defends, rebounds, runs the floor well. He'll get his points because he's a scorer. He'll naturally get his points, but I think if he focuses on the little things, the things that help you win, he'll be fine.
I agree with that, Caleb.
And I'll tell you this, Caleb, it's a compliment, right? Well, obviously, for a coach to tell you, watch Superman's tape, and you too have those, traits. It's not like he gave him Kurt Rambis's tape. So that says all you need to know about what they think about Kuminga.
Caleb, I like that. Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
And it's something just hit me. Maybe this is too strong of a statement, but I do feel like Kuminga's the kind of player that you shouldn't have to run any plays for. He'll get a couple offensive rebounds. He'll get out on the break. He'll be able to get to the line. Then you get him a little bit in the half court. But I feel like when Kuminga comes on the court,
they're doing that.
They do the opposite of not calling plays for him. Like they make a point to kind of go to him. And I feel like he could be the kind of player who, when you look up at the end of the game, it's like, oh, Kuminga got 19. How'd he get it? 7 for 11, 3 for 3, 2 for 5 from 3, 7 rebounds, 2 blocks. Sometimes I do think they bog down a little bit by force feeding them a little bit.
And real quick here, Stoney, I told you the Denver game, that was the first game, and it's not about Kuminga, but he was part of it, and so were all the whole team. I felt like the ball was stopping. It was like, Stoney, you bail us out. And, I don't like that type of offense. Grandy, Risotto, you bail us out. I don't like that because you become obvious, but obviously if the ball's going in, then it's all good. But, man, I'm excited about what's going on here. And I didn't bite on that little Laker dig. Well, that was a play on word.
There's nothing to bite on.
I'm from the Yay. So, anyway, I'm not going to go. I don't. You know what I tell my kids? When you try to tell me more about something you didn't do, you did it. There you go. Yeah.
Apparently, yes. 510, thank you for the correction. It's Xavier. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Also, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's welcome in Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. How you doing, Monty? What's going on, my man?
I'm doing all right, guys. How y'all doing?
We're doing well. How would you, if I asked you about the last 2 games, what happened against Denver, and then how did they bounce back? What did you see in those 2 games if you're lumping them together?
Well, the Denver game was, a trap game, and they fell in and couldn't get out. When you saw the turnovers, you kind of knew that it was going to be a rough night for them, and they kept coming. And that's kind of been something that they've kind of backslid into in the past few games. It's 5 of the last 6 games now where they committed a bunch of turnovers, not counting the 1 win against New York. But the other 5, the 3 before that, and the 2 since then, turnovers have been an issue. Of course, last night they were all in the third quarter for the most part. So, there's still some things they need to button up. But I look at those 2 games and say, okay, they've now won. They had a 7-game homestand, and they've won 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6. I think going into this homestand, I thought 5-2 would be a good homestand. 6-1 would be a very good homestand, and 7-0 would be an outstanding homestand. So they're in position now to go 6-1, which I think on the whole you take it, even though you look at that Nuggets team they faced and think how they lose to that one. It happens.
Yeah, Monty, it was a pleasure seeing you and talking to you yesterday, man. You're doing a good job. So I came in today, I'm fired up, and I'm being called a hater, or we are, just a little bit, Monty, and let me tell you why. I'm so excited. I'm so excited what the future holds, but I can't ignore what I'm watching, and it's not a bad thing, but you tell me what you think here. So Pods has come back, Kuminga's come back, and Steiny and I were having an activity outside of Steph, Dre, and Butler. Who fills those 2 spots, especially now with Peyton emerging, and is that a good thing that it could be on rotation or by committee? How do you process that? Because I'm trying to think, other teams kind of know who their 5 is, or is that a good thing, Monty, that it could fluctuate and change, here maybe in the playoff series?
Warriors history, and at least under Steve Kerr, has always been being flexible. You can go back, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago, and there will be some games where Draymond started at center, some games where JaVale McGee started, some games where Kevon Looney started. I mean, it can be even that way within a series, where you can make an adjustment and go with a different starting lineup. So I wouldn't worry too much about that, other than what the chemistry is like when you put certain guys together. I don't think it's so much the who starts, but how they fit with the other starters. And I think that's something that can be a concern. I get that totally. I think Jimmy and Steph and Draymond are fine. And I think Looney you don't want Looney out there with them that much because, again, you got a spacing issue there. That's why Clinton Post has been getting a lot of minutes. He spreads the floor. But I like Steve, and I understand all along why you don't want to play Draymond Green 35 minutes a night at the 5. It's a lot. It's a lot, for a guy who's 6'6", 230 pounds. So you pick your spots there. I think there are certain opponents you can get away with it. I thought last night he did a tremendous job on Giannis. I mean,
man,
Giannis is one of those guys that, I mean, to me, he's the most devastating transition guy in the league. They kept him out of transition. When he put his head down and went to the basket, he had a hard time there. And at some point in the game, I noticed he just said, okay, screw it. I'm going to shoot fadeaways. If Giannis is shooting fadeaways, you've won the battle. You've won the battle. That's what you want. So I think the lineups don't have to be set necessarily because in the past they haven't always been set. Yeah, when they had Kevin Durant, you knew it was going to be Steph, Draymond, Clay, KD, and Zaza. And you knew that. And that was pretty much set. Every now and then, though, there would be a change-up. So the thing about Steve and his staff, they've always been willing to look at other ways, especially when it's based on matchups, to build a starting lineup.
Monty, let me ask you about Draymond Green. I mean, he was absolutely spectacular last night, no doubt about it. Do you think he's got a claim to the Defensive Player of the Year award?
I think he has a claim every year he plays enough games. But, as he pointed out last night, so much of the voting is based on stats. I mean, for example, I think Rudy Gobert shouldn't have all the DPOYs he has. To me, how can you be the Defensive Player of the Year and then in the postseason you get played off the floor? And we've seen that. And it's like, if he's a Defensive Player of the Year, to me, a Defensive Player of the Year should be a guy you can put out there any guy against any team, any series, any time. And if his defense isn't enough to keep him on the floor, then maybe he shouldn't be out there. And I'm not saying it has to be Draymond. Of course, it was going to be Wemby.
Right.
But now we've got options, and I don't think Draymond has made a bunch of friends, of course. So and some people vote with certain, I'll just say, subjectivity about these things, and they decide, okay, who they're not going to vote for before they decide who they're going to vote for. And so, I think if I'm Draymond, I state my case. He's not great every night on defense, but most nights when he needs to be there and needs to be tremendous, he is. And the last three games, Karl Anthony Towns, there was a lot of back and forth before that game about the beef between he and Draymond and Karl Anthony Towns. He got his buckets, 29 points, and he played well, shot well, got rebounds. He played well. And then I know Draymond was looking forward to fighting with Joker, and that didn't happen. And honestly, I think when that didn't happen, I think Draymond lost a little bit of his edge.
Right.
So Joker wasn't playing. It happens. It's natural. I mean, you don't want to see it because every game matters. But I think that that's part of what happened on Monday. And then last night he knew he had Giannis coming in, and he knows Giannis's weaknesses. Giannis is shooting 18% from three.
Oh,
so you want him shooting out there, and if he can't keep him out there, you want him shooting 15, 8. Go ahead, shoot mid range. Just stay out of the basket because he's shooting like 75% in the restricted area. That's where he kills people. And Draymond understands that, didn't let him do it. So I'm telling you this much. If I got a 7-game series, I don't care who you're facing. I got a 7-game series and I'm the Warriors, I'm putting Draymond on the front court player who scares me the most. And I don't know if you can do that with Rudy Gobert and some of the other guys who won DPOYs, including Marcus Smart. I like Marcus Smart. But, when he won a DPOY, I'm like, it's great that a guard gets that. But, I mean, there's a lot of players in this league that can lock people down. And he was good, but I didn't think he was great. And so I think Draymond, when he is on his game and I'm fully engaged and rising to the challenge, I think he's as good as it gets as far as a guy who can defend an individual and also play free safety sort of out there. He can do both of those things at one time. I mean, so it's a rare thing to watch when you watch the game and how he can affect the things. I mean, Butler was marveling about it last night. He said, I knew he was good, but you hear him talking, you hear him setting guys up, and he's seeing stuff 5 plays before they happen and stuff, and it's like Draymond will say that, he's had a lot of people who kind of got him to this point, and including Andrew Bogut. He said Andrew Bogut, he learned a lot from that dude. And so to watch him in action, though, to me, if you watch Draymond game after game, you can't help but appreciate what he does on defense.
Well said, Monty, and we got an ongoing joke here. It's not even a joke, it's a compliment. I call Draymond Green, I know it's the NBA, Joe Frazier, because if you go throughout his career, the tail of the tape, Monty, he's given up inches and he's given up pounds, and he still chops you down. So that's great stuff. I got to ask you this. As a fan, I was desperate. I wanted everybody, Zach LaVine, anybody that would come, Monty, something had to change. I knew Jimmy Butler was a dude, but Monty, is there anything he's doing that shocked you that you didn't know about Jimmy Butler you can share with us or surprises you?
Not really. I mean, and the thing, Jimmy's history is that his honeymoons are always great. Whenever he goes to a team, that team usually takes a jump. And I mean, those Miami teams that got to the finals twice,
man,
how in the heck did he do that? Yeah. I mean, we all know, okay, Spo's a great coach in Miami. He's a great coach. But, I mean, I'm sitting there watching the Heat in the finals, and I'm going, how in the hell did they get here? I mean, they're dependent on Duncan Robinson and Gabe Vincent and Max Strus. And I'm like, wait a minute. Where are their stars? There's Jimmy and young Tyler Hero and Bam.
Man.
And it's like, and Bam and Tyler were very young,
Yeah.
And so I'm watching this, I'm going, Jimmy must be a hell of a leader because he's got guys who nobody knows out there balling. And if you look now at guys like Max and Gabe, they got paid because they played with Jimmy and made the finals a couple of times, and it made them more attractive. So what I knew before he came in, that Jimmy's a guy who can get guys paid. And that tells me that he can take the average player and somehow get them to the next level. He can make really good players and get them to the next level.
Wow.
And I think we're seeing that. And the Warriors have a lot of complementary players, and they've all benefited from having Jimmy around. They've all benefited. Quentin Post and Podziemski. Kuminga, we'll find out. I mean, I think so far the results have been mixed. But Moses Moody, I mean, these guys, having Jimmy around has made them better.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, Monty, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, as always.
All right, boys, take care.
Yes, sir. That's Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, formerly columnist for the Oakland Tribune.
And I was going to ask him, I wish we could have, he covered games at Logan. The best gym he's been to out here, because the best atmosphere is Bishop O'Dowd. That's one of them.
They have a new gym.
Yeah, I hadn't been to it. But
it's nice. It's not. It's
even
not,
that old one was old school, Stoney. Intimate.
The old one was, the new one's nice. Just real quick, I got a text that said, James Logan is the biggest school in the Bay Area, yet they win nothing.
Check the archives. We got
Logan, biggest school in the Bay, yet they win nothing.
Google Kevin Mouton.
Well, that's according to somebody who knows high school sports.
Google Mark Reed, Donovan Broyard.
Hey, tell it to Dibley, not me.
I'll tell him when he comes in.
I'm sure you will. All right.
And I got to defend one of our co-hosts here on the other side.
Well, it depends which one.
Mark Willers.
Okay. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. I actually just got a text from Tim. He said American Canyon's got a great gym.
He is awesome, man.
Yeah.
I didn't see him last night. I saw Dunleavy. Asked how we were doing.
Who?
Mike D.
Who?
Mike Dunleavy.
Oh. Okay. You said Mike D.
Well, that's who it is.
Well, no, we
and
actually
of course,
have a guy.
I didn't go up to him.
We actually have a guy in our company that's name is Mike D. D-E-E.
You're right.
So
and he was part of the Padres organization. Mike D. Part of the company.
Okay.
Anyway, Mike D said, "How you doing?"
That's what people usually say when they see you. Hi, how are you doing? It doesn't mean you're some celebrity.
No,
it doesn't mean you're best friends with him.
I'm not saying, and I'm not that guy. I was looking for Tim, but he was working. Wanted to say hello, him and Fitz. Saw Kalina, saw Mike D. Yeah, we've sat down and chopped it up with them, so just wanted to share that.
Go ahead, shout out.
Sleepy Floyd and Too Short.
Okay.
Dude, they got a movie, Freaky Tales, I believe April 4th.
I know. I watched the pregame show they were on.
Hey, Mouth, tell us about it then.
Well, I don't know anything about it.
There
I
are
had
4
the volume off.
storylines in 1987 that were happening that include Eric Sleepy Floyd going on here in the Bay Area that they'll tap into. I'm excited, Stoney. You couldn't write a movie if your life depended on it.
I'm sure you are
couldn't write a
excited.
book.
That's right.
You got enough knowledge to.
No, not really. You have to have something.
Risotto looking at you like he's disappointed.
You have to have something.
The great Steiny can't write a book
about what?
Your life, basketball.
That's not intriguing.
It could sell locally.
Look at. By the way, Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock.
Oh,
today.
he'll be in a good mood. Yeah,
5 o'clock. Steve Kerr with a 5:30 now. 4:30 now.
That's my quarterback. Yeah.
4:30.
I got you, baby.
Go ahead. Make your sorry ass plea for James Logan Sports.
Kelly White. You remember that won a gold medal?
I covered her in high school.
Are you kidding me?
I'm dead serious.
Wow, Stotty. She was awesome. Won a gold medal, what, 03? Yeah, she was bad. So don't talk about our school. We got banners. Played De La Salle 100 million times.
Never beat him.
You know what I think about De La Salle, Stotty?
What?
It's kind of like the NIL. I mean, dude, when you can recruit from everywhere.
They don't recruit.
But wink, wink. Come on.
Listen,
I know the deal.
They don't need to recruit. They're De La Salle. Similar to Bishop O'Dowd. They don't recruit. People want to go there.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Lou Ritchie.
Here's the difference. Here's what you don't understand. There's one of the best golf courses in the country, Pine Valley.
I heard about it.
Yeah, they don't invite you. I mean, I'm sorry. They don't take applications. You can't apply to get into Pine Valley. They send you invitations. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So how did you get there?
I had a friend.
Wow.
So,
all right, I got you.
You know,
but you know I know. I can't really say what I want to say. The playing field wasn't level, wasn't even with De La Salle during my day. Wink, wink.
No, you're right. They always had a coaching advantage with Bob Ladouceur. That's why kids go to De La Salle for the coaching.
I got you.
I will not stand for any De La Salle
no, the
slander.
Spartans, they're heavyweights.
Yeah. Ed and Clayton. What's up, Ed? How you doing?
Fantastic. I had two things, but I want to jump in on the De La Salle thing.
All right.
Number one is nobody was saying this stuff when they were the homecoming games that everybody played when they slaughtered them.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly now they have Ladouceur, who came from nowhere, built a program, and they're a great school, and the kids are great there. And I'm semi-biased because my son went there.
Awesome.
I have a grandson that goes there, and my son teaches resource there. And all the kids I ever encounter when I go to any program there, they're always polite. They look you in the eye and they talk to you.
That's awesome.
Tell me what other schools are like that.
Yeah.
So,
Logan,
yes,
but
I'm a little bit biased, but they built the program from nothing. And then all of a sudden, like you said, you want to go there because they're successful.
That's good
They
stuff.
don't recruit.
Yeah, I was having some fun,
Okay,
but yeah.
Okay, I knew you were because I heard you laughing. Okay, now my other part is a complete open apology to Butler. When it was first talked about that he didn't want to come, he's going to come, I was like, oh, my God, I cannot believe that we would even think of this guy. So an open apology to him and the Warriors management staff for getting him, staying with it, and just his quiet leadership. Second thing is the good cop, bad cop. You look at Draymond, and he's out there barking. He's doing stuff. You look at Jimmy, he's going and talking from everybody, all the rookies, all to the seniority guys that have been there for a while. He's always whispering in their ear. And to see that good cop, bad cop is just an amazing contribution to the Warriors, and that's their success. You always hear Butler, 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 but it's just the combination of the two that's making this whole thing work.
Beautiful.
Your opinions.
Great stuff, Ed. Appreciate it.
Can I give you an example of that? I saw last night, Stoney, late third quarter, they're coming out of a timeout. True story. Quentin Post, kind of not in the huddle. They're getting ready to come out of the timeout. So he's not in the huddle. He's actually on the floor and, was running in place per se. So Jimmy Butler goes over and kind of talks about him, and I believe the defensive assignments and, had his hand on his jersey. And then here comes Draymond, who I thought was about to have the same conversation with Post, but he saw Butler had beat him to it, Stoney, and he doubled back like, we're good here. My guy, my other Draymond, has got it. I don't need to talk to young Quentin because he's getting the goods from Jimmy Butler. And I just thought to myself, man, they got two bad dudes that know the game and just love to talk and share and communicate. So I just thought of that as he described that.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
They're two great. They both talk on defense. They're both tough-minded.
But he was right.
I'm more interested in the 510. Not true. My buddy got recruited to play quarterback at De La Salle. He's from Fremont. Listen, I don't want to be this guy.
About that.
I don't want to be this guy, but I know for a fact that the quarterback made contact first with De La Salle. He made contact first with De La Salle. They don't make first contact.
You're great. The things and the people you defend.
And by the way,
man.
I don't know what's going on with the basketball program at De La Salle. I can only speak to the football program.
No doubt. That's what they're known for.
That is on the up and up.
Amani Toomer, remember, played for the New York Giants.
Leon Callan.
Now, we need some recent
Mawuko Tugbenyo went to Cal.
How long ago?
Some guy named went to USC with Bastianelli. I think he might have been a quarterback for De La Salle, but he played safety at USC. Don't go there with me. Don't go there. Lattiser, Terry Edson, great defensive coordinator.
Last thing about Kelly White. Did you get a chance to interview her?
Yeah. Did she go to Cal? I may have seen her actually at the U.S. Olympic trials in Sacramento.
Okay.
Rather than high school. I'm sure somebody can help us out with that kind of
I thought Risotto was on it.
Who's that?
Kelly White.
Kelli.
Look at Steiny. You covered my girl.
Yeah, definitely.
Fast.
Yes, she was. Let's go to Kevin. He's in and around Lake Merritt. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. So, Steiny, I got I was at Knockout and I got guru'd. You know what that is?
When you're the first guy out?
I was the second guy out in the third session. I miss, and they make.
Yeah. You hate to see it.
It happened.
And I'm a ex-Division I player, so it doesn't tell you. that was funny.
Where?
But I just like to talk about...
where did you play?
D1!
I'm in the WAC. I'm not going to say the name because I have... I played in the WAC.
Okay.
Why wouldn't he say the name?
Because he's,
There's no...
He knows we got a lot of internet guys.
This call is disconnected.
No, it's fine.
Who does not give their alma mater love unless he's telling the tall tale?
Kevin.
I finished up at Cal State Hayward, criminal justice degree, shout out Pioneers.
Okay.
All right.
Where Will Biggs.
Yeah, that's my high school coach, Will Biggs. Wow, small world.
So I'm disappointed in Guru how he doesn't know the famous Blake Chong at Logan who made that school basketball team.
Well, hold on. I'll tell you about Coach Chong real quick. He could have had Eddie House and Aaron Curry on the same damn starting backcourt for Logan, and he didn't do it. And Eddie House had to go to Hayward High, and Aaron Curry had to go to San Lorenzo and got Player of the Year. So that's how I remember Coach Chong.
I know that. I had.
You didn't say it. You didn't say it. Yeah, you didn't say it.
Okay. So second, Newark Memorial. How can you not talk about Craig Ashmore and his dad? Legends. His dad was a legend. Has the most junior high wins as a coach. Craig and
yeah, you're right.
Junior
high.
Cal State Hayward alumni too. Okay. Yeah. His father was one of the great junior high coaches.
Okay. All right. Hey, Kevin, thanks. We had some other people in here. Yeah, a couple other things.
So we had the same coach. Different experiences.
Cal State East Bay ain't D1.
It is now. I don't know if you know.
Is?
They can get in the tournament.
They can?
Yeah.
He sounded older. NAIA doesn't count.
But they
Kelly White went to University of Tennessee, by the way.
Who did?
Kelly White. You had Cal.
I said, did she go to Cal?
Oh, yeah. Right. Gotcha. Don't shoot the
I'm not taking any De La Salle recruits. I'm not taking any De La Salle recruits.
I know what I know, yeah. Tim Roy listening, Stoney, he's the man. He got it.
Hey, what you got? Defensive Player of the Year. It's got to be Draymond now, right? He had a great game.
It was going to be
Wemby.
Yeah, Wemby.
Right. Okay.
But I'm just asking you, how many times have you said on air, off air, Evan Mobley is second in line to get Defensive Player of the Year? And the only reason I bring that up is, Steiny, give me a guy that does what Monty just talked about, and you as well, about Draymond Green, and we know what the great Jim Barnett has said about him.
That's in the past. I mean, you don't win the 2025 Defensive Player of the Year award for your 17 season.
Oh, God. But what he did to Giannis last night was just bad.
Right.
From the outset.
One great game gets you in the conversation. Since you know so much about defense, the Defensive Player of the Year award was started in 1983. It goes mostly to centers, which I think is a joke. But can you name any Defensive Player of the Year award winners who are non-centers?
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, non-centers.
Michael Jordan.
Yes, that's one.
Gary Payton.
Correct. That's two.
Alvin Robertson.
That's three. Great guess.
Come on, Goo. Dennis Johnson.
Nope.
All right, I got three. I feel good.
Sidney Moncrief.
Oh man, okay.
Michael Cooper.
All right, I think I got one. Okay. Marcus Smart. No.
Yeah, he won it.
Okay.
Marcus Smart won it a couple years ago.
Who else? Go ahead, and I'm gonna fire him off.
Dennis Rodman.
Oh, come on, Goo.
Meta World Peace.
Man. And Draymond Green.
And Draymond.
All right.
Some of these are like Tim Duncan.
Kawhi doesn't have one? Kawhi Leonard? Early Kawhi?
Let's see. Oh, yeah, Kawhi has one.
All right.
Never mind.
And Michael Cooper.
Gobert, Jaren Jackson Jr., Gobert. I will say this. There was a point last night when the Warriors couldn't score, and Giannis was just kind of floating around.
Man.
And I was thinking, boy, he's a problem when he's just allowed to float around.
Well,
Giannis defensively. He's got one.
No doubt.
Himself.
Okay. I forgot that.
Let's go to Will in Pleasanton, but I'm not standing for too much of it. What's up, Will? How you doing?
What's up, guys?
Will.
So, graduated Northgate, 1989, right down the street from De La Salle.
Sour grapes coming.
Nope, they've just building their program. You may not call it recruiting, but when you bring players in and they do not have to pay the fee that everybody else is paying, that is what is people call recruiting.
Hey, don't let the facts hit you. I got you, baby. I got you.
You can't argue with it. End of story.
Let me tell you what it's called.
The facts are what they are.
It's called student loans, okay?
That was great. That's all I was going to say, man.
All you have to prove is need, and those kids were in need.
I love what we do. I love you, man. I love this Warrior team. Man, Jimmy Butler.
What about him?
The Butler did it. Steiny, this thing was, come on, man, let's be honest. This thing was headed in the wrong direction. And out of nowhere, Pat Riley. What do you think the Heat are thinking, right? Is this rock bottom for them? Real quick, do you think this is rock bottom for the Heat?
Sure. Yeah. They've lost 8 in a row.
Well, not just the 8.
The longest losing streak of Eric Spoelstra's career.
Oh,
so, sure.
See, I didn't. I
yeah, sure.
Wow. I'm just, man.
Let's wait to see the whole trade play out.
Yeah, Monty said, or called it the honeymoon stage, but I think we're past that here. He's got 2 more years. He's paid. He's playing with a great organization, champions, and he may get the Kevin Durant treatment.
What does that mean?
Come to us and
people
we can
won't
win.
appreciate him and kick him out of town?
Stop. He got 2 NBA Final MVPs, Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
We made him. He was a bad dude before he came.
There it is. You don't even realize you're doing it. You don't even realize how you disparage people.
If you don't know I'm having fun since you told me Tim Roy's listening. What up, Tim? Come on, Steiny. I mean, I just know the Heat were like, maybe we could have did something different to keep him here.
Well, they have principles and standards, not like the Warriors.
Well, it's not the Army. Ramona Shelburne on with Willard and Dibbs, she did a deep dive into. Jimmy's like, you know what? I'm a grown adult. I'm a pro, Steiny. You don't have to tell me to work on my body and what to eat. I'm not Zion. I'll do it myself. And maybe they're running that Army type culture.
See, I make a distinction here. 925. 925 on the. I've never been more turned off by Steiny with him caping up to the rich private schools. Guru's a man of the people.
All day.
Pitt and Logan have good. Listen, I actually make a distinction. I call it a private Catholic school, not a rich private school.
You are the man.
Catholic schools. Listen, I ain't talking. If you're talking head Royce, sure, I'm with you. But we're talking De La Salle and Bishop O'Dowd. That's all I'm saying. Right. And I'm partial to Catholic schools.
Logan used to do battle against Lou Ritchie and Bishop O'Dowd. Yeah, I was on that squad, Steiny. 34. And you know guys that wear 34.
No, who?
You bring it down low. Risotto, you can't wear that 34 if you ain't. Dude, we played against each other. We talked about this the other day. I ran into somebody.
Maybe, but I can't remember you.
But you would in my prime.
I wouldn't. Who?
I was like Spree. Steiny, I'm telling you.
Like risotto. This is so. I don't even want to get into it. It's fine. You were a nice player. I never saw you play, but I'm sure you were great. It's the weirdest thing is over the last 10 years, periodically I talk to dozens and dozens and dozens of guys I used to play ball with.
Yeah.
Nobody's heard of you.
Well, James Daly.
Yeah, he didn't remember anything about.
But if we saw each other in person, he'd be like, "Oh, that's him."
He's the guy that effed up games.
No,
by trying to cheat and call bad fouls.
I come from a fabric from Union City, Steiny, of a basketball factory. Pete Lawrence, Reggie Silk Basie. Come on, man. Dwayne Relaford. Come on, man.
All those guys had stats.
Eddie House.
Where can I find your numbers? Where can I find your numbers?
The address to my house. Right. That's
You're not even the best.
Deep dive.
Dude, they didn't have a.
You're not even the best player in our office.
Who is that?
Grandy.
Steiny, I love Grandy. I'd take him down there and crunch him with. He couldn't stop this from scoring. I love Grandy.
Grandy's better than
Grandy,
you.
I was watching you like, oh, scoring Grandy easy.
Grandy can score.
He couldn't score on me, Steiny. I watch Grandy.
I can score on you, Gil.
Easy.
Oh, my.
Easy.
Now this.
I got Grandy.
Gosh. Are you being.
No, I know why
you're trolling now.
Hey, no, I'm not trolling. I know why you think you're better than Grandy.
It has nothing to do with color.
Now, please.
Stop my You are his. No, I watched Grandy. I was like, oh, I can take it from him. He got a little shot. Did you see what I did to Willard last year in knockout?
You lost in the first shot.
When he guarded me. It's on video. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I send it to the boss when I'm feeling good. He goes, you love this clip. It's one of my greatest. Hearing the people say, okay, Goo, that just, man. It does something to me.
I can tell. I can tell.
I'm gonna show it to you in break.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're actually not going to show it.
We've all seen that like 27 times.
It's unbelievable. Better every time, though. Willard was playing Deanne's long.
Is this the one where you said you made it, but it didn't go in?
No, I did the dream shake on him. And then my buddy Relaford goes, you had that same move since high school.
The video cuts off with the ball in the air.
Exactly.
When you hear the people say, okay, Goo, it went in. And it shows it going in.
It's like,
why are you trying to steal my thunder?
Because you're too excited about.
No, I'm still playing and that bothers you.
You're just shooting around with 9 guys and you make a shot and you're like, anybody capture it? Anybody?
I'm laughing because that's funny because there's a guy out there like that. I'm not him.
I was reading Sports Illustrated today, and you have any interest in Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report, said the Warriors, the Blazers may have interest in Kuminga at the end of the season.
Man.
Yeah, huh? What do you think?
No, I think he fits in perfectly with what they do, but
You want DeAndre Ayton?
I would take him.
Oh, God.
I would take
Stick
Ayton.
my finger down my throat.
Hey, he ain't the lead, but he could be the third or fourth, but dude's good at the game of basketball. He's left a lot to be...
He stinks.
Your stink is so unfair.
I know. It is.
Is he Lou Alcindor? And I said my guy Aaron Curry went to San Lorenzo. He went to Arroyo.
No.
Yeah. Got player of the year. Should have been in Logan, my buddy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957. Steiny, have you seen the tuition costs of De La Salle? That's not that much.
Big pockets over here.
No.
Well, what's not that much?
888-9. Oh, no, we got
the fellas.
Yeah. They're both going to come in hot. I guarantee you. You're not
$25 grand.
Hey, risotto. You don't know. Don't say that number if you can't get it confirmed.
Quick.
Go call Sister Madeline.
Oh, boy.
She's the Stop.
Just saying public information, Steiny.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's the crossover, and the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Dan Dibley, Mark Willard, welcome.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Yeah.
Hello.
I need a loan.
You need a loan?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not payday week, is it?
Yeah,
What happened?
Dibs gave me a tip last night on
San Diego State?
Stop. And I look up at the score at the Warrior game started. It's 84-3.
No.
I'm like, Denver's.
I bid it also, but he's being real good to me this week.
That's
so
why I did
You can't win them all.
I went to Twitter, Diz.
You
I hope
can't
you
win
know
them
that.
all, but it does suck when you don't even get to root. Like you turn it on and you're like, well,
84-4.
Might as well go to Netflix. Like they're not coming back.
I'm having some fun with it.
You are, but what's funny is you actually bet North Carolina. Because you said on the air, like, oh, North Carolina, I told you. That's what you said on Twitter.
Yeah.
Right.
So I took your advice and made the play on predicated on what you. So I talked myself out the bread.
Sure.
So the laughing was, I think I paid for this, so I just fired off the tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an L for your boy.
It was an L for me and for Mark and for everyone else. And
I parlayed it with the Warriors. I would have. The Warriors did their part.
Oh boy, yeah, let's have some fun with it.
I mean, have all the fun you can. And when you watch that game, like what they did, North Carolina, they've never done that before all year. They made every three, and they if you're gonna do that, then fine. All the handicapping, it's out the window. Because they did not miss a three ever. They shot 58% from three. So, night. You lose.
Move on.
Yeah. It's just like you can handicap all this stuff and the last two Warrior games. Okay, no Jokic and no Murray. Yeah, Warriors, -8. Easy money.
12.5.
Yeah, you lose. And then last night, oh my God, no Steph. You can't beat Milwaukee. And then they win. So, it's basketball.
I was all set to watch college basketball, and then I saw something happen and realized I don't watch college basketball.
Ever.
They continue to use an outdoor ball.
What?
I saw a guy take a free throw. You know how it hits the front, then hits the backboard, then comes off to the side? It hit the front, it hit the backboard, and it got wedged. How does a ball get wedged on a foul shot?
Right.
Unless it's too rubbery.
Wow.
Well, and the big complaint has been that it's overinflated. Like, most of the broadcasters are saying that the ball that they're using now is not the ball they used during the regular year.
I believe it.
I hate hearing these stories.
I don't know why. Like, it's probably corporate,
I'm sure. Remember when the NBA changed the ball for 3 seconds and everybody lost their And that was mind? kind of the same ball they use now in college. It's like new Coke.
Oh, man.
Like, whoops. That was the wrong move. You guys have all held an NBA ball, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing better than an NBA ball.
And that's what I didn't have at Knockout.
That's
Randy gave me some prison ball, and I listened to him. I had the soft NBA. Steiny, seriously, it makes you feel like you can't miss.
Now we moved on to the ball. Come on, go.
Well, I'm going to say this.
Well, he doesn't hold players
I made fun of our boss.
Yeah.
And I made fun of Grandy. Real quick, I got to do this since we got here.
Yeah.
And I was heard about Knockout, and I gotten over it until I walked in today. And if the YouTubers can see in my hand. This is the greatest photo since Penn State and Notre Dame in the snow at the goal line. And Grandy's at Chase on the floor, and he's the winner. This is better than any trophy. So, Willard, I told Steiny.
It's great.
No, it brings back the pain of losing Knockout.
Man.
Dibs, look, you'll have this forever.
I'm the one
framed with his hands up.
I'm the one who ended up in second place, and I gave it to him. They had me presented it to him. No, I didn't get it. They gave it to me to give to Grandy.
Look, Steiny, even Steiny's like, that could go in the man cave.
That's
look at him.
It's pretty good.
It is good. Oh,
it's
Grandy.
a 4 out of 5. And the reason why, if you look at it again, he's got his name tag on. Dude, Take off your name tag. You are Mark Flippin' Grandy.
Too. No doubt.
You don't need your name tag. You're the champ.
Jersey kid.
Act like a champ. Does Steph Curry walk into Chase? Hi, I'm Steph Curry. No, dude, you're the champ. Take off your name tag,
It's actually
Randy.
funny. That Rakuten commercial that runs on our air, Steph says to Tim Roy, I think they know who I am.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
First name
That's
Mark,
a really
last name Grandy.
That's pretty good.
Oh my God!
Take off your name tag,
That's a pretty
dude.
funny observation. I didn't even know we did name tags.
No, first
Where
thing
the
I
hell
saw
did you
was
get a name tag?
We all had them.
We
They handed
did.
it to me when I walked in the
I
media.
didn't put one. I don't.
No.
Did I have one on? I
You know
don't even
why?
remember that.
Because you're Mark Willard. That's why.
Yeah, damn right.
Who made the newspaper?
Yeah,
Mark, how you feeling?
Better write about it.
Let me just stop
about
you.
it. Yes,
and
thank you.
I'm going to say this, and Alex Simon, I hope you're listening, and maybe you can aggregate me, and it would be an aggregation sensation. You don't write for the newspaper. You write for a website. SF Gate is not the newspaper. It's a knockoff of the newspaper, which was a once great institution. And you know what? If that institution was still great as it was, you wouldn't be writing for it because you are nobody, my brother. You're writing for a website that no one looks at. And you want to talk about Yelp? And you guys all made fun of me yesterday for my Yelp.
Also a website.
SF Gate is the Yelp of news sites. Nobody gives a crap about you, Alex Simon, or your SF Gate. Post that, Lucas. I'm trying to take heat off my partner.
Yeah. Go ahead, son.
It's not the newspaper.
I need to take a play.
It's not.
Wow.
SF Gate, the only time it's a newspaper is when you print out the article, and no one does
Willard,
that.
when did you get wind of your name was being used?
It was before the show was even over. So yeah, Alec. By the way, I'll just be straight up front with everything about this and everyone about this. Look, if you listened to the show yesterday, you don't think I blasted the Warriors. That's stupid. That's a dumb word to use. That's an inaccurate word. And so that in and of itself is the unfair part of it. Beyond that, big deal, dude. Write whatever you want. We were over at the Giants open house literally 2 hours ago, and Alex came up.
Oh, you saw him?
Yeah, he came up, introduced himself, said, "Do you want to talk about it?" I said, "Not right now. Not right now, because I got a chicken sandwich in my mouth, and I don't need to talk to you about this right now." If you want to write a story, this is the only thing I would say, because
Mark Willard loves chicken sandwiches.
All is fair in our game. We have microphones and we get to talk about other people, so it would be hypocritical if I didn't like it if someone's going to talk about us. But if you want to write a story about somebody, call them and talk to them or talk to people close to them. I will give Alex credit that he came up to me. He came up to me and said, "Do you want to talk about this?" I mean, maybe next time talk about it before you go in there and start using that kind of verbiage with our partners. I think that's a little bit crazy, but I'll do exactly as Draymond asks us to do. I'm going to stand on what I say. I'm going to stand on what I do. And I had a lot of things to say yesterday, and I said them. So, yeah. Onward. Life.
Onward?
Yeah. Onward and what an incredibly
and upward
and what an incredibly important win.
Wow,
and they went out there and got it without him.
No doubt.
So kudos to the Warriors. That was absolutely a necessity last night, and they did it.
Yeah, we came out today talking about Draymond Green, and Giannis didn't score a point off him. Not one point off him when they were guarding each other.
Freaking
or when
brilliant.
Draymond was guarding Antetokounmpo. It's just, not crazy that we go from that game to now I'm a Defensive Player of the Year winner.
He's not,
but he was unbelievable last night.
Why isn't he?
Because your defense is not elite, and just
has been
of late,
last 2 months. Yeah,
right. I mean, if you want to talk about DPOY, you look at somebody who is defensively good all the time, not just when Giannis comes to town.
Who would you vote for?
It's Mobley, and I'm not just saying that because the markets say that, but he's minus 350, and they're the best team in basketball. And when you're the best team, and you are one of the 4 or 5 best defensive teams, and you're the best defensive player on that team, you get it. And, just because Draymond had a good night to stop Giannis, good. That's awesome. And he was a big part of the win. It doesn't mean you're DPOY, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, he'll be first team all defense, for sure.
Yeah, that's a hell of a feat, too.
Whenever it's like any award, MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, Coach of the Year, what I always do is give me the standings. First thing I need is the standings. Okay, MVP. Who's the best team in the league? Cleveland. Okay.
Or OKC.
Okay. Yeah. Does Cleveland have somebody? Yeah, they have Mitchell. Okay, he's a candidate. Who's the second best team? OKC. Okay, they got Gilgeous-Alexander. He's a candidate. You know what? Gilgeous-Alexander's numbers are so good that maybe he leapfrogs Donovan Mitchell because Donovan Mitchell may have a better team around him. But I always start at the top of the standings and say, do they have a Defensive Player of the Year candidate? And if they do, that's it.
I don't disagree with you, but I wonder why we sort of reserve that for basketball. 2 years ago, Shohei Ohtani won the American League MVP award. Played for the Angels. They didn't even go to the playoffs, let alone sniff being one of the best teams in the league.
But what did he do? He did something that we've never seen, much like Russell Westbrook.
So yeah, but Russell also did that for a team.
A six seed.
Yeah, well, but they're relevant. Yeah. They're relevant.
Relevant-ish.
It might have something to do with that. One guy probably can make more of a difference in basketball than baseball.
There's a lot of people have this thing about MVP though, where they start looking at what's around them, and they're like, oh, well, he did more with less.
Well, who's your MVP in the NBA right now?
I guess Shea.
And I hate that you're saying it that way, I guess, but I get it.
Jokic, to me, does deserve consideration.
Sure.
He absolutely deserves consideration, and we're asking it in a moment where, 48 hours ago, you tapped out of a basketball game, and
they won.
Yeah, and they won. Yeah. So I don't know if that's kind of shading my opinion in this moment. It's one of those two guys.
Go ahead, Stan.
No, I would... I think it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but if Jokic got it, I wouldn't say he stinks.
But it's one of those things to me, and this is right or wrong, it's Dibs' time to get it. Jokic just got it 3. You know what I mean? If we're going to act like that doesn't exist or it's better for the league to kind of spread it out, and the old adage back in the day, Jordan could have got it every year, but he didn't. And I would like to see SGA get it this year.
That's
He's deserving of it. But to Draymond's point, that was incredible. But I just feel like your boy just got on a 747 back to New York Saturday night, Towns. Not that it was all on Draymond, and he almost had 40. And your boy Gordon just left back to Denver, the Mile High. That was like the Warriors had no answer for him. So I just felt like as bad as you were last night, Dre, and I feel you saying you wanted it, I think deep down knew you probably weren't going to get it because Mobley is a problem. But how many times have you just talking basketball with your kids or anybody, that Evan Mobley's going to get DPOY? It was Wemby until he got hurt.
Yeah, a lot of people listening to us couldn't pick Evan Mobley out of a lineup. And so, if you're going to see, here's something that I would use as a rebuttal. If you're going to say, hey, in your mind, it should get spread around a little bit, then why can't I go, well, then let's take more than just this year into account. And now I'm going to remove Evan Mobley. Because Draymond Green should get a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Wow.
He's a better, more effective defender.
Should have more
for his career. Yeah, absolutely. So my problem with MVP awards always has been that there is not a more expressed letter of the law. Because everybody's voting with different rules in their minds.
Ohtani on that, you just
absolutely.
Said. That's it.
Everybody's got different priorities and things that they think valuable means. And so therefore... and maybe that's good for people like us. It brings a lot of different opinions to the yard.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios in downtown San Francisco. We were talking about
Kuminga. It was naturally
my problem with the Defensive Player of the Year award is they tend to favor centers, and I actually don't think that many centers are the best defensive player in the league. I
get the easiest assignment every night.
Like Gobert, it's a block shot award a lot of times.
Right. Sharon Jackson Jr. a couple years ago.
Yeah, when I think of a guy like Ron Artest or Meta World Peace, he was a defender. And that, like, I think that's where Draymond's a level above.
Man.
Like, centers, what do? They protect the rim pretty much. When they get out on the perimeter, they're useless. Even if you're the defensive player of the year, Draymond can impact defense at any position. So that's why he's the best defensive player like I've seen in the last 15 years when he's at his best.
We had Monty Poole on. He's like, how the hell does Gobert, or I'm paraphrasing, have all those DPOYs, then you go in the playoffs and he's unplayable? You know what I mean? Just
he has DPOYs because of what Steiny just said. He can register defensive stats,
and it's a regular season award too.
Draymond, like what stat did Draymond register last night?
Wow, blocks.
Right,
he had 4.
But Rudy gets those every night. You know what I mean? Like the stat that he registered was, dude, he locked up the biggest physical presence in the world
from play one.
But there's no stat. So I'm with you, Steiny.
You cannot score consistently against Draymond Green unless you have skill. You have to have skill. And as great as Giannis is, he's not the most skilled player, and Draymond usually eats those guys up.
Karl Anthony Towns, say what you want, has skill.
Yeah, he does. Of course, I wanted to talk about Draymond and Guru. What about Kuminga?
Yeah. Your thoughts? I've been in here defending him all morning, and I feel like, oh, you're a hater when you talk about him. And last night wasn't the greatest night, just from a shooting standpoint, to say he's working his way back, and they know they're going to need him in the playoffs. And that's it.
I mean, he didn't play well.
No, hello.
But,
6 of 6 from the free throw line.
Like yesterday, we came in here and Steph had played really bad. So, like,
right.
I don't, you know what I mean? I try at least to stay off of that yo-yo of like, if you played poorly one time, now we've got to come down your road and do something about it. No, here's your uniform. Next game's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go fix this, that, and the other. But Jonathan let everything it got to him last night.
So you thought
that's what you can't do.
People said he was pressing. How do we know that?
Well, because he threw somebody to the ground and got a flagrant foul.
We just talked about it.
Like he let the physicality of what they were trying to do to him get to him. That's what I saw.
And Dibs, I don't know how you look at Kuminga, but they have a starting 5, and then, depending on who comes off the bench, Pods, Moody's been starting, Peyton might come off the bench. So they got eight guys. He's one of 8 guys.
Right.
That's what he is right now. And he's too often the subject when, like, I'm kind of like Willard. It's like, they won last night, Kuminga wasn't very good. We don't have to really talk about him that much.
Right.
But I can't also hear, well, he's got to play every night. No, he doesn't, I don't think.
Well, 3 guys have to play every night.
Right.
And it's Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond. Hey. And, like, down the stretch, it'll be Kuminga or Post or GP2 or Looney or Pods or whoever else, you want to throw in there. And he's not one of those guys who absolutely has to play down the stretch. Right. He won't start. And I do think that you were making good points earlier about, the Kuminga, Jimmy Butler thing. There might have been Evan this morning about, like, something to watch. Like,
right.
Kuminga and Jimmy Butler, can they really play well together? But right now, Kuminga is 3 games in or 4 games in to trying to figure out the Jimmy Butler era. And last night was not a good game, and it kind of got to him a little bit, and that's fine. And you still won the game.
Like when I think of like Pajemski and
3:30.
Oh, you got Brandon Pajemski at 3:30.
He told us earlier.
Mark and Steve Kerr at 4:30.
4:30.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just like it almost doesn't matter what I think or you think about Pajemski, but Kerr likes him, and Pajemski's going to have the first crack at being in the
7 rebounds.
Steve Kerr said before Pajemski came back that when he envisions his closing lineup, he thinks Pajemski's probably going to be in there. We'll see how it plays out, but like Pajemski, he loves Pajemski. And on a night like last night, you might not win without Pajemski. So
big.
It's just
huge shots.
Steve likes Pajemski.
Yeah, and I think we get why, because earlier in the year he was not relaxed and he was trying to prove something to everybody, and he stopped doing that. And now he's just playing within the framework of what they're doing, and he's a winning basketball player. But, I don't want this observation to go away. I want to get back to something Jonathan Kuminga related and say this. I loved something that he did last night. Yeah. And I do not think that we should let this go because I've literally pounded on the table for a year saying this is the key to his future. He went 6 for 6 from the free throw line. Dude, your shot's not going to be falling every night. And you don't need to start throwing people to the floor when you get frustrated. Those things are fair, but I also want to compliment him because I think the key to his scoring future is making more of his free throws. Yep. And if he goes 6 for 6 from the line, I'm going to applaud that every time. I told
Stoney all show that was a positive, and I'm excited, no doubt. And it's been a weakness moving forward. But, Dibs, real quick to your point about it's kind of closing the other 2 spots by committee. Is that a positive or can it be a negative, all depending on when you get into a series?
Well, it depends on how you feel about Steve Kerr because it's going to be up to Steve to say, who's playing well and what's the matchup. What do we need? If we're up 4, maybe it's GP2. If we're down 4, maybe it's Quentin Post and Buddy Hield. I think it depends on the situation, the matchup, and who also is playing well. But to Steiny's point, I do think that Pods has a great chance to be one of those guys who is going to play because he rebounds and he doesn't make really bad decisions, and he's generally pretty solid.
Yeah, I feel like Pods will make one bad decision, and maybe a year ago he'd make 2 or 3. Yeah. Now he makes 1, and then he gets back to trying to be a little bit more under control. But I do think, I think Podziemski's got the inside track on being in that closing lineup. Let's just put it that way.
Go ahead.
Goodbye.
No, I was going to say, what did you make of
Dame? I don't think that's what Goo was going to do.
Yeah,
I have a haircut. I'm getting a haircut.
What's up with Dame?
What do you mean?
And don't cut it too short. Remember, somebody gave you a compliment yesterday. Leave it a little longer on the top.
Okay.
But what did you make of his game? I know he didn't have the best game when he's back home, but that wasn't the Dame I know. Had a couple of
ones. Yeah, exactly. Fourth quarter, he started to.
They were up 6.
I know. It was getting scary there for a second. Actually, can we go there for a sec? Because Dame didn't shoot the ball well. Dame's a great player, but he's not an NBA 1 on a great team. He's never been that before. But the fear that was struck when the Warriors went down by 6, I think it was.
And I was there.
76-70, right?
Yes.
Was that the number?
Man,
I want to point to what the core of my point was yesterday, and it's baked into the Clippers beating the Cavs. You can't be in the play-in tournament. And that's why I know they won the game yesterday.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm so
get away from it.
That's why I'm so hard on the urgency of every night. And if you're tired, then I'm not sure how I'm supposed to believe that this is going to go somewhere great. Like, imagine it now. Okay, it's all good. We got the 7. All right, the Clippers are coming. How do you feel?
They got us already.
And they've won 7 of their last 8, and they just whipped the Cavs last night. Whipped them. And then if you lose that game, now you're in a season-over game with either Phoenix or Sacramento. And I'm sorry, that's just incredibly uncomfortable. And if you win that game, you get OKC. They have got
I hear you.
Yeah, they may need to win 50 still. I kind of gave up on the idea of 50. They got to go 10-3 the rest of the way, and they might need
doable.
to. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is.
All right, well, Brandon Podziemski, 3:30. Steve Kerr, 4:30. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Judge. All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Woo! Let's go. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, better now?
Needed that one.
Big time.
Better now. Yeah, I don't think...
I mean, he rested and they won.
Yeah.
So That's awesome.
And I thought they would. I told you all day yesterday, I expect you to go out and win the basketball game.
Right.
And they did. But yeah, that's a relief. That was a relief. Just my opinion. And they were up a creek if they lose that basketball game last night.
It'd be tough.
I think they were up a creek if they lose that basketball game last night. New Orleans is coming to Minnesota starting tonight for 2 games. Thanks. Just go ahead and stay in town and let us get a couple victories. Clippers, in the end, cruised through the fourth quarter to defeat the Cleveland Cavaliers last night. This is how it's going to be. The urgency is you got to win every single night. Now, with all that said, super impressive. Super impressive. Mainly 2 guys. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do looking around the court, but what I love is that they make the decision for Steph Curry to sit, or he had to, or whatever the hell was going on behind the scenes. And you have 2 other super experienced big names, and my God, they turned the volume up. Jimmy running the offense and Draymond running the defense was unbelievable last night.
I mean, you look at Draymond's line, 3, 4, and 10. It's like, I mean, Draymond, quiet night, but then you actually watch the game and you watch what Draymond did against Giannis and the fact that he did not score against Draymond Green, and he's got to be 7 inches taller at least in the wingspan. And Giannis, when he gets downhill, he's unguardable and all the rest of it. And Draymond was unbelievable. So I'm not trying to poo-poo his DPOY quest, his candidacy. I don't think he's going to get it. But what he did last night was completely, like you were talking about, the best defensive player in basketball for a long time because nobody else can do what he does.
Yep. I mean, that's the other. It's sort of. It's funny. Draymond, as a great defensive player, sometimes strikes a similarity in my mind to the idea of Steph Curry's greatness as an offensive player. And here's what I mean by that. Do you give extra credit for the fact that the person is doing what they're doing at a much smaller size than what they should be able to, and a much smaller size than what all the other people who are in their class do? All these other, look at the names we're throwing out there. There's Evan Mobley, Rudy Gobert, Victor Wembanyama. What do they all have in common? They've all got a 7 in the front of their height category. All of them. Hell, Wembanyama's halfway to 8.
Right. Totally.
Draymond is 6'5", maybe 6'6". All the other players who you would list as the top 10 players of all time in the NBA, all of them are at least 6'6". Steph Curry might be 6'3".
Maybe.
And I actually don't think he is. I think he's 6'2". And so, maybe that doesn't count in your mind, but it does to me when we start talking about pound for pound. I don't know that in my NBA lifetime I've ever seen a more intricate, unique, and dominant and smart defender than Draymond Green.
Well, in modern NBA now, he's being asked to do things that, for example, Dennis Rodman never would have been asked to do. And you had Michael Jordan, you had Scottie Pippen, who were 2 also elite defenders, so he didn't have to do what Draymond does. And back then, you didn't switch everything. You didn't run so many pick and rolls. You didn't have the same pace. And so, Dennis Rodman was a good defender who guarded forwards. And he would guard a center, of course. But you mentioned it, the DPOY going backward. Rudy Gobert, center. Jaren Jackson Jr., a center. Marcus Smart, I don't remember him winning that award in 2022, but he did.
Interesting.
And then it's Gobert, Giannis, Gobert. Gobert's got 4 of the last 8, and it's because he's the Stifle Tower.
And because he registers stats.
Right,
Draymond
exactly.
Green is a way better defender than Rudy Gobert.
Of course.
Like way, way, way better defender than Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert can guard one player, the center, the big man.
Rudy Gobert can kind of do one thing on a basketball court.
Right.
He can try to block your shot, and then sometimes he can rebound the basketball. I know his rebounding numbers are okay.
They're
considering
good.
his size, I think they actually stink. The fact that it's difficult for him to get to 11 rebounds a night, he should be getting 18. I mean, Jokic does, and he's working way harder on the other end of the court than Gobert is.
If I gave you Rudy Gobert or Dwight Howard, who's a better player?
I would take Dwight Howard.
Me
If
too.
we're talking about prime,
Me too.
Yeah, I would take Dwight Howard.
And I don't love Dwight Howard.
No, he's an odd human.
No, and flawed. But if you want to compare the two, because that to me is what Rudy Gobert is. He's Dwight Howard, but Dwight Howard is a little bit of a better scorer than Gobert, but both are basically like shot blocking, rebounding bigs, and yet I'm looking here at Dwight Howard, and he won 3 straight DPOYs, and Gobert's got 4 in total. But is Draymond a better defender than Rudy and Dwight Howard? Yes.
Absolutely.
He doesn't block as many shots.
He's a more valuable player, at least to what the Warriors have done.
And it reminds me of like the whole thing about NFL MVP. It's always a quarterback. Does that mean that the NFL MVP is like the quarterback is the most valuable player in football? No, of course not. But that's what we do.
Here's Draymond on this topic, by the way, and why certain players, him being one of them, have not got more Defensive Player of the Year awards through the years.
Because I think the voters look at stat numbers, and I don't want to oversell myself because I have so much respect for Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett, but I do think I'm that great defensively. And if you don't watch the game, you can miss it. And I think if you just go look at the stats, it don't always tell the story. And so for a player like KG, for a player like Tim Duncan, myself, it ain't all about the blocks. It's not all about the steals. What are you covering? And I think like myself, they cover for everybody. And when you can cover for everybody, you know, sometimes you can get a lot of steals and there's guys covering for you. Because you're getting a lot of steals, you're probably taking a lot of risk. We cover for people. And I think that's why I have one and they have one, because you got some people that has a vote on the East Coast that probably see us play 4 times a year. And if you look at the stats, you're going to be like, oh, Draymond averaged 1 steal and a block. Those numbers don't jump off the page at you. But you go watch me play, and then you go ask the opposing coach, what did I do to their offense? It's a different story. Same for Timmy D, same for KG. And so, I think when you look at it, the award is widely based off statistics. And those statistics don't always tell the story. Some guys get the stats and get picked on. Some guys get the stats and can be a liability to their defense. They take too many chances. The defense break down. We don't do that. Sometimes you get punished for it. But championships, all 3 of us got. So I'm sure just like myself, they'd much rather have those than more Defensive Player of the Years. But I want another one, and I ain't retired yet. So shout out to them OGs. They are incredible. Great, but I still got a chance.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to come in 2nd or 3rd. Wembanyama is now. Yeah, absolutely.
And his comp is curious because KG got 1 and Tim Duncan never got 1.
He never got 1.
Never.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the list right now, and if he wanted to really like put it out there, it's Rudy Gobert who's got 4. And I'm looking at the list, Mark, and if you look at the history of the award going back to 1983, there have only been 11 non-centers who've won it in 42 years. So it's basically you're the best shot blocker, you get the award. And that's kind of been the way it's gone.
Yeah. And by the way, just Grandy just mentioned while you were mentioning that those names that Draymond were brought up in the question.
Okay.
So there was a little bit of a leading of the witness there.
Fair.
With regard to Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, and what have you. But Draymond makes a really good point about box score babies. And this is always a thing when it's Heisman's, MVPs, whatever it is, and he mentions East Coast people with votes who may only see him play 4 times a year. It's very possible you go to bed, you wake up, let's take a look at that Bucks-Warriors box score, and the way media works, especially with fantasy sports, underdog, what's going on, how are you? Like, everybody wants to know the numbers. And those numbers don't really tell a story. You could say last night, okay, Giannis Antetokounmpo flirts with a triple-double in loss. There's a headline. Does that tell you a story? Not at all. He scored 20 points. He had 9 rebounds. He had 7 assists. Let me say it a different way. He disappeared off my television screen.
Right. Well, Draymond erased him.
Giannis scored half of his points from the free throw line. And his free throw shooting leaves a lot to be desired.
Dude, don't even get me started on
All
that.
of his shooting does.
My
you know
God.
what I mean? Anytime, and it was funny, before the game even started, they were talking about guarding Giannis. And young Jude, age 11, goes, how are they gonna stop this guy tonight? I said, well, I think you probably guard him the same way you see other teams guard a Kuminga or a Draymond, even though they're very different challenges for sure. I'm not comparing those guys to Giannis. But what I'm saying is if you can get him to pull up from 12 feet or further away, you've done your job. You did your job. And that's what I see when Giannis settles for those jumpers. He's not a good shooter. He's not a good shooter. And they were able to do that, and he was able to force his way to the free throw line a bunch of times. But if you got half of his points coming from the free throw line, that's the stat that Steve Kerr, who joins us at 4:30, kept pointing to, 5 field goals. You held Giannis to 5 made field goals. That is an absolutely unbelievable piece of work, especially when he's twice your size.
Yeah, and Draymond allowed 0 made field goals. So I wonder about the whole nature of the voting. And, Draymond won it in 2017. And even in that year, he only had 2 steals and 1.5 blocks a game. So why then was he more of a, guy you could vote for as opposed to now where I know the Warriors don't have the best defense and Mobley's on a team that is amazing.
That's
so
your answer.
He's probably going to win it.
More wins.
Right.
The Warriors had more wins back then.
But even if you look at like the history of it, Gobert won last year and Minnesota was not the 1 seed.
No.
But we look at Gobert with, 2 blocks a game in the Stifle Tower, and so we give it to him.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's names, it's stats, and then it's also flavor of the month. It's part of what Guru just said. Spread it around a little bit, what have you. I know Gobert's won 4 times, but that's there's that thought. Like we do that. We do that with MVPs a lot, where it's like, okay, well you won it last year, so let's go with Joel Embiid this year. And we try to move it around. We probably shouldn't. We shouldn't. Like, you should get that Men in Black thingy at the end of every single season.
Just blank everyone's mind.
Just like that little flashy thingy, and then you're like, you have no idea. You have absolutely no idea who won last year, and then vote from that space. That's always what I've wanted for NBA review. Flashy thingy. Bring somebody out of a dark room and go, we're not going to tell you what the call was. Just look at this play and tell us what you see. And that way you're not jaded, because everybody's jaded. It's impossible not to be, no matter what we're talking about in life. So Brandon Pajemski is going to be on with us here in exactly an hour. Steve Kerr is going to be on with us in exactly 2 hours. It's a hell of a day right here on Willard and Dibs. But until then, it's all you. 888-957-9570. We're taking your Warrior phone calls. What stood out to you last night on a night where the Warriors elect to sit Steph Curry and come away with a win anyway? So what's the observation in your mind that really stands out on a night where they opt to play without their best and go ahead and get a victory anyway? We'll take your phone calls coming up, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by the Bayview Restaurant and Lounge. Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemaker Dinner Series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
Lillard guarded by Moody. Moody again getting inside one of the best offensive players of the other team. Antetokounmpo drives in. Another block for Draymond. That's his second. Podziemski gets it over the post. He'll dribble in front court. Finds Moody above the break. Right side. It's good. Timeout Milwaukee. It's a 12-3 start. The Warriors were ready to play tonight.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yep, so does your left-handed teammate, Brandon Podziemski.
I love it.
That's coming up at 3:30.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah.
Brandon
Podziemski.
Yeah. 3:30.
Podziemski.
That's the other one. Yeah.
Podziemski and Poughkeepsie kid.
Pajowski.
Podziemski.
I love them all, Grandy.
Pajowski.
They're like my children. All the
Which one do you
mispronunciations.
love the most?
Well, the one I love the most is Brandon
Podziemski.
Because that's in-house. That's our beloved Lucas, director of pronunciation.
He had a cold. What are you going to do?
What he had was a tick. And I had one earlier this week when I got locked up on a word and we all laughed about it. And it was cool.
You just tapped out, which is actually, it's not a bad thing to do in that situation.
No,
just tap
not.
out. You got a partner. It's fine.
But it's tough when you do a Brankin and then you do another Brankin. Now you're pot committed. Brankin.
I'm really drawn to the energy behind the Podziemski. That is probably my favorite child.
My favorite is probably the Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah,
Poughkeepsie kid.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he says it like that's what he calls him. And
yeah.
I actually mispronounced his name last week. I can't remember what I said, but it was wrong. Luckily, Grandy didn't cut it.
Yeah,
he might have.
Whatever. Anyway, Brandon's
Grandy
coming on.
misses nothing, including free throws.
Well, he's looking for it.
And you can come in here and get your picture, Captain Name Tag.
Oh, no, I'm leaving it there.
So lame.
You're going to put it up in here?
Yeah, I'll hang it up somewhere.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, if
as long
you
as
don't
it's out
take
of
it
the
by
view of
the
the cameras, it's fine.
If you don't take it by 6 o'clock today, it's going to be part of my new dartboard.
It is kind of like leftover food in the fridge.
Well,
At the end of the month, we clear out all the crap, and it's getting tossed if you don't bring it home.
I purposely left it on Shasky's chair last night for him to show up at 5 o'clock this morning so he could see it because he was maybe the most vocal out of any of the hosts. Talking trash about me after I won on Mondays.
Captain
And
Tryhard.
I was kind of half expecting it to maybe be snapped in half, but it's still there.
It's still there. Yeah, that would have been a very bold move to break the picture that was literally just handmade a few days ago. So that would have been a bold move.
It's a bold move, Cotton.
I don't think. Let's see how it works out for him.
Totally. Look at you.
I don't think that would have. I don't think that would have gone well. But
it's less bold to say that you are DPOI like Draymond Green has done. And I guess it's part of like campaign season. And I know Anthony Slater chimed in about the idea. And I wonder if he is a voter because what I heard this morning was I thought he made it seem like he had a vote in the proceedings, which
maybe I don't know. We could ask him. You know what else Slater said? Which actually, Grandy, I'd love it if you could find this because I might need it. I might need it to put up my Dukes with both Pods and Steve Kerr today.
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, I'm well aware that this all got to them, and that's fine. But Slate's actually said something this morning that probably in a couple of sentences maybe did a better job of expressing what I was trying to express, even though I had 4 hours to express it.
Right.
Which is to say, there's no criticism of you holding Steph out, but here's what I'm thinking. If that's where we are on March 17th, and I know it ended up being March 18th, but it was after the game on March 17th when Steve brought up, we got to give serious consideration to sitting Steph Curry. If that's where you are in March, I think it's fair to remain incredibly skeptical that what you're actually doing is going on a potential championship run. I think it's very, very difficult to sort of pitch those two things at the same time. It's not a criticism. Dog, you're 37 years old. You're 37. And your best friends on the team are 35. And that is very, very difficult. And if it doesn't rear its ugly head, I'm willing as a fan to sit here and go, all right, I'll go on this magical journey with you. But when you start having 3 games in 4 nights and you need to tap out, then I think it's fair to remain skeptical. That's it. That's it. The Warriors know his body better than I do, and he knows his body better than I do. But the whole city's been very caught up with, oh, my God, they're going to do it again. And you keep testing me, and I keep giving you the same answer, which is I'm here for it. I'm hopeful.
Always.
But I'm going to bet against it.
Of course.
Because they are in their late 30s and need rest.
And they will be underdog if, shout out the app, no matter who they play in the first round.
Promo code is Willard.
I push back a little bit of the notion that, like, him sitting now is a bad thing. For me, him sitting, Steph Curry, and I don't know if he'll play tomorrow night, hopefully, and, we'll stay tuned to 95.7 The Game for all the latest, and Steve Kerr coming up at 4:30, but I can't help but think that him sitting doesn't actually help them to win games, win Thursday, win Saturday, win all the other games because, and it's easy to say because they went out last night and they won without Steph.
They won, so that's awesome.
I do think that a more rested Steph is going to be a better Steph, and when you have a better Steph, you have a better chance to win.
Well, look, they ended up, they got it. They won the game. So you snuck one past the goalie there. That's awesome. I was very, very nervous about last night's game. I think if you lose last night's game, you're in a very, very difficult hole that quickly. If you were to lose, I don't think there's any more losing back-to-back games. Like that feels kind of preventative the rest of the way. And that's all I'm saying. Like this stranglehold that a lot of fans seem to believe they have on the 6th seed, they don't have.
No, of course
not.
At
all. This is very, very, I don't want to use the word flimsy, but
it's tenuous.
It's very tenuous.
Sure. They're 1 game up on the 8 right now. And if you would have lost last night, you would have been tied with the Clippers for the 8. And I think that they have the tiebreaker, so
they do.
You would have been 8.
You would have been the 8.
Right. And Minnesota would have a half-game lead on you had you lost, and so you went out there and you won. And you've got 13 more games, and, whether or not you need to win 10 of them to be the 6 or 9 or whatever the number is, you do need to win a good number of games. And so, for me, last night was about, found money a little bit because you rested Steph, and you wanted to rest Steph because he needed the rest, and then... and he might be hurt. He may not play tomorrow. We don't know. Hopefully Steve Kerr at 4:30 can update us on his back, his neck and his back. And, if he doesn't play Thursday, can you still win? Of course.
Well, yeah, you can. But in general, like I'm going to continue to sit here and say that if bodies and minds and spirits are starting to break down and waver as you approach the playoffs, I will stay over here in Skepticalville. And it doesn't mean I'm right, and it doesn't mean it's what I'm rooting for. But that's the point. The point is that this needs to be full bore, full effort every night because that's the situation you're in. And I thought Draymond Green said that after the game on Monday. We're all tired, got to find a way. Anthony Slater said this to the Morning Roast earlier today.
This has been kind of a winding season, but they found a chance to spot rest him last night. I think that'll help. But the reality is he has a marathon ahead of him if they're really going to make a deep run. And that's tough on not only his body. Jimmy Butler's 35, Draymond Green's 35. So that is what makes me the most skeptical of the idea that they're now, a true title contender is just the age and accumulation that is ahead for really, a 2-month sprint if you're really going to get into June.
Yeah, that's where my head was yesterday and remains today, though it has a healthy dose of relief mixed in. When they fell down by 6 last night, I got nervous. I really did. Last night was one of those where I watched that one on the edge of my seat. And a lot of friends got a lot of text messages during commercial breaks, and one of them even called me out on it because she's like, "You texted me during the commercial." She's like, "You're nervous, aren't you?" I'm like, "Yes, because I can't sit still with this. This is a humongous basketball game." Partially why it hit me so much that Steph Curry didn't play in it.
Right, and it was a little bit of a weird spot where the third quarter kind of started getting sideways, where they opened up the quarter with a big lead. They opened it up with a 14-point lead coming out of halftime, and then it got down to 10 and 12 and 8, and now you're down 6, and Jonathan Kuminga travels on the sideline, and the travel was, I don't know. For me as a CYO referee, I see that all the time, and it's one that
but when
you see it,
when they're 8 years old, you don't call that on them.
Right, but honestly, in the NBA, you could call that travel anytime you want.
Well, we don't get a lot of like stand still, pivot.
It was like a pivot, swivel, pivot, swivel. And the ref is watching it going, okay, that's about enough.
Right.
Like that was 5 steps, and I get it. But you don't often see that, like a travel called when a player is going nowhere.
You don't often see traveling called in the NBA. End of sentence.
Well, like when you see traveling, it's normally because a player is actually traveling in a direction.
Taking 4 steps, yes.
Right. Kuminga was just like, my pivot, my swivel, my pivot, my swivel. And the ref was like, you could see his face. He's like, okay, that's about enough of that.
It's funny that this conversation's coming up when Giannis was in town. It was one of my favorite NBA YouTube videos. Y'all should search it. Search Giannis one dribble. And it's a highlight of Giannis basically. I don't know. I can't remember if he gets a rebound or he's given an outlet pass. But he basically gets the ball right around at his own free throw line. And I know this won't make sense to hear me say it. You have to go watch it. He takes one dribble and then lays the ball in on the other end of the court. He goes 3/4 of the court with one dribble.
Crazy.
And nothing is called.
We've got long strides.
He does, but it's also humanly impossible to do what he did and not have it be traveling. But they don't call it traveling in the NBA.
No.
But they called it on Jonathan Kuminga last night.
Yeah.
Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. What, in your mind, is the observation that plays off of last night's victory with Steph Curry on the bench? Dave in San Jose. Hi, Dave. Thank you for calling.
Hi. What stood out to me was that Kerr decided to play 12 guys last night. And it wasn't garbage minutes. It was definitely some good minutes. So it was a whole team victory. They all contributed to the stat line, either rebounds, assists, points, whatever. It was a real team victory last night.
So you're referencing the fact that, and I get where you're coming from, Dave. It wasn't a lot of minutes, but you said it yesterday, and it came true. TJD went in.
Yeah.
He only played 4 minutes, but they were real minutes. There were no garbage time minutes in the game last night.
No.
Pat Spencer got 6. He got a bucket, too. I know you love to play over or under half a point from Pat Spencer.
Yep.
Pay the over.
Right. And they actually played 14 guys, but I guess we won't count Yuri Collins and Kevin Knox for, getting less than a full minute.
Yeah, they technically logged 0 minutes, though they did go onto the floor.
Yeah, they actually, they had to shower. I'm sure they got out there and they actually played basketball.
That's a good thing to do at the end of the day, no matter whether you play or not.
Normally,
Yeah.
but I do think that we have the answer about whose minutes Kuminga will take, and it's Guy, and Guy played 8 minutes, and so that's kind of the way that's going to go. And it's just, you're going to have spots for Guy, I do think, but in general, Kuminga, and even though he didn't play great, I do think that he brings something that nobody else brings on this team.
When I see that, Guy Santos played 8 minutes, yet still found a way to get 4 rebounds.
Right.
He hit his only shot. I wonder if that, and that's something we could ask Steve. Was that more of a matchup thing? Because his literal quote last week was, I have to keep playing Guy Santos.
Yeah.
And then last night he didn't play a whole lot of Guy Santos. I don't know if that was a matchup thing or if truly Jonathan Kuminga is going to get the Guy Santos minutes, which, maybe that is what it is.
Right.
And I get that.
And all the healed haters, 888-957-9570, go ahead and line up the phone lines. You won't. And I actually said this on Twitter, bad night for the healed haters.
It was.
Because this is what Buddy does. And Buddy was 4 of 6 from 3, 5 of 7 from the field. Buddy was catch and shoot, in the zone, knocking them down. And tomorrow night he'll probably go 0 of 6 from 3. And the haters can come on back out. But this is Buddy Hield. This is the experience.
Do you ever feel like here in the whole sports media world that you and I sit here, it's actually for more than 4 hours because we go to come do the crossover.
Sure.
For over 4 hours, we sit here and talk about different things and break different things down and hypotheticals and curiosity and all of the things that we do. And there are times after a game that we could actually sum everything up in one sentence. Warriors hit the shots last night. Thank you for coming to the show. Yeah. Now I'm going to go home.
Well, we got 4 hours.
I know, but that's my point. Like, so we analyze the NBA at such a level, and there are nights where I look at it, and the last 2 nights, back-to-back nights, there's a little bit of that. There's your analysis. Monday, no threes.
Yeah.
Tuesday, threes. You lose,
better,
you win.
Better.
Of course there's more to it than that.
And I do think that last night, for me, the big headline was not the threes. It was Draymond. Draymond versus Giannis.
Of course.
Like 6'5" against 7'1". And Draymond was not only better, he took him out of the game. And, okay, Dame Lillard, go ahead and take over. Ooh, that's right. The Warriors don't play in Oakland anymore. This is San Francisco. And maybe it's your kryptonite because it's not Oakland. And when you're in Oakland, you're something special. And this is the city. And Dame Lillard was not great.
I love Dame Lillard. He's going to be 35 here in a couple of months also. And I'll just say this is not meant to be a criticism. He's a wonderful player. He's had a wonderful career.
He's awesome.
Dame Lillard is not a high-level NBA 1 difference maker anymore. And I do think he was, even though he never got over the hump or even to the hump. But, he was that guy in Portland for a long, long time. And they did have some special seasons with not a lot going on around him. And maybe it is that he's partially just taking a back seat to Giannis to a degree. But I see Dame Lillard as a really, really good piece. But that's kind of it at this point in his career.
Yeah, maybe. And, it's hard for me because yesterday was the day that I met with my tax guy. And my tax guy is
that
actually,
time of year, yeah.
He's a family friend of Damian Lillard.
Oh, nice.
And so it just happened to fall on the day when Dame was in town. So we're doing our thing. And shout out Curtis. And we're over in Alameda. And I'm giving him my forms. And he's, running his material about Dame and this and that. And, Moreau Catholic football and all the rest of it. And he's like, Dame's coming. Dame's coming for you. Dame's coming tonight. And I'm like, yes, Dame, sure. And Steph's out. So I get it. Milwaukee and Dame. And so it just happened to be on the day where I met with my guy. And he's, family friends with Dame. And he's always been like Team Dame. And Dame's amazing. He'll be a Hall of Famer. But, Dame's not Steph.
6 of 18 from the field.
Right.
2 of 9 from 3.
So on a game where your number one, Giannis, is being kind of taken out of the game, 5 of 16, no buckets on Draymond. That's a night where if Dame is really the dude, Dame goes 12 of 23, and Dame puts up 44, and you beat a team without Steph, and you get that done. But 6 of 18.
6 of 18.
And an L.
Brandon Pajemski joins us in 40 minutes. Let's go to the phones or keep going to the phones. How about Scott Marin? Hi, Scott. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Yeah, I had just a couple really few quick things. First of all, I caught the when you guys had the little crossover there. That SF Gate dude is an idiot. I mean, I'm glad somebody actually said something where you could actually hear it. This guy's a moron. I've never seen a writer like that in my life. But anyway, other than that, I want to get back to and Mark, you had a good point about Kuminga. That's what will set him apart. He's got to make the free throws. If he stays at a 65% clip, he's never going to be that player. That's what makes Jimmy. He gets fouled, he shoots at about 88%. That's what makes you dangerous. If he shoots 65%, that's not going to work. But I also wanted to say with Steph, I didn't see the post game show after the game on Monday night, but Steph sounded actually like he was sick. So that might have been an issue too. He just didn't sound right.
Maybe, but, a little nasally.
That's
Scott,
what I thought, Scott.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate your thoughts on multiple levels.
Think about it, Scott. I don't know how many kids you have. Mark, you got 3, and I've got a baby, a 2.5-year-old, and I've been sick for about 5 months because.
Well, you got
send your kid to preschool.
Yeah, you're at that age. I'm not.
Well, he's got a kid that age too.
Right.
And well, I don't know what the youngster actually does, Kion or. I know it's Cannon's little brother, but I don't know.
I would think on the night of a game that Steph stays over in a different wing than the children.
Maybe.
But who knows?
But at the same time, like his kids are like 14, 11, 7, and 2. So
then again, I mean, an NBA player does not sit out because of the sniffles. Again,
he did sound to me a little bit sick. I'm with Scott.
Look, I cannot speak on another man's body.
And I've never
health.
seen that, by the way, DNP sniffles.
DNP,
to your point.
How close are we to that, though? I mean, we get DNP, I don't wanna.
Yeah.
We get that.
DNP rest.
Right. That's what there are nights. DNP, I don't wanna.
Well, we get DNP non-COVID illness.
Yes.
Don't know what the extent of the illness
Fair,
is.
But normally that's like a flu or something that's like.
We don't know for sure what
You're right.
Might be hungover.
I would pay money to see
DNP hungover.
sniffles. That would be absolutely fantastic.
DNP, late night in New York City.
Listen, all we can do is take Steve Kerr at face value, and he says, and maybe this was the observation that plays, when I see him making poor decisions, I know that he's overwhelmed emotionally. He is emotionally and mentally exhausted. And so we need to sit him out because he's been carrying us for so long. And my rebuttal, as I tried to say all day yesterday, is that's fine if you want to do that, but I'm going to be over here in, like, what would stop this from happening again? Like, why would a clear-thinking fan believe the Warriors are actual title contenders out of the 6th seed when their star player is feeling overwhelmed emotionally and mentally in March? I just think that's a hell of a challenge to overcome.
It is.
At age 37.
But I think that a more rested staff in April is better than a staff that you have to like push to the brink all the way through March just to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do one more. How about Rich in Fresno? Hi, Rich. What's going on?
Hey, good day, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on.
Yep, what's up?
Loving the show. Yeah, so, the Warriors were one of the best teams. I mean, still are, but while Kuminga was out, and I don't think it's a coincidence they come in, he comes back in and they lose to the Nuggets without Jokic or Murray. And I've been saying for years, I think they should trade Kuminga. I don't think it's a good fit for him or the Warriors. And now that they've got Jimmy Butler, seems like they are actually trying to help Steph get his 5th or 6th ring. And I think it's a big mistake to be trying to balance both, like the 2 timeline thing. And I think it's pretty obvious to me they need to trade Kuminga. They would have traded him now. They could have had someone who helps them win a chip better, or they could have got a expiring contract to have more money to give players next year who could help us more than Kuminga. And so now in hindsight, I've been saying that, but it just seems more obvious to me, and I really hope they do that.
I guess, Rich, my response to that, and it's a fair opinion to have, I guess, if you want to have it, is I'm not a fan of just this idea of trade Kuminga. For who? For who? Like, if you've got something in mind, then I'm listening. Like, they were going to trade Jonathan Kuminga for Kevin Durant. They were going to do that. But they didn't do that. It didn't come together. They get to keep him. I'm not just like, get Jonathan off the team. I think that, like anyone else not named Steph Curry and probably Draymond, and to a degree Jimmy, but even, who knows? I don't know where this is all going to go next. Like, yeah, you listen on anyone, so maybe there's a way to get better in the offseason by doing that. But I do hear from a lot of people, like, you got to trade Kuminga. We don't have to. I'm not in that mode. Get him off the team.
Depends on what he's going to command in the open market, and he is restricted, so you can actually sign him and then trade him if that's what you want to do.
Brandon Pajemski's a half hour away. Steve Kerr's 90 minutes away. Plenty more of your phone calls coming up next. Alina, Jonathan, stay right where you are. 888-957-9570. This is Warrior Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs.
to Draymond. Draymond holds the ball, waiting, looking for something. Now dribbles it over to Butler, top of the key. Butler turns low with the ball. Porter Jr. takes a dribble. Pump fake, goes up, got fouled. Hit the shot at the three. Count it and put him on the line. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It was a 2. It was not a 3.
Yeah.
It was a 2.
Of course, we had to review it.
Yep, we had to review it. Yep. And his foot was on the line.
Yeah, it was. Yep. But still, man, won.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. Jimmy was phenomenal.
Jimmy!
Last night was just a 2.5 hour nail biter, I thought, even when they were up by 14. Like, this was not a game where, because unfortunately I got one of them kitchens where you can't see the TV while you're cooking. So, which, like, I would never design a house that way. I don't know why they get designed that way, but that's where I ended up and that's where we are. And so, leave me alone. And anyway, point is I had a hard time cooking last night because I did not want to miss a minute. I found last night to be a stress-inducing basketball game, especially with Steph sitting out and the scenarios that were in play. I really felt 100% certain that the Warriors had to win last night. And they did. But that was the mood I was in for the entire game.
Yeah, I was a little bit on edge myself, but it was more in the third quarter where, the Warriors had jumped out on top and they led going into the break. And it's like, wow, okay, Warriors, do it without Steph. And then the third quarter was, and I do think that, was it 6 straight possessions where they turned it over? And I want to make sure I get that right, but it felt like at least 6 straight possessions where it was turnover, and then it gets down to where you're down by 6 and Kuminga does the little foxtrot and he travels and you're down 6 and it's like, oh my God. And he kind of got rattled. Kuminga was a little bit.
No doubt he did.
He got rattled. And, it was partly because he didn't get the whistle he wanted, and then he traveled, and he had the flagrant foul, and it's like, oh, man, what are we doing here? They were up by double digits, and you're going to lose this way? Oh, no.
Dude, they were up 16 and gave up a 14-0 run. And it was one of those runs that was slow, and you could just feel it. You're like, they're not going to get a good shot, and they're going to give up a layup or a 3 at the other end. And every time a buck kind of just like squared up and let the 3 fly, the second it left his hand, you're like, that's all, Matt. It just, you could feel it.
Yep.
It was absolutely coming apart at the seams.
The middle, 9 minutes of the third quarter.
Yeah.
So aside from the very beginning and the very end, 30-8.
Painful.
Milwaukee.
Absolutely painful. But
my God,
I give them credit because that is, look, in the NBA, they're coming for you. They're always going to make a run. Almost always. Charlotte doesn't. But other than that, they're going to make a run. You knew the Bucks would have their moment in the second half, and it's hard to stop those things. But they did. They found a way. And that highlight, and that highlight that we just heard was a big part of it.
I'm just looking at the log, and Butler hits a layup. They go up 16. Kuzma 3, fine. Quentin Post traveling. Pods turnover. Kuminga enters. Draymond Green, bad pass. Draymond Green, loose ball foul. Jimmy Butler, turnover. It just went on and on and on. Guy Santos, offensive rebound. Pods, miss. Like, you couldn't score.
And that's why I was so frustrated about Monday's game, because I do believe that. I'm like, in the NBA, they're going to make their move.
Right.
And then it needs to be held off. And I guess you could argue that the Warriors made their move because they cut it to 3. But even then, it felt like it was a slow burn. It was a lot of free throws, and it was just kind of a wobbly way forward. The whole night, I'm like, the flurry is coming. And I think it's going to be enough to get them over the top, and it never came. It just never, ever, ever came. And so that game hurts. It still hurts. We're going to go back to the phones. We're live here in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Our guy Sam runs the place, and it's multiple places, by the way. They've got a spot in Santa Clara right there on your way to Levi Stadium, not too far away. Phenomenal food, phenomenal drink. We're so thrilled to have Laughing Monk along for the ride, and we're so thrilled that we're going to be going to those establishments a bunch, as much as possible throughout the year.
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
You know, we get deeper into the spring and the summer and with the Warriors. And I know that the location here in the city is only about 2 miles down 3rd Street from Chase, and the one in Santa Clara is less than that from Levi's. So, yeah, get in there on your way to these games.
Great place to watch a game. Great place to check out all of the college basketball madness. That is, if you don't have a plane flight and a hotel all set for yourself for the next 4 nights.
Yeah, just 2 nights, unfortunately, but I am looking forward to it.
Really? You come back on Saturday?
Yeah.
Oh.
Saturday night.
Oh.
And
I didn't know that.
Always. And, you know, because by the time you get to Sunday in Vegas, for me, 3 nights in Vegas is too much.
No, I'm with you. I'm actually with you with all. I think it is one of the biggest trip hacks out there. Come back the day before Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Come back to a day off. It's my favorite thing to do with any vacation. Vegas for the tournament, though.
Wait. Yeah. No, it's good. And it's risky at 3:09 because my wife she's probably 5 minutes away from the car, but I let her know yesterday. She actually asked me, what time are you coming home Saturday? And I said, well, my plane lands about 7. 7? And I said, well, I actually moved the flight up. Originally, my plane was going to land at 11.
1 in the morning.
Dude, yeah. So you come back Saturday.
Yes.
Normally, I leave early Thursday, but I got the preschool drop-off, so we'll be there for about 40 hours. And you know what? That's about enough time, I think. We can get it in.
It depends.
Yeah.
Depends on how it's going.
Oh, no, we going to get it in.
If the system works, it's not enough time.
No, but
if the system's not working, it's too long.
It's way too long.
Yeah.
It's funny because 2 years ago, I actually lost every single bet on Thursday, and I'm walking down the strip.
Oh, I remember this.
And I looked down, and there was a chip, and I thought it was a novelty chip, a $100 chip. And I'm like, I'm just going to pick this up. And then I went to the casino where the chip was issued, and I didn't think that it was real. And I went to the cashier, and I put it down. She's like, $100. I was like, dude, I found $100.
And then you rallied.
Rallied, brother.
Rallied back,
with
youngin'.
that 100.
That's
yes,
right.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Let's do this.
Let's do this. Let's go to Elena in Arizona. Hey, Elena, what's happening?
Hi, you guys. How are you doing?
We're good.
Cool. So I want to talk about a couple of things. Starting with Draymond, there was a lot of people that want to trade Draymond. Let's trade Draymond from the beginning of the season, and I hope they can see his value now. Draymond's really valuable. There's no one really like him. You can't name one person that is his size, has this much IQ, especially defensively, that can literally defend 1 to 5 and be effective. And not just that, he calls plays before they happen. He's very good at anticipating, size-wise. Giannis had, how many inches on him, and weight-wise, and he still, held him to 0 out of 6 when he defended him. So he's really good at what he does. And nobody knows Steph, especially on the floor, as much as Draymond does. So I feel like I'm enjoying the Draymond Jimmy combo more than I am enjoying the Jimmy Steph combo, because I feel like they work really well on the floor together. And about Kuminga struggling, I think we should give him a little break. He came back to a completely different team. Plus, Kuminga plays a lot better with Steph on the floor because he has spacing to drive. But now he really doesn't have that. Because how many shooters do you really have on the floor? You really don't have many. And I don't know. Buddy is actually useless too, because when he's not making shots, he's worse than post.
Whoa.
You know that he's shooting worse than post this season from 3?
Yeah, but Post is a really good shooter, though. Like Elena, I don't know that he's. I get what you mean. You said he's worthless when he's not hitting shots, but what about when he is?
Yeah, but that's the problem. So in the playoffs, for example, let's compare him even to Podziemski, right? When Podziemski was struggling offensively, he doesn't struggle defensively.
Right, because he
even tries harder. He still does these small things. Even Jimmy post interview was like, we want Buddy to hit shots consistently, because when he actually makes shots, he actually guards somebody. Yeah. He was actually making slide marks, because he's right. When he's not offensively in rhythm, he's very distracted even defensively. So he's a liability on both sides when he's not that, and he's pretty much useless.
Well,
and when it comes playoffs, that's going to be bad.
It could be, unless he's hitting shots, and then it's good. Like, Elena, I appreciate the call. It's a good call. We love it when you call. You got a lot of good Warrior takes. I just think, for me, Buddy Hield is somebody where you're going to have to get on the bumpy ride and go on it. That's it. I look at Buddy Hield like parenting, okay? You have to show up every day, and some days are going to be really great, and other days are going to make you want to punch yourself in the nose. And but what are you going to do? You can wake up the next day and do it again. So Buddy's going to go out there and get his 20 minutes tomorrow night, and the shots might fall and they might not. And yes, it might hurt you certain nights, but there's also a hell of a lot of data that says when he is hitting his shots, the Warriors are next to unbeatable. You need him. They need somebody who can shoot threes. And a lot of times, Buddy is that guy.
Well, if you look at his career, he's been that guy. He's been pretty consistent as far as a season goes. And like night to night, sure, he might go 0 for 7 and then he'll go 6 for 8. So that's just the way it goes with Buddy Hield. And you hope that you get good Buddy when you need good Buddy. And last night you didn't have Steph, and Buddy was awesome. So you have to play Buddy Hield. You have to give him his shots, and he's averaging 10 shots a game this year with the Warriors. And so, yeah, 42% from the floor, 37% from three. And you just hope that he makes his threes, because that's all you really need him to do.
Yeah, and then she mentioned Kuminga. I just want to say this real quick. I just want to get this off my chest. I'm not doing this to this guy. I'm not going to do this to this guy.
Do what to this guy?
We're not doing this every 17 minutes. Let's reboot our take on Jonathan. I saw this everywhere last night. Warriors got worse as soon as he got back. I feel like everybody with the Warriors and many around the Warriors tried to say every time we asked the question, how do they go about reintegrating Jonathan Kuminga, the same word was uttered every time. The word was slowly. Slowly. And I took that as coaching. They're trying to let you know this isn't going to look perfect right away, but this is what we're doing, and I think it's very obvious why they're doing it that way. Everybody knows the upside to Jonathan Kuminga, but Steve has also said, but we're look, this isn't preschool. Like, we have to win these games, so you have to assess the situation and then come playoff time, figure out exactly how you're going to go about doing it. But you have to go through that process, and that process is just getting started. I don't like this. Now we're all off of Jonathan Kuminga because he had a bad game. Because, by the way, the first two were pretty damn good.
Right. I mean, against Sacramento, great game. Oh, Kuminga, yeah, he hasn't missed a step. And then against the Knicks, well, a little shaky, but that's fine. You won. And then against Denver, okay, boy. I mean, he wasn't awesome, but they
were
lost
all
the game.
Awful, and
they were
was
all bad.
Yeah, he was not one of the top 5 bad Warriors on Monday night.
And then last night he wasn't great, and you still won the game. So I'm kind of with you, Mark, as far as like the roller coaster of Jonathan Kuminga. He's had 4 games back, 4 games with this new look Warrior team, and yeah, 24 minutes last night. He wasn't spectacular, and he didn't finish. So can we maybe look at Steve Kerr and say, good job, Steve? Because Steve and the staff kind of saw what fans are seeing. Like, JK was not great last night, and did he finish the game? No. They went elsewhere.
Exactly. Yeah. We want to keep going on the phones. Brandon Pajemski is going to be on with us here in 13 minutes. And right before Pajemski, I want to share something from Logan Murdoch's piece in The Ringer. There's a quick story about Jimmy Butler that is different. It's different. I think that this will be interesting to you. So stay tuned for that, because we're going to do that here in just like the next 5 or 6 minutes.
Nice.
We'll let you know. Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. What are you doing, man?
Hey, just sitting, taking my break. Good afternoon, guys. Just want to say, man, at this point of his career, he's inconsistent. He's like a special teams player or a power play team player in hockey, but the bad thing is he's in the NBA. They don't have those in the NBA. Because if he gets significant playing time, like starting 5 and closing 5, we've seen that, man. So all the callers who's calling, for Steve Kerr to give Jonathan Kuminga more playing time, just go back in time, man. Look at the games before he got injured. He's getting all that minutes. He's getting all he could handle. And you know what? The team was tiptoeing around the 500 record. And another point I want to make in this call, I was critical of Buddy Hield yesterday. It was a good buddy, man. Hopefully we see more of those. Because every time we see a good buddy, it makes me want to go, old school MTV Polish or, hey, buddy.
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'd all love more Buddy Hield shots to go in. That part's obvious. The JK thing here. Let me put a bow on it this way. Let's talk when you feel like JK cost you a game. That hasn't happened yet.
No.
That hasn't happened yet. If JK costs you a game, then we've got a real big problem because the Warriors don't have games to toss right now. Literally none. They have no wiggle room. So if that happens, then we can hurry up our conversation about Jonathan Kuminga and his fit. But that has not happened yet. And I think he's been more good than bad since he's come back. And it's been a few games. And everyone's told you this is going to take a minute. So give it a minute. Just give it a minute.
Right. And while you give it a minute, maybe you can put some respect on Steve Kerr's name because last night, when we can all see that Jonathan Kuminga was having a hard time, JK played less than 3 minutes in the fourth quarter, and he did not finish the game. So we all want to talk about his rotations. Well, Steve Kerr saw what we all saw, which was, not JK's night. And so down the stretch, you didn't play Jonathan Kuminga, and you won the game. So we all want to criticize the rotations, and yet we don't want to give him the credit that I believe he is due when he sees what we all see, and he reacts accordingly. Like Kuminga didn't play in the fourth quarter. He played 3 minutes in the fourth quarter.
I think Steve has been completely true to his word and exactly what he said he was going to do with this situation. We've got to see it. We've got to work him back in. It's challenging.
Yep.
And we're winning. We're winning. We're trying to win every night. And so if something doesn't look right, we're not gonna bang our head against the wall and keep doing it because somebody's got a contract or a big name.
Right.
No. So I think he's been very true so far in these 4 games. Mike and Hayward next up. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, so I was talking to you guys yesterday about the loss in Denver, and everybody was all concerned. I'm not really concerned about the Warriors but they're going to win. They're going to win some games. But the main thing I think focus on is Kerr and them are really good with the matchups. They're really flexible with matching people up. I don't know what they're playing with the 3 guys they got with Kuminga and Draymond and Curry. They do a good job matching people up together with those 3 people, right? They really do. They've always been that good and flexible at that. So if they can cut off the turnovers, that's why they're losing the games. Turnovers, right? And then the other thing also is that there was this thing about Draymond being exhausted. It didn't seem like he was too exhausted yesterday. Well, they deal about him being exhausted. Right? Wait a minute, let me finish.
Yep.
All these comments about him being exhausted. He said it. I know he said it. But he didn't look exhausted yesterday. He had a hell of a game. And he didn't look exhausted.
Mike, I don't know if we can look at things that way. Ask me if I'm exhausted right now.
Are you exhausted?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Do I sound it?
No.
Okay.
You sound all right.
There you go.
You sound normal.
Yeah. So, just because somebody plays well does not mean that they're not tired. I'm going to accept Draymond at his word the other night. They're all exhausted. It's March. Now, it's NBA exhausted. I have no idea what it's like to be a professional athlete and go through the rigors of the daily schedule and get on a plane and get treatment and go out there and have thousands of people expecting you to make all of the shots and make all of the right decisions. And then when you don't, they're going to rip you and torch you and all that stuff. Is it exhausting? I don't know. Yeah, probably. But I don't know why we would want to hold them to those words as if therefore you're supposed to act on it differently. That's why to me the most important thing that was said this week was Draymond's response when they asked him about Steph Curry. They said, Steve said Steph's exhausted. What's your take? He said, we all are. Figure it out. Got to figure it out. I don't think that means, you're never allowed to sit again, but it's risky. It's risky, and I'm certainly allowed to also sit here and be super skeptical that this isn't going to get him at some point. That's all.
It also might help them. Having Steph Curry rest might help them on Thursday, and if he sits on Thursday, it might help him down the road. And we talked about the championship year where he missed the last 3 weeks of the season because he was actually injured, but he came back fresh, and they went on to win the championship. So it just depends on what you're focused on. And I know that everyone wants to look at these last 13 games and think must win, and you got to do this, and you have to do that. But the most important thing is when you get into the playoff or the play-in, whatever it is, you got to be ready to go. You got to be fresh and ready to go out there and compete.
Pause in a few minutes. Check this out. What do you make of this? This is fun. This comes from Logan Murdoch from The Ringer. And before Dibbs says it, Dibbs made him. Logan Murdoch.
I met him as a sophomore, and his mother, who was a listener, brought him over, and I gave him about 5 minutes of advice, and now he's Logan Murdoch.
Okay, yeah.
So just so you know.
You made him.
Yeah, and you're welcome, Logan. He knows that.
Listen to this blurb from his story.
Don't get distracted by the facts.
I'm not distracted. I'm just laughing. You know me, I like to laugh.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay.
Logan,
this
and
is
about
your
80 other people.
This is your Friday. So I might just laugh the whole 5 o'clock hour.
Do it.
I might. All right. What do you make of this? This is about Mike Dunleavy and Jimmy Butler. Mike Dunleavy said he first met Jimmy Butler when he signed with the Bulls as a free agent summer 2013. This is 2 years after the Bulls had selected Butler in the draft with the 30th overall pick. One afternoon, following an early offseason workout, Dunleavy, Butler, and a few Bulls officials went to Carson's, which is a steakhouse chain near the Bulls' practice facility. Medium rare is the answer to the question.
Depends on what you order.
Anyway, not mac and cheese. But anyway, he says, quote, we sat down and everybody ordered appetizers and entrees. And Jimmy says, I'll take a cheesecake.
A cheesecake.
A cheesecake. That was his order. I'll take a cheesecake. So Dunleavy says everybody looked at him and said, dude, what are you doing? And Jimmy says, oh, no. It's all going to the same place, so I go the other way. I go dessert and then the entree.
What?
And then my appetizer.
What?
That man finishes with the potato skins.
That's weird.
Okay? At that point, this is still Dunleavy talking, this is the first time I've met him, and I was like, quote, all right, this guy's a little different.
You think? I mean, that is a little different. I mean, yeah.
It's all going to the same place.
I get it.
I want you to try it in Vegas. I want you to go Pizookie like a burnt cookie
early,
and then a burger, and then some fried calamari. That's what I'd like you to do in that order.
I'll let you know. Last year I did pre-Abundant Life. I did have steak frites at midnight.
Oh, well, that's Vegas.
Midnight.
You got to eat. Yeah.
I'm never awake at midnight, let alone eating dinner.
It's Vegas.
Yeah.
You better be awake way past that.
Yeah, I mean.
All right.
When you have a toddler and you go away, you sleep, bro. I don't care where I am.
Vegas,
I'm gonna sleep.
Well, did you Yelp it?
I should have, because it was
down this rabbit hole.
Yeah, exactly.
5 stars.
Pods is coming on. College basketball tournaments here. Play along with your favorite 95.7 The Game host and our friends at KCBS Radio and KPIX. I did my picks last night. Ooh.
Oh, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in already.
Here we go.
And I'm looking forward to my Zoom with KPIX.
Yes, KPIX is going to be having us on. We're all going to be trash talking each other. Dibs will be in Vegas. This is great. So for more info and to sign up for the Bracket Challenge, visit 957thegame.com. We're also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Pods is next on Willard and Dibs.
Shot clock down to 12. Butler draws 2, bounce past Draymond, dropped it, in trouble, finds Podziemski. He's open. It's a 3-ball, and it's good! Doubles the Warrior advantage. He's got 14 points. Butler with the dribble up top. Moves it on Trent Jr. Stops. Dishes Podziemski. Topside 3. Knocked it down. 11-point lead with 1:08 to go in the game.
I'd argue that Pods both had the dagger last night.
Oh.
But he also had what I guess I have to call the daughter scarer shot of the night.
What happened?
Well,
that sounds personal.
I know, and for me it was.
Okay.
The first clip that you just heard Grandy play from Tim Roy was, if memory serves, the Warriors are up 3. They're up 3. How many minutes to go, Grandy? Well,
like 2:20, something like that.
Up 3.
Getting late.
It's getting late. Both teams had a couple empty possessions, and you're sitting there going, dude, this could be a tie game real fast. And Pods nailed an open 3. And I think you know this about me, Dibs. I have a very loud clap. And that one got me up off the couch, and a loud clap. And my daughter, who wasn't feeling well, was sitting a few seats away. She jumped. Jumped, and she's like, well, what happened?
That's bad parenting.
I'm like, Pods hit a 3. Pods hit a 3, and we're up by 6, and I think it's going to be okay. So, Pods, can you help me apologize to my daughter as you join us here on the River Islands guest line? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing fantastic, man. Can you take us through the mindset for you in a game like that last night when you find out that the point guard's not going to play, and how that changes your role?
I mean, when 30's out, I tend to lick my chops a little bit, knowing I'll get some more shots. Understanding that everybody's play has to elevate because of his absence, and just being ultra aggressive. I think I was for 3 quarters. I think a little bit in the third quarter I was a little bit passive. And aggressive doesn't always mean scoring. It's just always trying to be assertive and making the right play. And I think we did that for the most part of yesterday's game.
Yeah, and you hit a couple of big threes in that fourth quarter, and, Mark woke up his daughter with the first one, and the second one is the one I'm fixated on. Is there a certain protocol for the night-night celebration? Because you're up 8, you hit the 3 to put the thing away. Are you allowed to go night-night, or is that just Steph and Draymond's bit?
I was contemplating on the second one, but then I was like, that's kind of their thing, so let me just not, intrude on their little celebration they got. So I got to find some of mine that I can kind of label as mine and stick with it.
If you want, suggestions, you could just, rip off the headband and, throw the hair back and just kind of frizz it out. That would kind of be you're going to let your hair down because the night's over.
Yeah, maybe let the hair go, throw the headband in the crowd, maybe something like that.
I like it because you hit that 3 to go up 11 with a minute to go, and, that was it. So you go ahead and, let your hair down at the end of a night, and it's like, okay, I can go ahead and relax now.
Yeah, that's something for sure.
Brandon Podziemski joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Pods, I'm interested with regard to sort of your mentality, listening to the way your teammates have talked about you, right? It was Kevon Looney even a couple of weeks ago that's like, he's kind of a bleep hole, but we need him to be. Where does you've been described it, you've said it yourself, you're very confident. Where does that come from? Go back to your roots, and where did your mentality kind of come from?
Yeah, I think this all stems from my parents, raising me in a family that's super competitive, never wanted to lose in anything I do, just kind of stems from that. And my parents never going easy on me in anything, from backyard games to sports games to just stuff in life in general. Just never taking it easy on me because I was a kid. And so just that feeling of losing and not winning has always stuck with me. And so I try to compete at the highest levels I can every night and try to instill that in my teammates. Sometimes it comes off different than it's intended to, but it's all for the right reason.
How much has Jimmy Butler kind of added to that culture? Because you have that edge, and we know Draymond does, and Steph Curry as well, and I'm sure other teammates that we don't really talk a lot about with their competitiveness. But what is it like playing alongside Jimmy Butler as another guy, another alpha in the room who has that same kind of ethos?
I think it mixes well. I think for us, at least for me and Jimmy and Dre, and Steph, we're kind of all alphas in our own right, but it's none to the point where it'll ever interfere with us trying to win, because at the end of the day, that's all we're trying to do is win a championship. And so we're all alphas in our own way. And so I think it's mixed well because everything's about winning at the end of the day.
Paz, this may sound random, but since Dibs brought up Jimmy Butler, have you ever gone to a meal with Jimmy yet?
I've not. I plan to do so with him in Miami.
Okay.
Go see his coffee shop down there. So. Okay,
and the reason I ask is Logan Murdoch just had a story come out where in it, Mike Dunleavy is quoted as saying they had a meal back when in Mike's playing days in Chicago, and that Jimmy has, at least in that meal, has dessert first. So he starts with cheesecake, and then he goes to an entree, and then he goes to an appetizer, and the quote is, it's all going to the same place. What's your take on someone who eats that way?
I agree. I agree with the fact that it all goes to someplace, but I like to always say the best for last. Otherwise, I want to eat the healthy stuff. So, Jimmy's different. He does a lot of things that I've never seen, but hey, he gets it done. It works. And, hopefully we win with it. So.
What are some of those things? What do you see as Jimmy Butler differences?
I think the biggest thing that stands out to me is he lights a candle in his locker, home or away. I've never seen that before. I don't know if it's something spiritual or just like a good luck thing, but he does that. I've never seen that. I saw it for the first time in Chicago when we were there, and I was like, wow, this is kind of different, but hey, it's working.
Yeah, and you mentioned his coffee shop, and I was just looking it up. It's the Big Face Coffee Shop in Miami. Is that something that the whole team's going to check out, or is that just going to be something that maybe you do or Jimmy does just to go check out his brick and mortar coffee shop?
We haven't talked about it as a group yet, but I assume if some of us are going, I bet you a bunch of us will go. So,
Brandon Pajewski joining us on Willard and Dibs. Brandon, I wonder how you would describe the difference in Brandon Pajewski in November versus the player that we see right now.
Yeah, I think obviously from a broad perspective, it looks like two different players. I think November, there's a bunch of things going on, uncertainty, kind of the role with everybody playing, us playing, 13, 14 guys, whatever it was. And so just kind of uncertainty of that. There's a rhythm to that, who you're out there with, the lineups. But then also just not playing well in general, all that kind of combined. It as a confident person, it still does lower your confidence because you're like, why is it not working? Because you put so much time in it. And I think since I came back from injury or even, December, January-ish, just been playing like myself, playing like how I envisioned myself playing coming into the year. And so I think it's just been good. Everything's about winning in our locker room. And my teammates do a great job of helping me out with that.
Brandon, I want to play something for you back at that time. This is November 21st, and Draymond Green, after a game, is talking about what he sees in you and what he was telling you at that time.
The amount of pressure that he puts on himself with each shot is insane. And so I'm saying this also, so I hope you hear it. Me and Steph talk to him every day. Who cares? Miss 7 of them. No one cares but you. Like, you're the only person thinking about the shots you miss. No one else is thinking about it. Anyone who carries that amount of weight in anything, it affects you negatively. I hate that for him, and so that's something that we've been trying to talk to him about. Stop reacting to everything that goes wrong for you. No one cares but you. Nobody else. What we care about is all of the other things that you do. So if you do all of those things well, and that can keep you on the floor, who cares about the shot? And I think he has to reach that point.
What did those words from those people do for you at that time?
I think not only at that time, but even to this day, Draymond and Steph and Jimmy, just reiterate to me that I'm a big X factor to our team. whether I put the ball in the hoop or I don't. But, we're significantly better when, guys like me, Moses, Jonathan, contribute at a high level. And so I think to have that confidence that they have in me to, even last night when it's me and Jimmy out there, he wants me to just be as aggressive as I can with him out there. And so hearing that from guys that are champions, that are Hall of Fame players, it just gives you that kind of like, I don't really care if I miss. I'm going to just go out there and be aggressive and, always try to make the right thing happen. And so I think that's helped me from November to now, but just kind of constantly reiterating to me, we want you to score the ball. We want you to be aggressive. If you miss, okay, it doesn't matter. I think it helps a lot for anybody.
And so when you think about contributing no matter what, like what does that look like for you? Is it rebounding? Is it defense? What are the things that you look at when the team is whole and Steph is back there? How do you feel like you can contribute the best?
Yeah, it's just helping the team in the ways that Steph and Draymond and Jimmy don't. Obviously, they cover a lot of those things for us, but there also are things that they are deficient at, that they aren't as good at, that guys like me, Moses, Key, Quinn, Jonathan, all got to pick up slack in. And that's what a team is for, is to put all the pieces together and make it a whole puzzle. And, on a night-to-night basis, that might be a different thing. Last night it was making clutch shots down the stretch, and tomorrow maybe getting a clutch stop down the stretch. You never know. And so that's what role players are for in this league, and that's the spot I'm at right now. And so whatever it takes to win is what we're doing.
Brandon, how do you guys go about developing a plan on a nightly or even a weekly basis when it sort of comes to health and the urgency of where you guys are in the standings? You just missed a handful of games. I sort of get the sense that they took it slow with you, though, because they really wanted to make sure that you were right. I could be wrong on that. Maybe you can clue us in. But how are you guys, Steph sits out last night. How are you guys navigating that line of rest versus urgency?
Yeah, I think to start off, it's crazy to say, but we haven't all played together in 2025 yet, our whole group together. And so we don't know what that looks like yet. We haven't done it. But I think, for Steph, you could see that there is just like the emotional kind of drainage with him. He's been doing so well for us and doing a lot of things over the past few weeks. A day off is not going to hurt him, especially with the talent we have around. But there's definitely a sense of urgency. We know within a day we can go from 6th to 4th, or we can go from 6th to 9th. There's always that possibility. And so there's always an urgency to win as many as we can, because we're trying to not just be at the 6th seed, but get as high as we can.
What's it like over the last two games where you take on Denver and they're missing a couple of stars and they seem to rally up, and then last night you're without Steph, and it seemed like you guys felt a little bit more of that urgency. When you don't have one of your best players on the court, do you have a little bit more motivation to go out there and try to do more?
I mean, everybody has a little bit of urgency and motivation to do more. It's a lot of points and a lot of shot attempts that we were missing last night. And so, you can't just rely on, Jimmy to take 18 more shots or whatever Steph shoots a night. That has to be dispersed. And guys understand that. And, it helps your confidence as an individual and as a group when you can go out there and win without your best player. I'm sure them guys in Denver are feeling, great winning without their 3 or 5 best players out there that night. So it just builds confidence for role players. And I think heading into the playoffs, knowing that you can win without your star player out there, it gives, the role players confidence. And every year the team that wins, their role players play extremely well in the playoffs. And so we understand that's what it takes to win.
Pods, how much are you scoreboard watching? Like you guys have a night off tonight. Will you be at home watching Nuggets Lakers, or what will you be doing?
Yeah, we definitely keep a track of that. It's always fun to play on the nights that the other teams don't, because you can control, game and a half game on somebody. Like nights like tonight, I think are also good because Lakers and Denver play each other, so someone has to lose. And so we're all just trying to keep up. We really needed that Denver game because it just becomes that much harder to have you got to be ahead of them now because you can't win the tiebreaker. And same with the Lakers. And so we got a chance with Memphis and I believe Houston one more time. And so those are really big games that we need to win.
Do you think about things like, playoff matchups and who might be the best team for you to go ahead and take on? Or are you just really hyper focused on like what's right in front of you?
We don't care. We just won a 7-game series, and we got the utmost belief in our group that whoever we play in a 7-game series, we have the capabilities to beat them. Whether we're the 1 through 8 seed, it doesn't matter. Obviously, you want to be at home court, so you want to be a top 4, but if not, we just want to get into it because when we get into a series, we're pretty successful.
Pods, nice shots last night, and especially on as we said, on a day off for you guys, the fact that you took some time to call in means a whole lot to us. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yes, sir. Thanks, guys.
All right, there he is, Brandon Pajemski on Willard and Dibs.
Media star.
Yeah.
Brandon Pajemski.
I mean, I actually want to say that.
No, say it again.
Not a lot of guys would do what he just did.
Exactly.
Not a lot of guys would do what Brandon just did.
And when you think about it,
this is a day off for the Warriors.
Right. When you think about it, 15 minutes. Who wouldn't do that? Well, 98% of the league wouldn't do that.
I'm going to take the over on 98%.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you pointed that out because the majority of players, coaches, whatever, it's my day off. I'm not.
Right.
Yeah.
And we mean practice too. Like the Warriors had the day off.
Right.
They had the day off. I know people who do what we do for a living who are like, I'm not calling in. That's my day off.
Right.
I'm gonna relax. So really, really appreciate what Brandon Pajemski just did right here on 95.7 The Game.
No, that was cool.
Yeah.
And, he's really, really good at what he does playing basketball, but he's also really good at what we do, the media, and he could have a bright future. And, even I'm throwing him random, silly questions about, the night and the celebration. And he rolls with it.
I like that he admitted that he thought about it because I know as a fan, I thought about it. When he hit that second 3,
yep.
I'm like, pan the camera to Brandon. Is he doing the night?
It's over.
And he admitted that he thought about it.
Right.
And he's like, that's kind of somebody else's gig.
It is. And so, if you're coming up with your own thing, why not pull off the headband? And because when...
Well, you could do anything.
You could.
You could do anything.
And I can't speak to having a lot of hair because I have none. But I know my wife who has a lovely head of hair. When you get to the end of the day, you take out the ponytail and you let your hair down.
You let it ride, yeah.
And that's it. And it's the day's over. My hair is down and that's it. The day's over. And when you have pods and you have that lovely set of hair, pull off the headband.
Maybe.
Shake it out.
Maybe, but then for a minute you can't see and maybe
That's
the ball's coming the other way. I know the game's over, but still, you don't want to get embarrassed. I'm just trying to think through this. There's lots of options. It doesn't need to make sense. Some of them make sense. James Harden, he stirs the thing, which is I get it to a degree, but not really. A lot of guys have a lot of celebrations. There's very few of them, though, that are directly tied to game over. That's Steph's thing. That's why the night is so popular and talked about.
Yes, and now Draymond does it as well. And
which is why? He took it. So why can't all the Warriors take it?
That was kind of my question.
It's not Draymond's thing. It's Steph's thing.
Right.
And
Draymond's kind of biting on his style.
Draymond took it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess Draymond, having been there in Paris in the second row for the gold medal, and, he was actually doing it to Steph, and Steph was doing it back. And, Draymond's an OG, so he can do it. I don't know if Pods, at this point in his career, has the license to throw up the night.
Well, then the ball's going to be in his hands a lot less in those situations. Maybe it was only because Steph Curry's not on the floor that opportunity even presented itself. I don't know. Look, everybody, that's got to be authentic. It's got to be a little bit organic and a little bit authentic. That's got to be whatever he wants to do. So I like that he admitted he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Got to get in the lab. Figure it out.
Well, if
get in front of that bathroom mirror.
Right.
Figure it out.
If any younger player was going to do it, it's Pods because he's got that level of self-confidence.
No doubt. No doubt. All right. Steve Kerr's going to join us in just over a half hour. So make sure you're with us for that. We're back to your phone calls, though, at 888-957-9570. One other quick observation on this that I just think is kind of interesting and maybe a little bit touchy, but I think it's worth bringing up. You know, Draymond Green's reputation as a leader of young players, obviously, and well-warranted, took a hell of a hit 2 years ago. No pun intended, please.
Yeah. Well, no pun intended.
No, it really wasn't. They came out
been.
and I went, damn it.
It should have been.
No, because I don't like to make light of that. That's a tough thing. But yes, the reputation took a downturn as far as Draymond.
The reputation took it on the chin.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
What are we doing here?
Apparently that. So
what are you doing?
Yeah,
here?
Trying to entertain people with a little humor. He punched a man in the face.
Yes. And it's not funny, Dibs.
You're right.
Okay? Anyway, so that reputation has been smeared.
Oh, yeah.
And the interesting thing is, though, is that if you go to all the younger players that are on the Warriors now, that's the guy they point to. Pods will point to Draymond. Jonathan Kuminga has pointed to Draymond. Like, they're starting to bring Jimmy's name into it, too. They're more vocal guys than Steph is. I'm sure he leads in his own way. And, gosh, a person like that leads just by walking in front of you. You want to, go, okay, mimic that. Like, do that. But I wonder. I think there's a lot of people who have been like, Draymond's a bad teammate. Draymond's a bad leader. And I don't think that they see it that way. That's all. I can't speak to it, and I certainly can't rob you of your opinion. It's a fair one. The man did a bad thing a couple years ago. But this idea that has now stayed with him, that he's not good for young players on the team, it certainly seems to me like they see it as the opposite still.
Right. And, it's easy for them to see it that way. I don't think that Jordan Poole would agree with them. And, his individual experience with Draymond is different. And that's the same thing as any other relationship on any other team. Not everybody is going to be led by somebody the same way. And, the way that went with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green is different than the way it's gone with Draymond Green and Quentin Post and Pajemski. Right. I'm assuming we never saw it, and we don't know what goes on behind closed doors, but I would imagine that their relationship is different than the one that Draymond and Jordan Poole had. Although, if you would have asked Jordan Poole one day before that happened, Jordan Poole would have said the exact same thing.
Probably.
He considered Draymond Green his big brother.
Yep,
Draymond Green was his mentor. And so just because Draymond Green made a really, really bad mistake in that moment doesn't mean that he's not a good leader.
All right, what stood out to you last night with a humongous non-Steph win over the Milwaukee Bucks? What stood out to you last night? The observation that plays for you, whether it was Jimmy or Draymond's defense, a decision Steve made, a struggle night for Kuminga. You can get into any of it. We will take your phone calls at 888-957-9570 for a half hour, and then Steve Kerr is going to be on the show with us. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibs.
Draymond Green catches the inbounds, feeds post. He steps out on Kupo and hits a three. 42-39. Post now with 8 points.
Bay Area, it's Quinton Post. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, well, that's coming up in 26 minutes, actually.
I can't wait.
Why are you smiling?
Because we get happy, Steve. Like, if they would have lost last night after losing to Denver without Jokic and Murray, and then you come out and you don't beat Milwaukee and you've lost 2 in a row and now you're the 8th seed, you might get sullen Kerr, not chipper Kerr.
I don't care.
Angry Kerr, like frustrated Kerr.
But he's always a great interview.
Yeah, of course.
He gives good answers, and he's always like
he'd handle it, but like look, the game against Denver,
after the first quarter.
I think if you're a champion mentality person, and obviously these guys are, they don't do what we just did. Do you notice what I think most fans do? Oh, well, you screwed up on Monday, but you came back and surprised us on Tuesday, so it's all good.
Yeah, we're back in.
Even Steven.
We're back in.
I think the championship mindset is, I still can't believe we blew Monday. There's no reason for us to perform that way. Like, I'm not saying they don't forgive themselves. You know, you go out there sometimes, you don't have your stuff, you make bad decisions and all of that. But going into last night's game, they're on, quote, underdog, but I didn't see it that way. I know the Warriors are better than the Bucks. I know this. If you watch the Bucks a lot over the last month, the Warriors are a better basketball team than the Bucks, and they had them on their home floor. And I understand that Steph Curry's out, and so that's a piece of the puzzle, but good Lord, you're telling me that between Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, and the rest of these role players we've come to know so well, that if they hit some shots like Pods and Buddy Hield did, you're telling me they can't win that basketball game? Well, of course they can. They did. I expected them to. And I'm sure that they expected themselves to. So I wonder. You're right. I'm not saying Steve's going to be in fine mood, I would imagine. I don't want to speak for his mood.
Well,
but I don't think he's sitting here like hopping mad. But I also don't think that they sit there in the tape room and go, okay, everything's all better now because you won the next night. You still had a really bad performance Monday, and it hurt you. It absolutely hurt you. You would have breathing room on Minnesota and the Clippers that you don't have.
Right, but you also look at it from the bigger picture of what you've done since Jimmy's come, and you've been amazing. So you know,
absolutely.
I do think your greater point is the fact that fans, we rise and fall with every loss, every miss, every quarter. And if you're Steve Kerr and you're now the all-time winningest coach in Warrior history, and you've got 4 titles, and as I mentioned, you've won 9 of the last 28 in some way, shape, or form, you understand that nights like Monday is going to happen. And nights like last night are also going to happen where, yeah, it's a make-or-miss league. I get that. And last night, it got a little bit shaky at times, but you had a couple of big shots down the stretch, and we just talked to Brandon Pajemski, and he had a couple of them, and Jimmy Butler held it down without Steph Curry, and you got the win. So if Monday against Denver was a bogey, or maybe it was even a double bogey because they didn't have Jokic or Murray, well, last night was a birdie. So you're on to the next hole. And, you get a game tomorrow, and it's a game that you should win.
Have to win.
Well, I mean,
no.
You don't have to win it.
Yes, you do. Well, everything that I've been saying for the last 48 hours is tucked into the idea of you have to do X ... if you want to seriously give yourselves a shot at doing what you say you want to do. I don't think there's room right now to blow one against a bad team.
Well, you shouldn't. I mean, there is room depending on what other teams also do. So you don't know what room there is, but when you take on Toronto at home, a Toronto team that is 5.5 out of the 10 seed, and they're basically in shut it down mode. Yeah. And I would imagine that the spread tomorrow is going to be 8.5 or 9 if Steph plays. You should absolutely win that game. And that's kind of the point for me about the last 2 games where Denver was a bogey, and last night was a birdie where you were underdog on your home floor without your best player, and you still went out and won.
Yeah, I just didn't think they should have been an underdog.
And they were a small dog.
It was a small
anyway.
dog. And you and I, prior to the homestand, I had sort of said, like, par is 4-1. Well, now they're 3-1, and they've got a game against the Raptors tomorrow night that in theory, they should win. And they will go 4-1. And that works out well. Except it doesn't feel as good because of the nature of the Denver loss, number one. And number two, these other teams are really heating up in some sort of crazy way. Like that, for me, as significant as what the Warriors did last night was what the Clippers did. That confirmed for me. Do you remember this conversation briefly came up on the crossover 2 or 3 days ago? And I think it was Steiny asked you, would you rather go into the play-in tournament as the 7, and therefore you're likely going to get the 7, and you end up getting to play Houston or Memphis, or would you rather secure the 6, but you're going to have to play Denver or LA? And I like you and I answered that differently. I will take the 6.
Yeah.
Because I do not, I know, I guess the premise of the idea is that you get the 7 and then you win the game, but dude, Warriors versus Clippers on night 1 of the play-in tournament is disgusting.
It's tough.
I want no part of that basketball game. None under any circumstances. You could combine the Lakers and the Nuggets, and I'd rather play that team if I can have the 6.
Well, the Clippers do present a lot of things that you have trouble with.
Absolutely.
Like Zubats, for one.
Yes.
And Zubats last night, 28-20, to your point about, their win over Cleveland. Zubats is a handful, and you have Kawhi and James Harden, who are both very difficult covers, and James Harden does a lot of the things that, you hate as a Warrior fan with the head snap, and he gets to the foul line, and Kawhi Leonard is probably pretty rested. The dude hasn't played a lot of basketball this year.
He was phenomenal last night.
He was awesome last night.
He was phenomenal last night.
And when he's right, he is one of the toughest players to guard because he can score at all 3 levels.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Fred in Richmond. Steve Kerr joins us in less than 20 minutes. Hi, Fred. Thanks for calling.
Willard Diaz, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Good. Yeah, thanks for calling.
All right. I called right before the homestand, and I was saying 5-2 would be amazing, and 6-1 would be greedy. So I'm looking at pretty good right now, hoping that we can just get greedy and get Toronto tomorrow, just like you were saying earlier, that Toronto is really shut down. So it's about time that the Warriors start stacking them wins, like Jimmy said, and let's see what they do for the rest of the season. I'm hoping we can get that 5 seed, but if we stuck in the 6, bring on Denver. I think that was a lapse when they played Denver on Monday. Once they knew Jokic and Murray wasn't playing, they lost their mental edge, but they got it right back. Draymond put himself back in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year. Let's go finish this season off and start the playoffs. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Fred, appreciate it. I was looking at it last night, and I know we did this with Minnesota already. I think that somewhere along the line when the Warriors were losing a good handful of games in December and January, we lost sight of something that Steve Kerr said to us early in the year. He said, I think this is a 50-win team. And obviously if they end up with 49, that's like, that fits into the nature of what he's saying. But I don't think we were thinking that 50 wins was still possible. They've got 13 games to go. And it's not just that I think it's possible that they do get 50. They might need it. I honestly, to get the 6, it might be about like that. That might be about what they need if they actually want the 6. Minnesota already has 40 wins also. They just happen to, at this moment, have one more loss than the Warriors, but they get back-to-back games against New Orleans starting tonight. And if you look at the rest of the way with the Warriors schedule, and I don't want to play win-loss. I don't want to do that. I have no idea if they're all going to play all the games, if they're going to be healthy or whatnot, but you look like how many games left would you say have a high level of a degree of difficulty to them? Okay, Toronto tomorrow night is a no. At Atlanta? Has that got a high degree of difficulty to it?
No.
No. At Miami Tuesday. I know that's Jimmy's return to Miami, but they are awful right now.
Yeah.
They have shut it down.
But you do have a couple of nights off, and so that means you're going to be in Miami for a couple of days.
Yeah.
That one could be sticky.
They could handle that. That's what they do, man.
I'm just saying, you know that certain cities are more difficult than others.
Sure.
Atlanta is one.
And then
Good
Miami.
thing it's at the front end of the trip. But so you get to Atlanta, you don't have time to get down to Buckhead.
Well,
but you
I mean,
win
they
in
go
Atlanta.
out there on Friday, though.
Yeah.
You go out there on Friday.
You got
extra night now.
You do,
Okay.
but you got that extra night in Miami. So that becomes a little tougher, and I do think that the Heat is going to get up for Jimmy Butler.
Okay, maybe. I'm sure they will, obviously. It's a national TNT game, and everybody's going to be looking at it. Then you've got a couple nights off, and you go to New Orleans. Then another night off, and you go to San Antonio. I don't see a whole lot of crap coming
Chris
at you
Paul
next
revenge
week.
game now.
Okay. That's exciting.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the full next week. You don't play any high-level opponents. I'm not saying there aren't, potholes out there.
Sure.
But no high-level opponents. Then it's Tuesday, April 1st in Memphis, Thursday, April 3rd in L.A., turn right around the next night and come back here for Denver, then get a night off and Houston. So to me, all four qualify as high level of difficulty. And then you're at Phoenix, you're home to San Antonio, you're at Portland. Again, not saying that you couldn't have a hiccup in there, but not high level of difficulty. And then you finish with the Clippers right here on the last day of the season, which might end up meaning something.
It might be who goes to the play-in.
Right.
Or it might be a play-in preview game.
Or a play-out. Call it a play-out of the play-in.
Well, if Minnesota's the 6 at that point and you guys are 7 and 8, it might be the game to decide who hosts the first play-in game.
That's terrifying.
It is.
But anyway, I would look at this as you've got 13 games left, and at least 5 of them are high level of difficulty. So to go 10-3 is going to be real hard. It's going to be really, really hard. And I'm not saying the Warriors can't win hard games. They just won one last night. So they can do it. A lot of them are at home, but they might need to. I'm just looking at the lay of the land in the West, and if you want to secure 6, it might take that. It might take 50 wins.
It might, but you also look at Memphis, a team that's been struggling of late, and Memphis is a team that might, continue to come back to you, and they've only won 5 of their last 10. You've picked up 3 games on Memphis, and so that's a team that might continue to slide down the standings as Minnesota rises and the Warriors rise. Memphis could be a team that's also kind of playing for the 6th seed as well.
They're all in this. Everybody is in this. Even Pods was, I know that 2 nights ago we gave up on the whole, Denver. I mean, Steve had said it. If we lose tonight, we're not going to catch Denver because now we don't have the tiebreaker and, they're going to be 3.5 ahead instead of 2.5 or whatever. Pod still sounded very interested to sit down and watch Lakers Nuggets tonight on national TV.
Yeah. And, you're 3 back of the Lakers, you're 4 back at Denver, 4 back at Houston with 13 to go.
Yep.
That feels like a bit of a stretch. Even if you go 10-3 and you win 50, you would need, you have the tiebreaker over Houston, so you would need them to go 6-7 over their next 13.
Probably
to
not.
tie them.
Probably not.
And that becomes tough. And, Denver, the same record. And the Lakers have 15 more games. So,
yeah.
Their schedule
and one of them is against you.
Yep.
One of them is against you. So, 888-957-9570, Steve Kerr in about 12 minutes. Mr. D in the city. What up, Mr. D? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm driving home from the shop. Just got the car out the shop.
Okay. How's it sounding?
It's great. It was a house paid maintenance, and everything is good.
Okay.
Brand new car better be good.
Okay. Don't jinx it.
Hey, listen. This thing, looking in the rearview mirror, that's good for the fans. And while I agree, at the age of our team, we need that week off. So it'd be nice to get the 6th seed. But I don't think champions really look in the rearview mirror like that. They play who's ever in front of them. And they let the chips fall where they may. So that's for the fans looking in the rear. Well, we got 13 games. Oh, we need to win. I don't think they look at all that.
Here's what I mean by that, Mr. D, and I appreciate your response, but everybody I've ever known who is a championship-winning athlete will tell you they remember the losses a hell of a lot more than they remember the wins. Like, and I just think it's the way they're wired. You know what I mean? Like, if Kobe Bryant were to come down from the heavens and join us on the show today, and you asked him, like, what sticks with you more when you look back on your life? Is it any of those championship rings, or is it when Detroit beat you in 5, or when Boston embarrassed you in the NBA Finals? Mr. D, I think I know what he would say. Don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, you hate the loss. I would rather lose by 100 than to lose by 1. You know, it's just that's just the thing. But I think the Warriors they need to get that week off because of their age, so they can have that reset. But
say it. These are facts. I agree with you, Mr. D.
Yeah, they need that reset. But as far as who they're going to play, they can beat anybody. But they have to be fresh. I'm telling you, Steph, he hasn't been right since that game when the women called it. He hasn't been right. And I hope he didn't tweak his back that night. But I know I saw him grimace, and I know I saw him go out. And nobody said what it was about, but I know he hasn't been right since that game. There's been 4 or 5 games he hasn't been right. And that kind of dates back to what happened that night.
Yeah, Mr. D, appreciate it. I sort of, look, we're just guessing here. The Warriors have publicly stated, and so has Steph, that he is, quote, fine, that he is fine physically. This was about a mental reset that was necessary. Steve thinks that when you see him make bad decisions, that means there's an emotional wellness kind of a thing going on. Needs to just chill for a second and take a game off. Okay, that's fine. But if I were to guess, like, there are some physical aspects to this as well. I mean, Steph also said, yeah, back's been bothering me a little bit. And then you've brought up that if you go back on the timing of what's been going on with his knee, and whatever they did to sort of put a Band-Aid on that a number of weeks ago.
Probably more than a Band-Aid.
Yeah, right. But you get what I'm saying.
I do.
Probably time for another one.
Yep.
You know what I mean? DJ Khaled, okay? Another one.
Yeah.
It's time.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you get to that point in the year where you get down the stretch, and sure, no matter what is ailing you, you get to mid-March, late March, and you're in a fight for a playoff seed. You're going to do whatever you can to get right, and part of that might be taking a game off. And so last night was a game where Rick Celebrini, the doctor, probably thought that it was best that he rest, and so that's it. Steph, you don't get to play. And I wonder about Thursday, and we'll ask Steve Kerr coming up here in about 10 minutes about Steph Curry. How's he doing? I mean, do you think that he is trending toward playing? How's the back? Was it rest? I mean, we can ask it a number of different ways, and he's going to answer it the same way, which is
questionable.
Well, we're going to have to see how he is when we get back tomorrow, and happy to have him on the bench yesterday, and it was kind of fun to watch Steve and Steph during timeouts, like having conversations about what's going on, and Steph obviously was offering input, and just to see Steph as a coach in that mode. It was kind of fun to see.
Yeah, I mean...
in the streets.
Sure. Like, I mean, the way Steve said it after the game, again, I don't think he's going to break any news here on the show. Maybe he will. But the way he said it after the game leads us down the road that Steph should be back tomorrow night.
Yeah, you would figure. It should be.
Steph's fine. Steph needed a mental reset and got it. I think it'd be weird for the Warriors to come out and say, doing it again against Toronto.
Well, then it would have to be an actual injury, and it was listed as rest, and part of it was listed as his back. But, you can't list somebody with a rest ailment 2 times in a row.
Yeah, I don't think
the league
that's
won't
allowed.
like that. Yeah,
no, they'll fine you.
Yeah.
Let's go to Bleacher Dave in West Oakland. Hi, Bleacher Dave. What's up?
Bleacher Dave?
Yeah.
Wow.
Willard and Diz? Wow. What's up, y'all?
What's up, Bleacher Dave? How's that shower radio working?
You know, I was just going to bring that up. My wife was cleaning up some stuff, happened to bump into that thing, and it is still working. I'm sure you're glad to know.
I'm so glad to know it. I famously bumped into him in the bleachers at, I think it was an A's game. Had to be like almost 20 years ago, Bleacher Dave.
I don't think it was A's, but it was at Big Phone Park.
Yeah, Big Phone Park, yeah, and he was listening to the game on a shower radio.
Yeah, with a copy of the Balco book.
Yep.
For Bond, so I could get Bond's signature.
It's so great. One of the all-time great sports talk listeners in this and any other market, Bleacher Dave, ladies and gentlemen.
And in stadium opposing team heckler. I've had whole sections yelling at me, including Lucille trying to steal my A's.
Who was the receiver of your favorite heckle ever, Bleacher Dave?
Oh my God, you're putting me on the spot.
You damn right.
I got a whole bunch of them.
It's a great question.
I got a whole bunch of it. Maybe it was when Larry Bear was asking me how I got those seats behind home plate where I was doing guerrilla marketing, as he put it. And I said, "Why, Mr. Bear, you gave them to me. That might have been a good one."
Yeah.
Perhaps it was the time I told Torrey Hunter after he dove for that missed inside the park home run in Minnesota. Next game back in Oakland, and I sat behind him for a long time. Hey, Kedar, if Torrey spelled with 2 I's, how come you can't see? If you watch the video, if you watch that game from the behind home plate camera, you can see him turn around and laugh.
I mean, it is a pretty good line.
Anyway.
It's a pretty good line. Go ahead, Bleacher Dave. What you got?
Hey, tip your waitress. Jokes later. Look, the Dubs are relevant again, and there's nothing no more exciting. Few things as exciting. Maybe no more exciting because there's one basketball team we always had than when the Warriors are doing their thing. And Breen said this Saturday night, there's a different feeling in the arena these days. And it was that new feeling from and my wife and I get to a decent number of games. Our first game after Jimmy Butler played his first home game after they'd done so well on the road, you could feel it. And you've been able to feel the palpable energy there. And here's the sure signal. When the crowd starts breaking out in the Warriors chants and the Warriors clap, clap, clap stuff without the video board coming on, you know that people are into it. A lot more people buying it. My guess, a lot more people buying on the secondary market coming from the East Bay. The ferries are filled. But just kind of on the side, let me get to the point. 51. I think we're going to catch one of these. There was 4 before we lost to the Nuggets. There was 4 teams at 25 losses, and we had 28. I think 2 of those teams are going to come back to the pack, and we're going to get at least 5th. I do think the Wolves are going to pass us because, as you said, you can't know who's going to play. Blah blah. They have a 3rd softest schedule in the league. It is cake. As well as I think the Warriors are going to play down the stretch, and I think they're going to have a really good record. I just don't know how they can continue to be better than the Wolves.
Yeah, Bleacher Dave, the math of what you're talking about is going to be tough, which is that Minnesota will pass the Warriors, and then the Warriors will pass basically 2 other teams and end up in at least the 5. That would tell you that Memphis is going to have to fall apart, and then I would imagine either Houston or it means LeBron is not coming back anytime soon, and the Lakers keep losing. But they've won a couple in a row. So we'll see. Look, we'll talk this all out with Steve, okay? Here comes Steve Kerr joining us coming up next. We're sponsored by Frontier Ford, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss. I'm coming up on my 1
Butler with the ball, guarded by Kuzma. Warriors played last night, lost to Denver. Milwaukee was waiting. Bounce pass Kuminga, back to Butler, checks the clock with 7. Here goes post the screen. Butler now gets Prince. He'll drive into traffic, spins it outside. Payton, top of the key, 3 on the way. Got it! GP2 with a big-time bucket right there.
That was huge.
96-88, his second field goal of the night.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, you're going to be listening to Steve Kerr, actually, here in just a second, because he's going to join us here on the River Islands guest line every week. Great Clips sponsors our conversation with Coach Kerr, and for the next couple of weeks, they've got a special gift for one of our lucky listeners. Immediately following our conversation with the coach, we're giving away one $125 gift card to Great Clips. So with that, out to the River Islands guest line we go. It is time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. And sports success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Hey, Coach, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing fine. Congrats on getting the most wins as a Warrior coach ever.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's kind of surreal, to be honest with you. It happened. Happened pretty quickly, but it's a result of having a lot of amazing, talented players. That's for sure.
Yeah, I wonder if this just popped to mind, because I'm thinking about your accomplishment. I'm thinking about Steph with the 4,000 threes, the 25,000 points. It feels like twice a week you guys are asked to kind of like reflect on your career. Does that actually keep happening, or does it just kind of all run together at a certain point?
I think with Steph, for sure. I mean, he just racks up records left and right, and it seems like there's a milestone every week, and of course he's going to be asked about it. I think in general, look, we're at the tail end of just an epic run, and these things don't happen very often. So when they do, you have to enjoy every second of it, and that's what we're trying to do. I mean, this has been so much fun the last few weeks to kind of reignite the flame and to realize, hey, we still have something here, and we've got a shot. And I think every guy in that locker room is enjoying it.
Yeah, hopefully we're not at the tail end of the tail end, and we get a couple more seasons at least of this. And I couldn't help but wonder about Steph himself, and he sat out yesterday, and I know that it's his back, which has been a little bit ailing him, and also a little bit of rest. How's he doing, and how is he trending toward tomorrow?
He's doing great. I mean, he's going to play tomorrow. I think, I know Steph so well. He's a guy who puts his heart and soul into everything, and you almost have to protect him from himself at times. And so that rest last night was something that I felt really strongly about. I went to him, the night before after the Denver game. He fought me on it a little bit, but I just told him, I go, look, I know you well, and you need a night off. And to me, it's no different from a baseball player. Those guys play every single night. Every once in a while, hey, just take a seat and take a night off, and you'll come back refreshed, and your at bats will be a little better the following night. I really feel like basketball players need that too. Occasionally, it's just that it's not the norm. We're not supposed to do that, but screw that, we're doing it. And I think Steph needed a night off.
How does that conversation go? You said he fought you on it a little bit.
He is the absolute best guy I can imagine to coach, because there's never any pretense. There's never any BS. It's so matter of fact. It's just, hey, here's what I think. And then, he lays out what he thinks, and we just come to a conclusion. We make a decision, and we move on, and we don't even look back. And I can explain it to the media exactly as it is. I think there are a lot of athletes who might have been offended by me saying, hey, he needed an emotional break. Steph's not offended by that, because he knows it's true. Like, and it's fine. Like, that's part of it. Performance is really about a series of things. It's your physical well-being, but it's also your mental and emotional capacity, where you are, what's going on in your life. Everyone needs a day off once in a while, and that's okay. And I think Steph recognizes that, and the conversation's an easy one, and we just move forward. That's why he's the most amazing guy to coach that I can even imagine.
I'm fascinated by what it was you saw in the Denver game that led you to that opinion. Like, what are the specifics that go into what you noticed?
Well, like I said, it's been 11 years that we've collaborated and gotten to know each other. And, frequently around this time, March, April, late in the season, there just comes a time where you can see with his decision-making that he's a little off. And I've seen that the last couple of games. And when that happens, it's just a reminder to him to, hey, let's take a day or, go play golf. Let's get settled and centered. And you got to remember, this guy's got a million things in his life. He's when he's not, saving the Warriors, he's saving the world. And it's incredible what he does to help people and the number of lives he touches. And I think it's important every once in a while to remind him to just take care of himself and take a day and fill up the cup again.
How tough is that, though, to make that choice, knowing he's your best player, and then also realizing that you've got Milwaukee coming in and you can't really trick off these games. So you get into last night. What's the message for the team, knowing that you're not going to have Steph?
In many ways, it's a good thing for the team. I learned this from Greg Popovich. It forces the rest of the guys to step up. It forces guys to focus. It also prepares you for a game later on, maybe where, Steph gets injured in the playoffs. You got to win a game. Well, hey, we did this before. We beat Milwaukee without him. You want to see your team respond to different types of adversity, and it's no different from Denver the night before. Jokic, Murray, they take the night off. The team wins. They feel stronger for it. These moments can strengthen a team, and I think a lot of coaches around the league recognize that.
Steve and Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs. You told us, I think it was last year, that you hate it when the best player on the other team gets ruled out.
Yeah,
because you feel like the team relaxes, and you spoke that maybe there was a little bit of that against Denver on Monday night. Did you sense any of that with Milwaukee last night with the good start that you guys got off to?
No, I didn't sense anything from Milwaukee's end. I sensed from our end that there was a great focus, and I would have expected that even with Steph in the lineup, because our team, when we lose in an embarrassing manner like we did, we're going to respond well that next night. So I think that was part of it, but more than anything, I just think we have a really good team, and we've been in a great groove, and we had a slip up. We recognized it, and we locked in and played a really good game, and that's the sign of a good team.
Locked in and locked down, maybe the most singular force in the history of the association, the Greek Freak. 0 field goals made against Draymond Green. When you watch that performance and you realize he's only been Defensive Player of the Year once, is that crazy to you, Steve?
It is, because I think he's the best defender in the world, and I realize how good Wembanyama is, how good Rudy Gobert is, and others. But Draymond said it himself. Ask the other coaches around the league who they don't want to face. And I have personally asked other coaches around the league, my friends, and trust me, there's so much respect for Draymond around the league amongst the coaches. They see the versatility in his defense. These other guys are good defenders. I don't think any of them can do everything. Protect the rim, guard pick and roll out at half court, blow up stuff from the weak side. Draymond he's a defensive genius. He's also a competitive freak of nature. Obviously, his emotion gets the best of him at times. but it's all part of the package, and the package is it's incredibly disruptive to opposing teams, and we're so lucky to have him. He remains an amazing player, even at this stage of his career.
Coach, last week we asked you about the reintegration of Jonathan Kuminga. You said it was going to be a slow process. He came out and had a great first game back, I thought. It's now been 4 games, a little bit of a mixed bag. What are you seeing, and what have the challenges related been?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when you come back off of 10 weeks of being absent, and especially coming back to a brand new team. This is a very different team than the one he left. And so it's a little tricky to try to find your place in that, especially when the team's winning. We're whatever we are since we got Jimmy, 15-2 or something. So the focus for JK just has to be play as hard as he can for short bursts. When he does that, he's really good. Like you mentioned, the Sacramento game. I think that's got to be the focus. Run the floor really hard, attack the rim, play in short bursts, and work your way back in. And I think that's his focus right now.
Starting lineup, finishing lineup, it seems like all of it's malleable based on how everyone's playing. When you look at last night and you got down to crunch time, you didn't have JK in there. Was that a matchup thing or just you going with the hot hands?
Well, I think if you look at our team right now, we have a lot of options to close games. I mean, the 3 guys who are going to be automatic are Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. They're going to be out there every game. The other 2 slots, look, BP was amazing last night. He deserved to be out there. Gary Payton, he has been playing incredible basketball the last couple weeks, and we needed him on Damian Lillard. So he was the obvious choice last night. Buddy Hield played big minutes down the stretch in that game. It could be Moses. Buddy and Moses we need for the shooting. Quentin Post played big minutes in the fourth quarter. If we want to space the floor with our 5-man to create the spacing that Jimmy needs, then Quentin makes sense. And then JK fits in there as well, the athleticism, the switching. If the matchups lead to that decision, then JK will be out there like he was against Denver down the stretch. So we've got a lot of options, but I can tell you right now that it's going to be somebody different each night depending on how the game's going.
Steve, I wonder if you can help us through a conversation we were having earlier today. I think for a lot of fans, they look at Monday's game and they wake up frustrated, and then you surprise everybody by beating Milwaukee without Steph, and everyone goes, okay, all square, all even. They went 1-1. It's all good. Is it that way for you guys? Did last night help you forget Monday, or is Monday still a source of frustration?
No, you move on. And look, you also recognize that over the course of 82 games, every team has those nights. In fact, Denver had one the night, the game before our game. They lost at home to Washington. So that's part of the reason they came out and played the way they did without Jokic and Murray, So we had one against Denver, so we responded. And, Milwaukee, same thing. Every team in the league has these stretches. It's human nature. Every team's got talent. Shots go in, shots don't go in. But over the course of the 82, there's just these huge swings, both health-wise, emotion-wise, and you just have to navigate the whole thing and keep moving forward.
How much has Jimmy Butler been a steadying influence, another additional steadying influence in that? I know he's never won a championship, but he took Miami deep on a couple of different occasions. Does that just give you an additional piece of somebody who is a veteran who kind of knows what's going on?
Well, I think there is a presence to Jimmy that leads to winning. It's a swagger, even amongst all the alphas in the NBA. I think Jimmy is an alpha among alphas. I really do. And I think Steph and Draymond needed that. They needed somebody like him because they were in some ways. Not just, not feeling like they had enough of that next to them like we've had in the past. We've been spoiled, obviously. with the talent that we've had here, but also the maturity and the presence. And so, that was missing earlier in the year. Jimmy is, he's got presence. He's got swagger. He's got belief. You guys can feel it watching the games. Our teammates feel it. Our fans feel it. The guy wins games, and it's showing.
Wait a minute, Steve. Are you saying that you've got NBA alpha rankings and Jimmy Butler is number one?
Wow.
He's. I can tell you this. That's how he feels about himself, and that's hugely important. The number one guy of all time was Michael Jordan. Okay, as his teammate, I would walk into that arena and I would know that the other team was afraid of him. The officials were afraid of him. The fans were afraid of him, and even his own teammates. We were all a little afraid of him. Okay, and we all knew we were going to win, and that was the deal. Michael just dominated the space, and there are very few guys like that. And but when you have guys like that, there's an incredible sense of security and confidence, and I think Jimmy's one of those guys. You can just feel his presence all the time.
Speaking of alpha behavior, we had a caller last week, or it was the beginning of this week. We were talking about you actually, and becoming the winningest coach of the Warriors, and we had a caller call in who said that he worked like security detail or something inside the building when you first arrived as head coach. And he stated that he was there for your very first practice and that you set the tone by kicking everybody, the whole team, out of practice because they were dribbling too much. Is this a true story in any way, shape, or form?
It does not ring a bell, guys.
Okay.
I guarantee you I didn't kick everybody else out of practice. I've never done that. And so, I don't know where that came from.
Have you kicked individuals out of practice before?
Potentially. Yeah,
okay.
That might have happened once.
I like that.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay.
And so I guess to follow up and ask you to name names probably won't happen. So, yeah, we'll pivot. And just your notion of alphas had me thinking about your San Antonio Spurs championship teams, and I'm wondering about Manu and Tony and Tim Duncan. Were any of them cut from the same kind of cloth that you're describing with Jimmy Butler and Michael Jordan, or does it not necessarily have to be that?
I think Avery Johnson was, honestly, and it was an interesting dynamic because usually the guy who's the alpha is also the best player, but I think Tim Duncan was a lot more like Steph in terms of like incredibly competitive and skilled and talented and an amazing leader, but it came from humility. And the type of alpha that I'm talking about, it doesn't come from humility. It comes from the opposite end of the spectrum. Like, I am the best here, and you guys are going to, follow me, and that's the way it is. And so it's a very different form of leadership. And Avery actually had that. And it was ironic because he was like the fourth best player on the team. But it was a well-constructed team because, I thought Tim and David were very soft-spoken, and we needed the fire and the leadership that Avery brought us. And, Pop sensed that too. And so Pop provided a lot of that alpha, presence. And so, every team's different. That's what makes it so much fun is the construction of a group of human beings and how they interact. It's fascinating.
All right, Coach, tell me what I've got right and tell me what I've got wrong as far as your itinerary later. Dinner, 6:30. About 7:15, you sit down to watch Lakers and Nuggets. And then post-game, 10 o'clock tonight, you sit down and fill out a bracket. What did I get right? What did I get wrong?
Dinner, yes. Lakers, Nuggets, yes. Bracket, thanks for the reminder. I need to for the 30th year in a row, I need to pick Arizona to win the national championship.
Yeah, you got a possible matchup against Mike Dunleavy in the 16 because Duke is the 1 seed in the region with Arizona. Is there any sort of like trash talk? I know Draymond Green with Michigan State, he's probably talking a lot about their chances.
There's always, good-natured trash talk tournament time. That's what makes it fun. I just hope we get there and we get a crack at Mike Dunleavy's Blue Devils. That would be fun.
Don't you? Isn't the second round matchup potentially Oregon? Is that right?
Yeah. Oregon. Yeah, if we win and they win, we would play in the 4-5 matchup in Seattle. Old school Pac-12 matchup. I love it.
What's your breakdown of that potential matchup, Coach?
I don't watch college basketball except for Arizona. I can tell you a lot about Arizona's team. I don't know anything about Oregon's team. So I am just a fan, and I will always love my alma mater. I'm very close with Tommy Lloyd, who's a fantastic coach. We text all the time. So I'm pulling hard for them, and that school means everything to me. What that school did for me in my life, I will be a forever Wildcat, that's for sure.
Is that the one that got away, Steve? Because I always joke with Mark how you've won 9 of the last 29 NBA titles, but I think about your Arizona team senior year, and you lost in the Final Four to Oklahoma, a very good team. Do you ever reflect on that being the one that got away?
The only game I ever think about, honestly, anymore in my life. I still think about that game. It's absolutely the one that got away. I completely choked. We had an amazing team, 35-2 playing against Oklahoma in the Final Four. I shot 2 for 13 in that game, and it has haunted me ever since. I still can't get over it, guys. I'm sick. Well,
now I feel bad for bringing it up.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot. You ruined my night.
hey, remember when Kyrie hit that 3 against you guys? Remember that one too? Let's just go through all of them.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, okay.
I just remember that team because your teammate, Craig McMillan was from Cloverdale, who played high school ball against my brother, and so I was kind of distantly attracted to that team because he was almost kind of a local kid who went on to do big things at Arizona. And then, sorry about that, Steve.
Well, and my buddy Tom Tolbert, your media colleague, was on that team. Sean Elliott, Kenny Lofton, future baseball player. We were loaded, and we had such an incredible group. In fact, I'm hosting a bunch of them in a couple of weeks. They're all going to come out. We're going to have a little reunion. They're going to come up for a weekend and for a game, and can't wait to see those guys. But that's definitely the one that got away. It's part of sports. I get it, but it's that game will forever haunt me, unfortunately.
Steve, is Kenny going to be part of the group that comes when you invite them all?
He's one of the few guys who couldn't make it. He's going to be in Cleveland for an Indians reunion, so he can't make it. But a lot of the other guys are coming. It's going to be fun.
Okay, I beat him on the golf course one time, and I was going to ask you to follow up and talk some more trash on my behalf. But if he won't be there, oh well.
You must be good then, because Kenny can play golf. He's a good golfer.
Well, we both kind of choked down the stretch. I just choked a little bit less. So it was, anyway, all good. Steve, thanks so much, and enjoy what sounds like a perfect night.
You too, guys. Take care.
All right, there he goes. Steve Kerr joining us right here on Willard and Dibs. And as promised, here we go. Caller number 5 to the contest line right now wins a $125 gift card to Great Clips. Caller number 5, contest line, if you don't have it, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Caller 5 gets $125 to Great Clips. Great to have Steve Kerr on. We'll react to that. We'll reopen it to your phone calls. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which, of course, is here for you.
The Kupo swings to Green, bounced off of him, stolen by Buddy Hield. Hield pulls up in transition, 3, got it. That's a big shot right there.
Huge.
Cuts the Buck lead in half. What a break for Golden State.
Bay Area is Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, always been a big fan. Buddy Hield. There was that day where I'm like, yeah, play him less.
I mean, everybody.
Yeah, play him less.
I think I said that on Twitter last night. Bad day for the Hield haters.
Yeah, no, I've never been a Hield hater.
You don't hate anything or anyone. Like, honestly, there's things you don't like.
I don't know if that's true. Well, I don't like the word hate.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Yes.
I know. And a special shout out to everybody on Twitter. I'm not going to respond to you, but I see you. Oh, I know. Just crapping on Steph Curry all day long.
All day yesterday.
And that stupid Warrior organization that's classless and has no interest in winning. That's me. That's always been me. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well. I was supposed to jump in and defend you.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you already did.
Yeah.
You already did.
Big time.
By the way,
I only did so because, like, what you received over what you said was disproportionate.
It was absurd.
Right. Your take was basically, I don't know why he's resting when they need to go out and win games. Well, no. That's basically what it was.
Yeah, I think even furthermore, the take actually is, if that's where we're at today, if we've reached a level of exhaustion on March 17th, that sounds like a reason for concern. And I'm going to stand up and say, I am skeptical that this is all going to go well for the next 2 months. It doesn't mean I'm right. It doesn't mean that I'm hoping for that. It just means that the Warriors are pretty old at their core, and I think that their assignment is very, very difficult, knowing that everybody's backs and knees and shoulders and heads need to be screwed on completely straight if all of this is going to go well. I'm pretty sure that Anthony Slater said the exact same thing this morning.
This has been kind of a winding season, but they found a chance to spot rest him last night. I think that'll help. But the reality is he has a marathon ahead of him if they're really going to make a deep run. And that's tough on not only his body. Jimmy Butler's 35, Draymond Green's 35. So that is what makes me the most skeptical of the idea that they're now, a true title contender is just the age and accumulation that is ahead for really, a 2-month sprint if you're really going to get into June.
Yeah, that's pretty much it right there. That's pretty much it. So, we can all look at this however we want to look at it. I'm super excited that they're playing great basketball. I love that right now they're sitting in the 6th seed. I think hanging on to it is going to be a bigger challenge than people realize. I'm not saying they can't do it. And I think that we sit here with our opinions today baked into the idea that all 3 of the big 3 are healthy and playing basketball.
Sure.
Is not the case for a lot of the other teams that are chasing and competing right now. There's no LeBron, there's no Jaren Jackson, and we could go on and on with all of that. And is it going to stay that way for the remaining 13 games? Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers always crossed, especially when you have an older team. And you and I were doing this off the air earlier in the week as I was looking back at the final year, the last year of the Bulls dynasty, and how old they all were. And Rodman was, I think, 37, and Jordan was 35, and Pippen was 33 or 34. So that team was able to get it done in that year with an older core of players. And so it is possible where, and I know that was a different time and you didn't have the same level of deep competition that the Warriors are going to have to face. I did find it interesting what Steve Kerr said about why he rested. And, Steve told us point blank he will play tomorrow.
He's going to play tomorrow.
Which is not really breaking news. We all kind of assumed it. But, he was watching Steph a lot more closely than all of us. And he was seeing some of the same things that we see, which are, the lazy turnovers and him not really showing the same level of energy. And so, yeah, Steph, you need to sit down. You need to take a day and, go play golf. And I almost wanted to ask him if Steph actually did go and play golf. Like,
Maybe.
Yesterday, did he grab 9 holes? You're not going to play basketball, so he didn't have to go through his normal game day routine, right?
Well, these are veterans with the media as well, and I would bet that if Steph did play golf yesterday, Steve Kerr would not say it on the radio.
Of course.
Because, like, whoa, wait a minute, you went, watch out for your back. I thought your back hurt. Like, people would freak out if Steph Curry went and played golf yesterday. But I hope he shot a 72.
Maybe just grab 9. Grab a quick 9.
Shoot 36.
And he can play golf in places where no one would ever really see it.
Oh, yes, he can.
Yeah.
It's actually the main place he plays golf.
Yeah, places where...
A place where nobody goes.
Well, there are places...
somebody goes there.
Right.
You got to have a lot.
Well, there's even places like where nobody actually goes. Like,
well, sure.
Like the Institute, for example, which is a golf course that I think it only exists in the imagination. And it's a golf course.
It's a golf course that only is a figment of our imagination.
Isn't there a league about that on ESPN or something?
No, that would be the Golf League. And yeah, you actually get to watch it and shout out whoever won that cockamamie indoor thing last night. I think it was the final last night.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not cockamamie. It's just a thing. But,
Bob Fitzgerald knows about the Institute.
Okay.
Because I believe it's a golf course that was built by the Fry family. Your best buys are always at Fry's, guaranteed. And so it's a golf course that basically doesn't get played. So a course like that, he can go play and no one would ever know.
Yeah. What you got, Lucas?
Oh, I was just going to say that who are we kidding? You would be the one blasting him, Willard, if you found out.
Well, I hate the Warriors and I hate Steph. That's been very, very well established.
Lazy, really.
Thank
Playing golf instead of basketball. Probably. Your words, not mine.
I do like to blast the Warriors. Matt in Oakland's got an interesting vibe and an interesting take. Hey, Matt, what do you got, man? Thanks for calling.
Hey guys, good show. Thanks. So this discussion about Steph being in and out, and guys needing to rest. I caught myself early in the game last night having a thought I hadn't really had before, which was during one of the early timeouts. For a second, I was like, I think I'm actually more confident tonight about this game with Jimmy in and Steph out than I probably would have been with Steph in and Jimmy out. And that's not something I've really felt like ever about this team. Maybe in the case. So I just was wondering what you guys thought about that, if there's something there. I'm not saying one guy is, better than the other guy or anything like that. And obviously it's a really small sample size, but I definitely felt that. I saw Jimmy and Draymond and the guys out there, and that confidence that they have with Jimmy just was still there. I don't know.
Matt,
curious to hear what you guys think about that.
I think you're on to something. And I mean that less about like confirming your opinion and more about like, I think there are a lot of people like you. It makes sense right now. The Warriors got Jimmy Butler, stopped losing basketball games when he plays. They've only lost 2 of them. The one time they didn't have him since he arrived, they lost that game too. I'm not counting the ones before he even started playing. And there's a style of play thing in there too, which is that only Steph is the one who can really put you on the back and score, right? He can go. I don't think Jimmy's got a lot of 55-point games or whatever he put up against Orlando a few weeks ago. Steph is the one that can do that. But Jimmy is probably better at getting everything involved and glued together on both ends of the floor. And that's just a stylistic thing. It's not about, like Matt said, it's not about who's better. It's not about taking a shot at one of them. But Jimmy is probably a little bit more of a glue player. Steph is a little bit more of a dynamic player. And so which one leaves you as a more viable team on a given night? I don't know the answer to that, but right now it does kind of feel like Jimmy.
Well, when Jimmy plays, you basically don't lose.
You win.
You've lost twice, and, of that, one of them was against Denver, and Denver was phenomenal, and, Jimmy and everyone else was kind of ordinary. So, yeah, he's much more of a glue guy on both ends of the floor, but Steph Curry can do things that Jimmy can only dream of. So
of course.
When Steph is, rested and doing Steph things, he takes you to a whole nother echelon that Jimmy Butler can't.
I wonder if that question would get answered differently by fans than by opponents. In other words, if I'm an opponent and I'm about to go play the Warriors, I would rather that Steph sits. I don't want to face Steph Curry. I don't want to try to guard him. What he does, the fear that he brings up in opponents when he crosses half court with the ball, I think is next level. I think it's as high as anybody in the game and as high as anybody has been in the game probably since Kobe and Jordan. So I would rather Jimmy plays. But a fan might kind of look at that in a little bit of a different way right now because of the recency bias and because of what you just said. Yeah, like they look more viable when Jimmy is in there without Steph than the other way around. When Jimmy is out, it looks like it's hard for the whole team to find a shot sometimes.
Agreed, and I do think if I'm an NBA team, I can decide, and we've seen this a bunch of times this year where NBA teams have taken a player and said, do nothing but follow Steph Curry. And you've seen Steph now get guarded for all 94 feet, and you see him getting face guarded on the inbound and just basically face guarded throughout possessions. And so you could do that with Steph. You can't really do that with somebody like Jimmy Butler because he's not going to be that much of a scoring threat. And so you could take Steph away and try your luck at 4-on-4 with everyone else. But if you have Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, you can still be a dynamic offense because they're both connectors and they're playmakers.
No doubt.
If you have Steph and you don't have Jimmy Butler, well, now it's kind of up to Draymond to be that enabler for Steph. And when Draymond goes out, then what else do you have? You've got Kuminga who then has to cook.
I don't know if he's ready to cook. I don't know if he's been defrosted yet.
Not thoroughly.
You know?
He was doing great before he got hurt.
I'm not worried about Jonathan Kuminga, but it's twofold. A, maybe he's still getting the legs underneath him and all that. And maybe B, this, quote, new team that he's joining, there might not be room for him to cook too often. There might just not be that room. You know, I look at the Jimmy Butler experience kind of in this way. Like, Jimmy can have some 20-point nights, although he largely doesn't. He's averaging under 17 points a game, or he was going into last night. Maybe it's over it now. But he's averaging about 16, 17 points per game with the Warriors. Steph is doing his thing. He obviously is a dynamic scorer. And then outside of that, it's a little circumstantial in terms of who's the next scorer on the team. Does Buddy get hot? Does Moses do his thing? Does Quentin hit 4 threes? Anybody else out there can be that step-in double-digit score, and it's kind of just based on who's open as the rotations go and then who's hot. So it might be Jonathan on some nights, but I don't know that there's going to be room for him to be like a ball-stopping, go-get-us-20 type player. I don't think they want him to be that.
I don't think he's going to have the shots to do that.
Yeah, agreed.
And it's a small sample, but in the 4 games since he's been back, he is averaging just under 10 shots a game. And, you know, it was 20 minutes, 27, and 24. So he's not yet getting the full rack of minutes that he will get, but he's getting about 10 shots a night. And if he gets 10 shots a night and he shoots, 40, 50%, that right there is probably 10 points. He hasn't hit a 3 since he's come back. Free throws, he's gotten to the line pretty often. So he's right there about 14 points a night, but he's not going to be in a spot, I don't think, to where you're going to ask him to get you 20 or 25 most nights, because you mentioned it. Quentin from 3. You've got Buddy who gets hot. Pods is going to play a lot, and Pods is actually finding his comfort zone from behind the line and all the rest of it. And GP2, and Steve mentioned it, Steve Kerr, who joined us, he's been playing awesome, so you need to have him on the floor, and he's actually been shooting it great from the corner. So the need for Jonathan Kuminga to, quote-unquote, cook on offense is not as great as it was before he got hurt.
No doubt. Taking your Warrior phone calls rest of the hour, 888-957-9570. And again, big day on Willard and Dibs. Both Steve Kerr and Brandon Pajemski joined us on the show. Download the Odyssey app. Make sure you subscribe. You can find all of our content there. You can go to YouTube as well. So if you missed any portion of Brandon Pajemski and or Steve Kerr, you can go get access to those. Both of them were great. Both of them were really, really good today, and just feeling clearly comfortable after what took place last night. Let's get out to Patrick on 580. Patrick, thank you for calling. What's up?
How you guys doing? I have a take that the reason why I think it's working now is because Jimmy Butler is the voice of accountability that Draymond Green just can't be anymore in that locker room. I'm going to listen to your take on the radio.
Well, I would before you. Are you still there, Patrick? No, he's gone. I want to know why you think that.
It's what we think from the outside.
Why would Draymond Green not be able to be a voice of accountability anymore? Based on what?
I don't see it. Based on what he's done, getting suspended,
punching
Jordan Poole. And I'm just guessing because he's going to take the answer on the air, which I respect, as opposed to off the air. And so I'm trying to work my way through what I believe his point was. But if I think about the locker room, Kavan, GP2, and Steph, they all are champions with him, as is Kuminga. And then you have Quentin Post, who wasn't here for that episode, Pat Spencer, who wasn't here, Jimmy Butler, who wasn't here. So I wonder how much carryover there is, if any at all. Like Draymond Green inside the locker room, how much of a negative perception could there be? I can't see any of it.
I think it's probably gone. I think it's water under the bridge is my read. I don't know. I do remember that when it happened, people would bring up Kuminga and Moody, and they would say about those two guys, if you're another young player on the team and you're trying to earn your stripes with the Golden State Warriors and you watch a veteran treat a young player like that, how would you feel? I remember that conversation.
Sure.
And I don't know how they felt about it. I don't know. You know, we knew that Andrew Wiggins was tight with Jordan Poole. I don't know exactly where Kuminga and Moody sat on that whole issue. But the read now is that whatever there was is under the bridge. Whatever there was, because now he continues to be the name that I hear the most when young players are talking about who is leading them, guiding them, taking them under their wing, whatever. And you can see it in Draymond's press conferences too. You can see the way, the thoughtfulness of what he's saying and what he's thinking about with the other players. He is like another coach. I think in a short sample, Jimmy is catching up quick. I do think he is a voice and a voice of accountability. I just don't think he's the only one. And I don't think Draymond has fallen down the totem pole at all.
And I don't think that Draymond is threatened by Jimmy's presence. And what Steve was just saying to us, Steve Kerr, who joined us, talking about Jimmy being the alpha of all alphas. Yeah, he's going to come in and he's going to do that and be that. But I think that Jimmy Butler is aware of what's gone on here in Golden State before he got there. I think he knows that Steph and Draymond have 4 rings apiece, and Steve Kerr has won 9 of the last 29, and he walks into a locker room that's had success. So you'd have to be pretty headstrong and pretty clueless, in my opinion, to come into a locker room as the alpha of all alphas and immediately try to impose your will and immediately try to, like, we're going to do it my way because I'm the alpha of all alphas. No, this team has won 4 titles. So you come into this locker room, you've got confidence, self-confidence, and you've got confidence in how you lead, but you also have a great awareness of what's gone on before you.
No doubt. And I think that Jimmy has somehow struck a perfect nerve with regard to that. In one sentence, he can be like, I know when it's going to be time for me to take over a game, and I will. And then the next sentence, he's like, dude, protect Steph Curry at all costs. That's our job. That's our leader. He's the dude. I'm not the dude. That's the dude.
Right.
And he can do all of that in 2 minutes. In the same press sitting, he can do that. That's a special kind of characteristic. That's not easy to do, to essentially have the biggest ego in the room and no ego at the same time. You know what I mean? When you, like, dude, if your nickname is Playoff Jimmy, but you can walk into a locker room and be like, protect that man. That man's our leader. He is our one. And we, like, protect us, Obi-Wan. You're our only hope. Like, I mean, that's part of the Jimmy Butler experience that I didn't know that we were going to get. It's pretty great.
It's the honeymoon phase.
It is.
And everyone's going to tell us that. And, you know, from the outside looking in, everybody's just waiting for this thing to blow apart. And I look at his previous situations and why they blew apart, and I don't think that those triggers, so to speak, exist here. He got his money, and he's 35 years old now, and he's on a team that's competing to win. And so, and it's a culture, I think, that kind of fits his personality. And, you know, he comes in, and what did Pods tell us earlier? He's like, yeah, this dude comes in and he lights a candle. And I hadn't really seen that before. We had Pods on earlier on the program. He's like, yeah, home, road. Jimmy comes in, he's lighting candles, and it's like,
I like candles.
Yeah, I mean, do your thing, Jimmy. Like, if you feel good burning a candle at your locker before the game. Burn a candle.
Burn a candle.
Right.
They smell great. They look good.
Yeah, and I'm sure he feels okay with it. It's something that he's always done. So
could be a fire hazard in an NBA locker room, but that's okay. Yeah.
Depending on, the wax level and, how close he is to one of those overhead sprinklers.
Exactly. I'm glad we talked that out. Let's go to Troy. Santa Cruz Mountains. Hopefully we got a clear signal. Hey, Troy, what's up?
I think we're okay. Mark, Dibs, you guys can hear me okay?
You sound awesome, Troy.
Outstanding, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, no, I just want to echo a little bit in what the previous caller spoke on with regard to, when you go into crunch time and against a team like Milwaukee last night, and I'm Steph and I'm old school Warriors guy, right? Not as old as you guys, but been watching since about 83, 84. And, of course, that's our guy, and we always want him out there. But when you look at a game last night, right, where you have Giannis on the floor and what the Bucks do, I actually felt better knowing that Jimmy was out there with Dre and the rest of them than I would have maybe if Steph was out there, right? And so a different game might look a little bit differently, of course, because we need our main scorer. But I felt really confident last night, even without Steph, with Jimmy out there. And that's really kind of incredible to say. And what the other caller was talking about with regard to Draymond versus Jimmy, I just would offer the other idea that he's just another voice that Draymond respects, a guy that's clearly done it, right? So, maybe if he has something to offer up, Dre may just take a little bit of a second seat to that, right? And just listen. And I think that would have an incredible dynamic throughout the locker room, whereas Pajinski, the younger cats, can look at that and be like, oh, all right, well, Dre's not the main bully in the locker room, as it were. We've got another guy here that has a voice and has done it and has carried lackluster teams to the finals. And so I think that's just having a cascading effect. And the last note I would just say is, already, in my opinion, this is already a win move by Dunleavy, Lacob, and the front office, because even if we slip into the 7 seed or 8 seed or go into the play-in, it's already a win, right? The team has been revitalized. We're all talking about it more. They're playing better basketball. It's enjoyable. It's fun. Everybody's smiling. And I just think it was a win-win all around.
No question. Troy, thank you. Absolutely. And I think a few weeks ago is when we got to the point, I'll just speak for me. I don't want to speak for you. But I completely, sat on the sword and said, whatever I was worried about when the Warriors acquired Jimmy Butler, I was wrong. And it doesn't matter if even now any of it comes true a year or two from now. The trade with what they had to give up was already worth just this. Literally just this.
Basically, right?
Even if it doesn't end up where we all hope it goes, it's like, to me, the magic of all of this is that at a time where most of us sat there and went, boy, our imagination needs to get real big to believe the idea that a 37-year-old Steph Curry is going to have another shot at something in the postseason. We have to really expand our Alice in Wonderland imagination, if you will. And then Jimmy walked in and has sort of already threatened to make it reality right away. I don't know where this is going to go, but I don't think it's going to go to the play-in tournament and then one and done or two and done. I mean, if it takes him to any sort of a 7-game series, that's what Pod's told us. We'll take any 7-game series.
Right.
If it does that, then it's a win. It's a win, and I do think that will happen.
And even if, they wind up in the play-in, they're looking at probably 48 or so wins. And so even if you get to the playoffs and you get a 7-game series and you wind up being one and done and you only get one series, well, he's signed for 2 more years, as is Draymond and Steph. And what we learned this year in a small sample is that this works. And I know that Steph is getting older and everyone's getting older and all the rest of it, but what we've seen from Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph, alongside of all the rest of it, Pods and Quentin and Kuminga and whoever else is able to come back next year, this is good enough to win basketball games? Can it win playoff series? Hopefully. I believe in it. And, Steph he's slowing down a little bit, but not that much.
Yeah.
And Draymond surely looks revitalized. I mean, we're talking about Draymond Green now. He's talking about it even more so as a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, and he is 35 years old. And you watch him last night against Giannis Antetokounmpo, him playing defense, giving away 7 inches and about 5 years, and he was unbelievable. And Steve Kerr said it himself when we talked to him about an hour ago about him being one of the best defenders in the league, not only now, but that Steve can remember. So if Draymond can keep it up, Butler fits, and Steph is still Steph, even if this ends in the end of April or early May, we realize now that this actually works, this trio.
Absolutely. And the word that I love that I hear a lot of people use all the time is unlocked. Jimmy has unlocked, and then fill in blank.
Moses.
Okay.
Quentin.
Okay.
Pajemski.
How about Steph Curry's space?
Yep.
How about Draymond the defender?
Sure.
I mean, did Steve Kerr not say that to us in part when he said this?
I think he's the best defender in the world, and I realize how good Wembanyama is, how good Rudy Gobert is, and others. But Draymond said it himself. Ask the other coaches around the league who they don't want to face. I have personally asked other coaches around the league, my friends, and trust me, there's so much respect for Draymond around the league amongst the coaches. They see the versatility in his defense. These other guys are good defenders. I don't think any of them can do everything. Protect the rim, guard pick and roll out at half court, blow up stuff from the weak side. Draymond he's a defensive genius. He's also a competitive freak of nature. Obviously, his emotion gets the best of him at times, but it's all part of the package. And the package is it's incredibly disruptive to opposing teams. And we're so lucky to have him. He remains an amazing player, even at this stage of his career.
And Draymond spoke about this clearly last night. He was asked, what does Butler open up for you to do on defense?
I think just picking him up full court. I picked Giannis up full court for most of the game. Anytime he got the ball, I was there to pick him up. And that right there, every time I picked him up, Jimmy said, yo, keep going. Go pick him up. I'm going to be in the gap if he get by you. You just run to my man if he get by you, And so, again, with that type of communication, it's very comforting as a defender to be that far up the floor and knowing that you have someone back there that has your help. Because it's daunting to be that far up the floor with Giannis Antetokounmpo with the ball coming downhill. It's a tall task. And so just to know that you have that help back there if you do get beat, it allows you to play with that aggressiveness to be able to pick him up and stop his momentum.
Of course, Jimmy then sent it right back to Draymond and said this with regard to how easy it is to play with him on the defensive end.
It's easy. I get to gamble a lot more for steals when you're talking about the defensive side of the ball. Obviously, the offensive side, 2, 3, 4, or maybe all 5 people are going to run with Steph. But on the defensive side of the ball, Dre's always talking, always telling people where to go, switching up matchups on the fly. Like, it's incredible. And it's like he's like how people are 5 steps ahead on the offensive side of the ball. He is that on offense, too, but he's damn sure that on defense.
There it is from Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler with regard to kind of how they're all seeing it and what they're doing for each other right now.
And Jimmy able to go out there and gamble more and go for steals knowing that he's got Draymond behind him. And defensively, when you have that as Jimmy Butler, who's so good with his hands and quick on the perimeter, and I think Kuminga can benefit from that as well. And just the idea of Draymond being able to go out there and lock down Giannis, when you think about a Denver matchup, when Jokic is actually out there, Draymond can go out there and guard Jokic. Now, I don't think you can lock him down like he did Giannis last night because the Joker can just pass and give you 20 assists, but Draymond Green is such a versatile defender that he makes it so almost any matchup is much more palatable.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's keep taking your calls. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene.
Hey, guys. So I just got in the car 10 minutes ago. I hadn't heard a lot of all of what you just played. But I guess I'm just going to be reiterating or maybe building on what was said. You said that these guys are unlocking the team. I totally agree. And the reason they're unlocking, and both Draymond and Jimmy, is because they're both savants. I mean, Draymond Green is a defensive savant. He's a great defensive player himself, but he knows how to use the team. He knows how to make the rest of the team, maximize their defensive skills. All you have to do is look at their defensive rating when he's playing and when he's not. Considerably different. Now Jimmy comes in we had a pretty weak offense, and he's doing the same thing on offense. He's a savant. He sees what's going on. He sees where people need to be. He sees the floor as well as anybody. He opens things up for everyone. He makes the game easier for everyone to play. So I hadn't anticipated this. I was one of those, once again, that was dead set against him coming, but man, what a revelation. So, the only thing we're lacking, I think, is a big guy and a little youth, but otherwise, no, we're a pretty complete looking team right now.
Yeah, Gene, I appreciate it. I mean, look, before the whole we're lacking a big guy thing becomes a thing, you sort of have to see, first of all, you have to get there, and then you have to see what the matchups are. Like, there's no denying it that if they were to face a Cleveland, obviously that would be the NBA Finals, but you notice it when they play teams like that, and Denver might be one of them as well, when there's a lot of size and athleticism on the floor at the same time. It can be a struggle for the Warriors. Then again, they've got 4 rings, and very rarely at any time when they had 4 championships were they led by big guys with athleticism. They've been doing it with these guys all along.
Well, it's not so much height that we all get fixated on. We need a big man. What they need is length. And that's where Andre Iguodala deserves to have his number in the rafters, because he will never be confused with being a big man in the association, but he's a long defender. He's a versatile defender. And I think about Sean Livingston as your backup point guard at 6'7", somebody who could get you down into the deep water. You could post up your point guard when you brought him off the bench. And so the length, I think, is much more of a thing. I love Kevon Looney at 6'9". If you had somebody at that size who was a little bit more athletic, somebody who could get up and change shots and rebound at a higher level. Kevon does a great job for what he has athletically, but that's the kind of player you need. Somebody 6'9", 6'10", with length and athleticism.
Next up, let's go to Therm, the Worm, in EPA. What's up, Therm?
Man, what's happening, brother?
What is happening?
Hey, look. I told you the best thing they could have did was trade Andrew Wiggins. Andrew was sitting out there, wasn't doing nothing like what Jimmy doing. Now, Jimmy all in the post, doing whatever. You give him step spells and the whole nine. I'm telling you, best thing they ever could have did was get Jimmy. Kevin wasn't coming back to the Bay. Come on now.
Almost.
So, therefore, what we need to do is keep on rocking these wins, keep getting these wins, and make sure we stand up to the test of time. Because the words are the truth. Everybody's stealing our moves and stuff.
Therm, are you holding up traffic right now?
No, I'm in traffic.
Okay, it sounds like it. Therm, thanks very much.
Therm.
Appreciate it. There's a lot of confidence there. Which again, that's today. That confidence wasn't there yesterday after what had just happened. And it's a night-to-night league and all of that stuff. Sure, I give the Warriors a healthy shot in any series that they end up in. But for me, I'm concerned about 2 things. I'm concerned about all the early losses and where that leaves them right now in the standings. And I'm concerned about their age. And what happened with Steph Curry last night is one example, even though it came in a win.
Yes, and the concern for me is the fact that you are going to have to chase this thing all the way down to game 82, it looks like. If you want to avoid the play-in, you are most likely going to have to play the remaining 13 games, and you're going to have to really play them. Like, everyone's going to play them in 30, 35 minutes, and you're going to have to try to win these games, because you're right, 47 wins won't be enough. 48, maybe. 49 is iffy. 50. I mean, 50 might put you in a tie.
Yeah, 50, I think you get it.
You could be safe with 50.
I'd be pretty surprised if that doesn't get you
If you get 50, that means you finish up 10-3, which means no more trifling around.
No, that means you're playing great basketball with who's
the rest
on the
of the
schedule.
way.
Yeah.
And you'd have to, I mean, that would make it so if you finish up 10-3, that would mean you wind up going 24-6 with Jimmy Butler.
I mean,
that's bananas.
It's bananas, and it's also why I said, and I know you hate, must win and all that. I don't want to use that phrase, but that's what there's no losing tomorrow night. That's not allowed. No. There's no room for that. But there's room for you. We got more of you want to weigh in. 888-957-9570. We will do that in just a second. I also want to tell everybody about an event I went to before the show today that is worth your time and your interest, I think. So we'll have that for you. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome. Oh, and also coming up next, only one man, one warrior, has ended up on tomorrow night's injury report. Find out who it is next on Willard and Dibs.
And this is Dan Dibley over here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss and my 25